This guy led an illustrious life, reigning as an MMA champion for several consecutive seasons, but at the age of 27, right after retiring, he got hit by a truck, the most ridiculous way to die. Now, the money Hyun Seok worked so hard to save for his early retirement can't even be spent. At first, he couldn't accept that he was dead, but 30 minutes later, Hyun Seok calmed down. He felt like this might be for the best. He didn't have to live anymore, so no more daily training or fighting. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared in front of Hyun Seok. A portal opened in the center of the light. "Oh, hey, Rachel here. Sorry I'm late." SSS-Rank hero, Choi Hyun Seok, a flesh and blood angel, appeared before him. She introduced herself as Rachel. She was a hunter who specialized in finding those whose lives on Earth had ended. The moment Hyun Seok saw Rachel, his eyes lit up. The reason? Her cup-sized sea chest was extremely eye-catching. He subconsciously leaned in, wanting to touch her. "Angel, please explain this more clearly." Rachel managed to catch Hyun Seok's wandering hand before he could touch her. Then, she began to explain. "Well, you have two choices. First, you can accept your death and wait until you are reincarnated in your next life as a miserable, lonely old man. Your other option is to be instantly reincarnated as a destined hero tasked with saving a world." Hyun Seok felt like Rachel's explanation was missing something, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. This is all too sudden. Give me some time to think," he said. But Rachel had no intention of letting him deliberate. She started using her words to sway Hyun Seok's will. "I mean, are you really going to pass up a chance to live again? If you listen to me, you'll have wealth, fame, beautiful women, and other privileges. Those who become heroes are even granted a status window as a bonus reward, allowing you to become a powerful character, just like in a game. After all, we provide an extremely amazing service with a massive variety of rewards." It sounded tempting, but wouldn't. Becoming a hero mean taking on the responsibility of saving the world. Would Hyun Seok have to fight again? He had retired at the peak of his career just because he wanted to relax. And now Rachel wanted him to go back to fighting? If that was the case, he'd rather just stay dead. Seeing Hyun Seok's lack of interest in the privileges she offered, Rachel changed her tactic. "Please, pay attention. It seems you don't quite understand, so let me, Rachel, explain it for you. If you become a hero in another world, the village chief will run over barefoot and serve you food right from the start. You'll look at him affectionately and coolly solve the simple requests he gives you. In that moment, the village chief will be moved and say, 'My daughter is known as the most beautiful girl in this village. If you would, please marry my humble daughter, as we have nothing else to repay you with.' That's how it goes." Even after saying all that, Rachel saw that Hyun Seok still didn't seem moved at all. She started to worry. If he stayed as stubborn as a rock, her headhunting commission would vanish into thin air. Seeing the situation looking grim, Rachel decided to go with Plan B. She turned away decisively. "If you don't like it, then forget it. I'll just assume you didn't accept. I'm leaving. Go ahead and accept ending your life as a lonely old man and just embrace the next life." As expected, the moment she turned away, Hyun Seok became desperate. "No, wait." Seeing he was wavering, Rachel added one final, lethal blow. "Hey, you aren't even guaranteed to be reincarnated as a human in the next life." That statement was truly damaging. Hyun Seok couldn't imagine what it would be like to spend his next life as a pig or a dog. Therefore, in a panic, he grabbed Rachel's ankle to hold her back. "All right, I'll do it." Even though she was thrilled, Rachel tried to act haughty. "What? I didn't hear you," Hyun Seok immediately shouted. "I said I'll do it. I'll be a hero. I'll become a hero." A cunning smile appeared on Rachel's face. It was truly the smile of a salesperson who had hit their monthly KPI. She had just been waiting for him to say that. She immediately opened the magic circle to send Hyun Seok to the world, waiting for him to become a hero, even though he wasn't prepared at all. "There we go. Have a safe trip. Since I'm going anyway, why think so much?" After hurriedly pushing Hyun Seok away, Rachel said her goodbyes, feeling as relaxed as if she had just finished throwing out a bag of trash. Immediately after, Rachel received a notification. Prospective hero number 137,421, Choi Hyun Seok, has just completed reincarnation. As for poor Choi Hyun Seok, he had no idea he had just been scammed. He was by no means the only prospective hero. He was just Rachel's 137,421st commission. Open your eyes. Get up. Sometime later, Hyun Seok heard a voice calling him in a daze. He wasn't fully awake yet, but his mind was already spinning with thoughts. Is this the village Rachel told me about? So, once I opened my eyes, The village chief will be there serving me a meal, right? Choi Hyun Seok thought that was how it would go. Little did he know, he immediately felt an unbearable pain from being hit by someone, hard in the stomach. I'll gouge your eyes out. Get up now. Hyun Seok had just been reincarnated and was already getting beaten and cursed at. He really couldn't take it. He sat up and yelled, "What kind of crazy lunatic says such deadly things?" But the moment he saw the madman, he froze and immediately shut his mouth. Who are you, daring to sleep this long in the slave quarters? The person in front of Hyun Seok had absolutely nothing to do with the gentle village chief who had the most beautiful daughter in the village, as Rachel had described. Anyone looking at him would just think this was a dungeon monster that Hyun Seok had to deal with. And so, his tone dropped a few notches. I'm a hero." "You? A hero?" the other guy asked, sounding incredibly mocking. "Are all heroes this stupid these days?" Hyun Seok looked closely and saw a giant man wearing a helmet made from the skull of a bull or something. Even though he couldn't see the man's face, his aura was overwhelming. Now, Hyun Seok finally felt that something was wrong. To calm his nerves, he tried to reassure himself that an angel like Rachel would have no reason to deceive him. So, could this bull-headed guy be his first trial quest? The more he thought about it, the more Hyun Seok trembled. It was a feeling he had never experienced even in his MMA matches. Calm down, Hyun Seok, he thought to himself. If he had figured things out this far, the next thing he had to do as a South Korean was to act. He had to act and pretend to be obedient. But what the hell, his legs, Hyun Seok's body, wouldn't listen to his brain. He delivered a kick right at the bull-headed guy. When he felt his foot hit the guy's flesh, Hyun Seok was overjoyed, thinking he had landed a hit. Little did he know, that impact was only because his ankle had been grabbed by the guy. Didn't you just call yourself a hero? I'm sick of this nonsense. Where do all these lunatics keep popping out from? His hand was incredibly strong. It felt like Hyun Seok's ankle was about to be crushed. He struggled to break free, but he couldn't. You'll come to your senses after getting a good night's sleep, you self-proclaimed hero, the bull-headed guy said. As he spoke, he threw a punch. It was the first time in his life, for this multi-year MMA champion, that Hyun Seok blinked and watched someone punch him without being able to counter. When he woke up again, he had already been thrown into an underground dungeon. Hyun Seok couldn't accept that things weren't going the way Rachel had promised earlier. So he started screaming in the dungeon, "Open the door, you lunatic! Bring that bullhead back here and let's fight again." The prison door actually opened. A jailer with a giant, blood-stained blade stormed in. Who was making all that noise? Even though he was an MMA champion, when he saw a real blade, Hyun Seok was just as cowardly as anyone else. He fell backward, shaking his head repeatedly to signal, "It wasn't me. I was just shouting." The person said, "If you yell one more time, I'll cook you into soup." "Yes, I will be quiet," Hyun Seok replied without a second thought. The person added, "I'll be watching you. Behave yourself." "Yes, I understand. Goodbye." Hyun Seok was so scared he almost cried. That jailer was a goblin. Before that, it was a bull-headed guy. Now it was a goblin with a real sword. It seemed like Hyun Seok had reincarnated into a fantasy world. He regretted having agreed with Rachel so quickly. This was terrible. This so-called wonderful adventure in another world was complete nonsense. And now, never mind the most beautiful girl, or the village chief's daughter, Hyun Seok was afraid he would kick the bucket for the second time, while still a virgin. "Hey, are you a newcomer?" Suddenly, someone's voice echoed from the ventilation shaft. "Who is that?" Choi Hyun Seok immediately replied, "Me? I'm a senior who is about to become a hero. We are in the Demon King's military fortress, you idiot." Choi Hyun Seok realized he was also a South Korean. Meeting a fellow countryman in a place like this made him extremely emotional. Even though they were separated by a wall, Choi Hyun Seok tried to ask, "Senior, what is going on here? Why did we end up in this place? You really want to know?" The other person replied, then suddenly raised his voice. "Hey, are any of you self-proclaimed heroes still alive? The real hero has come to save us." Immediately, countless voices responded to him. Every single person claimed they were a hero and were begging for their lives. This made Hyun Seok even more surprised. What exactly is this world? As you can see, there are hundreds of heroes trapped in the Demon King's military fortress. The bull-headed guy you saw is the leader of this place, Zedron, and the prison guard you saw earlier is called Jack. He is infamous for his cruelty, so be careful. But there's no need to be careful, because you've already been targeted anyway. And besides, the reason we are all here is because of that evil demon named Rachel. The guy explained everything in one breath. When he mentioned Rachel's name, Hyun Seok couldn't help but swallow hard out of tension. As for the other guy, when he mentioned Rachel, his tone couldn't hide his rage. That female demon sent us to the wrong place. The wrong place? Hyun Seok became even more frantic. Senior, what do you mean? Weren't we supposed to start somewhere else? Yeah, absolutely. The heroes captured from elsewhere have said so. They said there is a starting area designated only for heroes, and most heroes start in cities or villages where heroes usually live, without any power. But none of them started their journey right in the middle of the Demon King's army like we did. The more he explained, the more Hyun Seok felt that things were really screwed. Could his current predicament be the work of that angel? That beautiful girl with blonde hair and a huge chest was actually a female demon? Not long after that, Hyun Seok's hellish life officially began. He was promised to become a hero, but now he had to experience the life of a slave. Every day, Hyun Seok and another hero had to carry a large log so Jack could sit on it. He managed those in the same situation as them with forced labor. Once he had exploited them enough, he would let them go back. Hyun Seok had to stand in that position all day. His whole body was exhausted, but he didn't dare show any dissatisfaction. He could only think in his heart, that fat, short goblin bastard, one day I will definitely tear you to shreds. After that, Hyun Seok was released. That was the first time he felt that this prison wasn't all that bad. Thinking back, before coming here, Rachel was always blabbering about hero privileges and game-like status windows. Because he was so busy, Hyun Seok had forgotten this. Now he wanted to see if it was real, or if he had been tricked by her again. But when he summoned the status window in front of him, that thing actually appeared. Currently, he is at level 1 with 28 strength points, agility 29, vitality 31, and mana 10 points. Those are the only unique stats Hyun Seok possesses right now. Wait, a D rank? Is this my status window? And a vitality of 31? What does that even mean? Hyun Seok muttered. The person in the next cell heard him, immediately poked a hand through the ventilation hole, and asked excitedly, Hey, you, did you get vitality points? Yeah, I think so. My strength is at 28. You said you were a champion? As expected, you're on a different level. You've already got stats over 30 while still at level 1. That was clearly a compliment. But Hyun Seok didn't feel happy at all. No matter how high his stats were, he was still just a slave. However, the guy next door seemed thrilled. No, if it's you, you can definitely escape from here and become a hero. Ordinary people usually just get a D rank. Your case is super rare. Yeah, good night. The guy kept babbling, giving Choi Hyun Seok a massive headache. He flopped onto the floor and covered his ears. Choi Hyun Seok didn't let those words sink in, because he had no hope that someone, like a level 1 prisoner, could escape the Demon King's jail. By midnight, when the guy next door was finally asleep, Hyun Seok sat up quietly to study his status window more closely. He felt there were two promising things. First, the mana that granted supernatural power. Second, the hero point that he didn't know the use for yet. It seemed like those old heroes didn't know anything about it either. The proof was that Hyun Seok had asked the senior in the next room if he had any hero points, and he said he didn't. While Hyun Seok was focused on the window, a familiar, blinding light suddenly appeared. Oh my! Long time no see, Mr. Hero. Hyun Seok jumped out of his skin when he saw the new arrival. Wasn't this the great Rachel who had tricked him and kicked him here? Before he could even say a word, she put on that seductive face just like when they first met, and continued. Rachel here, should I tell you about the use of those hero points? Though it sounded like a question. Before Hyun Seok could answer, Rachel started blabbering. Hero points are a crucial feature that makes a hero's life easier. You get them by completing quests, and you can use those points to, she hadn't even finished her sentence when Hyun Seok grabbed her with his hand. Because Rachel was currently in her mini-size, he could completely squeeze her with just one hand. Then, Hyun Seok made a look of pure annoyance. I don't care about hero points or whatever the hell that is. You deserve a good beating. After that, Hyun Seok punished Rachel by tying her up and attaching her to a fishing rod. The lady had to struggle to explain her mistake to calm him down. It turned out Rachel's magic circle was broken because she had spilled some coffee on it while snacking. She didn't even know it herself, which was why she sent Hyun Seok to this place. Rachel herself was punished by being made the manager of Hyun Seok. To be more precise, she was his fairy assistant. Rachel would have to accompany him until he defeated the Demon King, even though she had finished her internship over 100 years ago. Sorry, but I don't care about that hero business anymore. Hyun Seok replied. What? What do you mean? I don't intend to defeat any Demon King. I mean, I'm just going to live a normal life here. He finished speaking and laid down to go to sleep. Rachel seemed panicked and hurriedly tried to convince him. Hey, There have been many promising heroes who decided the same thing, but you have SSS tier potential. But Hyun Seok seemed much more stubborn than she expected. That doesn't mean I have to do this or that. From the very beginning, I never saw it as my mission. I don't want to live and have to fight non-stop like in my past life. Good night. Hyun Seok had no intention of continuing the conversation, no matter what Rachel said. At that moment, she suddenly felt her future was under serious threat. But Rachel didn't understand why Hyun Seok suddenly had such strong opinions. In her eyes, he was just a fool who only knew fighting and women. But, if he was so determined, what was Rachel supposed to do? She wasn't happy about being sent here to be his fairy assistant either. What? Why do I have to be Choi Hyun Seok's fairy assistant? I might have made a mistake, but to be a fairy assistant all over again? Isn't that a bit too harsh? Above all, the master wants me to be with him until he kills the Demon King? Rachel shuddered, remembering when she was thrown here by her superior. Even though she had struggled with all her might, she couldn't resist that supreme power. The final decision is in my hands, Rachel. Now go, Rachel. I will send you to the Demon Fortress, where Choi Hyun Seok is. Don't come back until you complete your mission. And just like that, Rachel was thrown into the human world she hated most. Being a fairy assistant sounded cool, but in reality, it was just supporting an assigned hero. You had to actively cooperate and share both success and failure with that hero. That was the reason why she appeared here and had to listen to Hyun Seok's every word. After all, a fairy assistant had to follow every word of their hero, right? He suddenly asked. Yes, of course. Rachel thought Hyun Seok had changed his mind. Then you'll have to join my escape plan. As soon as he said that, the door was rudely knocked on by someone. Fast as lightning, Hyun Seok sat up, grabbed Rachel, and hid her. Immediately after, the door was opened, and a few pale green goblins appeared. Get up, you pieces of meat. Hey, I can use invisibility. Rachel, held tightly in Hyun Seok's palm, was vehemently protesting. He was in no mood to care about her screaming. Hyun Seok just felt curious. Why the roll call was already over, yet these bastards were still showing up. That cold chill on his neck was truly a bad omen. Sure enough, after that, Hyun Seok received a notice that Zedron was looking for him. Completely clueless, he was led to the room of that bull-headed guy. You've been working very hard these past few days. Jack told me he has a beautiful new mount. Zedron stared at Hyun Seok, who was still carrying Theo. Jack spoke in a very gentle tone. The situation didn't seem quite like what Hyun Seok had imagined. He never would have dreamed in a million years that this bastard, this foul-smelling goblin would actually praise him. However, it seemed Zedron was genuinely complimenting him. At first, I thought you were just a crazy human, he said. But it's good that you've been working so hard. So, would you like to become a slave overseer? It was like a lightning bolt striking from a clear blue sky. Hyun Seok had no idea what was waiting for him. Was this invitation a trap? Zedron explained that he made this proposal because the work speed had dropped over the past few days. Meanwhile, Rachel, who was invisible, kept nagging in his ear. You're not going to accept, right? You're going to turn him down, aren't you? Answer me. Listen to me. How could a hero ever bow down to a subordinate of the Demon King? It seemed that because Rachel was speaking too loudly, she was invisible, not soundproof, so both Zedron and Jack faintly heard some noise. To cover it up, Choi Hyun Seok had no choice but to roar, to drown out the mosquito-like buzzing from Rachel. Thank you, sir. Just leave it to me. I will do my best to make those people work as productively as possible. Because of Hyun Seok's excessive reaction, Zedron didn't pay any more attention to the voice. He said that he was becoming more and more impressed with him. He even promised that if he did a good job as a slave overseer, he could write a special recommendation letter for him to join the Demon King's army. Now, you may leave. After giving his instructions, Zedron wrapped things up. Hyun Seok tried to swallow his tears. His plan to escape had gone up in smoke. A few days later, Hyun Seok was playing the role of a villain even better than he had imagined. His only job was to sit in the guard tower, munching on apples and yelling at the people below. Hey, you! Move faster, will you? My grandma runs faster than you. At this rate, how are we ever going to finish today's quota? By shouting, or rather, leading everyone for a long time. Hyun Seok's hidden ability called Prestige had been enhanced. Just by sitting in a cool spot and getting paid, he even learned a new skill. Hyun Seok felt extremely satisfied with his position as the slave overseer, while the others, of course, found him incredibly eyesore. That guy has finally gone to the dark side. I heard he used to be a hero. They weren't the only ones complaining about this change in Hyun Seok. The person with the most intense reaction was, of course, Rachel. She thought they would get into big trouble if he kept acting like this. Just trust me, he said. Hyun Seok replied, a sparrow like you couldn't possibly understand the heart of a phoenix like me. After that, he began yelling again, even at those who had fainted on the ground without showing any mercy. The system sent a notification to Hyun Seok that the favorability Zedron had for him had increased. With only a few steps left to reach his goal, Hyun Seok read the notification and immediately turned his head toward Zedron's room in the distance. He flattered him loudly. "Thank you, Sir Zedron." This time, Rachel really couldn't take it anymore. She screamed into his ear at the top of her lungs. "Mr. Hero, I thought you wanted to continue your adventure and escape this place. Is this what you call an adventure, or are you just running away? Hey, I'm just following the system's instructions. Isn't following the system also a hero's duty? But raising the favorability of a Demon King's subordinate is what now? You want me to believe there's a task like that? Do you want me to read it out loud?" Hyun Seok retorted. Then he started rambling, reading the system quest. "You woke up in the Demon King's army fortress due to a mistake by some idiot." "No, that sounds weird," Rachel interrupted him because, no matter how she heard it, it felt like Hyun Seok was mocking her. The system is a program that only uses neutral language, so how could it call you an idiot? Perhaps the SSS-Rank hero system is a bit different, but it's the truth. "What else do you want me to do?" Hyun Seok replied, and Rachel really couldn't do anything to him other than scream. Recalling the night before, after returning from Zedron's room, she had also screamed with similar volume. Rachel questioned why Hyun Seok could happily accept the offer to be the Demon King's slave overseer. After that, as usual, she was grabbed by him with just one hand. Rachel felt that if Hyun Seok used just a little more force, she would be crushed. "I'm not the crazy one here. You are." From the very beginning, whose fault was it? Immediately after, a system window appeared in front of Hyun Seok, and he wasn't lying at all, because it was written on it. "You woke up in the Demon King's army fortress due to a mistake by some idiot. Feeling like something's wrong, like going to the bathroom and running out of toilet paper? But don't get discouraged. Luckily, you have been given a chance. Obtain 10 points of favorability from Officer Zedron of the Demon King's army, because a true hero must learn to utilize his enemies. Goal: obtain Zedron's favorability. Reward: 100 hero points." At first, Hyun Seok was also suspicious of this absurd quest, but then he adapted to it very quickly. Only Rachel was annoyed but couldn't do anything about it. Furthermore, she knew that only those of a higher level had the authority to change the quest content, so why would they change Hyun Seok's quest? Rachel truly couldn't figure it out. "Hey, you mount." The armored guard suddenly appeared and ordered, "Hyun Seok, come with me. Sir Zedron is calling for you." So, he went to that guy's office once again. Zedron's face was bright, proving he was in a great mood because he had heard that the productivity of the slaves had increased significantly ever since Hyun Seok took the position of slave overseer. When he praised him, he wasn't arrogant at all. On the contrary, he flattered him back. "It's nothing, sir. I'm just a humble, ignorant human. It's all thanks to the wise choices of Lord Zedron." Rachel stood on the side, speechless, thinking, "You don't actually think that cheap flattery is going to work, do you?" she muttered to herself. But somehow, it actually worked. Because a moment later, Hyun Seok received a notification that Zedron's favorability toward him had reached the threshold, and the hero quest was complete. As for Hyun Seok's reward, it was, as promised, 100 hero points, and the rookie hero shop had been unlocked. Seeing that it actually worked, Zedron's jaw dropped in shock. As for Hyun Seok, well, things were progressing nicely. The favorability quest was done, so it was time for him to move on to the next step of his plan. Hyun Seok spoke up cautiously. Lord Zedron, if you don't mind, may I begin the slave training program?" "Slave training?" Zedron frowned, asking back. Even this small shift in his demeanor was enough to make Hyun Seok particularly tense, but he continued. "Think about it, sir. An elite group of slaves working together, highly disciplined slaves doing the work of 3 men without a hint of laziness. With slaves like that, even the fortress construction could be finished within 1 week." It sounded interesting, but Zedron didn't feel it was very promising because human physique is simply too weak to work and train at the same time. "Zedron, you've done well." Hyun Seok spoke again. He had grasped the psychology of his opponent, realizing that Zedron was, in reality, just a minor officer under the Demon King, and he also wanted to be praised by his superiors. "So," he replied without further consideration. Approval granted. Just like that, Hyun Seok's plan was approved. Rachel, however, couldn't grasp his bizarre train of thought. She just felt her hero had gone absolutely insane. First, bowing in submission to the Demon King's army, and now, training slaves too? Rachel began to pity her own fate, being tied to such a hero. "It's way too noisy," Hyun Seok interrupted while she was still rambling. "Listen, I have a plan. A plan? You're planning to scam me again, aren't you? Rachel shouted resentfully. Scam? What kind of scam? Do you think I'm you? Look, I'm planning to use the slaves to incite a riot. What? A riot? Rachel finally calmed down enough to listen to Hyun Seok's explanation. This fortress held 3,000 slaves, while the Demon King's army only had 500 soldiers. Furthermore, there was a human alliance base not far from this fortress, and they would rush to build it up, while these people were in the chaos of the uprising. Hyun Seok believed he could ask for support from the human alliance. Hearing this, Rachel suddenly felt her bleak future starting to brighten. Mr. Hero, looks like you're not just a muscle-brained idiot who only knows how to fight, huh? How truly moving. Hyun Seok ignored her backhanded compliment. Now, he just had to check those mission rewards. He still didn't know how to use those 100 hero points. You really got hero points? Rachel asked in surprise. Because up until now, she thought that whole win over Zedron quest was just something Hyun Seok made up. I told you, and now. I also have something called a rookie hero shop. Once he finished speaking, Hyun Seok opened the shop interface. He hoped the system would give him something good. After all, this was basically his lifeline. With eager anticipation, Hyun Seok actually managed to unlock a few skills, but the first one was Hold Breath. The second skill was Hold P. Both were F rank. The rest of the skills were either cooking or cleaning and laundry. He was left completely stunned. Rachel, standing to the side, couldn't help but burst into laughter. She explained that it was because Hyun Seok's hero shop was only at level 1. If he collected more hero points and upgraded the shop, who knows, he might find something actually useful. Shut up, you scammer fairy. Hyun Seok roared, reaching out to grab Rachel. It seemed from now on they would still have plenty of loud, chaotic arguments like this. The next morning, as usual, Hyun Seok continued his career as the head slave driver. Today was the first day of the slave training course. The heroes who had been captured as slaves had to stand neatly in lines. Under Hyun Seok's direction, they unwillingly sang songs praising the Demon King. They weren't happy about it at all. But when Zedron saw this sight, he was very pleased. He increasingly felt that letting Hyun Seok train the slaves was the right move. Just then, Jack suddenly burst into his office with a panicked look, saying there was an urgent report. Lord Zedron, the human army is heading this way. The 8th division that confronted them has fallen into a trap and been captured. Zedron was startled, because the 8th division was the largest unit in his territory. If this division had been wiped out, then the human army reaching this place was only a matter of time. Must he abandon the fortress when it was nearly finished? He thought to himself that he certainly wasn't willing to do that. Jack, on the side, urged Zedron to evacuate immediately. But he wasn't in a hurry. In Zedron's philosophy, since ancient times, wars have been viewed as battles for supplies, and the first rule of war is to never lose a capable supply officer. Thus, he made a bold decision. Keep going, Jack. I'll take care of Hyun Seok and follow you. At that moment, Hyun Seok was still focused on training the slaves to sing. He wanted to train them how to fight, but because Zedron kept monitoring them, he couldn't proceed for the time being. Suddenly, Hyun Seok heard a sound. It was Zedron busting the window bars of his room to jump outside. Then, while he was still sighing about not having any new quests, Zedron jumped down from the high floor, landing right next to him. Lord Zedron! Hyun Seok jumped in shock. What's wrong? There's no time to explain. Come with me right now, Choi Hyun Seok. Yes, but why so suddenly? Where are we going? Seeing him so urgent made him even more panicked. Before Zedron could drag Hyun Seok away, they heard a loud shout. Attack! Victory is within our reach. The fortress gates were blown open, and the human army had entered. As soon as they appeared, they unleashed a volley of arrows, taking down many goblins. Zedron was immediately targeted. Over there! That bastard is the Red Nightmare, Zedron. Regular soldiers, fall back. The knights will handle the enemy, a commander shouted. The army quickly surrounded Zedron and Choi Hyun Seok, who was being held tightly by him. Choi Hyun Seok didn't know why humanity's army appeared there, but wasn't this his chance? The chance to stab the Demon King's army commander in the back and return to human society? That thought flashed through Choi Hyun Seok's mind. A human knight lunged straight toward them, but the bull-headed demon was tougher than he had imagined. Zedron grabbed the knight's head with one hand. Then he squeezed hard. Even though the knight was wearing a sturdy helmet, under his grip, the man's skull quickly shattered. Immediately after, Zedron unleashed the 7th form of his personal martial arts, a destructive shockwave. A massive tremor erupted with him at the center, and the entire human army was sent reeling by that power. Are you all right, Choi Hyun Seok? After finishing, Zedron turned back to ask with clear concern. It seemed he really viewed him as a loyal subordinate, which was why he cared so much. The thought of betraying Zedran and returning to human society that had just been sparked in his mind was immediately extinguished. "I'll be leaving right away, sir," Choi Hyun Seok said, though Rachel couldn't hold out for long. Soon, the fortress was quickly controlled by the human army. The slaves were liberated and divided into groups based on their kingdoms of origin. Warriors and regular prisoners were also separated. This made the warriors who had been imprisoned for so long feel incredibly comforted. "Wow, we're finally being treated like warriors. Thank you all for coming," the warriors cheered. Among the group, an elderly and imposing man suddenly appeared. He introduced himself as Oliver Grimmier. He was the Duke of the Dragon Empire and the commander of the Allied forces. "Commander, the evacuation of the residence is complete. I've also listed those who claim to be warriors," a soldier reported to Oliver Grimmier. "Then let's begin," he replied, with a dangerous smile. The soldier nodded and ordered the others to take their positions, but strangely, they drew their swords. Then, they received orders to eliminate all the warriors who had been separated into their own group. This sudden situation left those who claimed to be heroes shocked and panicked. Meanwhile, Choi Hyun Seok was sitting in the Demon King's army evacuation carriage, moaning endlessly. "Goodbye, other world. Goodbye, my adventure. Goodbye, my second life." He had no idea that being forced to follow Zedran had accidentally saved his life. If he had stayed at the fortress and claimed to be a hero like the others, he would have already been on the death list. Along the way, Choi Hyun Seok sat in the carriage with Zedran, who was so violent he crushed the skulls of those who chased them, so now, no one dared to pursue them. "Warrior, please, pull yourself together." Seeing that Choi Hyun Seok's mood was not good, Rachel whispered, trying to comfort him. "This crisis is your opportunity. Go to their headquarters and get precise information on the Demon King's army." "Shut up, you liar," Choi Hyun Seok hissed, but it seemed he couldn't control his volume, and Zedran, who was dozing off, suddenly woke up. "Did you say something, Choi Hyun Seok?" he asked. Choi Hyun Seok shook his head frantically, saying he was just muttering to himself about how honored he was to be riding in the same carriage as him. Zedran was a gullible soul. He believed Choi Hyun Seok immediately and even seemed quite happy. According to Zedran, they were nearly at the 3rd Legion's headquarters. When they arrived, he would officially induct him into the Demon King's army. "Truly a absolute honor, sir," Choi Hyun Seok replied with flattery. But inside, he was already falling apart. Soon after, they reached the 3rd Legion's headquarters. The gate guards, having heard Zedran had returned, hurried to open the gates. "Follow me. I will take you straight to the commander," Zedran said as he got out of the carriage. "It is truly an absolute honor to meet the commander so soon." Choi Hyun Seok continued his spam of flattering praise, but his heart was breaking more by the second. "It is a true honor, but remember to watch your manners in front of the commander if you don't want to lose your life," Zedran warned. It seemed he intentionally emphasized the words "lose your life," making Choi Hyun Seok's limbs tremble. He tried to force himself to stay calm. People said that as long as you have wits, you can survive even in a tiger's den. Choi Hyun Seok wasn't an idiot. He believed he would get through this ordeal. So, he followed Zedran to Commander Hermes' office. After reporting, the two were allowed to enter, but Choi Hyun Seok heard a woman's voice from inside. Could Commander Hermes be a girl? "Oh my, look who's here, you've returned. Zedran, you're even more muscular than before." As they walked in, the person sitting in the chair was indeed a woman, or rather, a female demon. With long earrings like an elf, her eyes were covered by a silk ribbon, and her mouth stretched to her ears, but it had been meticulously stitched shut. It was Hermes, commander of the 3rd Legion. "Your beauty is becoming more radiant, Commander," Choi Hyun Seok replied. The two went back and forth teasing each other, making the air thick with tension. However, Choi Hyun Seok was still shocked by Hermes' eerie beauty. He didn't know what to say to be polite. Should he compliment her beauty? "Commander, I am very ashamed that I could not protect the fortress," Zedran said as he stepped forward. Hermes didn't seem to care much. She said it was entirely the fault of the 8th Division commander, not his fault. Mentioning the 8th Division commander, Hermes' expression didn't change at all. She calmly stated, "I should have skinned him and turned him into a bag." Choi Hyun Seok retracted his intention to compliment Hermes' beauty. The cruelty of this woman made it impossible for him to breathe. The pressure Hermes exerted was on an entirely different level compared to anyone he had ever faced before. Fortunately, she retracted her malice immediately and slowly sat up. "Whatever. But what's with the human you brought along?" Zedran finally had a moment to introduce Hyun Seok. Judging by his words, it seemed he had reported about him to his superiors beforehand, and this time Red Room wanted him to officially join the demon army. Hermes stepped closer, her sharp fingernails gently poking Hyun Seok's skin. Cute. A talent personally chosen by Zedron? Should I get my hopes up? I will do my very best, ma'am. Hyun Seok was so nervous that he couldn't control his volume, nearly shouting the response. Hermes looked him up and down once more, then remarked that he wouldn't survive in the demon army with such a thin, fragile body. Zedron fully agreed with her point, adding that Hyun Seok would soon be devoured by the others, and that a human joining the demon army was unprecedented. Therefore, Zedron asked Hermes for permission to personally train Hyun Seok, but this time she quickly refused, reasoning that Zedron couldn't waste time on a mere human. As she said this, Hermes slowly raised her sharp claws to her mouth and tore the stitches at the corners of her lips. Instantly, the alluring, beautiful woman transformed into a monster. Her head turned into a man-eating flower, and the sight left Hyun Seok frozen in place. Next, Hermes pulled a mysterious creature out from her throat, and then, her face gradually returned to normal. From now on, you are designated as the caretaker of my pet, Hermes said to Hyun Seok. This little guy is Bobo. Isn't he cute? Hyun Seok truly had to swallow his criticisms. A pet? It looked like a dog, but also like a hellish monster. He didn't know how to lie and praise Bobo, so Zedron spoke up first. Wow, I can feel a powerful energy even though he's just a baby. I can also feel how elegant he is. Hermes seemed very pleased with these compliments. Then, she turned back to Hyun Seok, her tone dropping several degrees. What was that reaction? You don't like him? Hyun Seok reacted immediately. Demon Army candidate Choi Hyun Seok, it is a true honor to be Bobo's caretaker. Good. That is what I like to hear, Hermes replied, satisfied. Before tossing the dog into Hyun Seok's arms, she didn't forget to remind him to feed it on time because Bobo was still growing, and if he got hungry, he would get angry. Yes, my lady. Following Hermes's orders, Hyun Seok went to get his uniform and took Bobo to its kennel. Only when the creature was asleep did he dare to tell Rachel that he had received a new heroic quest, and that quest was to increase Bobo's affection level. The reward was 200 hero points. This time, Hyun Seok really had to question that damn quest-giving system. Before, it made him earn affection points from the commander, which was one thing, but now it forced him to make the commander's pet like him too? Do these quests even resemble anything a hero would do? Hey, human! The door was knocked a few times, and a short goblin walked in. By sheer survival instinct, Hyun Seok immediately bowed low to greet him. This goblin was also a caretaker for Bobo. Even though he didn't like being looked down upon by these low-level goblin demons, Hyun Seok had no way to fight back. Where are the other seniors? He asked, trying to strike up a conversation. There are none left. They're all dead. So, from now on, you and I will prepare meals for Bobo, he replied. If you understand, then get moving. As soon as he finished speaking, Bobo woke up from his short nap. It seemed he was hungry. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been licking the bald head of that goblin. Realizing he was about to be served as dinner, the goblin rushed over and grabbed Hyun Seok's leg, constantly pushing him toward the vicious dog. You're awake, aren't you? Here, this fresh human was prepared just for you. That scared the living daylights out of Hyun Seok. At that moment, he had no mind left to butter up this crazy goblin. As he struggled, he kept cursing, while his opponent kept pushing him toward the dog with all his might. Shut up, human. Today, one of us two must die. Then you're the one who has to die. Choi Hyun Seok wasn't going to give up that easily. After all, the guy was just a goblin 3 times smaller than him, so how could he lose? With that said, Choi Hyun Seok tossed the goblin toward Bobo. Your dinner is served, Bobo. What followed was a sight too tragic to watch. It seemed Bobo was very satisfied with this meal. That was something both Hyun Seok and Rachel could clearly see. He had temporarily escaped a death sentence. As for Rachel, she was spotted by that monster. It started taking its time, chasing her as a form of amusement, and Rachel was not having any fun at all. Don't make it run for too long. It'll get hungry again, Hyun Seok reminded her. Meanwhile, his hand was busy scrolling through the hero shop, hoping to find something useful. And Hyun Seok actually found something. It was an extra-large bone capable of attracting any kind of monster, priced at 30 hero points. Hyun Seok didn't think twice and bought it immediately. Bobo, who was busy chasing Rachel, heard him call his name and turned around, annoyed. Bobo, do you want this? He pointed to the bone in his hand and then threw it with all his might. If you want it, go get it. The dog quickly chased after it and caught the bone. At that moment, Rachel was finally able to catch her breath. Where did you find that item? I wish you'd found it a bit earlier, she asked, panting heavily. It's all thanks to my genius brain that doesn't miss any small details. This mission will be a breeze. Hyun Seok hadn't even finished his sentence when Bobo lunged forward. If Rachel hadn't been quick, she would have been gobbled up in one bite. It seemed that bone wasn't enough. Hyun Seok guessed it wanted fresh meat. Once again, he had to rack his brain to save his life. Otherwise, he would be eaten sooner or later. Choi Hyun Seok wondered if there was any kind of magic that could soothe this mad dog, so he decided to lead it outside. Upon hearing that he could go out, Bobo instantly transformed into a well-behaved dog, and just like that, the guy, the dog, and the angel left the room together. Rachel tried sniffing around to find some food, but it was no use. Out of options, she told Hyun Seok to grab a goblin they happened to pass by to ask for directions. "Excuse me, could you point us in the right direction?" Hyun Seok followed her lead. The goblin was stunned the moment it saw him. It was shocked to see a human appearing in the army, but when it saw Bobo, it was even more surprised. It was so terrified its legs turned to jelly, and it stumbled backward. The goblin demanded to know why Hyun Seok was hanging out with Bobo. Meanwhile, the dog had already lunged forward to lick the goblin. "Hey, Bobo, don't eat him," Hyun Seok commanded. To his surprise, the dog actually listened. Once it let the goblin go, he explained, "I'm the person who's been assigned to take care of Bobo starting today. Do you happen to know where the kitchen is?" "The kitchen is to the left," the goblin blurted out, before sprinting away, looking as if it feared being turned into dinner if it delayed even a second. Seeing the goblin's panicked state, Hyun Seok and Rachel couldn't help but laugh. Why was he so scared? Is he really a soldier in the demon army? That's exactly what I was going to say. The two laughed for a moment, before returning to their main mission, finding meat in the kitchen. However, a serious problem arose. While the two were busy laughing at that coward of a goblin, Bobo had vanished. "Where the hell is that dog?" Hyun Seok shouted. If he lost that dog, he wasn't sure what Hermes would do to him. Choi Hyun Seok felt that if he looked away for even a single second, everything would turn into a disaster. Rachel looked around in every direction and finally spotted the dog. "Oh, sweetie, you had me so worried." Hyun Seok grabbed onto that hope like a lifeline. He started buttering the dog up, but as Bobo ran back to him, 3 words flashed through his mind. "We're screwed." Why? Because Bobo's mouth was smeared with blood. Just a few seconds later, the surrounding air turned chaotic. Hyun Seok heard multiple panicked voices. "Commander Regis is dead. Who did this? We'll make sure to get revenge for you." Hyun Seok was truly speechless. They didn't need to guess to know that Bobo was the culprit behind this chaos. As the ones looking after the dog, they had become the targets for the goblin's revenge. Hyun Seok and Rachel were chased down by the mob. With no other choice, he scooped up Bobo and ran. Rachel sobbed as they fled. "Oh, hero, are we really going to die here? Is this the end?" "Shut up. If you have time to whine, just run," Hyun Seok shouted back, running with every ounce of strength he had. But luck was not on his side. He hit a dead end. The goblins were closing in fast. By now, Hyun Seok was cornered. In their eyes, he was the one who had murdered Commander Regis, and they intended to tear him apart. "We'll gnaw on his arms and legs like chicken wings and drumsticks. Tear both the dog and the human to shreds, and then we'll split them up." The goblins looked at Hyun Seok as if he were a delicious feast. In this situation, reasoning with them was impossible. Hyun Seok was deeply troubled. Even though his mind was a tangled mess, he forced himself to stay calm. A person's most important asset is their mental state. After all, if your spirit wavers, you're sure to be defeated. So, even though he was scared to death, he raised his voice and shouted, "How? How dare you? Do you even know who this brave soul is? Isn't he just another monster?" The goblins hesitated, confused by his sudden change in attitude. Hyun Seok shouted even louder, "How rude, this is Bobo." As soon as they heard the name Bobo, they immediately realized it was Commander Hermes's pet. However, they only knew the name, and had never actually met Bobo. The goblins were rattled. Half of them thought it was just a bluff by Hyun Seok to escape, while the other half worried it might be true. At that moment, Hyun Seok set Bobo down on the ground. "Why are you failing to recognize Bobo? How shameful. You, what are you doing, human?" The goblins instinctively backed away from his actions. A dangerous smile spread across Hyun Seok's face. "What am I doing?" "Unleashing the beast, of course." The moment he took off the leash, Bobo's cute, obedient demeanor vanished. It transformed back into a mad dog, baring its fangs and lunging at the nearest goblin. The next scene was chaotic and reeked of blood. Meanwhile, Hyun Seok stood by, leisurely, and watched. A mad dog without a muzzle was enough to start a bloodbath all on its own. After the first goblin was completely devoured by Bobo, the rest immediately became much more obedient. They lined up in a neat row, bowed 90 degrees in unison, and apologized to Hyun Seok. "We are so sorry. It was our ignorance." Even though they were only afraid of Bobo, Hyun Seok shared in the intimidation. and his reputation soared. He had subdued many demons, causing his hidden prestige stat to skyrocket. Just as Hyun Seok was enjoying this newfound power, Hermes' voice suddenly rang out from behind him. I was wondering why it was so noisy out here. A cute rookie doing something interesting, are we? Afterward, Hyun Seok followed her back to her private office. There, he recounted everything that had just happened to Hermes. Upon learning that Choi Hyun Seok had used her reputation and bobos to survive, Hermes let out a delighted laugh. Choi Hyun Seok immediately knelt at her feet to apologize. I'm sorry, my lady. I have committed a grave offense. Nonsense. That was a compliment, Hermes replied. After all, you are just a human, but you are very smart, unlike the idiots around here, and you have guts too. Choi Hyun Seok acted as if he hadn't heard the last part and could only stammer his thanks, but it seemed this day's events had truly amused Hermes. In the demon army, everything was settled with violence, so this had caused quite a bit of noise and trouble. The commotion Choi Hyun Seok caused today was like a breath of fresh air, making her suddenly offer him an invitation. Do you want to become an enforcer? Compared to Zadron's previous offer of becoming a lead slave, this proposition from Hermes left Hyun Seok even more stunned, given his scrawny frame and current skills. With those odds hovering near zero, is she really asking you to become an enforcer? Right now, it's a bit complicated. I can't just let you keep using my name and slacking off, Hermes said slowly. But the demon army has a decisive battle that allows you to claim your opponent's rank. I will protect you for 1 month, but after that, you must defeat an opponent of my choosing. With every victory, you will get your protection extended by another month. And if you can slowly climb your way up to the position of a battalion commander, perhaps you'll actually be useful then. It's certainly a tempting offer. But Choi Hyun Seok couldn't help but think about the alternative. So he asked, what if I lose? Then don't expect a peaceful death, Hermes replied, her smile growing more and more twisted. You will definitely wish that you had died in battle. That smile made Choi Hyun Seok's skin crawl, but he had no choice but to accept this twisted deal, especially since Hermes looked ready to slice him in two if he dared to say no after leaving her office. All the energy seemed to drain from his body. With an opponent chosen by her personally, Rachel felt that she might have to say her final goodbyes to Choi Hyun Seok in just 1 month. Hey, you said my potential was SSS-Rank, right? Choi Hyun Seok suddenly asked. Do you not understand what potential is? It's a capacity, not a fixed level of power, Rachel replied haughtily. You call yourself a fairy assistant, but it seems like you're not much help, huh? Choi Hyun Seok muttered, but then he suddenly realized that the two of them were walking past the kitchen. Except, this door looked more like something out of a horror movie than a normal kitchen. Choi Hyun Seok cautiously pushed the door open, but before he could even say hello, he heard a voice reeking of hostility. You must be the human the commander mentioned. I am the chef, Kunkan. Why are you here? Just being a chef in the demon army was enough to send a chill down Choi Hyun Seok's spine. He quickly came clean about his purpose, coming to ask for some snacks for Bobo. At this, Kunkan let out an ah, apparently realizing that Choi Hyun Seok was Bobo's new caretaker. Even so, he flatly rejected Choi Hyun Seok's request. Why should I help you? The only order from Commander Hermes is that I shouldn't lay a hand on you, that's all. Is there any other way? Choi Hyun Seok tried to negotiate. Kunkan thought for a moment and replied, if you really need meat, go hunt for it yourself, like them. Following Kunkan's gaze, Choi Hyun Seok saw a group of goblins dividing up a fresh pile of meat. But that greenish meat looked no matter how you looked at it like the meat of their own kind. Choi Hyun Seok even heard their blood-curdling conversation. What kind of meat is this? It's so tender. Heh. It's Pateo's meat he kicked the bucket yesterday. He's just as delicious as he looks. So, it really was cannibalism. Choi Hyun Seok tried to suppress his nausea while watching the goblins, who were no different from butchers, behind Kunkan. Did he really mean he wanted Choi Hyun Seok to go hunting himself? A ferocious wild boar rushed toward Choi Hyun Seok, its eyes filled with hunger. It shouted joyfully, "Kill it, that's our dinner." This caught Choi Hyun Seok off guard, wondering why he was even in this mess. But just a moment later, when the boar was about to get close, he dodged quickly and realized that the boar had killed Morgan. He realized the cruel truth. They called it hunting, but it was nothing but endless slaughter. He hardened his resolve to avenge Morgan and launched a counterattack at the boar, quickly revealing its true form. Now, he confidently looked at the miserable state of his opponent and said, "Who knows whose dinner is who now?" An invisible voice spoke up. "What do we do now? Hero, should we run?" The victorious Choi Hyun Seok calmly replied, "Do you really think I can escape a crowd like this?" However, he remained extremely cautious in his own mind. He realized that she was right. He was in danger. Then he said he had to take action. While lost in thought, a voice rang out, serious. "Hey human." It made Choi Hyun Seok jump. He immediately raised his hand and replied, "Yes, I'll be next." Kunkin tilted his head backward, replying to Choi Hyun Seok, "No, you don't need to do that." Out there, a large crowd of people surrounded the carcass of the boar that had just been taken down. They shouted joyfully, "The hunt is over!" But Choi Hyun Seok still couldn't help but wonder. He thought they were just hacking away without a thought. How did they take it down? A demon stood in front of Kunkin, reporting the progress, 12 dead, many injured. Hearing this number, in contrast to Kunkin's composure, Choi Hyun Seok appeared extremely shocked. He thought to himself, "The casualties are huge." Kunkin spoke up, "All right, good job. We'll find the next prey after a rest." Hearing these words, he realized he didn't care at all. He turned to speak to the invisible Rachel. "Rachel, I've thought about it. Running away isn't an option anymore," Rachel asked in confusion. "What?" She angrily questioned him. "Are you planning to hunt monsters with them?" He denied it immediately. "No. Why would I do that?" He gestured with his hand, explaining, "Stats only increase when I level up. That means I only need experience to level up." But Rachel still asked in confusion, "That's true. But where are you planning to find experience in this situation?" He stammered, "Well, I can still get that experience if I just land the final blow, right?" This statement left her stunned. She replied in surprise, trembling as she pointed at him. "You're right, but that's so dirty." But he didn't care. He turned away sharply and said, "Thanks for answering my question. Let's go." He thought to himself, "I don't have many choices here. If the commander is truly serious, I have to get stronger within 1 month." With a flattering expression, he approached Kunkin and gently called out, "Chef?" He replied in surprise, "Oh, human, I thought you had run away." This comment caught him a bit off guard. He awkwardly replied, "I would never do that." He thought to himself, "Does he know what I'm thinking?" He explained to him, "I was thinking about joining the next hunt as a brave member of the demon army." Upon hearing this, Kunkin's expression turned serious. He muttered, "Human despicable," while inwardly thinking, "Did I cross the line? Zedron enjoys it when I do this," he thought. Suddenly, Kunkin beamed, "I love it, human." Choi Hyun Seok scratched his head, hearing that. "It's all thanks to the head chef, sir." But the moment he said that, the chef declared he would lead the next hunt. Choi Hyun Seok froze in place. The chef gave him a thumbs up and said, "Dead serious. For us, leading is the highest honor. We don't usually let a rookie take that spot, but you're a special case." Hearing this, he cleverly tried to refuse. "Head chef, how could I stand before the noble demons? The other chefs will complain if I lead right now." Another demon hurried over. "Head chef," the chef asked sternly, "what is it?" The demon, face full of panic and fear, shouted, "Monsters are invading." Strange cries echoed through the sky. Kunkin looked up and said, "That cry, damn it, and Euron is coming." Choi Hyun Seok asked in confusion, "Are we in danger?" But contrary to the earlier anxiety, the chef replied calmly, "Not really, but urine meat doesn't taste that good." This left Choi Hyun Seok completely helpless. The head chef drew his sword and said softly, "Whatever," as he raised the blade toward the sky. He ordered everyone, grab your weapons. Let's add urine stew to the dinner menu." Hearing that, Choi Hyun Seok smirked behind him. "Delicious. I just need to stay close and land the final blow." Just then, Rachel pushed a surge of power toward him and shouted, "Take this too." Choi Hyun Seok felt his health and strength rise slightly. He was surprised. Rachel looked smug as she reached out to pat his head, saying, "Haha, don't mention it." But Choi Hyun Seok wasn't grateful at all. Instead, he raised a fist right toward her head, complaining, "Couldn't you have used this sooner?" With that, he shoved her aside, leaving her in pain, while he marched forward triumphantly, shouting, "Let's go. The final blow is mine." At that moment, he thought, "Think, Choi Hyun Seok, a noble golden-haired girl, not too many, just 5 kids that look like little rabbits." He happily raised his fist, full of excitement. Thinking of this, he put all his might into a leap. He believed he was protecting his retirement plan. Without hesitation, he slammed his fist into the middle of the Euron's neck, causing it immense pain. Just then, the system pinged. "Euron defeated. Level up." He looked astonished. "Leveled up 4 times with 1 finishing blow? At this rate, I could reach level 20 today. Finally, I'm getting stronger." His face lit up with eagerness. Elsewhere, a demon stood before a bunch of Eurons, which had collapsed and were extremely weak. He was about to raise his sword to finish them off, when Choi Hyun Seok suddenly lunged in and elbowed the guy in the chest, saying, as if by accident, "Oops, my bad, my elbow just slipped." He wore a wicked, triumphant grin. He became manic with joy, thinking, every single finishing blow in this world belongs to me. The battle ended. Vecchio approached Choi Hyun Seok and asked, "Are you done?" But he replied calmly, "Yeah, nice work," he informed her. "We've killed all the monsters, and it looks like they've finished butchering them." At that moment, the demons were happily grabbing and enjoying the delicious meat. They fought over the bigger pieces. This made Choi Hyun Seok feel alienated and repulsed. A hand slapped his shoulder, calling out, "Hey, Choi Hyun Seok." The head chef, holding a piece of meat and chewing away, asked, "What are you staring at?" He jumped, startled, and asked the chef, "Head chef, are they allowed to eat military rations like that?" He calmly explained, "Didn't you know? That's a chef's privilege. Monster meat tastes worse after a while." He looked at him and continued, "Do you think soldiers like us get to eat fresh meat whenever we want? Good meat is the reason I want to live here." Hearing this, he looked confused. A privilege? Do they die because of this stuff? Is there no labor union at all? The head chef didn't seem to sense his mood and continued to hold the meat out to him, invitingly. "Eat, Choi Hyun Seok. You fought like a warrior. You have the right to eat this meat." Hearing this, and looking at the meat in front of him, he could not hide his hesitation. Then, he gathered all his courage and took a bite. He tasted it. The meat had a pungent smell, yet he could taste. He thought, bland and tough. If this were sold in Korea, it wouldn't last long. He then looked at the demons fighting over the bland meat. He thought to himself, they're risking their lives for this bland meat? Suddenly an idea popped into his head. I can control them through their stomachs. I will be the god of cooking. But just then, Rachel's voice rang out. "Are you listening?" He ignored her and continued his own train of thought. "Open a hero store." This statement surprised Rachel immensely. The book opened, and he thought, I have 70 points left after buying toys for Bobo. I'll spend it all on this skill and this item. His face showed satisfaction as a blue light emanated from his palm. Rachel couldn't help but be angry. "What are you buying?" But he ignored her entirely. He thought, "I'll show you, you stupid demons." At that moment, he held a spice jar containing MSG in his hand, costing 20 points. He was proud to have bought what was known as the pinnacle of Korean cuisine. Rachel was extremely surprised by his decision. She angrily questioned him, "Salt? Do you have points to burn or something?" But he remained indifferent to her questioning, scratching his head as he explained, "Oh, come on, don't be so short-sighted." Saying that, he sprinkled the MSG onto the meat. As he did it, he explained, "Just watch. Seeing is better than hearing. This will let you taste the pure flavor on your tongue." He excitedly carried out his plan. He sprinkled the spice evenly over the pre-grilled meat. He looked at the juicy, golden brown, delicious meat, and proudly shouted, "Done. Juicy, aromatic, perfectly cooked." He excitedly looked at his creation, proudly believing himself to be the god of this new world. He happily brought the grilled meat to the head chef. Kunkin respectfully invited him, "Lord Head Chef, please try this piece of meat." This surprised the chef quite a bit. The human was so earnest that he bowed 90 degrees, but the chef refused, saying, "Thanks, but I'm kind of full right now. Can we do this later?" But you wouldn't give up. Continuing to persuade him, "I put so much heart and soul into this. If the great Kun can. If you would just try it, I would have no regrets even if I died." Hearing such desperate pleas, he reluctantly tried a bite. He muttered, "Fine, let me try a bite." The moment he put the meat into his mouth, he felt it. Wait, this flavor. He remembered the time long ago, when he was just a kid, living quite an introverted life. Even when he reached adulthood, his mother would always say to him, "Little Kunkin, do you want some meat tonight?" He remembered the taste his mother used to make, and his own introverted nature back then. Thinking of this, tears began to fall. After eating the meat Choi Hyun Seok gave him, Kunkin was refreshed and gave him a huge bag of meat to take back. Before he left, he warned, "This food will stay fresh for up to 2 days. If you need more, just come see me." This made him feel extremely proud. He sincerely replied, "Thank you, chef." Back at home, Choi Hyun Seok was slowly walking inside. He poked his head through the door and excitedly called out, "Bobo!" From inside the house, Bobo dashed out joyfully, running straight toward him. Instead of being annoyed, he looked incredibly happy. Bobo grabbed a piece of meat from his hand, but he playfully teased the animal by holding onto the meat, making it grumpy. He refreshedly said to the creature, "Eat as much as you want, buddy. You're pretty much a master of the dog world now." He watched as Bobo gobbled down the delicious meat. He promised, "If you like it, I'll bring more tomorrow." Hearing this, Bobo looked at him with glistening eyes, its face unable to hide its pure delight. Just then, the system pinged with a notification. Bobo's favorability had increased. The favorability target had been reached, and the hero mission was completed. You have received 200 hero points. Receiving this notification, Choi Hyun Seok's face couldn't hide his excitement and triumph. He clenched his fist and thought to himself, just as planned. Finally, I did it. Rachel appeared from behind, surprised, and asked, "Did you finish the mission already?" Choi Hyun Seok happily replied, "Yeah, I feel more confident now." As he spoke, he pointed at the status board and happily said, "Now I've got a ton of points." Rachel continued to ask, "That thing will boost your stats. Haven't you used them yet?" He replied calmly, "How could I dare to use it when I don't know what they do?" In his head, he couldn't help but regret wasting 22 points of his life. He then shot a glare like a bullet toward her and said, "Isn't it because some idiot skipped the tutorial?" Hearing this, Rachel's face couldn't hide her embarrassment. She sheepishly explained, "We can still go over it." Immediately, she took action. "All right, here we go. This is your guide." Rachel's explanation. You can use your points on 4 basic stats: strength, stamina, agility, and mana. Strength increases your physical power. Stamina increases your endurance and durability. Agility increases your reaction speed and base speed. And as for mana, well, as you guessed, it's for magic. But Choi Hyun Seok was still puzzled. Then what is charisma? She heard him and replied that it was a hidden stat, so he couldn't level it up with points. It could only be increased through proper training. Then, she concluded with one final remark. Simply put, just level them up evenly. Hearing this, he grabbed his own arm, confused, and asked back, "Is that so? Usually, increasing strength is still better, right?" This question seemed to make her unhappy. She retorted immediately, "What? It might be okay at the beginning, but toward the end, mana is very important. Of course, a body reinforced by mana will be stronger than a body with just big, bulging muscles." This remark from Rachel made him reflect. He asked, "So, should I do it like this?" Then, he pointed to the status screen with his stats. Strength 23, agility 40, stamina 34, mana 36. Rachel saw this and nodded in agreement. "Yeah, that's fine," she continued. "Now, go to the shop and buy basic mana control." Hearing this, he looked confused. "What is mana control?" She patiently explained. "It simply teaches you how to manipulate mana. It should cost about 100 hero points. Let's see basic mana control." But Choi Hyun Seok didn't seem to agree. He directly cut her off. "There isn't any." This made Rachel extremely angry. She tried to persuade him, "That's impossible. It's a common item in the shop." But he still didn't care. He thought to himself, "I thought she might be useful for once, but she's so useless." He even thought, "Really, I can't trust her at all." Rachel retorted angrily, "No, I swear it's there. It should have been there." 3 weeks later, Choi Hyun Seok lay flat on the training ground, exhausted. He sighed. "Finally, I leveled up. Level 100 takes way more time than I thought." Rachel, beside him, nodded in agreement. Naturally, the experience points required to level up keep increasing. Looking at his improved stats, he proudly said, "There's no hero as hardworking as me, right?" But Rachel scoffed. "What are you talking about? You're already a slacker." Hearing this, he was annoyed and said, "A slacker, you say?" Then he slammed his hand hard onto the floor, pinning her down, and yelled angrily, "Do you know how many times I almost died today?" Rachel cried out in pain, "But it usually takes half a year just to hit level 100. By now, Rachel had been squashed flat. She pleaded her case, "I just wanted to be friendly." Choi Hyun Seok didn't care. He said, "You brought this on yourself." At that moment, the door suddenly opened. A demon soldier entered and announced, "Hey, Trainer Choi Hyun Seok. The commander wants to see you. Get ready." Inside Hermes' office, she sat perched on her chair and said to Choi Hyun Seok, "Welcome, Choi. Choi Hyun Seok. You look better than the last time we met." She gave him a flirtatious smile and complimented him. "You've become stronger, too. Your mana levels seem to have doubled." Hearing her words, he beamed and replied, "I tried my best to feed the highest quality meat to Bobo every single day." Hermes continued, ignoring his comment. "But you're getting stronger too quickly," she questioned. "Is it thanks to the hero leveling system?" Hearing this, he was startled and thought to himself, "Since when did she know I'm a hero?" Hermes seemed to have guessed his mood and said, "I've known since the first time we met." This made him even more confused. "Huh? But how?" She reassured him, "Don't be so surprised. I know you're interested in researching heroes." Saying this, she laughed and remarked, "Now, worry about yourself." Why do you think I called you here? Standing opposite her, he was trembling nonstop. He wondered, is it about Bobo's training? Is it the last assessment? Or, he clenched his fists, hesitant to make a guess, because of the upcoming battle. But she didn't answer immediately. She just said, "That's right. Do you remember our promise?" He smiled confidently in response. "Of course I do." Hermes grinned even wider and asked, "Oh, really? Why are you acting like this?" Just then, he transformed into a monster, opening his massive jaws toward him, leaving him completely stunned. She shouted angrily, "I've known you were a hero for a long time. Do you think I didn't notice you leveling up so fast?" she added. "Work harder if you don't want to die. This is all to keep me entertained. Got it?" After she said that, he clutched his chest in pain, while she continued to press him. When do you think the audience gets the most excited? Is it bloody performances? Or a landslide victory? No, it's when there's an unexpected variable. Back in his room, he pondered deeply. That monster must have thought the same thing. Lost in thought, he considered how she had chosen one that he had no chance of defeating, wanting to force him into a disadvantage. She had already warned Jack, so Rachel suddenly interrupted his train of thought and asked seriously, "So, what are you going to do? Are we going to die?" He snapped, gritting his teeth. "Calm down. Let me think for a second." He explained, "Knowing your opponent before the day of the battle is for the best. I need to learn how strong it really is." But she disagreed, anxious. "But we only know its name. How could you possibly recognize it?" He didn't answer, just tapped the screen. "There's an item I want to buy from the hero shop." Ignoring Rachel's surprise, he decided to place the order. He picked up the glasses and said, "It's called a combat power scouter." The screen displayed the item's specific information. She was surprised, staring fixedly at the glasses, unable to help but exclaim, "Oh, a power scouter?" He agreed. "Yeah, I'll use it to measure power levels, then train by fighting a tribe leader with similar strength, just like those experts." Hearing that, she just sighed, mocking him for worrying about trivial things. He stuck his tongue out to tease her, still better than being useless. Saying that, he looked through the lens at Rachel and noticed she was at level 375. He commented, "I don't know if this is high or low. Should we measure ourselves too?" Rachel tried hard to hold onto the glasses, but Choi Hyun Seok snatched them away, ordering, "Give it here." Relying on his larger physical build, he quickly grabbed the glasses, making her look annoyed. But just then, he looked surprised. He wondered, "What's wrong? Can't you see anything?" Hearing this, Rachel's face contorted, and she stammered, No. I just thought it was broken. Otherwise, why would you be stronger than me?" Rachel saw Choi Hyun Seok's displayed power as 1,560 and shouted, "Hey, why are you so surprised? Are you sure you aren't the weak one?" Being jabbed by the boy, Rachel collapsed. 10,000 years ago, I was actually really strong too." Not paying her any mind, he put the glasses on and said, "So it works, right? Let's see how strong our Bobo is." He looked over at the pet. Seeing his pet gnawing on a bone innocently, it had a power level reaching 47,422. Choi Hyun Seok stuttered, 447,422? We're weaker than a dog? Is that dog on steroids?" A while later, the three went out to the streets to investigate. "Now, let's check the levels of others." He glanced at a few creatures that looked as weak as goblins. The strongest had a power of 1,620, while the weakest was 231. He sighed. "Most of them are at the same level as me." Suddenly, a goblin commander glided past him. He broke into a cold sweat upon seeing the power stat of 14,300. The boatman commander arrived and offered a salute. Those with stats over 10,000 were at least commander level. Choi Hyun Seok turned to ask Rachel, "My opponent is going to be a squad commander, right?" "That's right. His name is Kot Ken. I heard he's a pinhead, a squad commander. His power must only be around 3,000, right? So maybe I have a chance." "Wait, that pinhead is him?" Choi Hyun Seok adjusted his glasses and looked at the raging creature. Kot Ken cleared the training ground, and the power stat displayed on the lens was 6,671. His eyes looked like they would pop out. "Los Nauna? Wow, what a surprise. Well, you're definitely dead now." Suddenly, the system board appeared. "Hero Quest. Damn it, your chances of winning against that pig are almost zero. But your strength is not giving up hope in the direst of situations, right? That's why you were given a second chance. Increase your power by 3,000 inches 1 week. Reward: 300 hero points. Hey, this quest appears at just the right time. Is it monitoring me? Whatever, I'm already committed. Let's do it. It's do or die. Keep watching, Hermes. Even if you're an AI, I'll still play the game. I will survive. The next morning in the kitchen, he rushed in. I'm here. Come on in, Choi Hyun Seok. Kunkan immediately noticed the new gadget on his head. That's a stylish item. Where did you get that? Oh, I saw some others wearing one, so I went and bought one too. Kunkan sighed. Do the younger generation like stuff like that these days? Anyway, get ready for the hunting patrol. Choi Hyun Seok took advantage of the moment he wasn't looking, pulled his glasses down, and saw power levels reaching 35,230. Why? Why is it so high? This is the strength of a normal general. He was extremely astonished and scanned his surroundings. No, not just him. I had some suspicions, but all the chefs here have higher power points? Instead of fighting monsters, looking at the weakest one at 1,969 and the strongest at 2,620, he pondered. That means if I can train with someone as strong as Kot Ken, I might be able to sense his level. He acted on his thought immediately, bowing deeply. Master Kunken, please allow me to spar with a chef. Spar? Yes, I want to improve, Master. After learning one or two more things, seeing Choi Hyun Seok's sincere expression, Kunken hesitated. Well, that's a bit troublesome, isn't it? Choi Hyun Seok, you're strong enough compared to a human. No need to be in such a rush. Hearing him say that, his attitude did a 180-degree turn. If you don't allow it, I'll eat all the meat today by myself. Kunken saw him intending to leave and reached out to hold him back. I've been waiting for someone like you. Who do you want to spar with? A while later, the goblins in the kitchen started whispering. What's going on? It's nowhere near hunting time yet. What? Choi Hyun Seok wants to spar with Golbazem? So, he's going to die today? No, I can't live without his meat. Looking at Golbazem's massive frame with a power of 2,620, Choi Hyun Seok refused to back down. Other goblins saw the situation wasn't looking good and whispered to each other, should we kill Golbazem first? Kunken heard them and cursed. Shut up, you idiots. Then, he turned to the other guy and warned him. You got that? Golbazem, try not to kill him. Don't overdo it, just put on a good show. All right? Looking all goofy and dim-witted, the guy replied, Golbazem understands. Once the two of them stepped in, Kunken shouted, all right, let's get started. Everyone got into position at his command. Choi Hyun Seok widened his eyes, observing closely, while Golbazem just mumbled to himself, looking unfazed. Don't kill him. Then, Choi Hyun Seok initiated the combat. He lunged forward with a yell, only for a fist to whiz past his face. He dodged the blow and quickly concluded, this guy's punches are purely instinctual. With a confident smirk, he pivoted and struck back with a kick. But do you know how many times I've won fights like these by just following my instincts? His kick landed square on Golbazem's face, distorting his features. As he collapsed on the spot, Kunken stuttered, completely shocked, and declared the unbelievable result. Choi Hyun Seok wins. What? Golbazem lost? What just happened? It was so fast I couldn't even see it. Choi Hyun Seok was stunned too. He went down with just one simple punch? Wait, if that's the case, maybe I actually have a shot at winning this. Cut to the north of the Black Forest, where the goblins and Choi Hyun Seok were gathered. He was hiding, watching a creature with stats twice as high as his own. With just a simple kick, Choi Hyun Seok couldn't help but feel smug. Exactly. Those power level numbers? They're just for show. I just need to be a little bit stronger, and I'll easily win this battle. Suddenly, a goblin ran up to report. Kunken, chef, a huge number of Talas have appeared up ahead. Really? So that's Talas territory? What a pain. Choi Hyun Seok asked, why? Do they not taste good? No, their meat is actually delicious, and their bones make for a great stew. But they live in packs and have an incredibly strong protective instinct. If you dare touch their young, then you're dead for sure. Hearing Kunken's lesson, Choi Hyun Seok scratched his head. Oh, so I guess the hunt is over for today then? Kunken disagreed. But the meat is so good, let's hunt them anyway. The next second, he pulled a massive meat cleaver out of nowhere and grinned. Everyone, charge. Tonight, we feast on Talas meat. The goblins followed Kunken's lead and charged. Ah, Talas meat. Don't let a single one escape. Kill them all. Not a single one is allowed to get away. Seeing the fierce-looking enemies, the Talas began to tremble. Surprisingly, Choi Hyun Seok wasn't afraid of a strong opponent, he was only afraid of incompetent teammates. He nudged his team. Hey, why are you blocking my way? He smirked. Lots of experience points today. The final blow is mine. A while later, 2 mounds of skulls had already formed. The more they fought, the more fired up they got. Choi Hyun Seok was thrilled when he heard the level-up notification from the system. He aimed for the last one and stomped on it. Rachel saw this and couldn't help but praise him. You're really good at stealing the final blow, hero. I know, right? That's why I love working in the kitchen. Suddenly, the ground shook. Stunned, he turned around. What the hell? A goblin screamed. It's here! The Talus Queen! A massive skull covered in poisonous mist approached. The monster inside the skull stared with yellow eyes, and upon seeing piles of its kind lying dead, it gritted its teeth in rage. Choi Hyun Seok quickly lowered his goggles to see how strong it was, wondering why everyone was panicking. The power is immeasurable. Warning. Choi Hyun Seok wavered and turned to call out, Kunkan, chef, what do we do? But to his surprise, all he saw was the man running for his life. What the hell? Everyone, try to survive. See you later. That irresponsible jerk. Suddenly, a shrill scream pierced Choi Hyun Seok's eardrums. He turned around defensively and shouted, Spread out. A bloody, weak hand reached out. Chef, where is the chef? The Talus Queen had lost control due to her hatred. She shrieked, her voice filled with both agony and fury, making Choi Hyun Seok's head throb. He covered his ears, wincing. What kind of sound is that? It's deafening. Rachel sensed the killing intent and warned him, Hero, watch out behind you. As soon as he spun around, he saw the Talus Queen pointing at her minions to charge at him. They were all rushing toward him. Choi Hyun Seok turned on his heels and bolted. No choice now. Time to run. As he ran, he could hear the goblin's screams. He didn't dare stopping meant death. He had to save himself. After distancing himself from the group, he panted heavily. He stopped in front of a deep, dark cave. A cave? Is it safe? He looked inside. It was empty, and Rachel had just checked it. Why is it here though? Choi Hyun Seok didn't dare go in immediately. He really didn't trust the look of the inside of the cave. But it was still safer than running around in the forest, so he decided to go in. He pulled out his knife, looking around. Wow, it's deep. A natural cave? Who knows what's in here? The ceiling was high, too. Rachel flew behind him, whispering, I hope there aren't any spiders in here. Hey, be careful. Suddenly, some slimy green substance on the cave wall dripped into his eye. Wait, don't tell me, Rachel explained anxiously. No way. The chef said there were no spiders around here. Choi Hyun Seok curiously reached out to touch the slime. I've seen this before, but this is all spider silk. A thought flashed through his head. If that's the case, then Choi Hyun Seok looked up at the cave ceiling. It was covered in spider silk and eggs. Is this really a spider's nest? His voice trembled. This isn't good. We need to leave now. No sooner had he finished speaking than a claw lunged at him. The Talus Queen had caught up and was attacking relentlessly. The one who killed her young, Rachel reported in fear. The Talus Queen is here, I can see that. The two of them scrambled back toward the exit. Run, get out of here. This place is too dangerous. We can't stay here. Suddenly, Choi Hyun Seok tripped on something under his feet. That thing blocked his path, causing him to fall hard. What did I trip on? Seriously. As he was falling, not caring about anything else, he grabbed the first thing he could reach to use as a weapon and hurled it at the Talus Queen. Get away! Get lost! The egg flew hard at her. But strangely, she caught the egg and held it tight, doing nothing else. He was stunned. What is this? It stopped attacking. Did that thing distract it? I can't believe it. He turns to ask Rachel. Why is it acting like that? It seems to like what you threw round, shiny, and sticky. It looks like Talus spider eggs. He jumps back, glancing at that squirming pile. Licking his lips, Choi Hyun Seok flashes a grin. Is that so? He decisively picks up another one. Aiming at the Queen Talus, he threatens, That's enough, you crazy spider. Sure enough, this thing manages to suppress it. The Queen Talus trembles, staring at him. Well, all right then. Choi Hyun Seok gets into a pitching stance like a pro. Here it comes. The afterimage of the egg flies through the air. The Queen Talus chases it in a panic, reaching out to catch it. Whoa, your reflexes are top-notch. Rachel, hovering nearby, marvels. That must be thanks to your monster physiology. Not bad, Choi Hyun Seok. What's next? He smirks. What other choice is there? The expression on Choi Hyun Seok's face right now is no different from a total pervert's. Egg addiction? I've got hundreds more of these, you know. Oh no, they're all smashed. That's not good. I guess you're better at catching than I thought. He chuckles. Choi Hyun Seok feeling quite triumphant. Choi Hyun Seok turns to Rachel. Give me more eggs. Huh? What eggs? That was the last one. Her words hit him like a bolt of lightning. What? Sure enough, the Queen Talus falls into a total frenzy. It lets out an angry screech and charges at Choi Hyun Seok at breakneck speed. Hey, hero, the spider is coming. Keep focused. Accelerate. The Queen Talus looks like it wants to tear him apart. but it seems exhausted from catching all those eggs. Focus, Choi Hyun Seok. You can win this. It screams and unleashes an attack toward him. Choi Hyun Seok doesn't wait to die. He activates his ultimate skill. Nirvana Strike. The two collide, and the shockwave sends rocks flying everywhere. The Queen Talus takes a direct, earth-shattering blow, dead on the spot. The system's level-up notification rings repeatedly, leaving Choi Hyun Seok stunned. So we actually won? Rachel, who had been hiding all this time, finally pops her head out. Hero, are you okay? Okay? How the hell could I be okay? I was scared to death. Rachel just smiles awkwardly. Haha, let's move fast and get out of here. They reach a temporarily safe spot, and Rachel begins to heal his wounds. Are you using recovery magic on me now? That's right. Investing points into magic was worth it. You aren't hurt too badly, just stopping the bleeding is enough. Alright. I'll spend my stat points, so let's go. He reaches out to tap the system screen. Currently, his level is 108. He increases his strength, vitality, agility, and magic stats. Looking at the stat board, Choi Hyun Seok can't help but feel proud. Finally, I've balanced my magic with the other stats. I'm not sure how it'll work, but this is an investment for the future. Suddenly, deep in the ravine, someone else appears. That voice, Choi Hyun Seok? That voice? Could it be? Turns out it's Kunkan, the guy who ran off earlier. Ha ha ha, I didn't think you were still alive. He laughs heartily, clapping him on the shoulder. Yeah. What about you, Kunkan? Why are you here? When asked, he looks smug. I ran for a while and found this cave. Looks like we're both lucky, huh? Choi Hyun Seok has had enough of this guy. He says directly, "This is a talus spider nest." That makes the old man freeze. Kunkan stammers, pointing at the squirming things. A nest? Yeah. So those sticky things are talus eggs. Old man, this is their hatchery, so let's get the hell out of here. To Choi Hyun Seok's surprise, the man rushes forward, cradling an egg in his hands. Talus spider eggs, a delicacy the high-ranking crowd only dreams of. And it's right in front of me? Head chef, wake up! We need to get out of here! His shout pulls Kunkan back to reality. Hearing that, the man doesn't even care. He lifts the egg up to eat it. The ones chasing me are probably in the nest now. Besides, it takes at least a legion commander to take down a Queen Talus, so let me eat my final meal. Suddenly, from the dark cave tunnel, there's a sound. There's a room over there. Wait, are we out? It's two goblin assistants. They are surprised. Whoa, head chef? You struggled a lot just to stay alive. Eat up. Choi Hyun Seok looks down at the egg in his hand, suspicious. Is this really my last meal? No way. I still have to enjoy the grand feast my future wife will cook. I can't end it so meaninglessly like this. I'll escape again, no matter what. At Hermes' study, a voice speaks up. Greetings, Commander. Hermes lies on her chair, smiling seductively, still so stiff and formal, as always. You've completed your assigned mission. Zedron looks at her, responding seriously. Yes, my lady. I have succeeded. I captured the Saintess in waiting of the Holy Kingdom, just as you ordered. Hermes stands up excitedly. See? I told you Zedron was wonderful. Overcoming the Judao sect and their followers in just 3 weeks? That's amazing. He blushes shyly at her praise. You're too kind, Hermes. Hearing a knock on the door, she frowns. What is it? You're ruining this wonderful moment. The green monster reports quickly. Commander, there is an urgent report. An incident has occurred while the chefs were gathering ingredients. Hermes speaks in a low voice. The usual issues in the district. What could be so urgent that you're panicking? He replies, this time, the scale of the incident is quite large. The Queen Talus has suddenly appeared, and now most of the chefs, including head chef Kunkan, are either dead or missing. The two hear this and are shocked. Oh my, Zedron asks, and what about Choi Hyun Seok? The green monster answers, the beast tamer, Choi Hyun Seok, is also missing. Zedron mutters, Choi Hyun Seok is missing. The scene shifts to Choi Hyun Seok. The group of monsters is now eating their fill, celebrating their deaths. Kunkan watches them, satisfied. Yes, keep drinking. See you in Valhalla, my brave comrades of the kitchen. Choi Hyun Seok immediately gives him a shove. Get a grip on yourself. Kunkan looks up, asking, what the hell is this? Choi Hyun Seok says seriously, I think you've been cursed or something, so I just hit you to snap you out of it with my secret weapon. The Monster Encyclopedia. Magical Beast Edition. An encyclopedia of magical beasts. Useful information you'll want to know. It contains almost all information on most types of magical beasts. Hero points required, 50. System Hero. a spider-type magical beast that lives in colonies, possessing uniquely sturdy legs. To defeat a talus, target its relatively weaker parts, especially the body and head. The fluids from a talus's body are highly flammable. Even its eggs contain a liquid that can explode like a bomb. The caves made from talus slime are extremely fire-prone, so be careful, do not use fire magic in there. Choi Hyun Seok closed the book. So, Chef Kunkin, I wanted to ask, can you use fire magic? The man answered reluctantly. I can, but only simple moves like shooting flames. Kunkin sighed. Give it up. Choi Hyun Seok, a talus's shell isn't something that can be easily burned. By my magic, he pouted. It doesn't matter. I wasn't planning on burning the talus anyway. The man looked at him, full of confusion. Oh? Choi Hyun Seok suddenly shouted. All right, everyone, listen up. Senior chefs, I have an escape plan. He held up an egg. We need to survive. Only then can we continue to enjoy things like this, right? Choi Hyun Seok smiled and continued. Let's escape, and I, Choi Hyun Seok, will provide unlimited premium monster meat to celebrate our survival. The monsters roared. Let's do it! Kunkan placed his hand on his shoulder. Right, isn't it? Choi Hyun Seok thought. If I want to enjoy the buffet, I have to survive first. His eyes sparkled as he looked at him. So, what's the plan? Choi Hyun Seok turned away, thinking, I've succeeded. He sternly warned, remember the plan well. From now on, no one stops. No matter what happens, Choi Hyun Seok shouted, we must keep running without stopping until we make it outside. Everyone nodded in unison. Understood. He led the charge outside with great spirit. All right, let's move out. Choi Hyun Seok looked at the swarm of talus ahead and shouted, a horde of talus ahead, he commanded. Chef Kunkin, get ready. The man grabbed a fireball and lunged forward. Got it. A powerful fireball was launched. Let's go. A massive explosion occurred quickly. They're bunching up against the wall. What did you do? Choi Hyun Seok smirked. Well, if the fire spreads through the cave and the cave collapses, the remaining eggs will be toast too. So, I intentionally left a few eggs deep inside. He looked at the talus and shouted, run for it while they're distracted. Keep running. The talus, burned by the flames, shrieked, ah, my arms. Everyone scrambled to run as fast as they could. Run, don't look back, we can't stop now. Throw an egg to divert their attention. Focus on staying alive. Kunkin held an egg in his hand. There's only one egg left. We have to find an exit before we have to use it. Rachel pointed the way for Choi Hyun Seok. Hero, over there. There's light over there. He ran for his life toward the front. Everyone, this way. That's the exit. Choi Hyun Seok was attacked by a talus. He gritted his teeth in pain. Just a little more, just a little further. The group led by Choi Hyun Seok. Seok ran fast toward the light. He happily exclaimed, it's the light. We're really saved. Damn, Choi Hyun Seok froze. Before him was a giant talus. Kunkin spoke, unable to find words. The Queen Talus. Choi Hyun Seok gripped the egg tightly. The Queen Talus was incredibly furious. Kunkin looked at the monster before him, deeply worried. The Queen has returned. Is this really the end? Choi Hyun Seok thought to himself. No. He frowned. The Queen isn't attacking us, even though she saw us. There must be a reason. Choi Hyun Seok immediately tore his sleeve and held the egg up high. Hey, he began, begging. Chef Kunkin, can you ignite this for me? He turned to look. Huh. Oh, all right. Choi Hyun Seok said, provoking her. Hey, do you see this? This is your last egg. If it explodes clear-free, everyone will die. If this cave collapses, your children inside will all die too, he asserted. While I'm still asking nicely, you better step aside. Otherwise, we'll all go down together. The Queen Talus gritted her teeth in rage. Choi Hyun Seok screamed, you bastard! I said get out of here right now. Ah! She lunged to attack them. Rachel was terrified. Hero, what do we do now? He immediately lit the egg and threw it. Damn it, now even I can't help it. The egg rolled, hitting the rocks. The walls shook violently. The green monsters panicked and cried out. This shaking, don't tell me. Choi Hyun Seok looked up and thought, the cave is collapsing. He shouted and quickly lunged outward. Everyone, get out right now. Choi Hyun Seok hesitated, looking back. Rachel pulled his hair. What are you doing standing there? If you don't get out now, everything will collapse. The talus were crushed by rocks, screaming, level up, level up. Alerts kept popping up. The explosion triggered a chain reaction of explosions. Choi Hyun Seok laughed dryly, looking back in confusion. Huh? Choi Hyun Seok glanced back and thought, no way. All the talus turned into my XP. After dying from the cave collapse? He scratched his head. Is it because I'm the only one who collapsed the cave? Choi Hyun Seok stomped his feet and shouted, "Whatever, let's just get out of here." "Rachel, pull me," she exclaimed. "Finally, you've come to your senses." He used all his strength to run forward. "I've escaped that mess. But with the queen blocking the way, it's hard to escape." Choi Hyun Seok had a bold idea. "I have to distract the queen." Kunken held the egg up high and shouted, "For the great queen." Tears welled up in his eyes, his voice trembling. "I will give you this egg in exchange for an exit." Choi Hyun Seok dodged the Queen Talus's strike. "This is it." He stomped his feet and jumped hard. "At all costs, I will survive." The Queen Talus was hit by his move, causing her to spray green fluid. "Ah!" She used her silk to wrap tightly around Choi Hyun Seok's arm. He was startled and panicked. "What is this? Spider silk?" Choi Hyun Seok gritted his teeth. "Am I really done for?" Zedron suddenly appeared, hugging the spider's leg. He asked with concern, "Are you okay, Choi?" Choi Hyun Seok? He was surprised. "Zedron? Why?" He smiled and replied, "I knew you would survive." Zedron said loudly, "Let's go." He used his strength to pull the Spider Queen's leg and broke her leg. Choi Hyun Seok watched the scene, silently amazed. "Wow, so cool. The Demon King's army chefs, 105 survived. 99 are dead or missing, including Chef Kunken." At the Black Castle, in his room, Bobo jumped onto Choi Hyun Seok and clung to him, refusing to let go. He happily said, "Come on, I just came back from the dead to see you." Rachel heard this and reluctantly replied, "Thanks to that bull-headed guy. We were lucky to return." Choi Hyun Seok smiled. "You should enjoy it. We might be about to get assassinated again, who knows?" She exclaimed. "Huh? Why?" "We're close to the final trial. It isn't far now," he explained quickly. Rachel asked, "But are you strong enough?" Choi Hyun Seok nodded. "Fair point. Thanks to the cave collapse, I leveled up 75 times in one go." The system panel displayed his status. Name, Choi Hyun Seok. Class, Apprentice Hero. Level 200. Strength 80. Agility, 77. Stamina, 80. Mana, 78. Willpower, 27. Talent, National, Class C. Leadership, Class E. Cooking, Class F. Skills. Reward points, 0. Hero points, 200. He said calmly, "I've hit level 200. Rachel frowned, deep in thought. Still feels like something's missing, right?" He glanced at her. "You think so too? The opponent has over 6,000 combat power points. I only have about 3,500. She immediately blurted out, "There's the puzzle. If you had 6,000 combat power, you'd be on par with Oxo." Choi Hyun Seok rested his chin on his hand. "It's not just about combat power, though," Rachel quickly asserted. "Exactly. This power, it's not just physical strength, but magic as well. If you want to face your enemy, you have to master magic." He sighed. "Easy for you to say, but reality is a different story." She added, "But you have experience with magic, don't you?" "Did I mishear you?" "Honestly, I have to admit, that was too faint to even call it magic." Choi Hyun Seok wondered. "Me? When?" "In the Talus cave." He hung his head, reflecting on the terrifying power. "The power I suddenly felt back then, that was magic." Suddenly, the door swung open. Zedron entered and said, "Choi Hyun Seok, are you in there?" Both were surprised and spoke in unison. "Zedron?" He looked at him and scratched his head. "Oh, man. Why are you in this dump?" Zedron said sternly. "Follow me. We're going to see the commander." At Hermes' quarters. Hermes smiled as she looked at the three of them. "Why did you come here, Zedron? And meeting in private? That's not like you at all." He replied seriously. "Commander, I request that you let me personally teach him military tactics." He was taken aback upon hearing this. Hermes, intrigued, laughed. "Oh? And what's the reason for that?" Zedron explained slowly. "Kot Ken is a platoon leader, but lately, I've been seeing him in a different light. I believe he is perfect for the deputy battalion leader position. If things go on like this, Choi Hyun Seok will definitely lose." Zedron stated firmly, "He has potential. I want to see what Choi Hyun Seok's future holds, Commander." He was startled to hear that. "Why would you just blurt that out? The commander surely won't accept it." Hermes excitedly accepted the request. "Very well," Zedron replied. "Thank you, ma'am." She stretched. "If you're done, get going. I have other things to attend to." Choi Hyun Seok stuttered, while closing the door. "Thank you so much for your generosity. Commander, we'll take our leave now." Hermes watched him happily. "Choi Hyun Seok, he's already twice as strong as the last time I saw him." She smiled to herself. Meeting a creature that evolves this quickly is truly interesting, but it also makes me feel a bit uneasy. Hermes stood up. If Zedron helps Choi Hyun Seok, Kot Ken might actually lose. Her voice turned ominous. I should also grant something to Kot Ken to make the match a bit fairer. At the training ground, Zedron introduced, "This is my private training ground." Choi Hyun Seok looked around, amazed, and thought to himself, the whole place? Hermes must really favor him. He stood silently and turned to look at Choi Hyun Seok. Zedron thought, there's a massive amount of mana in Choi Hyun Seok's body, but he still can't tap into it. He's growing too fast. The best way is to teach him from the basics, but the match is in 4 days. There's no time left. Well, there's only one way. Zedron quickly threw a punch toward Choi Hyun Seok. Pain is also part of getting stronger. He was surprised. What? He said in a deep voice. Choi Hyun Seok, focus. Immediately, he was hit by Zedron and sent flying backward. Choi Hyun Seok frowned, thinking, is he crazy? Why would he hit me right after saying he'd train me? Zedron kept attacking. Focus! You'll die if you can't block this with your mana. Choi Hyun Seok quickly held his hands up to block. Wait! Zedron kept up the pressure, making it incredibly difficult for him to resist. Choi Hyun Seok was pushed back. Zedron watched him and thought, strange. His physique is nothing special, but his reflexes and perception are on par with veteran knights. He observed closely and concluded, his soul is truly unique. It's no coincidence. I couldn't dodge Choi Hyun Seok's kick. His battle instincts are truly incredible. I believe in his instincts. Zedron shouted, you went through all that for the commander. You can't take down Kot Ken without using mana. If that's the case, you're better off dying here. Having said that, he focused his energy into his lungs and blew out a long, powerful breath. It pierced through Choi Hyun Seok. Instead of dying in front of everyone, Choi Hyun Seok frowned. He struggled and thought, he's not joking. I'll die if I get hit by another blow. I haven't even gotten married yet. I haven't even had kids. Zedron immediately rushed toward Choi Hyun Seok and shouted his name. Block it, or die. He quickly clenched his fist and charged. His punch tore through the air, creating a shockwave as it reached him. God, please. The power of both caused the ground to crack. He was hit so hard he lay flattened on the ground. Rachel appeared and called out, Hero, hero. Kunkin approached him. He looked at Choi Hyun Seok and asked with concern, have you mastered your mana? Did you notice it? He reached out a trembling hand. Choi Hyun Seok's face was filled with satisfaction. God has answered my prayers. Zedron grabbed his arm and replied, good. You'll win if you keep this up. He squeezed his arm tightly. Stay still. I'll heal you. Suddenly, something made him wince. His eyes widened. Choi Hyun Seok screamed and grabbed his throat. He coughed up blood. Zedron suddenly froze. Ah, I forgot. Hagmana is poison to humans. I forgot Choi Hyun Seok is human. He quickly picked Choi Hyun Seok up. I'm sorry. Choi Hyun Seok, hold on just a little longer. There are countless powers that make up this world. Dark magic is stronger than normal magic. Magic is stronger than holy power. And holy power is stronger than dark magic. Magic belongs to humans. Dark magic belongs to demons. And holy power is for those who serve the gods. The Tyosis Cathedral, the largest religious organization, launched a holy war and brought all other religions under their control. They became the Holy Kingdom of Garen. Garen chose the person who could hear the divine oracle and elevated her to the position of saintess. Outside Mario's room there were whispers. Rumor has it the successor saintess is locked in that room. Is it true? The white-haired girl in the room was indeed the successor saintess of the Holy Kingdom, captured by the Demon Legion. Mario. The goblins outside the door kept whispering all day. She's not praying at all. Is she really the saintess? But there's no way Lord Zedron could be wrong. She bowed her head to pray. Praying to the gods? What good will that do? Mario thought. This way is better. This way is better. At the cathedral entrance, Zedron suddenly stormed in, carrying Choi Hyun Seok. The saintess woke up, looked at him, and blurted out, How rude. What do you think you're doing? Zedron spoke sternly. You need to heal this person. Choi Hyun Seok fell into a pitch-black void. My head, it hurts so much. What did he do to me? He thought indifferently. There's no way the arm I'm holding turns out to be his arm after all. At the very least, it should have been someone like Zedron. Choi Hyun Seok slowly opened his eyes. Huh? Who's this? A silver-haired beauty? Maybe I died somewhere else again. I really thought I could do something different this time. He sobbed, covering his face. I will never forget you, Angel. I'd rather be a grand mage at 30 than deal with this. This is all so wrong. And please, take Rachel to hell with you. Choi Hyun Seok kept mumbling. She's a devil wearing an angel's mask. Mario looked at him and thought, what a lunatic. He continued. And I have one wish before I reincarnate. If you intend to turn me into a hero again, could you marry me first? Mario frowned. Saint, you are pathetic. Hearing that, Choi Hyun Seok immediately snapped back to reality. Zedron grabbed his shirt in relief and called his name. You're awake. Choi Hyun Seok felt itchy. Ugh, Zedron hugged him tightly. Choi Hyun Seok gasped. You're going to kill me, he wondered to himself. Wait, why am I not dead? Choi Hyun Seok glanced over at Mario. So that's a real person? Did I just say all of that in front of her? Zedron looked at her and asked seriously. Saintess, has he fully recovered? Mario replied coldly. Not exactly. You should have noticed by now. The dark mana hasn't left his body yet. She looked at Choi Hyun Seok and continued. I don't know what will happen to him next. Zedron asked. Can't you purge the dark mana with holy power? Mario explained slowly. He will die if anything goes wrong. The dark mana will disappear over time, so just wait. Zedron looked at him and said, I'm sorry. Choi Hyun Seok. I will make it up to you by resuming the training. Training? What training? Choi Hyun Seok stammered. You don't have to do that to someone as lowly as me. He dragged him away. Wait. Hold on. Mario spoke up. A human being trained by a demon? Who is he? Choi Hyun Seok was being dragged away by Bobo. Thanks, Bobo. I heard you destroyed the house and ate the soldiers who brought food for you. Thank you so much, he said helplessly. If I weren't worried about being apart from you, I'd probably still be in training. So many things have happened today. Tears streamed down Choi Hyun Seok's face. There's still too much dark mana inside me. He slowly sat up. This is a big problem, isn't it? Am I going to die? Rachel? Choi Hyun Seok glanced to the side and called for Rachel. She sat on the ground, sobbing. Ruined. Everything is ruined. My hero isn't the same anymore. Choi Hyun Seok was confused. Huh? Why are you crying? I'm the one who should be crying here. Rachel wiped her tears, pouting. Forget it. It's all my fault. The dark mana in your body. And you almost dying just now. It's all because of me. A devil in an angel's mask. And a madman who deserves to suffer in eternal hell. Choi Hyun Seok gently comforted her. Hey, I was just kidding. There's no such thing as an item like you. Rachel yelled. Shut up. I know you didn't mean any of it. I can't take it anymore. Choi Hyun Seok laughed bitterly. Oh boy, how do I comfort her now? I'm going crazy. 3 days later, Mario looked at him and said, Once you finish training, I will heal you. Choi Hyun Seok laughed with tears in his eyes. You're as beautiful as ever. She frowned. Oh my God. He replied. I'm sorry. Mario used her holy power to heal him. Choi Hyun Seok stammered a request. I have a favor to ask before tomorrow's battle. He scratched his head. Could you pray for me not to die tomorrow? And if you don't mind, would you come watch me fight? Hearing that, Mario was surprised. The next day at the tournament, the announcer's voice boomed over everything. Welcome, you demons. The commentary by Sesam kept ringing out. A human daring to fight for the commander position? How foolish. You are just a human. The announcer spoke again. I am Jack, the host for this commander selection competition. Hermes laughed excitedly. I like this atmosphere. Who do you think will win, Zedron? He replied in a low voice. Choi Hyun Seok. He has given it his all, and his talent is truly extraordinary. She looked at Zedron and issued a challenge. So, do you want to make a bet? If Choi Hyun Seok wins, you can continue training him. Zedron asked back. What if he loses? Hermes replied. I thought you said he would win. Her smile turned sinister. Then you must kill him with your own hands. That is the responsibility you must bear for your words. He gripped the armrest. I understand. Hermes laughed with satisfaction. Good. It's been a long time since I've been this excited. The announcer's voice boomed. Now, let's introduce today's opponents. A human who dares to challenge the commander position, Choi Hyun Seok. Choi Hyun Seok frowned. My condition is at its peak. I'm not worried at all. The announcer shouted his name. Choi Hyun Seok. He stepped onto the arena with a confident air. I have new skills and traits. I am much stronger than before. New skill, Zedron-style combat. Martial arts developed by Zedron based on the Kalden dual art, passed down through the Kalden family. Includes 10 different forms. Mastery level, 8%. He laughed bitterly. Mastery level is a bit low. Mario watched from the stands. He thought to himself, I hope it'll be okay. I have to win this match and go on a date with the silver-haired saintess. Rachel immediately cried out, Hero, what are you thinking? The announcer's voice rang out. The one who will punish the arrogance of Choi Hyun Seok, the contestant. Caught Ken. Rachel was shocked. What is that? Choi Hyun Seok frowned. He looks a bit different than before. Zedron jumped up. It's him! Hermes laughed. Now you can't back down anymore. Ken quickly proved his overwhelming power. He adjusted his glasses and bit his lip. His combat level has exceeded 10,000 in just a few days? Rachel was extremely shocked. That red-lipped monster must have done something. He clenched his fists. Of course, nothing is easy. The battle has begun. I have to do this. The battle begins. Choi Hyun Seok charges forward with full force. Ken raises his hammer high, and he thinks to himself, just one hit from that hammer, and I'm a goner. Choi Hyun Seok quickly dodges and sidesteps, but the boss's movements are wide and predictable. I just need to stay calm and keep dodging. He lunges forward and punches him right in the face. Time to find an opening. The announcer's voice booms instantly. A direct hit. That has to hurt, even for Ken. Choi Hyun Seok clenches his fist and yells, here's another one. His punch lands squarely on Ken's face, and the monster growls. Choi Hyun Seok feels a moment of panic. He hasn't even budged. He quickly turns his head back. Wait! The hammer comes flying at him. Choi Hyun Seok stumbles back, but just from that one blow, his left arm is broken. He stares at the massive monster in front of him. He observes Ken charging again and analyzes. He seems normal, and his movements are still predictable. He braces his feet. I've endured worse than this before. Don't be afraid, remember what you've learned. He remembers the times he and Zedron trained together. Martial arts is the fusion of mana and combat. That's how one can shatter the ground or crush a boulder with just one punch. But martial arts isn't just about raw power. The most important part of martial arts is that it's a technique to destroy your opponent, Zedron had emphasized. I don't know where you learned to fight, but you can't defeat Ken with that. You have no killing intent. Choi Hyun Seok is stunned by every word. Without the intent to kill, your attacks are clearly meaningless. Choi Hyun Seok returns to reality. Now I remember. The important part is, he focuses his breathing. He channels his power into his fist and lunges, his intent to kill everything standing in his way. Choi Hyun Seok's power erupts. He screams, die! His punch is so strong that it makes the flesh on Ken's face buckle, looking incredibly painful. Martial arts, Zedron style. First form, destruction. Instantly, a massive explosion rings out. The announcer is shocked, and the stage is filled with dust. Mario exclaims, wait, he won? What the Ken lies on the ground with a giant hole in his stomach. Today's winner is a weakling? Choi Hyun Seok? He raises his hand, claiming victory. Choi Hyun Seok is surprised by his own strength. This damn skill, it'll kill me if I use it a second time. Rachel flies around him, overjoyed. You did it! You pierced right through his heart. Choi Hyun Seok slowly sits up. Did I really win? In front of him, Ken's body parts start knitting back together. No way Ken is still standing. The announcer's voice rings out, leaving Choi Hyun Seok in shock. It's a miracle. His gaze shifts. It seems Choi Hyun Seok has realized something. The overseer must have cheated. Zedron looks at Hermes with a puzzled look. She shared mana hacks with Ken and applied an immortality curse on him? What is she thinking? Hermes seems to have guessed Zedron's thoughts. He has mastered melee combat in such a short time. His talent is truly extraordinary, but I already predicted this. Choi Hyun Seok is amazed by the scene he just witnessed. He's still alive? Rachel speaks up. It's not him. It's the curse making him move. The curse won't last much longer, though. With the power of the curse caught, Ken charges powerfully toward Choi Hyun Seok. He stands ready. That same attack again? This is too easy. Suddenly, Choi Hyun Seok freezes. He's been grabbed. Ken squeezes his throat. Choi Hyun Seok quickly grabs his arm. Die! He uses all his strength to tear the arm off. Choi Hyun Seok grinds his teeth. All right. Ken's eyes glow. He swings his arm and throws him away. Ken's immense strength sends Choi Hyun Seok slamming into the wall. The wall shatters. It feels just like that time when I almost died. He coughs up blood. It feels as if every bone in his body is broken. The image of the Saintess, Mario, appears before his eyes. Stand up. He lifts his head. Mario signals him. You can do this. Choi Hyun Seok mumbles. Can I really win? He clenches his fist. Right. The fight isn't over until it's over. Choi Hyun Seok slowly stands up. I can't embarrass myself in front of the girl I asked out on a date. If my bones are broken, I'll wrap them in mana like armor. He quickly lifts his spirits and charges forward. Mana control increasing from F to E. Mana control increasing from E to D. Choi Hyun Seok clenches both fists, gathers all his remaining mana, and launches the finishing move. He screams, Saintess, let's go on a date. Choi Hyun Seok slams down on Ken's back. Die. The monster groans in agony, the pain multiplied by the effects of the curse. He makes a fist, gathers mana around it, and smirks. Destruction! It can shake the very ground with its pressure. I'm putting all that pressure into this one blow. Choi Hyun Seok raises his fist high. Take this! He strikes down hard on Kot Ken. It's working. Everyone in the stands is silent. Hermes props her chin on her hand and asks Zedron, "Did you teach him that?" He replies, "No. I've never seen anything like it." At this moment, Choi Hyun Seok mumbles, "A 2-day, 1-night date, including dinner and a hotel." Hermes chuckles. "Well, be careful. That's a monster," she smirks. "A hero in the demon army, you remind me of the face I hate. Choi Hyun Seok. This will be interesting." Choi Hyun Seok wakes up with a start. "Ah." He looks at Rachel and asks, "What about the battle?" "It's over," she replies. "This is your break room." Rachel explains slowly. "You won, and the Saintess healed you before leaving." Choi Hyun Seok hears this and immediately opens the system. "I have to check my stats." Choi Hyun Seok, hero candidate, level 21. Strength 80. Agility 77. Stamina 82. Mana 81. Reputation 30. Mining attribute rank C. Leadership rank E. Cooking rank S. Mana control rank D. Melee combat skill, powerful style. User points, 200. Rachel adds, "I can heal you too, you know." Choi Hyun Seok is indifferent. "I leveled up. My level went up 12 times, and my other stats increased too. My mana control went up to rank D." Rachel is surprised. "Mana control? I've never seen that happen before." He sighs. "You're overreacting again," she says angrily. "What do you mean? Mana control isn't as easy to increase as other skills." A piece of paper falls out, making him curious. "Do you know what this is?" Choi Hyun Seok cuts her off. "What is this?" At Abelson prison, Mario stares at the moon and whispers, "That was so unnecessary." She thinks of Choi Hyun Seok. He's so strange. He mastered Ramana in 3 days. For a night, learning that would take at least a week. A normal human couldn't possibly do that. He has mysterious potential, but his personality is a bit strange actually, really strange. Mario stood up and grabbed her cloak. Perhaps God answered her prayers, or maybe it was simply his talent. Mario put on her purple cloak, pursed her lips, and thought, it doesn't matter anymore. He changed his own fate by winning that battle. The Saintess stepped out with strong conviction. Perhaps he is the hope she has been searching for. She walked to the wooden door and knocked gently. The guard heard her and asked, "What do you want, Saintess Mario?" She replied coldly, "I have a favor to ask. I want to go out for a walk." Choi Hyun Seok received a message from Mario. "Meet me in the back garden after sunset." Abelson was stunned and stuttered in embarrassment. "Is this an SSS-Rank date invitation?" Outside, under the moonlight, Choi Hyun Seok stood trembling. He muttered to Rachel, "A date, a real date. How does a real date work? What should I ask first? Should I ask for her phone number? Or in this world, is it a mailing address?" Watching him lose his cool, Rachel grew even angrier. She ordered him to forget those messages and stay in his room. He didn't argue back, but coldly punched a stuffed animal. With one punch, he made her scream in frustration. "You always ignore what I say." Just then, behind her, the Saintess appeared with 2 soldiers. Seeing her, he said happily, "You're here, Lady Mario Abelson?" Only then did he notice the guards, stuttering as he asked, "Who are those people behind you?" Hearing this, she explained, "My escorts. They said I couldn't go out alone." Hearing that, tears streamed down his face. He whispered to himself, "Right after all, Lady Abelson is a Saintess captured by the Demon King's army." He thought, "What was I even expecting?" Abelson suggested, "Shall we go for a walk?" The two walked side by side, with the 2 escorts trailing behind. Choi Hyun Seok thought, "Damn it, this is so confusing." With those brutes behind them, he didn't know what to say. Suddenly, she spoke up, Choi Hyun Seok, "Are you a hero, right?" Hearing that, he was completely panicked. He asked, "How did you know?" She explained, "In this world, only heroes and demons have black hair. It grows quite long, too." She turned to him and added, "Anyway, you seem to have a lot of questions about me. Feel free to ask." He replied awkwardly, "Thank you." He gathered all his courage and asked, "Can a man like me?" His face was full of shyness. His question made her exclaim, "You really?" Just then, a red monster approached and knelt down. He shouted in surprise, "Lord Zedron!" He thought, "Damn it, he ruined the mood." The man stood before him, serious, and delivered the message. "The commander wants to see you immediately. Follow me, kid." Hearing this, he cried out, "Right now? Does it have to be right now?" The Saintess saw this and wondered, confused. "Can I really trust someone like him?" Hermes sat in front of him and said, Thuk. I enjoyed your fight, Choi Hyun Seok. But the way you keep bouncing back from death makes me think our great hero has a very strong life force, she continued. Do you remember what I proposed? Hearing that, Choi Hyun Seok replied, yes. In exchange for fighting my opponent, you would protect me. She agreed. That's right. And he wondered, will I become an official working under you, Lady Hermes? She replied wickedly. To be honest, the official part was just something I said for fun, because I thought you'd die soon anyway. Suddenly, her smile grew even more cruel. She changed her tone and turned to Zedron, saying, Zedron, didn't you say Choi Hyun Seok was talented enough to become a commander in the Demon King's army? She continued her thought. So this time, instead of fighting, let's try something else. We can't waste such a talented person in a mediocre squad leader position, can we? She said. You know that. This time, the cooking squad took a heavy hit. She continued to explain. Because of that, there has been a major disruption in the meat supply to the officials. At this rate, we'll end up eating each other. Hearing this, he seemed to realize something. He said, I understand, but why are you telling me this? She ignored Choi Hyun Seok's words and ordered, from now on, you are a squad leader, specifically the commander of the cooking squad. Hearing this, he was stunned and replied, yes? She didn't care about his surprise, placed a hand on his shoulder, and said, choose any chefs you want, starting the day after tomorrow. Get the kitchen back to normal. She finished, you can do it, right? This offer left him frozen. He could only respond, I will do my best. As soon as he returned to his room, Rachel gloated. Look who it is. Isn't this the squad leader in the Demon King's army? Despite being a hero, is this it? Are you happy? Are you happy with such an achievement? He replied irritably. Yeah, thrilled to death. She grumbled in response. I suppose you still hold a grudge. If we did it because we wanted to, it's not such a bad thing, is it? Saying that, he seriously put on the item glasses, determined. Time to start the work of a squad leader. He looked straight at Gunroom, who was lying on the floor. He said, What are you doing, Gunroom? Hearing Choi Hyun Seok call him, the creature became extremely angry. Gunroom, this slave who grills meat has lost his mind, hasn't he? Choi Hyun Seok didn't take it lying down when he saw the mockery. He twitched his mouth and stepped powerfully toward him. You're wrong, Gunroom. From now on, call me Commander. Saying that, he delivered a powerful kick, sending him flying several meters away. Using his authority, he ordered, Everyone, gather here now. He sat on the large table with authority and thought, the average strength of the cooking squad is around 2,000. The strongest is 3,500. But then, his face grew solemn. He wondered, why are there so few people? He held his head, thinking, there should be 300, but now there aren't even 20. He grew more frustrated. He had no choice but to compromise. I have to do it, or I'll be shredded to pieces by those bastards. He shouted, Raise your hands if you know who I am. Just then, voices clamored from under the barbecue machine. A demon confidently raised his hand and said, Wrong, that's just a tasty human. Hearing this, he didn't hesitate to deliver a kick toward him. The demon was pinned flat against the wall. He asserted, I am the commander. The commander, you bunch of brainless idiots. He then held up a piece of paper and gave his orders. Listen up, everyone. As the commander of the cooking battalion, from now on, you will treat me like a god. And if any of you know why there are so few cooks left, step forward and explain. One earnest fellow stepped up and said, They went hunting without orders, and were eaten by demonic beasts. Hearing this, he seemed to snap back to reality, put his hand behind his head, and said, Fair point. You guys always rush into things head first anyway. He thought to himself, Looks like I'm out of options. There isn't even a single crook in here. He then asked one final question. Who here is the best cook? The demons all looked toward Gunroom in unison and spoke up together. It's Gunroom, he decided. In that case, Gunroom will be the vice commander. Any objections? The demons replied wearily. No, sir. Hearing that, he felt reassured and ordered, Good, dismissed. He sat alone in his chair, deep in thought, calculating. To manage the kitchen, I need at least 200 people to get that much work done in a single day. Suddenly, he had an idea. As expected, there's only one way. That way was the next day. Rachel screamed, That way is Bobo? You're planning to use Bobo to threaten them? Choi Hyun Seok just replied calmly, Ho ho ho. This is just plan B. He went back to work, looking around, and mused to himself that there was only one condition for choosing a cook, the expendable bastards, and the ones who could never be. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something and shouted, Aha! Found you! Out of nowhere, he delivered a blow to Albert. You were plotting a rebellion against me, weren't you? Looking at Albert, who was in pain on the ground, he smugly proposed, "Hey Albert, become a cook." Albert seemed annoyed by the nickname. He spoke up as if to confirm, "Albert?" Then he roared fiercely, "You insolent human! Are you insane?" "I will," but he ignored him. He just raised a hand to the demon's face and ordered, "Pipe down." He negotiated with Albert in a soft tone. "Regardless, you are the first one recruited today. Do you know what that means?" This question left Albert confused. He grinned triumphantly and explained, "In the military, rank is everything, and the strong bully the weak, you know? If you join now, you won't be at the bottom for long." So he continued, "Go and bring your underlings here to take the hits for you." Albert cheered up immediately. He asked, not believing his ears. "My underlings?" He agreed. "That's right. So pull your friends over here. If you bring 5 guys, when the others get beaten 10 times in the future," his face beamed with joy. He sat down and looked at Albert, offering the proposal, "You'll only have to take 1 hit." And he called that Plan A, the pyramid. In the dining hall, the sound of utensils clattered. The commander of the Demon King's army, 3rd Battalion Commander Doris, was enjoying a delicious meal. So peaceful. This elegant meal is a testament to the peace. From outside, a loud voice shouted, "Commander Doris, sir, we're in trouble." Doris wiped his mouth and replied coldly, "Can't you be any more graceful?" "What is it this time?" the blue monster reported further. "Most of the members of our battalion have disappeared," Doris said indifferently. "Don't tell me they abandoned their posts. They have nothing to do but serve me." The blue monster hurried to explain, "It's not that. It seems they've all been transferred to be cooks for the army." Doris picked at a piece of meat with his fork. "The head chef is a human whom Commander Hermes values highly, right? Tell them to be more careful next time. Leave it at that." The soldier tried to shout, "This isn't something we can just brush off, sir. They've taken 200 soldiers to be cooks." Hearing that, Doris froze for 5 seconds. "What did you say?" At the empty lot of the training ground, Rachel spoke up. "We've gathered over 200 people, hero." Choi Hyun Seok smirked. "This is why you have to be smart." He was suddenly startled and looked into the distance. "Enough kitchen staff. Should I stop the recruitment?" Doris and the blue monster approached. Choi Hyun Seok thought to himself, "Crap, this is bad." He adjusted his glasses and said nonchalantly, "I don't know what's going on, but that guy is clearly furious." A warning sound echoed. "This scanning device cannot measure combat power exceeding 50,000. If it exceeds its capacity, it may break." Choi Hyun Seok exclaimed, "That's terrible. Pack up and run." Doris, losing his patience, shouted, "Hey Choi Hyun Seok. The guy who serves Lord Bobo is here, right?" Choi Hyun Seok glanced back and thought, "What? Seriously?" He slowly walked over to him. "Yes, that's me. What brings you here?" Doris started to introduce himself. "Ah, I am Doris, the battalion commander," he arrogantly said. "You ask why I'm here? What the hell were you thinking?" Doris pointed at the blue monsters. "You stole all the members of my battalion." He froze, thinking to himself, "Don't tell me, this bunch of rascals brought all their friends from their units?" Doris shouted, "Follow me, we're talking in my office." "Yes, Commander." Damn it, no wonder things were going too smoothly. In the private office, Doris asked, "So, you're saying you didn't do it on purpose?" Choi Hyun Seok explained, "That's right, sir. I only chose the bravest soldiers, but they all happen to belong to the great 3rd Battalion." Doris pondered, The division commander really favors this human. It's better to let this slide peacefully," he said cheerfully. "I understand. Then there's no problem, right? Just take who you want." He was surprised. "Really? I have a good feeling about this," Doris immediately said. "But I have one condition." He froze. "I have a bad feeling about this," Delete said excitedly. "Since you've already done it, you must take one more of my soldiers with you," he thought to himself. "He wants me to take another one of his soldiers? It looks like he wants to dump a failure on me." Doris's eyes glowed. "What? You don't want to? After you took all my soldiers, you're giving me attitude?" he immediately asserted. "No, I'm just too happy, sir," Doris replied immediately. "Understood. Then it's decided. I will introduce you." From outside the door, a hand appeared. "His name is Usaru. He's a cute hybrid creature." The monster looked at him and greeted, "Usaru, present, Commander." The system notification rings out. Combat power immeasurable. Doris speaks up. His flaw is that he's a complete idiot, but he is incredibly strong. "So, you should make use of this guy." The massive Usaru bellows. Usaru has taken a blow to the head, and the two of them stand there, looking on in helplessness at the training ground. Choi Hyun Seok looks at the crowd of green monsters and speaks. "I'll introduce myself again. I am Choi Hyun Seok, Bobo's caretaker, and also your new head chef. Everyone below starts murmuring. Is that the Bobo everyone has been whispering about? Choi Hyun Seok looks at Bobo beside him and says, "Well done, kid." He looks toward the crowd. From now on, we're reorganizing the units. Choi Hyun Seok pulls out a piece of paper. I've prepared a new list. Check the list and get into order. Rachel looks at him. You even prepared a list? What are your criteria? Choi Hyun Seok offers his reasoning. I think their intelligence levels are quite similar. So, I listed them by combat power. He silently praises himself. I've assigned the weaklings and those with long-term cooking experience to the kitchen duty. Truly a genius. Head chef? We're done. Choi Hyun Seok responds enthusiastically. Really? Let's see. He starts to give his critique. The team on the right is the cooking unit, and the team on the left is the combat unit. No one has any issues with their jobs, right? If you do, speak up right now. A hand suddenly shoots up. I have a problem, the large green monster shouts. I want to go hunting too. I want to eat fresh meat, caught right on the spot. Choi Hyun Seok scratches his head. What? So stubborn. Come here. As the guy slowly approaches, Choi Hyun Seok immediately lands a kick that sends him flying high into the air. There, that's your entrance exam. The green monster wails in pain. I'm going to explode. My future. Choi Hyun Seok responds coldly. Couldn't even hold on? You failed. The system displays a notification. With your excellent leadership and command skills, you have reorganized and stabilized the unit. Hidden ability. Faith has leveled up. Leadership skill has leveled up. He asks loudly. Anyone else? He clears his throat and shouts powerfully. If that's settled. Now, combat unit. Grab your weapons. It's time to hunt. At the northern Black Fortress Great Forest, Choi Hyun Seok observes everything and says, the forest is unusually quiet today. There isn't a single monster in sight. Rachel hears this and speaks up. Maybe it's because of Bobo or Usaru. Possibly. Their incredibly strong presence must have scared the beasts away. He looks at Bobo and Usaru and says, that's very likely. Choi Hyun Seok sighs. Those two are our strongest warriors. We can't just leave them behind. Rachel suggests an idea. Then, we just need to lure them with bait. He replies, bait? If we had meat, we wouldn't be in such a rush to go out hunting like this. Rachel excitedly says, it's not that kind of complicated smell. The smell I'm talking about is a biological scent that can lure monsters here. Choi Hyun Seok is stunned. Oh my god, what has happened? To make his child become like this? Choi Hyun Seok speaks up. All right, number 14, 43, and number 7 on the list. Step forward. Rachel asks curiously, how did you choose the numbers this time? He clutches his face and explains, they're the serial numbers from the lottery tickets I left back on Earth. What if I'm the lucky winner? Choi Hyun Seok shouts, whatever, mission starts right now. He orders Usaru to grab number 14. He rushes forward and immediately snatches number 14. What? Are you crazy? Choi Hyun Seok says softly. All right, let's go. Usaru uses his ultimate technique, ballistic spirit shells. 6-fold. Choi Hyun Seok thinks smugly to himself, if we throw the weak ones as bait like this, it's sure to grab their attention, right? All right, now, he points at a soldier, and order them to light a fire so our missing comrades can see the smoke and find their way back. Yes, head chef, Rachel says worriedly. But if you throw them like that, they'll die. Choi Hyun Seok replies, I'm sure 1 out of the 6 will survive and make it back. Usaru, don't stop. Keep throwing. The monsters behind whisper in fear. The head chef is a madman. I want to live, one of them suggests. It's better if we just run away. Bobo is right next to him now. The monster stammers and explains, No, it's not what you think, Lord Bobo. I will devote my whole life to the Demon King's army. A scream echoes from behind. Choi Hyun Seok pretends not to hear. Damn it. The guys I sent out first should be back by now. From the forest, a green monster runs toward them. He screams, help! Choi Hyun Seok looks at him and smiles with satisfaction. Oh, they're back! Now, I'll leave the rest to the soldiers and just deliver the finishing blow. Before he can finish his sentence, Usaru charges forward. He bellows. Usaru loves to fight. He's as fast as lightning, wielding his blade as he charges straight at the beehive. Rachel and Choi Hyun Seok are frozen in place. Finishing blow. My foot! He sinks to his knees, collapsing to the ground. Choi Hyun Seok's tears stream down. Nothing. We didn't get anything. They were crushed to pieces. I can't even use them as meat, Rachel exclaims in surprise. Just one blow from Bobo or Usaru is enough to take down most of the monsters. Choi Hyun Seok says sadly, I have to come back tomorrow without those two. Rachel looks at him and asks, there's only one day left until the head chef quest returns to normal. Are you sure? Choi Hyun Seok immediately shouts, we're going back right now. Everyone, gather at the kitchen early tomorrow morning. Rachel asks, why are you coming here after we already got back? Choi Hyun Seok replies firmly, I need to see if the minced meat can still be used. He examines the situation. Choi Hyun Seok clears his throat, then uses all his strength to kick the door open. Choi Hyun Seok shouts, where are those lazy bums? Assemble, now. In a flash, someone runs over. Oh, head chef, what's going on? He asks seriously. Did you take the meat from today's hunt? Gollum, the sous chef, looks at him and trembles as he says, yes, we took it. But the condition is a bit. Choi Hyun Seok's gaze changes. A true craftsman doesn't blame his tools, right? Do you understand what I mean? The guy, terrified, replies, yes, I understand. He pouts as he looks at Gollum. Even with your experience as a military cook, you don't know how to prepare minced meat? The guy says honestly, well, the kitchen team's duty is just to ensure the ingredients are ready. So unless it's a private chef for a regimental commander, you don't really cook anything besides grilling meat. Choi Hyun Seok folds his arms. You guys have it tough, huh? I get it. Now, get going. The guy understands and hurries away. Hey, gather everyone, right now. Apart from grilling the meat, Choi Hyun Seok crossed his arms. You guys are having a tough time, huh? I get it. Now go. The guy understood and hurriedly ran off. Hey, gather up right now. Burn the firewood, Choi Hyun Seok thought to himself. So, all these people under the regiment commander's level had to survive on these bland meals. He smirked. If I play my cards right, everything might be easier than I thought. Standing before Mario Abelson's door, Choi Hyun Seok knocked and called her name. Miss, Mario Abelson. It's me. Choi Hyun Seok. She was startled and replied, ah, hero. Please come in. He stammered. It's nothing, really. I just came to see you because Rachel stood to the side, muttering, it's all just an excuse to see this woman, isn't it? I wonder why he entered the kitchen, so that's why. Choi Hyun Seok brought the grilled meat to Mario. You haven't had dinner yet, have you? He added. Thanks to your support, I was able to win the final battle. I wanted to treat you to a meal to show my thanks. Mario was surprised. Thank you. I'll have a little bit, then. She tasted a piece of meat. The aroma was better than she expected. Can one expect this much from this dish? Mario was extremely surprised. It's so good. It tastes better than anything I've eaten in the castle. The flavor is incredibly delicious. Choi Hyun Seok said happily. It seems the dish suits your palate, huh? You've cleaned the plate. He scratched his head and said in a softer tone, well, now that you've finished eating, I'll take my leave. Mario immediately called him back. Mr. Choi Hyun Seok. She looked at him with glistening eyes. What do you intend to do after leaving this place? Choi Hyun Seok gave a wry smile. Get married. Mario shook her head, feeling down. Ah, I see. You should go. He immediately spoke up. Actually, there's one more thing I wanted to do. She turned to look at him. He said shyly, and what about you? What do you plan to do after leaving this place? Mario's mood sank. I don't know. When I leave here, I don't want to do anything at all. The Holy Kingdom of Godrin, the capital city of Gradium, a theocratic regime ruled by the Xiu Dao Emperor of the Xiu Dao Assembly, King Sky. My lord, we have found Mario Abelson, the next saintess. The man collapsed to his knees. The saintess is being held at the Black Castle, where the gluttonous monsters live. Oh, why did the next saintess end up in such an evil place? The white-haired person sitting on the throne asked softly. Is there any news about the Demon King's army? The other replied, not yet. I still don't understand what they intend to do, keeping her captive without making any demands. The white-haired person on the throne suddenly stood up. In the history of the war between humanity and the demons, there have only been a few times humans could infiltrate the Black Castle, he emphasized. Even then, it was always when that gluttonous monster Hermes was away. Therefore, a direct assault right now would be very disadvantageous for us. The white-haired man drew the curtain. Secretly send a rescue squad, he heard the people say. Summon the hero, Lord Geffen Ocelot, King of Garin and Xiu Dao, Emperor of the Xiu Dao Assembly, Dacus Ivan IV. At the training grounds, Choi Hyun Seok was standing and observing his surroundings. He remembered the words Mario once said, I won't do anything at all. Choi Hyun Seok said irritably, what does that even mean? He stood his ground. All right, this spot is good. The platoon leader stepped forward. All the monsters behind shouted, Platoon leader, step forward. Choi Hyun Seok picked something up. Here, eat up. It was a string of meat. The wolf monster was surprised. Is he just tossing us his leftovers? He asked coldly. What are you doing? Don't you intend to eat? The monsters gobbled it up. We will eat, sir. They immediately realized something. Wait, this taste, it's pure bliss. The monsters knelt and shouted. We swear to be loyal to you. Please, give us another piece. Choi Hyun Seok laughed and replied, Oh ho, your chance to taste has ended. From now on, the monsters immediately understood and charged forward. Charge. Only the platoon that catches the most live magic beasts gets to eat with me. They ran for their lives. Run fast. Today, I definitely won't let myself go hungry. It's time for the dinner lottery. Catch the magic beasts. Choi Hyun Seok smiled triumphantly. I was right. Every living creature is a slave to their craving. The plan is a success. The system notification appeared. Level up. He wiped the sweat from his brow. I kept slashing them, and before I realized it, I had leveled up 10 times already. The wolf monster from earlier saw him and spoke up. Chief Chef, so who is the winner? Choi Hyun Seok put his hands on his hips. All right, the winner is the wolf platoon. The wolf platoon will enjoy a wonderful meal with me. The monsters heard this and had their opinions. What about the others? He replied indifferently. What do I care? Go find some scraps to eat. Choi Hyun Seok shouted loudly. All right, everyone, clean up. We will move all the meat we killed to the kitchen. They answered in unison. Yes, sir. Inside the Black Castle, monster corpses lay everywhere. A man in a black cloak walked past the pile of corpses and approached a door. At that moment, Mario was still blaming herself. I shouldn't have said that to that man, but I can't keep hiding this forever. The room door slowly opened. The one in the cloak stepped in. He called out to her. Miss Abelson. Mario spoke, and then he removed his hood. I am here to save you. Mario backed away. Lord Geffen Ocelot? Did the Xiu Dao Emperor send you? He replied softly. You could say that's true. I think so. She spoke tremblingly. I'm sorry, but I won't go back. Her eyes were alert. So please, leave. Geffen Ocelot scratched his head and laughed. I want to go back too, but a mission is a mission. What can I do? Mario said coldly. As you know, the one who lives in this castle, if you try to take me away. He stepped closer. What then? She trembled. I will use my holy power and make her come here. Geffen Ocelot immediately grabbed her. Hey, Saintess, I already said it's a mission. Right now, I'm not a prince. I'm a warrior. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Sleep well, because when you open your eyes, you'll be in the capital. Mario was in pain. She looked at him, conflicted. He can use divine power? How is that possible? Mario's eyes were dull. No, I can't go back there again. Suddenly, an arm lunged forward. Let go of her. It was Choi Hyun Seok. He punched Geffen Ocelot hard in the head and yelled, Let her go, you jerk. He looked at him and asked calmly, a fist filled with magic energy. You look like a human, but who are you, anyway? Your movements are quite good. Compared to the magic you possess, Choi Hyun Seok roared in anger. What the hell are you talking about? Let go of her right now. Geffen began to counterattack. He threw a powerful kick toward him. This isn't my mission, but we can always use useful material. So, you're going to come with me too, huh? Choi Hyun Seok was irritated by his kicks. Recovering his composure, he spoke in a mocking tone. Pests like you just keep bothering me. Rachel watched the scene in horror. He defeated the hero in a single blow? What should I do? Should I bring Bobo here? She sensed something unusual. She immediately turned around. Huh? What is this energy? Geffen pulled out a scroll. I never expected this to happen, but there's nothing I can do about it. Let's see, he started muttering to himself. To take someone else with me, I need to adjust this scroll first. From behind Geffen, a voice spoke up. Hey, is something wrong? Hermes looked at him and gave a wicked smile. Need some help? He quickly turned around. Jack the Glutton Hermes, for sure. I thought I blocked the Saintess's divine power. She looked at Geffen Ocelot and said, Could you call me a gourmet instead? He trembled slightly and thought to himself, I can't feel any magical energy from this woman. Is it because of the difference in rank between us? Hermes, the glutton. The story about her devouring thousands of soldiers in a single day might actually be true. Hermes started releasing her energy. All right, let's see what our guest is capable of, shall we? Geffen Ocelot was instantly surrounded by a dense flow of magic. He told himself, Don't panic, I just need to focus on dodging her attacks. When there's an opening, I'll take the Saintess and leave. Geffen felt something. Dizziness? Why? Is it because of a moment ago when he yelled, Damn it, I'm too late? Hermes's face changed, looking more ferocious. She said coldly, I like the look of fear on your face. Will you make this even more interesting for me? Geffen bit his lip, clutching the scroll. Considering my current physical state, it's best if I just get out of here alone. Mission failed. He immediately used his own ability to escape. Hermes looked disappointed. Oh, man. She looked at her surroundings and whispered happily. The guest just ran away, even though I was counting on him. Hermes gradually became more ominous. But that's fine, because the real fun is about to start right now. In the endless void, a steady voice echoed. Glutton, Ancient Monster, Witch of Oblivion. These are all titles, linked to the name of the 3rd Legion commander, Hermes. Throughout eternal time, countless demons have been born and died, but among them, only the Demon King and Hermes have stood firm like mountains. However, nothing remains sharp forever under the flow of time. This is a cruel fate for any sentient being. Back to the scene. Choi Hyun Seok took a full kick from Zedran. He calmly pulled his leg back, watching him lie flat on the ground. Your way of attacking is still too predictable, and the way you use mana is too straightforward. Think more complexly. Don't be so rigid. Hearing Zedran's lecture, tears streamed down Choi Hyun Seok's face as he choked up. I'll keep that in mind. He smiled as he looked at the boy. And one more thing. No matter how strong you are, there is always someone stronger. Zedran leaned over and reached out to pull Choi Hyun Seok up. So, to win, use whatever method is necessary if needed. A fair fight is a privilege reserved only for the truly strong. Don't forget that. After Zedran finished his lecture, he grinned. That's all for today. Good work. Choi Hyun Seok watched his back as he walked away. He could only steady his exhausted body, forced a smile, and eventually collapsed, unable to hold on any longer. Seeing his pathetic state, Rachel asked with concern, Hero, are you okay? No, I'm dying. Please, just heal me. She healed him, and the muscle pain began to subside. Ah, I'm alive now. I'm just your walking potion bottle, aren't I? Rachel said, annoyed. Choi Hyun Seok didn't reply, just fell into deep thought. I can only say this much. Abelson's voice and image suddenly appeared in his mind. Become stronger. Only confidence stemming from true power can protect you. Choi Hyun Seok still didn't quite understand what she meant, but Abelson was right. I really do need to be stronger. Rachel saw him talking about that successor saintess of the Holy Kingdom, and got angry. You're still talking about her? She almost sent you to meet your maker during that so-called coming-of-age ritual. Hey, you'll be punished for saying that. She pouted and continued healing Choi Hyun Seok. But the assassin used holy power. If she really is a saintess, why was she attacked? Choi Hyun Seok also thought, that's strange. The successor saintess should be a highly noble figure. The more he thought, the more his head ached. He sighed. Just forget it. Drop the subject. What? You like her that much? Rachel was so angry her face contorted as she shrieked, You're just a moth flying into a flame. All right, stop being jealous. Do you want to kill me? Where do you think I'm living right now? A moment later, after the argument, Choi Hyun Seok was slumped on the table, sniffing and crying. Rachel and Bobo, one was helpless, the other was confusing. Choi Hyun Seok groaned, It's over for me. Please, let me be reincarnated as a cat, owned by a rich family in my next life. Bobo heard him babbling and barked once. Only then did she notice Bobo and turned to ask it, Do you really care about that idiot? Woof. Fine. Whatever. The guy is. Under Bobo's curious gaze, the time rewound 30 minutes to Hermes' office. Choi Hyun Seok, this Legion commander was facing a big problem. I'm bored. Hearing her say that, he jumped in surprise. As expected, I need something entertaining. Choi Hyun Seok replied listlessly, Yes? I'll give you 1 month to defeat a captain. Hearing her ultimatum, his whole body broke out in cold sweat. A captain? She smiled. What, is it too hard for you? Want me to help? Just like I helped Kot Ken? Choi Hyun Seok was terrified and quickly refused. No, thank you. I'll handle it myself. Back to the present, he continued to be listless and miserable. That's how it is. Say your goodbyes, Bobo. You won't be seeing him for much longer. Woof. Rachel stabbed him in the back. Hero, just accept your fate. How could a weakling like you possibly defeat a captain? He was already sad, and now she was taunting him, which made him furious. Don't you see I'm already struggling? Do you want to die? She quickly backpedaled. Of course, the hero has improved a lot, but a captain is simply on a different level. Choi Hyun Seok sobbed. The average combat power of a captain is around 40,000. There's no way anyone can reach that level in just 1 month. I looked down at Bobo, that immeasurably strategic dog, who was staring at me with wide, innocent eyes. I sighed, thinking how great it would be if my purebred pup could fight for me. Bobo is probably just as strong, or maybe even stronger, than the captain of the squad. Rachel quickly shattered Choi Hyun Seok's wild fantasies. But it's a one-on-one duel, remember? Suddenly, an idea clicked in his head. Wait, a one-on-one duel? Rachel nodded. To be precise, that's what the commander said. She gave you 1 month to defeat the captain. Grasping at a loophole in the requirements, Choi Hyun Seok beamed. Exactly. She didn't explicitly say it had to be a fair duel. Hey, what if I use swords, bows, Bobo, use poison, take him on alone, use an accomplice, or even resort to assassination? As long as I defeat the captain, it's a fair game. Thinking of this, he was overjoyed. So, as long as I take him down, any method works? Rachel looked helpless, biting her nails in anxiety. You can really interpret it that way? I just need to lure him out and fight him alongside Bobo. That's the only way. The spirit sighed. Should I call you a genius, or just a coward? Rachel was skeptical. But how exactly do you plan to lure the captain out? For a weakling like you, what could you possibly do to make him play along? Of course, I have a plan. He pulled out a jar. I recently met someone, a pig who loves fancy meals. Now, it's time to showcase the ultimate braised ribs recipe that will surely entice him. First, you must use carefully stored urine meat. Soak the urine ribs in honey water to draw out the blood. Once that's done, boil the meat to firm up the fibers. While waiting for it to simmer, Rachel prepared the five-eyed strategic mushrooms, which had a fascinating, bulging texture, and chopped them up with onions. Add sugar, soy sauce, and garlic to the water. You have to be careful with the 8-0 rated strategic Drake garlic because it screams when you peel it. Then, add the 3-0 rated fermented fish. The juices from its innards will make the flavor truly perfect. Toss it all in and stir it well. Then put everything into the pot with the meat. Let the ingredients simmer for at least 30 minutes. Suddenly, 2 black and white afterimages flashed across the screen. Oh my goodness, it was Choi Hyun Seok and Bobo. He collapsed, panting. To be outclassed by mere human strength, how humiliating. Woof, Rachel calmly reminded him. Hey, your hero. It's burning. Choi Hyun Seok scrambled to lift the lid. The fragrant, tender, braised urine ribs were done. Now, plate it neatly and sprinkle some chopped green onions on top. The ultimate braised ribs dish is unlocked. The capture the captain's heart mission is complete. A while later, we see Doris's face, completely entranced as he enjoys the meal. I haven't enjoyed such a peaceful moment in a long time, he said, happily raising both hands, one holding a fork, the other a knife towards Choi Hyun Seok. Making you the head of the cooking squad was definitely the right choice. Suddenly, a goblin guard entered. Commander Doris, the leader of the cooking squad, is here to see you. Doris pointed a finger, gesturing for the guard to move aside. Returning the Usaru meat wasn't really an option, was it? And he didn't come here for that. Seeing his reaction, the subordinate hesitated before speaking. He wants to personally serve you a dish he prepared. Doris looked surprised and pursed his lips. A dish, you say? He wiped his lips with a napkin. I heard that guy cooks very well. I wonder just how good it tastes. Not wanting to keep him waiting, he signaled them in. A knock echoed, and with a click, the door opened. With heavy, confident footsteps, Choi Hyun Seok appeared, a rose between his lips, exuding charm. Long time no see, Commander Doris. Doris stared at his handsome appearance, clearly tempted, but he had to hold back. Wait a minute, something's not right here. Right. I heard you came here to thank me. Rachel quickly placed the food he brought in front of him. That's right. It's thanks to you that I have this position in the kitchen. I apologize for not thanking you sooner. I've been so busy. He smirked. My skills might be lacking, but I poured all my heart into preparing these urine ribs to show my gratitude. I hope you enjoy it. Looking at the enticing dish, Doris started drooling. Oh my, this aroma. He grabbed a rib with his hand and sniffed it. Doris exclaimed, "It smells so good." As he started devouring it, Choi Hyun Seok stood to the side, looking triumphant. The food had helped him become the lord of the kitchen. Let's see if he's truly hooked. Just as expected, after taking a bite, Doris cried out in ecstasy. Delicious. This is so good. I can't take it anymore. It's just too tasty. How did you do it? How can a human make something so wonderful? His high-pitched, machine-gun-like voice pounded against Choi Hyun Seok's eardrums, giving him goosebumps. I'm so glad you like it, he said, sweating bullets. If you'd like, I'd love for you to try new dishes on the menu. Of course. I'd be delighted, Choi Hyun Seok strained to reply. Yes, then I shall visit you often. Rachel could barely take it anymore. She turned her head away. Amazing. No wonder the Legion commander is so partial to you. Yes, Commander. I'll return to the kitchen now. He struggled to reach for the doorknob, forcing himself to say a difficult goodbye. Choi Hyun Seok and Rachel glanced at each other. Finally, they were free from that guy. They both couldn't help but rush out. They couldn't hold it in anymore. After a round of vomiting, they sat there panting. Pale-faced, Rachel praised him. You really have nerves of steel, Choi Hyun Seok. It was all part of the plan. I'll feed him, fatten him up, and when he least expects it, he wiped his mouth, his voice full of determination. I'm going to slaughter that pig. Doras, at this moment, had no idea that his bloated body was being targeted by Choi Hyun Seok's sinister plot. Time flew by. A week had passed. The hand holding the fork suddenly stopped mid-air after Doras finished his third plate. He sighed. I don't have much of an appetite today. He shyly poked at his food. I have a duel for the battalion commander position tomorrow. I guess I've become too important for anyone to underestimate me. Choi Hyun Seok heard him mention this and became anxious. Well, if you lose, you'll lose your title as battalion commander, to the point where everyone can't ignore me. Hearing him mention this, Choi Hyun Seok asked anxiously, Then, if you lose, I will lose my title as battalion commander? There's a saying, a ghost that's eaten is a ghost that dies with no regrets, Doras muttered, then immediately dove back into his meal, chomping away so loudly that Choi Hyun Seok could only stare in disbelief. I'm done for, Choi Hyun Seok thought, feeling like he had nothing left to live for. Was my whole week of time, effort, and ingredients all for nothing? The leader suddenly spoke up. Choi Hyun Seok, if you're free, come watch the match tomorrow. You're my good luck charm. He felt like he'd aged 80 years on the spot, weakly replying, Yes, of course. I hope you win. The next day, at the Endless Plains, Choi Hyun Seok sat in the stands, head in his hands. Rachel flew circles around him, trying to offer comfort. Cheer up. You never know. Maybe he'll evolve into a super-class SSS wild boar. That would be better than this, he groaned. He devoured all the food I cooked and can barely walk straight. How is he supposed to win? Well, it's too late now. He had to focus on the match. Stepping toward the hallway and leaning in to listen, a silver-haired elf appeared in the arena below as the MC's introduction echoed out. The Demon King of the 3rd Legion, Regiment Commander Roger, both the challenger and the defender, step into the arena. At the MC's signal, a railing appeared. Actually, no, it was more of a fence. As for Doras, because of his bulky frame, just climbing the stairs had him gasping for air. As expected, stairs are the hardest part. Suddenly remembering something, he scanned the stands. Oh, Choi Hyun Seok, you came. My good luck charm, wish me. Wish you luck, I'm busy, okay? Move it, you idiots. Roger coldly interrupted. Start the match. At the signal, the deer man's powerful legs launched him straight at Doras. Doras tilted his head back, letting out a sharp breath. I really didn't want to have to bother. To everyone's surprise, in the very next second, he caught the deer man's staff with ease. The deer man couldn't believe he'd shifted so suddenly. Gritting his teeth, the deer man poured more strength into his strike, but Doras just squeezed the staff tighter. A deafening blast erupted immediately after. It shook the entire stands. Whoa! The shockwave reached all the way up here? What is this? Choi Hyun Seok struggled to open his eyes and gauge the situation, but I'm certain this match will end with Roger down there. Leaving his seat, he watched as Doras took total control. The announcer declared the result. Doras was the winner. Everyone dispersed. That night, at Bobo's house, Choi Hyun Seok sat brooding, looking completely withdrawn. He gripped the letter in his hands. I knew it. Just Bobo isn't enough, is it? Reclaiming his spirit, he pulled out a book. Let's review the plan to hunt the battalion commander. He laid the book down. It was an encyclopedia of monsters and a distribution map he had drawn by hand. Is this the map you always use for monster hunting? Exactly. According to my research, powerful creatures like Queen Talus have their own territories. Thanks to the sacrifice of the cooking soldiers, I've discovered the territories around here. Rachel listened to his rambling and panicked. Hero, are you really planning to use this, to listen closely? In Korea, there's a saying, use the enemy to destroy the enemy. Let the barbarians fight each other. Choi Hyun Seok declared boldly. If Doras is a strong opponent, I just need to overwhelm him with even stronger monsters. 3 days passed. In the great forest, where the majestic mountains stood, Rachel was constantly complaining after memorizing the monster encyclopedia. In just 3 days, I felt like my head was going to explode. Hearing this, Choi Hyun Seok complained back. I told you we should have split it in half. She didn't want to keep talking about it. Whatever, just give me the map. I'm going to be sick. He opened the map and pointed at a spot. Our first target is 1 kilometer ahead. It looks like a giant worm. Rachel heard this and began visualizing the monster, showing off her knowledge. It must be a Sophie. That means forest worm in the ancient language. There's also more speed and Aston Baya that look similar. Her guesses echoed through the area. But Sophie is ruled out. It's not as fierce in terms of strength, so it won't attack on its own. Rachel finished with a smug look on her face. What do you think? I'm good, right? A genius, aren't I? Choi Hyun Seok didn't know what to say. Yeah, sure, he thought sarcastically. Sometimes, even a fool is useful. A subordinate ran toward Choi Hyun Seok and said loudly, "Commander of the cooking division, have you decided on the hunting spot for today?" He kept staring at the map. Yeah, it's just ahead. Just wait. Noises rang out incessantly. No need to catch anything specific. Just kill to your heart's content. I'll let you eat the prey immediately. A green goblin couldn't hide his excitement. Wow, the commander finally has a heart. Today we can eat until we're full. He immediately swung his sword down, lifting the creature he'd just hunted and laughing loudly. Choi Hyun Seok stood behind them, observing everything, unable to suppress his doubts. We've caught so many already, so why hasn't the owner of this territory appeared yet? He was so confused he ruffled his hair. Are we doing all this for nothing? He ordered, "Everyone, drop your weapons. Stop here." A subordinate heard him and shouted to the others. "The commander says to drop your weapons. Everyone, start a fire." Suddenly, a footstep made the ground shake. Choi Hyun Seok heard it and was startled. That sound, he thought to himself. Is it finally here? Birds in the forest scattered, terrified of something flying down from the sky. The hero watched as a huge, red, sharp-eyed monster appeared. It caused everyone present to panic instantly. Nidra. That's a monster called Nidra. Its strength is immeasurable. A dragon has appeared. Run. With every step Nidra took, the ground sparked with fire. Seeing the monster, Choi Hyun Seok wasn't afraid. On the contrary, he was excited. That's it. With this, I can see victory right before my eyes. We can defeat Doris now. At Hermes' office, a voice spoke up. There's something very strange. When asked, Zedron was startled. What do you mean? Hermes sat in her chair, looking rather annoyed. I'm talking about Choi Hyun Seok. It's been 3 weeks and we haven't heard from him, right? The voice carried a hint of sulkiness. Could it be that our Zedron is teaching him something special? Zedron's face remained cold. Not at all. We're just training as usual. The room echoed with Hermes' voice again. So, how high do you think Choi Hyun Seok's chances are of beating the battalion commander? The subordinate replied, None at all, sir. Zedron hesitated, then added, Now that I think about it, I've seen Choi Hyun Seok acting quite close with the battalion commander. Hermes looked confused. Close with that pig? Kotea tilted his head in thought. He muttered. He claimed he'd defeat the battalion commander, yet he's acting buddy-buddy with him? A bizarre smile crept across his dark purple lips. What on earth is Choi Hyun Seok planning? Elsewhere, in Doris's office, dirty plates were stacked high like a mountain. Doris was enjoying his piece of meat. As expected, your grilled meat is the best. He patted his bulging belly with satisfaction. Thanks for the food today, Choi Hyun Seok. Choi Hyun Seok cleared the plates but let out a sigh, which caught Doris's attention. Doris looked at him, completely puzzled. Is something wrong? Choi Hyun Seok sighed again. He wiped sweat from his forehead, looking troubled. There's a huge problem with the cooking unit. Today might be the last day I can cook for you, Lord Doris. Doris couldn't sit still after hearing that. Why? What's the problem? Choi Hyun Seok explained. The Legion commander said she wants to eat a special monster, but that monster is so strong that we haven't been able to catch it, even after days of trying. His expression suddenly shifted to one of extreme terror. Now that I think about it, the name of that monster is Thoughts raced through his head. I heard many people in the Legion have been getting hurt lately. What kind of fierce monster could it be? As if reading his thoughts, Choi Hyun Seok spoke up. Mapping. Hearing the unfamiliar name, Doris was puzzled. Mapping? I've never heard of that. Choi Hyun Seok felt a bit guilty but replied, Why would I lie when our safety is at stake? He offered a solution. I'll lend you my troops. But Choi Hyun Seok still looked dejected. Even with 100 soldiers, it's useless. We still can't catch it. However, Choi Hyun Seok put on a troubled look and said, If the great Lord Doris himself stepped in, it would probably be destroyed in no time. He covered his face, acting mysterious. If that happened, the Legion commander would surely recognize your achievements. Before Choi Hyun Seok could finish, Doris was already imagining it. The scene of Hermes praising him. Oh my, so you aren't just a pig, but such a lovely guy? He couldn't help but get excited. Really? Seeing his plan working, Choi Hyun Seok insisted. Since I'm close with the Legion commander, I guarantee I'll tell her all about it. Doris looked a bit hesitant. This sounds like a bit of a hassle, but he quickly grabbed his hand and agreed. But all right, I'll help you. We're friends, after all. Choi Hyun Seok's eyes sparkled with joy. Are you serious, sir? Oh, wow. But behind the food plate, a cunning smile appeared. Thank you so much. Early the next morning at the agreed location, Rachel hovered in the air and asked, Hero, do you remember the map? He glanced at her and replied, Of course, I'm a human-powered navigation system now. Then he looked down and whispered to Bobo, who was wagging his tail at his feet. Bo, we're going to catch that pig, Usaru. Do as I told you. The creature's eyes sparkled in response. Usaru was busy pumping himself up. Usaru, the master gave you meat, so work hard. Seeing his partner was ready, he happily led the way. All right, let's go. The system displayed a mission notification. Choi Hyun Seok to the pig. Reward: promotion to battalion commander. Meanwhile, at the Great Forest Center, a group of goblins was moving forward. One couldn't help but ask, Where are we going? The other replied, I don't know. The commander said, We're going to hunt an incredibly strong monster. Doris sighed, sounding very distressed. He looked terrible. He sat on Usaru's back, covering his eyes from the sun. Choi Hyun Seok, how much longer do we have to walk? Choi Hyun Seok walked beside him and replied respectfully, We're almost at the fatty's territory, sir. He tightened his grip on Usaru's lead, thinking, He's stronger than he looks. So we need to be careful. Thinking about the massive army behind him, he added, Plus, he brought 500 soldiers from his own battalion. Surely Nidrak won't lose, right? A deafening noise made flocks of birds scatter. Seeing Nidrak appear, Doris asked, Is that the fatty? He replied, Yes, sir. Doris looked thoughtful. I feel like I've met it somewhere before. Choi Hyun Seok hurriedly cut off that train of thought. All monsters look alike, sir. Doris clenched his fists, ready to show off his power. That's right. After all, a monster is a monster. His eyes turned sharp in an instant. My battalion will handle that monster. He leaped off Usaru's back, not forgetting to add, Remember to tell the Legion commander about my achievement. Choi Hyun Seok watched him go and replied, Of course, sir. Doris lunged toward Nidrak, ordering his soldiers below. Forward, everyone attack. The battle became fierce, with smoke and fire everywhere amidst chaotic shouting. It had slowed down. Watch your flanks, don't fall back. Following the commander's orders, Doris landed, preparing to fly up again. All right, attack again. He curled his body into a ball and lunged a meatball assault. Watching the battle between them, Choi Hyun Seok couldn't help but worry. At this rate, that pig might actually kill the monster. He didn't expect him to use his soldiers like that. He was surprised by their loyalty. Doris's soldiers were truly shielding him completely. He thought to himself, This is completely different from what I imagined. Doris lunged, preparing for the finishing blow. Let's finish this, fatty. But another soldier came running, shouting loudly, Lord Doris! The commander yelled, announcing important news. Another monster is coming. Doris heard him, and his face turned serious. What? Choi Hyun Seok was also surprised. This is Nidrak's territory, right? Amidst the screams, he shouted, We need to retreat! Sophie appeared with a deafening roar. Choi Hyun Seok, on the ground, saw it, his legs trembling. That's Sophie. His face showed clear anxiety. I didn't think about her. She's not a violent creature. She probably thinks being here is a violation of her territory. Doris raised his hand high, ordering, It's no good. Everyone retreat. Rachel, beside him, became even more anxious. Hero, what do we do now? We can't let Doris leave. Choi Hyun Seok gritted his teeth. Damn it. He calculated in his mind. It looks like we have no choice but to try it. He ran back toward Doris. Lord Doris, hearing the call, he turned his head to look back. Choi Hyun Seok, you must realize by now all the monsters are rushing over here. A small line of text appeared. Dragon style, first form, instant eradication. He lunged forward with a furious look and punched Doris straight in the stomach. Why is it my fault, you bastard? Doris screamed in frustration. Cancel the order. No retreating. Everyone, attack. Fight bravely like the demon race. Nidrak and Sophie are fighting each other non-stop right now. His voice didn't waver. We will meet in Valhalla. All brave demon warriors, listen. The retreat order is cancelled. There were screams of terror from the soldiers. Doris was knocked backward, his mind racing. This pain, this sound, have I been betrayed? Why? Why by a lowly human? His eyes turned bright red with rage. A human, a vermin, dares to Doris's power exploded instantly. In his rage, Commander Doris swore to himself, "I will trade everything just to kill you." His roar was a mix of fury and pain. A line of text appeared, signaling his current level. Level up. Blooming. Seeing Doris level up, Choi Hyun Seok was shocked. What the hell is that bastard doing? Rachel, by his side, also sensed the danger and kept urging him on. "Run, hero, hurry." Waves of power surged from Doris toward Choi Hyun Seok. He tried to scramble away. But where am I supposed to run? The girl beside him watched with a terrified voice. "Hero!" He escaped the attack and let out a sigh of relief, muttering to himself, "That was too close. What the hell? What kind of skill is that?" The ground had been carved into a massive crater, and Doris was the one who caused it. He clenched his fists. Power overflowed from his body. "Choi Hyun Seok, I will tear you into pieces." Seeing this, Choi Hyun Seok thought, "This is too dangerous." He looked for his two remaining teammates. Bobo and Usaru. Where did they go? Bobo and Usaru were surrounded by two blue auras. Rachel knew this and explained, "It looks like everyone is trapped in his attack." Sophie heard that and knew he was in a dangerous situation. "Does this mean I have to take down Doris by myself?" Doris's eyes flashed with a red glint. He gritted his teeth so hard they bled. That made Choi Hyun Seok wonder, "He's coughing up blood?" He silently assessed his opponent's condition. "I don't know what skill he used, but he's pushed himself too far. I'll just stall for time." Choi Hyun Seok ran forward quickly and shouted, "Rachel, tell me. All the monster nests on the monster map. Show me." Earlier you said you saw everything. She had been flying behind him, so she pointed to a small group to the left, at the 11 o'clock direction. "If you go straight, you'll hit the hounds." He heard her and replied, "Got it." Doris, seething with killing intent, chased relentlessly behind him. "You think you'll survive by running?" He wiped out every obstacle in his path. "Get lost, you monster trash." Choi Hyun Seok ran with a smug grin on his face. Normal monsters aren't that strong, but if it's their nest, that's a different story. His eyes glowed red, and the veins on his neck bulged. Doris shouted, "A cockroach trying to survive, huh?" He muttered in his heart. "I've decided." His face twisted with an unprecedented ferocity. "I will definitely kill you." Under that rage, Doris leveled up once again. Level up. Level 3. Falling Blossoms. He felt the changes in his body and felt smug. Admire this overwhelming power. Leveling up is a demon's greatest weapon. Doris hadn't given up. "Now you're dead, for sure." But suddenly, he coughed up blood, and his legs trembled. This surprised Choi Hyun Seok. "What the?" Rachel quickly realized. His demonic energy is dropping. Looking at his own trembling body, Doris couldn't help but think, "Have I reached my limit just by using Falling Blossoms? I must have used too much demonic energy capturing the beasts." Then, he suddenly turned and left. Choi Hyun Seok was startled. "Hey, where are you going?" He walked away, replying in an irritable voice, not happy about it at all. "But there's no other way." Doris ran quickly. His mouth kept spouting hateful words. "Just wait and see. I'll come back and kill you once I've fully recovered my strength." He yelled his vow aloud. "I will never forget this humiliation." In his heart, he calculated, "If my body can recover." Suddenly, a loud shout rang out above Doris's head. "Hey, you pig!" Choi Hyun Seok flew toward him, preparing to unleash his punch. "You think you can just come and go as you please? As free as you like?" Hearing that, Doris grew furious. "Stupid human, you think you can beat me in a one-on-one fight?" He gritted his teeth and swung his fist forward. Utilizing the Raydron style, a wave of blue power surged with his punch, slamming into Doris. Zedron Battle Technique. 7th Form, Destructive Shockwave. Choi Hyun Seok stared in shock at his opponent. He blocked this attack? Doris blocked the hit and roared, "You idiot. You've underestimated me too much." His feet landed on the ground as he muttered, "Oh my god." Choi Hyun Seok and Doris clashed violently. Hermes appeared, saw the scene, and exclaimed, "What kind of mess is this right in front of my castle?" The ground had formed a giant, massive crater from their fight. Choi Hyun Seok was knocked far back. He clutched his head in pain. "Ugh. My head all of a sudden. Over there." Doris was crying and begging, "Commander, please forgive me. I haven't lost yet. This isn't the end." Hermes had transformed into something terrifyingly cold. She commanded, "Shut your mouth, Doris." Her eyes glowed with a red light, and she didn't stop berating and scolding him. "How stupid can you be to let a human push you this far? We are at war with humans. You being promoted to commander of the Legion in this situation truly makes me shudder." She instantly made a decision. "I have to kill you right now." Choi Hyun Seok sprang up from where he was sitting and shouted, "Commander." He raised his leg high, whispering, "Just as you said, Right now, right here. That foot slammed into Doris, causing him to collapse. I've defeated the Legion commander. Hermes watched the scene and sighed. Oh my. Her lips curled into a dangerous smile. That's right, we had that bet, didn't we? Come with me. It seems we have a lot to talk about. A voice echoed through the castle. Even Sophie came, too? Choi Hyun Seok heard the question and replied awkwardly, yes, I didn't expect that either. Who could have expected it? A battle between giant monsters, happening right there. The other person finished listening and replied with a mocking laugh. She sat on her throne, her voice carrying a hint of sarcasm. What's inside that head of yours that makes you think like that? Would you mind if I cut it open? He seemed quite flustered. Please, keep your curiosity in check, Hermes said, her voice changing slightly. Using my commands against me, are you? How truly cunning. As she spoke, she wagged her finger at him. Though I don't like it, I will acknowledge your victory this time. Next time, I just need to give clearer orders. Choi Hyun Seok could only listen and reply, yes, yes. Hermes's voice now carried a hint of a threat. Instead, there won't be a next time. He stood to the side, listening to her. If you cause trouble or pull any more of those little tricks, you know what the outcome will be, don't you? Choi Hyun Seok couldn't hide his trembling. Yes, Commander. A while later, at Bobo's place, Choi Hyun Seok collapsed onto the floor in exhaustion and sighed. Somehow, I'm still alive today, Rachel chimed in. That's surreal. He then asked about what was bothering him. What do you think of Doris's level-up transformation? She pondered for a moment. It seems like a special type of noble martial art. You should ask that bull-headed guy about it. Beside them, Bobo let out a noise as if to remind them. Choi Hyun Seok understood the signal and replied, right, you always have a hard time with those monsters. He hugged and stroked Bobo, then added, the commander can take them out in one hit. Pleased by his stroking, it squeaked happily. Choi Hyun Seok couldn't help but exclaim, I feel sorry for Doris. Rachel retorted sarcastically, who was the one that took all the experience points after finishing him off? He covered his face in agony. Ah, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. She looked a bit surprised. Really? But behind his hands, Choi Hyun Seok's lips curled into a smile. Of course, I'm truly sorry. Rachel easily saw through him. Hey, take your hands off. You're smiling, aren't you? Realizing he had been caught, he lowered his hands and opened his system window. I wonder how many levels I've gained. Looking at the displayed figures, Choi Hyun Seok was very satisfied. Oh, quite a lot. The system clearly displayed his stats. Class: Hero Candidate, level 420. Strength: 134. Agility: 132. Mana: 133. Stamina: 137. Reputation: 56. Axe Mastery: C. Leadership: D. Cooking: F. Magic Control. Skill: Zedran Style. Choi Hyun Seok noticed an unusual stat. Why are there squares and question marks in the status window? Is this a system error? Rachel, beside him, didn't believe it. What nonsense are you spouting? He was firm. No, it's real. There really is a square with a question mark here. She still refused to believe him. The hero system can't possibly glitch. Are you trying to trick me again? Seeing he couldn't convince her, he gave up. Fine. Whatever. Rachel quickly brushed it aside. Enough small talk. Let's check your combat power to celebrate. You leveled up 48 times, right? He didn't disagree. Yeah, it's been a long time. She excitedly looked at the system panel. All right, let's see the results. Rachel read the numbers aloud. 13,930, 63,936. Hearing the stats Rachel read, he lifted his chin triumphantly. Oh, that's a big increase. It's as if just yesterday I couldn't even defeat a single goblin. She didn't pay attention to his attitude and happily flew to another side. I knew it. I've prepared a surprise for you. She then brought over a huge mug of beer. Keep getting stronger like this. Drink up. The small house was filled with excited laughter. Until the day I cut off the Demon King's head. Cheers. To my wealth and glory. He was wrapping his bandages, debating to himself. Should I go visit Lady Abelson after practice today? I still have a few questions. A voice called out beside him. Choi Hyun Seok. Someone was walking toward him. You're here quite early today. Hearing the call, he turned to respond. You've arrived, Zedran. Zedran smiled slightly, reminiscing. So, you've defeated Doris then? Congratulations. Receiving the praise, Choi Hyun Seok was very happy and replied, Thank you, sir. He hurriedly ran to his side. Actually, I was planning to ask you about something related to that fight. He asked his question. Do you know a skill called level up? Zedran pondered, resting his chin on his hand. If it's level up, that's an ancient, unofficial melee technique. He was slightly surprised. Unofficial? Zedron began to explain. In his mind, ancient images appeared. Melee techniques are divided into two types: official techniques, which are tied to specific movements, and unofficial techniques. They lack structural form. Compared to official techniques, unofficial melee techniques lack a lot of variation. While melee techniques are already rare, unofficial ones are passed down even more secretly. Choi Hyun Seok listened to the explanation, and inwardly, he began to reflect. So the difference lies in attack skills versus effect-enhancing skills. In his mind, the image of level up appeared. Skill, Zedron style, skill, level up. He was still speaking. However, level up is an ancient, unofficial melee skill that has been passed down for a very long time. Any demon using demonic energy can learn it, but it remains an extremely dangerous technique. So, very few people dare to use it. Its side effects are also serious. Choi Hyun Seok looked at his own body. Can I learn the level up technique? I also have, well, some demonic energy in me, right? Zedron replied. They are already inside your body, but they can't even be considered complete demonic energy. I told you it was dangerous. He still wouldn't give up. Then there won't be any serious problems, right? And even if there are, I still have Lady Abelson. He couldn't refute that, but he was still very hesitant. But, Choi Hyun Seok, I still feel a bit. Inside, Choi Hyun Seok was losing patience. Why is he taking so long? I can't wait anymore. He hugged Zedron's leg, crying miserably. If I don't get the level up technique, I'll die. You know this, don't you? I just go around fighting and winning, and then enjoy the thrill. I don't know when I'll die. If I lose, I'll be very annoyed. My daily life is even more boring when that brigade commander treats me like a short-lived ant. Just this once. If it doesn't work out, I'll give up. Just this once, after all, this is my own body. Feeling flustered by the situation, he said, I understand, Choi Hyun Seok. Now, get up. Hyun Seok slowly stood up. Yes, Zedron still didn't feel comfortable. I still feel a bit strange, but a promise is a promise. He prepared his performance. Let's get started. Pay close attention. In a dark, secluded place inside the dungeon of the Holy Kingdom of Gatun Church, a prisoner is locked behind iron bars. A priest standing outside speaks up. Geffen Ocelot. Are you ready? Geffen Ocelot raises his head. Despite his injuries, he flashes a sneer. I was wondering who it was, and it turns out to be Xiu Dao Huang. You said you had no issues with me anymore, so why are you here? Auburn watches him with a slight, mocking smile. I want to give you a special chance to make amends. There is no such thing as an unforgivable sinner before the Lord. Geffen Ocelot looks confused. So, what do I have to do? The old man's eyes shift, becoming manic. You must eliminate Mario Abelson. Upon seeing his expression, his voice trembles slightly. Isn't it supposed to be an abduction? Why has the order changed so suddenly? His heart begins to pound with terror. What would the church gain if the saintess dies? The other man replies vaguely. Well, why do you need to know that? Geffen Ocelot tries to back out. There is a powerful entity there, even if I go, but Auburn gives him no chance to refuse. Don't worry. I will send 4 knights with you. He won't be there for a while. The old man presses his face against the bars and holds up a set of keys for Geffen Ocelot. So, make sure you succeed this time. If you fail, Geffen Ocelot, there will be no mercy on the path to glory. On the other side, Choi Hyun Seok's body is racked with excruciating pain. Someone nearby is constantly encouraging him. Choi Hyun Seok, come on, keep going. Another person watching the scene shouts in a mocking tone. Are you too crazy? A human actually learning the combat techniques of a demon. Choi Hyun Seok grinds his teeth hard. Zedron watches this, his voice trembling. No, Choi Hyun Seok said he is fine now. As time passes, there won't be any demonic energy left inside him. Abelson turns her head slightly to look back and shouts, Are you two priests? How can you decide what is fine and what isn't? When you aren't even the ones who understand what's happening? 2 bodies, each with opposing powers, appear according to her explanation. What I did was wrap and bind his demonic energy, but you released that energy and claimed you could control it. Choi Hyun Seok continues to suffer in agony. Hearing this, the others are terrified. Then what will happen to him? Abelson, hearing the question, replies, He cannot continue to endure this because we cannot rebind the demonic energy once it has been released. She grips Choi Hyun Seok's hand tightly. I will try to make his body accept this dark power. A surge of bright red energy flows erratically. I will compress the demonic energy and mix it with holy power. to let it spread throughout his body, transforming it into something his body can withstand, like creating an antidote for a poison. Zedron cannot believe what he is hearing. Is that even possible? Abelson, on the other hand, seems somewhat unsure of her own ability. I don't know either. I have never done this before, and there is no predecessor who has ever done this. There is a possibility that the demonic energy inside will clash with the holy power and cause chaos. But then, she lifts Choi Hyun Seok's hand. However, if every path leads to a serious consequence, before she finishes, a golden light bursts out, enveloping the two of them. Then we have no choice but to try. A while later, Choi Hyun Seok wakes up in bed, surprised. Huh? He sits up and ruffles his messy hair. What's going on? It seems a lot has happened. Bobo sees him wake up and jumps onto the bed to hug him tightly. Rachel, nearby, is also overjoyed. You're awake. You're really awake. Our hero has woken up after 3 days. Choi Hyun Seok, hearing this, looks dazed. 3 days? She says, her voice carrying a hint of reproach. Don't you remember anything? He opens his system menu and replies, my memory was cut off at the point where I was learning the level up skill. Did I encounter an abnormal state or something? Choi Hyun Seok's eyes suddenly widen. Wait a second. He looks at a new ability that has appeared on the system board. What is this? His heart skips a beat. Demonic energy? Suddenly, another voice rings out, making Choi Hyun Seok jump. Oh my. Hermes and Zedron walk in. She continues talking. I was right, wasn't I? I told you he would wake up. Seeing her, he quickly gets off the bed. I pay my respects, Commander. Hermes sees him trying to salute. Sit down. With that body, even standing is difficult for you. She begins to speak about the main matter. I have heard. Everything from Zedron. You tried to use demonic energy while being a human? Her voice continues to carry a mocking tone. Why don't you tell me a funny story like that? He can only force a smile. Her eyes scan him from head to toe. So, this is the Saintess's doing, is it? It seems she deserves to be respected as a true Saintess. This doesn't make any sense at all. Choi Hyun Seok looks confused. What about her? Hermes doesn't answer but pokes her own tongue with her finger. But the final part of this is quite boring. It's not fun at all. So, Hermes' finger slides over Choi Hyun Seok's muscular body. This time, I will personally help you a little. What are you? Again, an ant working a part-time job for me? Well, I don't remember what you said either. A dark energy sweeps over him. Beside him is her voice. Think of this as an honor. A mouthful of blood sprays from Choi Hyun Seok's mouth. Zedron sees this, worried. Commander Hermes says softly to comfort him. Don't worry, Zedron. After sleeping and waking up, he will be fine. His eyes gradually close, but he still hears the voice in his ears. Now, let's head back to the office. The Demon King has suddenly summoned me, so I definitely have work to do. Time passes. A few days later, at Bobo's house, a slender hand is placed on his bare back. The healing ends here for today. A stream of thoughts crosses his mind after the accident involving the control of demonic energy. Choi Hyun Seok lies on the bed, looking extremely satisfied. Geez, I am always very grateful to you for healing me. The thought continues. Abelson has come to heal him almost every day. She hears his thanks and turns her head slightly. It's nothing. After all, it was your own will that helped you overcome this crisis. You are also my only hope. So Choi Hyun Seok does not hear the final words clearly. I was about to blankly ask her what she just meant, but Abelson didn't answer. She just brushed it off and changed the subject, saying, that's enough for today. It wasn't that he hadn't heard her, but rather that he didn't understand her intentions, and he couldn't help but wonder what Abelson was truly getting at. Why say something like that so suddenly? And for that matter, what exactly is happening in this world? I have so many questions, but since I'm just an outsider in this world, I have no choice but to wait for her to tell me herself one day. Meanwhile, a voice echoed through the castle. If you keep asking me, I'll teach you the theory of manipulating demonic energy. Zedron sat on his chair, arms crossed over his chest. But don't overdo it and end up dead, Choi Hyun Seok. Standing opposite him, he firmly replied, it's fine. I've been awake for 3 days now. They said I'll be okay, as long as you don't use magic or demonic energy. Hearing that, he fell into deep thought. Sir Hermes has been gone for 3 days then? Choi Hyun Seok continued his train of thought. The fighting style of the Garden Tribe is Zedron's heart was filled with worry. The meeting at the Demon King's castle was an annual event, but for some reason I just have a bad feeling about this year's event. Beside him, a voice called out. Seeing him not reply, Choi Hyun Seok called out louder, and Zedron was startled. Zedron finally came to his senses. My apologies, I was just distracted. Choi Hyun Seok asked with genuine concern. You've been so busy these past few days, haven't you? Fulfilling the duties of a Legion commander, is there anything I can help with? Touched by this concern, Zedron smiled faintly and replied, "It's fine. The Legion commander will be back soon. Even though the commander was summoned earlier than usual this year, it probably won't be much different from before," he advised the boy kindly. "So you don't need to worry about me. Just worry about yourself." Choi Hyun Seok. Hearing this, he bowed his head deeply and replied loudly, "Yes, sir. Understood. As you command." Zedron looked at him, lost in thought. Choi Hyun Seok is getting stronger. The demonic energy is gradually seeping into his body. His physique must also be developing. If he keeps stabilizing his current state, he will surely make a massive leap forward. Meanwhile, Choi Hyun Seok, unaware of these thoughts, winced as he touched the bump on his forehead. With a powerful stride, he realized what it was: holy power. Seeing Zedron suddenly stand up, the boy was surprised. "Sir?" He grabbed his weapon and said, "There is another holy power user in this castle right now, besides the Saintess." Choi Hyun Seok was terrified. Holy power? Could it be? Zedron didn't answer but spoke in a low, commanding voice. "There are intruders. I'll go check what's happening. You wait here." Elsewhere, a group of people in black cloaks couldn't stop exclaiming, "It was so easy to break in. I didn't expect that." The one in front couldn't help but wonder, "Is it because the leader isn't here?" Sir Geffen Ocelot, one spoke up to remind him, "Shut your mouth. She might not be here." But Geffen Ocelot continued walking as he spoke. "But there's another monster in this castle, known as the Red Nightmare." He didn't realize Zedron was already standing with his arms crossed, blocking their path. "How did you know Sir Hermes isn't here, human?" The henchman behind him panicked. "Is that the Red Nightmare?" Geffen Ocelot shouted, "Don't panic." He quickly assigned tasks to his men. "Lucas, Nail, get to the Saintess. Arca, you and I will deal with the Red Nightmare." The men who received the orders quickly replied, "Yes, sir." Hearing Geffen Ocelot's words, Zedron calculated in his mind. Their target is the successor Saintess, and her prison chamber isn't too far from here. He clenched his fists. "Fighting 4 humans is nothing for me, but to deal with 2 while preventing the other 2 from escaping." Suddenly, a loud call echoed through the space. "Sir Zedron." Choi Hyun Seok ran over from behind. "It seemed like a serious situation, so I came too. Are you okay?" Zedron, unable to believe it, turned his head. "I told you not to follow me, didn't I?" he thought to himself. "But honestly, right now, I'm grateful." He listened and immediately ordered, "Listen, Choi Hyun Seok. They are targeting the successor, Saintess. Take the Saintess and run away right now," Zedron said as he threw a necklace toward him. "Keep this necklace for now." Choi Hyun Seok caught it but was still confused. "A necklace? What am I supposed to do with this?" Zedron, busy fighting, explained. "Use that necklace as proof." Geffen rushed forward with his weapon, screaming. "Where are you going?" he added. "To summon the high-ranking members of the unit here." Choi Hyun Seok didn't hesitate and ran off. Seeing him run away, Geffen panicked and ordered, "What are you doing? Stop him." But Zedron wouldn't let that happen, preparing to deliver a powerful punch. "You cannot take the Saintess without Sir Hermes's permission, human," he fought Geffen fiercely. Zedron melee art, technique number 7. Zedron poured all his power into an explosive, destructive punch. On the side, Rachel flew next to the boy, exclaiming, "An heroic quest has appeared? In this situation?" Choi Hyun Seok ran hurriedly and replied, "Yeah, how many more times do I have to repeat it?" The system board above his head blinked incessantly. "Heroic quest. The villains have arrived to kill Abelson. Mario, you are a hero. It is your duty to protect the safety of the successor Saintess. And who knows, maybe if you overcome this obstacle together, love might bloom. Protect the Saintess at all costs. Quest. Protect the successor Saintess. Reward. 1,000 hero points." Choi Hyun Seok looked at it and thought, "Villains? Humans wanting to kill the Saintess?" His eyes narrowed in confusion. "And what's with that massive 1,000 hero point reward? What the hell is going on?" Choi Hyun Seok arrived at the location and shouted, "Abelson, we have to leave right now. Humans have attacked." Hearing that, her voice trembled. "What do you mean?" He replied vaguely, "I don't know the specifics, but it seems like the ones from last time have returned." A sword slammed into the ground. They had arrived. Outside, the shouts of soldiers under Zedron's command echoed. "There's the intruder! On Sir Zedron's orders, we will hold them here." The screams outside startled the 2 in the room. "Take the Saintess and run." Choi Hyun Seok grabbed Abelson's wrist. She was startled. "Wait, you've been carrying Abelson on your back for 7 laps now." Meanwhile, in the Demon King's army, Inside the headquarters conference room, Roger sat cat at the head of the table and couldn't stop complaining. I knew Doris would eventually lose Hermes's favor, but honestly, how stupid do you have to be to suffer such a crushing defeat? At the hands of a lowly human? He recalled Hermes's final instructions. Make sure everything is taken care of while I'm gone. You can do it, right? Thinking back on it, Roger couldn't help but sigh. Why on earth do I have to deal with this? He returned his focus to the meeting and addressed everyone. It seems there's nothing left to discuss. The meeting is adjourned. Just follow orders. And if anyone tries to get clever, a small goblin soldier came running in, shouting, Commander Roger, we have an urgent report. Roger remained calm. What is it? He asked, while the goblin spoke in a panicked tone. That human head chef has arrived with Zedron's necklace. The goblin's voice grew louder with every word. He claims humans are attacking the fortress, targeting the Saintess. Roger's expression shifted slightly. What is it this time? He walked outside. Seeing him, Choi Hyun Seok panted and said, You're the commander, right? Roger replied indifferently. Explain exactly what you just reported to me. Choi's voice was weary but frantic. Sir Zedron discovered holy power, followed the trail, and found humans attempting to assassinate the Saintess. Roger couldn't believe his ears. Humans? Why would they want to kill the Saintess? Outside, he kept trying to calm him down. Just breathe, take a deep breath. Before Roger could finish, a whistling sound cut through the air. He reacted instantly, shouting, Everyone, get down! Countless projectiles flew past, leaving the area in total chaos. Humans are attacking us. Light the signal fires. They're aiming for the Saintess. Protect her. Watching the scene, Roger felt a sense of bewilderment. This is absurd. Do they really intend to kill the Saintess? Roger raised his hands, gathering massive energy that surged and swirled, creating streaks of light and powerful gusts of wind around him. He wasn't too far away to stop them both. Choi Hyun Seok was also struggling to counter the 7th battle technique. When Zedron's strike clashed with the enemy, a massive pillar of energy exploded violently, tearing through space with blinding white and red light. The blast is destructive, Choi Hyun Seok roared. I will protect her. Abelson moved. The scene shifted to Geffen Ocelot, who was laughing heartily. Poor Arca. I didn't expect to lose such a loyal friend. What's the point of this? Zedron thought, his face cold. Is he really using his own subordinates as shields? His eyes narrowed, his pupils constricting. I suspected as much. But he really is powerful. Even though I knew holy power and demonic energy were polar opposites, his level must be equal to a regional commander. Is this the level of a human hero? Geffen Ocelot remained composed, causing the trembling Drayson to look on in fear. Is he just a demon? Zedron remarked. You know you can't win, yet you're still laughing? Geffen Ocelot remained nonchalant. What else am I supposed to do? There's no dining hall here. Chains are all this fortress has, he added leisurely. All I need to do is keep you here and wait. My subordinates can easily wipe out the soldiers down there. Zedron's expression remained frozen like ice, his eyes narrowing slightly. His deep gaze betrayed his contemplation. He's certain Hermes isn't here, and he knows the strength of the fortress's leaders. How much information has already been leaked? Losing patience, he said. Enough. I don't have time for this. So let's end it quickly. Geffen Ocelot. Geffen Ocelot just smiled, calm and confident. And how do you plan to do that? You know very well that your power is completely useless against me. The moment Zedron's technique was activated, the ground shook violently. Countless rocks and debris were hurled into the air by the immense pressure, like a storm. In that case, you need to carve this into your mind. True power can overcome that uselessness. The scene shifted to Lucas, looking down on Choi Hyun Seok with contempt. I've never heard of the Demon King's army having another hero. Lucas's face didn't falter as he provoked him. The Saintess, and even that traitor? Who would have thought there would be 3 corrupted humans? You've lost. All the fortress soldiers will be here soon. Choi Hyun Seok gritted his teeth, his hands clenched. No matter how strong you are, you can't fight an entire army. Don't waste your energy. Just surrender. Lucas sneered. Lost? Are you sure about that? He leaped up, swinging his sword and knocking someone down. Since when did humans learn Zedron's close combat techniques? It's thanks to that I caught this guy. The person just defeated began chanting a curse. Flames slowly ignited. My body belongs to God. I offer this body to burn and be sacrificed to him. The fire began to spread and blaze intensely. Please, grant me the strength to punish. The demons. Lucas stood amidst the ring of fire, horrified. This holy fire, standing in the middle of the raging sea of fire, he was completely stunned, his eyes wide with bewilderment. A self-immolation spell? No sane person would ever use this. As the flames surrounded him on all sides, he explained further. A wall of fire imbued with the divinity of a high-ranking Saint Knight. Most people would be burned to ashes just by touching it. Lucas's face was filled with satisfaction. Even high-level demons can't pass through it easily. So give up and hand over the Saintess, hero. Choi Hyun Seok wondered why the fire was roaring so violently. It was madly devouring everything in its path, leaving nothing but ash. He grew angry. Why are you trying to kill her when you're human too? He yelled. Leave me out of this. Abelson is on your side, so why? Lucas frowned. Our side? That's ridiculous. After seeing all this, why are you still? Choi Hyun Seok looked at Abelson, whose pure face was slightly bowed. The Holy Empire abandoned the gods a long time ago. Choi Hyun Seok gritted his teeth and turned to Abelson. What do you mean? She replied, all they want is a puppet that always obeys them. Her face turned pale. Her eyes were wide, her gaze trembling with fear, regardless of whether that puppet was the real Saintess or not. The sword in Lucas's hand plunged into the ground. He smirked, a look of arrogance appearing on his face. Enough talk. Come here, hero. I'll give you 10 seconds. Choi Hyun Seok frowned, thinking, how long can I hold out against this guy? This is all I can do. He was counting down. Only one way left. His voice counted down steadily. 9. His legs tensed up, and the blinding light effects made the scene feel intense. He was about to unleash a powerful attack, promoting to level 1, full bloom. Abelson panicked. Choi Hyun Seok, are you planning to use demonic energy? Stop. Your body won't be able to handle it. Choi Hyun Seok's face contorted in pain. His teeth gritted hard as a crimson wave of energy exploded violently. Right in the center of his chest, murderous intent and brutal power radiated throughout his body. 8. If we go on like this, we'll all die. I need to do this, no matter the cost. 4. His body felt like it was about to burst, promoting to level 2, perfect, full, bloom, Geffen Ocelot, Geffen Ocelot. He counted steadily. 7. He remembered Zedron's words with worry. 6. Listen carefully, Choi Hyun Seok. Promoting involves 3 stages, full bloom, blooming, and withering. Each stage of the close combat technique is many times more dangerous, so never. Choi Hyun Seok clasped his hands and muttered, don't jump to the next level. If you haven't fully mastered the previous one. I've heard that so many times it's worn out. His body was glowing red. I'm sorry, Zedron, he shouted, releasing his power. 5. I have to use it this time. He dropped his shoulders. A vortex of power swirled beneath his feet. My heart feels like it's going to explode. My body is screaming. I have to stop. 3. Rachel flew over in fear. Hero, are you crazy? I understand the situation is dire, but promoting Choi Hyun Seok's eyes glowed brightly. Your body won't be able to take it. Don't listen to her. Focus on Lucas's counting. 2. A blinding light surrounded him. The system announced, promoting to level 3, falling flower, withering. Choi Hyun Seok's toned, pitch-black body radiated an intense, oppressive aura. Every muscle fiber rippled as if holding explosive power, while his eyes flashed with a threatening, crimson light. Rachel, cast support magic. Don't stop. Lucas watched the scene and sneered. A human using a promotion technique? So, you aren't an ordinary hero, are you? On Choi Hyun Seok, waves of power coursed through his entire body. He shouted decisively. Here I come! He lunged at him like a predator thirsty for prey. 2 moves carrying destructive power clashed head-on, creating an earth-shattering collision. Lucas was firm. That black body is proof of a level 3 promotion user. I don't know how a human can use a demon's close combat technique, but your stamina will surely run out in a few minutes. Blinding light exploded. A terrifying shockwave spread everywhere. With a heroic aura, he thought, I just need to wait, and victory will be mine. He swung his sword, trailing a blinding sword beam that pierced through the sea of fire. Choi Hyun Seok confidently countered the blade with his fist. Lucas was bewildered. He parried my attack with his fist? A powerful punch slammed into his chest, making the surrounding air vibrate violently. He could only think, I've never seen anyone do that. He clutched his stomach in pain. You bastard, cheating. Every muscle on Choi Hyun Seok's body tensed to the limit. Lucas complained. A human corrupted by demons. Do you even have any self-respect left? Red veins bulged all over his face. Damn it, I've reached my limit. Abelson clasped her hands in prayer. But if I collapse now, he remembered Zedron's warning. Remember, Choi Hyun Seok, promotion is a technique that pushes the body to its limit. If you use close combat techniques with it, you may never recover. Choi Hyun Seok's muscles tightened and bulged within the radiant aura. It felt like just clenching his fist would be enough to crack the ground. But right now, a silver-haired beauty is crying in front of me. Do I have the capacity to die? He shouted, energy threatening to explode. Who cares? As he clenched his hand, Choi Hyun Seok's sinewy fingers felt like they could crush rubble with pure strength. My body has exceeded its limit. Even if I stop here, my body won't avoid collapse. His eyes glowed with a blinding light like a miniature sun, making anyone who met his gaze feel shocked and tremble. If there's no way back, then I'll fight until I've had enough. Abelson's eyes welled up. Choi Hyun Seok. She looked at his hands. Demonic energy and holy power were diametrically opposed. His head hung low in silence. His once tough features were now covered in sorrow. She closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling. Her hands were clasped tightly in front of her chest in a prayer position. If I use holy power on Choi Hyun Seok now, he'll explode instantly. Please, God, don't take him away. Choi Hyun Seok's body glowed like flowing lava. Energy was surging beneath his skin. The surrounding air vibrated violently. Zedron's close combat technique? Lucas wondered. Is he stacking another combat technique on top of it? In the end, you've chosen to destroy yourself. He dug his feet into the ground. His heels crushed the rubble beneath. In an instant, Choi Hyun Seok darted forward like lightning. Each step dragged a powerful shockwave that made the air vibrate intensely. First form, eradication. Come at me. Lucas was confident. I'll make you regret this with your death, you freak. His arm swung out, power gathering around his fist into a blinding orb that tore through the space in its path. Lucas stood tall. Is that all you've got? How pathetic. His hands formed a violent vortex of energy. It's not over yet. He unleashed his skill. Rapid strikes. A blinding aura covered the battlefield, combining Zedron's close combat technique with first form, eradication and rapid strikes. Lucas's eyes were full of contempt as he swept them over Choi Hyun Seok. Oh? He frowned slightly. He didn't just use two combat techniques. He changed them? Lucas's sword plunged into the ground. A powerful surge of mana immediately erupted from the blade. Energy surged violently. It swirled around the blade like a released cyclone. He shouted fiercely. He stood silent for a few seconds. Rachel encouraged him. Lord Hero. Abelson was worried. Choi Hyun Seok. He collapsed to the ground, exhausted. She ran to support him. Oh my God, his condition. She stood still, her brows furrowed, and anxiety was clear in her eyes. His breathing is very weak. Choi Hyun Seok, please, hold on a little longer. I will, Lucas shouted in pain. I underestimated you. His eyes widened, but crimson blood didn't stop streaming from the corners of his eyes, running down his cheeks and dripping onto the ground. You've surpassed common sense. If I let you live, if you continue like this, you'll eventually bring ruin to the Empire. He buried his face in his hands. That's why I'm ending you right here. Before he could finish, Zedron lunged at him with immense force. Sorry, I'm late. Choi Hyun Seok gently lifted him into the air and tossed his body aside. So, you finally decided to use my melee techniques. Choi Hyun Seok lay there, his breathing weak and erratic. Every inhale felt like a heavy toll, as if he were pouring out the last of his remaining strength. Zedron turned to ask, Can you save him? Saintess Abelson said decisively, I'll do my very best. She held his hand. Choi Hyun Seok, please don't die on me. Your time isn't up yet. Scene shift. In a luxurious room, Hermes lounged casually. You're being serious, right? She sighed. High-level waiting room at the Demon King's castle. The 5th day of the regular meeting. The Legion commanders went through all this trouble just to eat such garbage? Park Hyuna looked annoyed. Stop whining and just eat what you're given, you big mouth, she sneered. Demon King Legion Commander, no. 4. Park Hyuna. Her previous job was a hero. Hermes held a cigarette loosely between two fingers. Thin, pale plumes of smoke drifted up and slowly vanished into the air. Since when did our dear Park Hyuna learn to show respect to others? If there weren't a rule forbidding Legion commanders from attacking each other, you would have died by my hands 100 times over. Hamster asked, panicked. Lord Hermes, there's an urgent report from the Black Fortress. She remained calm. What is it? Is it him? Urgent report. The Gasfriend Empire has attacked the fortress. 4 knights have been struck, including 1 hero-level individual, and many soldiers are dead or wounded. She went silent for a few seconds, then let out a faint smile. The regular meeting of the Legion commanders has been abruptly changed, and the humans suddenly took advantage of that opening to attack the fortress? How curious. Hermes calmly brought food to her mouth. That really is quite the coincidence, isn't it, Demon King? Scene shift. Choi Hyun Seok woke up, exclaiming, Whoa, I survived again. This is insane, Rachel complained. How does this maniac keep surviving? Just go ahead and die already, he replied, frustrated. Hey, I'm still a patient, you know. He scratched his head in confusion. I mean, I was injured that badly and I'm still alive? I really thought I lost. She sighed. Well, obviously, she recounted. You used that melee technique, but that monster survived your direct attack. But then, the bull-headed guy appeared. He saved you and ended everything with just one strike. After that, the bull-headed guy and the saintess took turns nursing you every single day. Bobo and I also looked after you whenever we could. She yelled. Everyone says that you surviving is a miracle. Don't you ever do that again. I'll die of stress before my time if I keep worrying about you. Choi Hyun Seok closed his eyes and pointed a finger toward her. Rachel flinched and said loudly, What? What is it? Are you trying to hit me? He lightly poked her cheek. She glared at him. But I'm right, aren't I? He broke into a bright smile, his eyes curving into crescents, the familiar, playful look still present on his face. Right. Sorry for making you worry. You did a great job, Rachel. She felt flustered. No, it's nothing. Time passed. A few hours later, in the area where Choi Hyun Seok was resting, a crowd had gathered. Zedron said, So, it turns out you were able to use that technique, not because of your own ability. He was doing push-ups on the floor. Embarrassed. That's right. It was all thanks to the magical energy that Lord Hermes imbued in me back then. You've said that 189 times already. Zedron complimented him. I admit you're very talented, but stop being so reckless. Do you think you have 9 lives? I'll say it again. If not for Lord Hermes's help, you would have died a long time ago. He felt shy. Please, that's enough, Hermes shouted. Bobo, yeah, enough already. I'm sick of hearing it, Choi Hyun Seok asked curiously. But, Commander, what about the meeting? Hermes replied. Oh, you silly thing. My kids were being attacked at my headquarters. Who cares about those meetings? She added happily. I ignored the meeting and came back. Really? She remained nonchalant. The Demon King might be a little angry, though. Both Choi Hyun Seok and Zedron froze in place. She closed her eyes, looking relaxed. But right now, that's not the important thing. Even though I imbued him with my magical energy for a human who is only at the captain rank, to use it as if it were his own power? Unbelievable. Choi Hyun Seok looked down, 2 lines of tears streaming down his face. Demon King, will we be okay? Hermes licked her lips. Choi Hyun Seok, truly an interesting human. Tigret stood towering there, silently looking toward the burning castle. The ground was covered in countless corpses and the ruins of the battle, creating a scene of desolation so thick it was suffocating. Hermes spoke up. Great King, do you still remember? Even when we first arrived in this world, and even when you eventually said you would shake hands with that person? Beneath Tigret, there were corpses strewn about. Hermes stood behind him, silent. I have always followed your will because I understand what it is that you are trying to protect. He rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. What on earth are you trying to say, Hermes? She brushed it off. If you go this far for someone like me, there will be trouble. Tigret raised his voice. Arrogant. Are you basically telling me that you won't follow my orders anymore? He slammed his hand on the chair. Has living so long made your senses dull? Hermes remained calm, as if she had already expected this. I knew you would say that. I don't want to argue with you, great king, so I will take my leave now. Her feet hesitated, but she mocked him. After all this time that has passed, are you really the one who has grown dull here? Please think carefully. This is my last piece of advice as your longtime companion. She turned her back and walked away. That's all. Goodbye, 3rd Battalion, Bobo's home. She walked outside and shouted back, Safe travels, master. Hermes walked away. Oh, that's right. Congratulations, Zedron. He replied. Yes? Forgive me, I don't quite understand what you mean. She praised him. You defeated a hero-level human on your own, didn't you? Isn't this the time for you to move forward, to reach an even higher position? He could only smile. If you say so, I am very grateful. But I don't think it's the right time yet, Hermes said calmly. Oh my, why not? Zedron replied. A part of me still wants to witness the growth of Choi Hyun Seok. She turned around with a weary look when she heard him say, And I still want to continue learning from you, Lord Hermes. From that, I can further improve myself. She broke into a gentle smile. Hermes, enough changing the subject. Let's get down to business. The castle is completely ruined thanks to the human incursion. Right, Zedron? He stammered. Yes, I have no excuse. She suggested. It seems everyone has become lazy. Since this isn't the front line yet, I think we should hold a tournament to select a new commander for the entire 3rd Battalion. Scene transition. Choi Hyun Seok sat in front of the system screen, deep in thought. He looked at the system, puzzled. Even after upgrading the hero shop to intermediate, I still have 950 points left. It would be a waste to just leave them. Is there anything worth buying? Rachel spoke up. Well, either way, you've already completed a mission and gained another 1,000 points. He looked at the system's display panel, feeling happy. Still, it's reached intermediate level now. That means from now on, there will be more items, right? There are all kinds of supplies, and there's even a new mixed catalog in the hero shop. Do you want to take any chance to upgrade a bit? Choi Hyun Seok looked at the shop, bringing his hand to his chin in contemplation. Still, these are just basic armor. The quality is terrible compared to the price. None of the sets have any bonus stats, Rachel agreed. That's right. I mean, even that brute could crush them like paper. He looked at the shop, having his own calculations. There were a few accessories with various options, but it was hard to figure out what they were. So, he chose a pair of glasses that looked quite nice. He operated the system to bring them up. Let's upgrade the combat power scanner first. The system displayed a new item. Combat power scanner. A scanner capable of calculating an opponent's combat strength based on power, stamina, agility, and mana. Effect. Reveals the opponent's combat power. Required hero points, 150. He wondered. But hey, what is this item called? Create combat technique and magic? The screen displayed. Create magic and combat techniques. Create your own unique skill and use it to crush your enemies. Required hero points, 500. Rachel didn't quite understand what it was either. This isn't an item, it seems more like a system for creating a unique skill. For example, if we turn your kick into a skill and then upgrade that skill, then, even though it's still the same kick, it would be much stronger. Is that the idea? Choi Hyun Seok remarked. Sounds like some products without an insurance policy. The system instructed, 500 hero points will be deducted. The skill creation process has begun. Observing and recording the user's mana and physical movements for a certain period of time. The user can manually adjust the start and end times. He was extremely surprised. Oh, so this is how it turns movements into a skill. He was eager to try it immediately, so he walked quickly outside. Looking good, the system announced. Now, proceeding to record the movements and mana of the hero candidate, Choi Hyun Seok. He ran with high speed, keeping his body balanced before swinging his leg to kick. Starting with a kick. The system message flashed. Recording process finished. Notification. Automatically proceeding to create combat technique. Optimizing physical balance. Optimizing mana control. Automatically adjusting balance. He stood frozen in front of the many system messages. What kind of advanced system is this? Choi Hyun Seok closed his eyes and breathed gently, feeling satisfied. Finally, my life has truly turned into an isekai story. Red alert! The system sounded a warning. Combat technique creation failed. Warning. Please perform the correct sequence. His eyes popped wide. What the hell? I did exactly what it said. Why the hell didn't it work? Rachel reminded him. It seems the system cannot identify the user since you have the ability to use demonic energy, like him. The security of the hero system is truly the strongest in the world. This is not a server error, so the error lies with you, Mr. Hero, who uses demonic energy. Choi Hyun Seok angrily waved his hands repeatedly, his eyes wide and burning with rage. I was already about to go crazy, and now this? An automatic message appeared. Hero mission. Friend, it seems you just threw away 500 hero points, didn't you? Oh boy, but it's too early to despair. You can always earn more points. Now is the time to forget the past and look to the future. Create your own combat technique with your own strength. Goal. Create a unique technique. Reward. He was furious. Reward my foot. Give me back my points right now. Choi Hyun Seok rushed over and knelt on the floor of Zedron's training ground. Master, please help me with just this one thing. Zedron, after hearing his story, crossed his arms sternly. So, you want to develop your own personalized combat technique, right? He nodded vigorously. Yes, that is exactly it. He stood silently for a while before the boy's earnest, tearful pleas, and finally agreed. Fine, I will help you. After all, I was actually thinking of training you today anyway. He walked proudly. Follow me, training begins right now. He followed him, flustered. Yes, Master Zedron. The two began to train, Choi Hyun Seok recounted. And from then on, the training session began. Zedron guided him through every single movement. He trained at times. He felt so tired he wanted to collapse. He diligently repeated each movement to perfect the skill. He he shouted. Keep training. Many times, he trained until he was completely exhausted and had to lie motionless in bed, recovering from his injuries. And then, the day he leveled up, the system arrived. Finally, success. Choi Hyun Seok's hands gripped tight, trembling. The system. Notified. You have completed the hero mission. Choi Hyun Seok. Occupation. Hero candidate. Rank 461. You have achieved a great feat, surpassing the limits of a hero and breaking free from the conventional mold. He had just finished training his mana to the point of exhaustion, his own combat technique. He stood proudly between two mountains. His back straight, his gaze fixed firmly forward. A modified version based on Zedron's martial arts. His eyes were full of confidence. Nobiles. The cheering echoed throughout the stands, making the atmosphere of the arena hotter than ever. The tournament was taking place right then. Jack was the commentator. Hello everyone. Your host, Jack, is back again. The tournament we are holding this time is a large-scale event to select a central regiment commander and 13 battalion commanders. Jack's voice continued. How many contestants are there estimated to be? More than 1,000. Park Hyuna stands inside, listening as the announcer explains that this tournament consists of 3 total matches, all held under a completely different format. Sorry to keep you waiting. Everyone, the first match will begin in 1 hour. It is. Choi Hyun Seok flashes a bright smile, while Jack continues his commentary. Whoops, looks like he slipped up. A smirk spreads across Hyun Seok's face, confident and arrogant, his sharp eyes narrow, as if provoking his opponent upon hearing Jack announce, the lawless one of the Berserk Killer's path. Inside, Park Hyuna and Hyun Seok stand face to face. She strikes a confident pose, hands on her hips, her eyes glowing. With a calm yet incredibly confident expression, she says, I've been watching you for a while. You are human, aren't you? She asks sternly. She examines his black hair and the combat power scanner. At a glance, you look like a normal hero. He puts on a goofy, fake smile. Well, she leans in close, but I can sense demonic energy on you. Zedron walks in coldly. Get out of here. Move it. 4th Battalion Commander Park Hyuna. She retorts, explain yourself. I have to deliver orders to the head of the cooking squad. Park Hyuna asks, confused. An order for him? Zedron replies, that's right. She huffs, turning away. Fine, whatever. If you're going to kick me out, I'm leaving. She walks away, deep in thought. That bull-headed idiot is harboring a human, not as food, but as a squad captain? She wears a bright, cheerful smile, in a good mood. This is getting more interesting by the minute. Inside, Zedron explains. She acts a bit strange sometimes, but regardless, she is still a commander, and she was a former hero, just like you. Choi Hyun Seok's jaw drops as Zedron continues. She's here to oversee the tournament by the Demon King's orders, but Lord Hermes used an inspection to isolate her. Curious about what happened, he sighs and scratches his head. All right, I get it. So, what is Lord Hermes's order for me? Zedron replies with a look of surprise. He said, you must at least reach the quarterfinals, or you'll be sent to the 2nd Battalion as research material. The scene shifts to the arena as Jack's voice continues steadily. 2 hours later, the tournament begins. Now, I will explain the rules. The first event is a simple foot race. The first to reach the finish line wins. There are no other rules. Today, you will be forgiven even if you accidentally kill your opponent. Hogos wears a sinister smile, warning Choi Hyun Seok. Did you hear that? You won't be punished even if you kill someone, so try to stay alive, you arrogant little human brat. While doing push-ups, he looks just as confident. Yes, I understand. Roger also silently stands and listens. Then, all the contestants, including Choi Hyun Seok, rush out. The race begins. A bat also joins the competition, flying overhead, calling out mockingly, you barbarians who can't fly. How cunning of me. Why don't I drop a little something for you? Below, Hyun Seok is speeding up, ordering, Rachel. She summons a barrier like an umbrella over his head. Tell me the situation ahead. Rachel warns, you'll be in 100th place if you keep running like this. Hogo speeds up right next to him, sneering, you're still alive? Choi Hyun Seok tilts his body, dodging a blow by a hair's breadth. Rachel launches a lightning-fast counterattack, creating a fierce shockwave that tears through space. Die. I'll block him. He smiles, satisfied. Well done, Rachel. Hogos raises his hand, summoning a scorching red energy sphere. The core inside flares with blinding light, emitting a terrifying pressure. How about this? The violent energy surges within, making the sphere look like it's about to explode. The red energy sphere is quickly enveloped by hundreds of glowing squares, creating a mysterious barrier. Choi Hyun Seok, dashing by, looks over. Huh? He's weakening his own attack? He grinds his teeth in frustration. That should have been a powerful blow, but he's splitting it apart. Hogos acts arrogantly. You human. That human is attacking us. His face darkens, and he growls, deeply annoyed. Damn madman. An entire battalion behind him targets him. Kill him. You've been an eyesore to me for a long time. Hogos speeds up and flies ahead. Enjoy running away. He also madly increases his speed. You damn goat. Don't let me catch you, he asks curiously. Rachel, how many people are in the lead? She announces, you've passed 16 people. There are about 24 left in front. Suddenly, someone behind attacks him. Whoa. Choi Hyun Seok loses his balance and falls forward. His face is full of worry. Damn it, I can't. He recalls Zedron's advice. The combat techniques you're learning aren't suited for humans. His memories from his last upgrade flood back. My techniques are meant for demons, he had advised, so you have to create your own set of skills. Then, he remembers the image of his triumph. He finally succeeded. The fusion of demonic energy and the power Hermes granted me with human magic, that skill, that is my own combat technique. He recalls standing between two mountains, a combat technique only I can use. Choi Hyun Seok suddenly realizes, that's right. Purple is the color of nobility. His face turns serious. His sharp eyes show he is ready to face every challenge. Maybe I should name this combat technique Nobility. Suddenly, his legs gain immense frictional force. The system announces, your magic power has increased from D to C. Your demonic energy has increased from E to C. Massive magic power erupts, creating fierce, swirling currents. Surrounding his body, the system announces, nebulous, birth. A classical term implying the birth of a noble. The combination of two forces gives birth to a brand new power. Choi Hyun Seok's exclusive combat technique, based on a type of death force, a fusion of magic and demonic energy. Proficiency, 0.06%. Choi Hyun Seok yells, get out of the way. He launches like a rocket, continuously passing other opponents. His opponents look on in confusion because he zips past so fast they can't even see his body, leaving only a long streak of light. He charges forward in silence. A massive wave of purple magic radiates from his body, carrying heavy pressure. Jack comments, 95 people have reached the finish line. Choi Hyun Seok is trying his best to secure a good position. Jack shouts, only 5 spots left. Hogos's eyes pop out in shock. How did you get here? He charges forward with a smirk. Finally found you, didn't I? Hyun Seok's fist is thrown with terrifying speed. It's so fast that only faint streaks of light remain in the air. Close combat, Zedron style, third form. He grinds his teeth. He throws a punch as powerful as a falling meteorite, carrying devastating, destructive force. I might accidentally kill you. He nears the finish line, his feet sprinting for the final step. He lunged forward as fast as a bullet leaving the chamber. The sound of the 99th and 100th contestants reaching the finish line echoed just as he threw his body across the line. He sat on the ground, panting heavily. Finally, there were Hogos and Choi Hyun Seok. He smirked, thinking, I actually did it. Meanwhile, Hogos was purple with rage, shouting, you filthy human, I'll kill you. The race was over, but he stood up impressively and stomped on him. 100 people had passed the first trial. The second trial begins in 3 days. Everyone, disperse. The night sky was a deep, dark blue, vast and endless. The air was silent, leaving only the immense expanse above, where thin clouds drifted slowly like streaks of silver smoke. That night, near the northern Black Citadel, Park Hyuna was uneasy. Are you really going to let him show his true power right at the tournament? Motem stood silently, listening, until he heard Hermes calling from behind. Long time no see, Motem. He spun around. To be precise, it's been 97 years, 3 months, and 11 days, Hermes. He was full of skepticism. What must I do this time? Magical energy glowed brilliantly around Motem's body. Hermes's acquaintance. Motem combat power, 198,532. Motem wondered, so I just need to take all the contestants' flags? Hermes replied, exactly. But don't be reckless. If there are potential candidates, go easy on them. Park Hyuna was surprised. Go easy on them? You've really gotten soft, haven't you? Hermes replied calmly. Soft? I am the commander of the 4th Legion. She crossed her arms, looking stern. Why do you think demons lose to humans? Because we're too fair, she analyzed. Demons try to solve everything with brute force. If we're weaker in power, we lose, and if we lose, we die. We accept that too easily. She thought of Choi Hyun Seok. But humans are different. If they're at a disadvantage, they evade, and they come up with plans to balance the fight. Hermes pointed a sharp claw toward Park Hyuna. That is why the Demon King's army keeps losing to these weak humans. She looked up at the sky, adding, "You have a lot to learn, commander of the 4th Legion." The next battle, the rules were announced. The rules for the second trial. A team of 4 is formed. Randomly, every group is assigned 2 flags. After 48 hours, the 10 teams with the most flags move to the next round. The 4 teams with no flags are eliminated, regardless of their ranking. Hogos held his flag, looked up at the sky, and laughed loudly. See? Use humans as bait to ambush others. Others joined in. Exactly. Too brilliant. Choi Hyun Seok hung his head in disappointment, tears streaming down. Why am I on this guy's team? The system announced, Team 9, Hogos, Ikigli, Ferdison, Choi Hyun Seok. Hogos held the flag confidently. Because of that, look, if we just sit and wait, we'll pass the second round. Choi Hyun Seok sighed. He's so annoying. The system had already posted the rankings. Second tournament ranking. First, Team 59 4 flags. Second, Team 87 4 flags. Third, Team 24 5 flags. Fourth, Team 9 4 flags. Fifth, Team 13 3 flags. Huh? All 4 were surprised. Our ranking suddenly went up? 4th place? Team 9 stared at the board for a moment. Second tournament ranking. First, Team 87 4 flags. Second, Team 24 5 flags. Third, Team 9 4 flags. Fourth, Team 13 3 flags. Motem's footsteps approached. Choi Hyun Seok noticed the sound of metal. Motem's body radiated presence. Power level, 198,532. He wondered, is he the one messing up the rankings? Hogos laughed, pointing a finger in contempt. What is he? A gold-plated goblin? The other 3 lunged forward before he could finish. Choi Hyun Seok winced in panic. Hey, don't attack him. You can't fight him, Hogos shouted. Shut up, you coward. He charged at his opponent like a gust of wind. Die, and become my flag. Motem grabbed the flag back and threw a powerful punch. Hogos's body was sent flying back, rolling far away. He stammered, my flag. Motem gently placed the flag into the basket on his back. Park Hyuna sat leaning against the wall on the side. She sighed, I don't know what you're expecting, but it's meaningless. We can't win. Not with their skills. Hermes stayed silent, lost in thought. The countdown timer was ticking away. First, Team 87, 4 flags. Second, Team 24, 5 flags. Third, Team 13, 3 flags. Fourth, Team 23, 3 flags. 25th, Team 9, 0 flags. Only 1 minute left. Hyun Seok ordered his teammates. Time limit. No. 0519. Stop, you armor-clad guy. Everyone, attack when I give the signal. Especially you, sheephead. Use your brain. Motem thought to himself, those guys I just took flags from their attacks were just too simple. He shouted, magical defense. Attack. Hogos summoned a swirling, bright red sphere, but the flames were compressed. Damn it, don't give me orders. He hurled it at Motem, creating a massive explosion. Fire flared up, dust flew everywhere. Choi Hyun Seok directed Ikigli, who was flying in the air. Follow the order! I know! He turned into a bird-like form and lunged down at the speed of light. His target was Motem. He began to waver. Coordinated attacks? This is the first team to try these tricks. He reached out and caught Ikigli neatly. How novel. He defended as lightly as if playing with children, but Motem held Ikigli with one hand. The other hand stretched forward. You guys are too exposed and slow. Even the demonic power you possess is very weak. It seemed effortless. But the strength couldn't be underestimated. The ground cracked and shook violently. Choi Hyun Seok rushed forward. It's time, read. His eyes sharpened, his feet steady. He launched a strike, rushing like a storm straight at Motem. First technique of the royal aristocrat. He stretched out his arm confidently. That's right, now I can take them. Smartly, he already understood this move of his team. Good coordination for a zero-sum plan. Improvising, he pushed his head away easily. But that's all you've got? His devastating strike during the clash caused Choi Hyun Seok to be hit head-on and sent flying backward amidst the sound of wind-tearing speed. The time was almost up, but Motem was still fighting alone. Time limit! No! 15! You're using a power I've never seen before. Was that dark energy just now? With only a few seconds left, he was extremely worried. Time limit! No! 10! Damn it, time's running out. Motem's hand covered his entire face. He stammered. If you want to know that badly, Motem began to counterattack. Go big or go home. Take the hit, and you'll find out. Power surged from the focal point, erupting into brilliant rays like electric, magical, crystal fire. The demonic energy exploded, making him look like a savage predator pouncing on his final prey, crushing everything in his path. Time limit: 4, 3, 2, 0. 4 seconds remaining. His hand reached out, nearly touching Choi Hyun Seok's face. He lost his balance, his feet dragging hard against the ground. He tried to steady himself to avoid falling. He collapsed to the ground with a bone-chilling thud. Blood spilled from the corners of his lips as he slammed into the earth, lying motionless amidst the swirling dust. The commentator's voice boomed. The match is over. He's acting strange. Did he detonate his own magic? Was that a suicide attack? Let's take a look, but it wasn't strong enough. Choi Hyun Seok smiled with utter satisfaction. Hey, Tin Can. His voice was cheerful. He looked behind him. He froze. Since when? He was lying there, completely relaxed. You thought I'd blow myself up without a plan? He said it was all according to plan. He grinned and raised his hand. Bad luck running into me, huh? The commentator announced, Rank 7, Team 15, Match 21. Choi Hyun Seok teased him, flipping him the middle finger. Let's never meet again, Tin Can. And so, the results were in. Team 9 also advanced to the second round. Automatic notification. Skill Demonic Mana Explosion. A technique that utilizes the properties of mana and demonic energy to trigger a powerful blast through minor collisions. The user forces their internal mana and demonic energy to clash, releasing an explosive burst of power. Proficiency: 11%. Hermes sat, discussing, So, what do you think of Choi Hyun Seok? He replied, He's a human, but he uses demonic energy, and he mixes it with mana. I've never seen anything like it before. She seemed to have anticipated it. Heh. I figured as much. Any other assessment? He thought back to the scene of their battle. He's talented, quite nimble on his feet. He's got guts, and he's always clever in any situation. Honestly speaking, he's better than most of the demons I know. Hermes, hearing this, felt satisfied. We need innovation. A breath of fresh air right now. A fresh breeze? She looked away, considering it. Well, I think that would be interesting in its own way. Scene shift. Auburn stood before the door, deep in thought. Saint of the Judaist Church, Gatun. So, Lord Geffen Ocelot has failed in that battle. How? I can't believe it. Someone with hero-level strength could disappear so pointlessly. Aaron wondered, Your Majesty, what will you do about the Saintess? Now? Auburn's sharp face was veiled in indifference, but deep in his eyes lay cold, calculating intent. It doesn't matter. That stupid wretch, no matter how obedient she acts, she's still just a princess from a small country. He stated flatly, I will revoke Abelson's status as the next saintess of the Judaist Church. Announce that the wretch is a heretic who allied with the Demon King's army against the church. Aaron was stunned. He stood up. Next is the item, Ascenda and the gluttonous demon. Are they causing trouble again? On the table sat a file. He judged. She must be reorganizing her army and requesting structural reform. She intends to recruit for her legion through these arena battles. Why? Auburn picked it up to look. Is there no way to sabotage her? Aaron closed his eyes and lowered his head. We asked the Demon King for help, but were refused. It seems causing more trouble with the gluttonous demon would be a bit bothersome right now. He suggested, what if we utilize one of our heroes for this battle? If it's Lord Kinley, wouldn't his strength be enough to defeat the glutton? However, some say the traitor Park Hyuna is currently at the Black Castle. He analyzed. She is also a powerhouse, nearly at the hero rank. It would be very difficult to face them both at once. Auburn replied, Above all, many other traitors are still at the Black Castle. His face was cold as ice, his narrow eyes slightly squinting. The Demon King doesn't intend to intervene in this battle, does he? Aaron advised. Your Majesty, it would probably be best if we called off the preparations for this war. Auburn looked suspicious. Cardinal Aaron? Aaron repeated. Have you forgotten that the Durist Church and the Dragon Empire have become two giant powers dividing the nation? Auburn showed no expression. That is thanks to evil forces like the demon race. We have interfered too much in the nobility and corrupted their will. He briefly recalled the image of the goddess. However, evil must exist so that good may shine even brighter. Furthermore, it ignites the faith of the ignorant in the Judaist Church, those who need our protection. And that faith has become the strength of the Judaist Church to defeat those damn demons. Auburn narrowed his eyes. So far, we have cooperated with a few demon generals to manipulate the war and control the minds of the civilians. But if the demons continue to change and evolve like this, it will be hard to keep them in check. Come to think of it, didn't the new spy mention something? Something about the location for the next match being changed? Location? Aaron suddenly remembered something. Ah, right. He pulled out a map. The main match is supposed to happen here, at Inamosit, famous for the Beast Forest. It's quite far from the Black Castle. It seems God is leading and blessing us, his followers. Auburn's lips curled into a faint, thin smile, but his eyes remained ice cold, carrying a calculating look that made others wary. Cardinal, summon the strongest heroes. Let's take this opportunity to test their abilities. Scene shift. Choi Hyun Seok considered, now that I've started mixing demonic energy with mana, my skill window has gone insane. Rachel advised, before this, you were nothing more than a guy who only had one move. Martial arts. Zedron-style martial arts variant, huh? Choi Hyun Seok thought it was pretty good. After all, the diverse martial arts had officially been added to the skill window, so that was fine. Magical power, demonic energy, explosion, and both magical power and demonic energy explosion are all rated as having progressed quite a bit. Name, Choi Hyun Seok. Hero rank, SSS. Hero candidate level, 466. Strength, 170. Magic control skill, C. Agility, 1654 skills of the system. Displaying stamina, 168. Show mana, 170. Zedron-style martial arts, Zedron-style magic, and the transformation skill, charisma, 74. Demonic power, aura, demonic energy explosion. Choi Hyun Seok looked at the stats. So, I have 5 skills now. He analyzed them. The leadership rank went up too, huh? The newly added effect is pretty useful. Leadership C. When a subordinate follows an order, their execution ability increases. I'm gradually starting down the path of command. Commanding the Demon King's army, huh? He tapped the screen. Aren't there items that can boost my stats even higher? Park Hyuna suddenly peeked over. That's not enough at that level. You need to awaken. Her voice rang out unexpectedly. By reflex, he took a step back. But his foot tripped on an obstacle, and he fell backward to the ground with a look of terror. Co-commander of the 4th Squad, she said, you're too noisy, so shut your mouth and tell me how many hero points you have. Choi Hyun Seok shyly scratched his head. I have 300. She folded her arms. Your shop rank? He stammered. Intermediate. She scolded him. You're trash. He gave a wry smile. Then what did you buy at this level, milady? Commander, could you give me some guidance? Park Hyuna laughed heartily. Ha, look at this guy trying to steal someone else's experience. If I tell you, you have to answer everything I ask later. Deal? He stammered. Yes. She analyzed. Among the skills, the aura types are all good. You already have aura, right? Then just keep upgrading your shop rank and buy a spatial bag. It's like an inventory. It's extremely valuable. Choi Hyun Seok sat there blankly. A spatial bag? That's at the next level, right? Park Hyuna cut his train of thought. All right, my turn. She pointed one finger. First, you're a hero, right? He smiled sheepishly. Somehow, but yes. She held up 2 fingers. Second, how the hell are you in the Demon King's army? He gave a wry smile. Somehow, I ended up here. The 3rd finger. Third, how on earth can you use demonic power and mana at the same time? He stammered. It just happened by chance. Park Hyuna crossed her arms. So, in short, you're a hero but somehow in the Demon King's army, and somehow you can mix demonic power and mana? Choi Hyun Seok just smiled. Exactly. She flared up. You rambling bastard. She lunged forward. But Commander, you're also in the Demon King's army, aren't you? Park Hyuna sat calmly above him. A moment later, Choi Hyun Seok was face down on the ground. Yes, milady. Are you serious about wanting to transfer to the 4th Squad? I'll nominate you. He pressed his head into the ground. No, thank you. She was annoyed and rested her foot on him. Reason? Do you have any reason to be here? Well, I'm trying my best to keep my balance. First, she said, Hermes looks like she'll kill me if I transfer. Park Hyuna was relaxed and calm. First, huh, then what is your next goal? Choi Hyun Seok's whole body arched, shaking from the weight. My next goal is, his next words made her eyes go wide, to save a wealthy, blonde noblewoman and become a father of 5. She kicked him, and he sprawled out on the ground. Forget it. I've lost interest. Do whatever you want. Just as she said. That smooth-talking guy, it seems she won't let him go that easily. She stood up and turned to leave. Get some rest. Choi Hyun Seok stayed face down on the ground, his expression calm. I think I might be settling into life here more than I thought. Cut to the next battle. The third day of the competition. Choi Hyun Seok prepared very carefully. All right. He put on his gloves and pulled his belt tight. I'm all set. Bobo, take good care of the house, okay? Big brother will come back in first place. The dog opened its eyes wide to celebrate. Rachel asked him once they arrived at the arena. We're going to Inamosit, then through Lee Jongjin, right? He replied. Correct. He powerfully pushed the door open. All right, let's go. His handsome face radiated a haughty aura. Every feature hinted at confidence and decisiveness. Arriving at the monster land of Inamosit, the system announced a level up. Choi Hyun Seok was surprised. Killing a weak monster like this and I still level up? I've leveled up 4 times already. Does that even make sense? In front of him was a yawning flower, a reet, a type of plant monster, mainly consisting of female individuals that help pollinate and reproduce for other plant-type monsters. He casually picked up a reet, following the army. Could this area be giving double experience points? The system displayed, third competition, survival in the monster forest. The competition ends when 10 out of 24 contestants are eliminated. Each contestant will be given a magic tool item, a tracker. The magic tracker orb was created by Hermes for entertainment. Every hour, it will reveal the location of all contestants equipped with the GPS function. Rachel pointed curiously at the tracker. But the Demon King's army is good at using magic. In such a surprising way. I didn't expect them to be able to use such complex spells. Hyun Seok calmly bypassed the riot, crossing the forest canopy. Let's go. Quickly, go get these herbs and leave before someone shows up. A stone whistled through the air at incredible speed, smashing into his head. It made a dull thud, causing him to stumble back. Eh? He clutched his head in pain. Hogo was already standing there. Finally found you, human. He wore a sinister smile. This time, I will definitely deal with you once and for all. Roiger lay sprawled on a tree branch, sighing. So noisy, it's killing me. A glowing red portal hovered in midair. Inside were swirling eddies of energy that never stopped moving. Roiger was bored. Of course, I'm the only one who has to go monitor these idiots. At the Inamosit portal, a soldier below pleaded, Milady, please don't do this. This isn't the only portal leading to the castle. What if it's destroyed? He sighed. All right, I understand. He stayed quiet. Still, who would come to such a remote place? Suddenly, there was the sound of soft footsteps on the grass. He sat up abruptly. Roiger listened intently, slowly raising a hand to his forehead and tapping lightly. Spiritual energy immediately surged. Something strange is going on. He discovered a group of humans out hunting. But I don't sense any suspicious mana. Attacking first will give away my position, and that would be very troublesome. Regardless, the chance of running into each other in the vast Inamosit region is very low. Take it easy, man. Just let it be for now and see what happens. Down there, Hogos is still acting all high and mighty, yelling, Tremble before the power of Lord Hogos and beg for mercy. Come on, human. If you don't want to beg, then why don't you just run away? There's no need to be ashamed. A scar on a swordsman's back is a mark of disgrace. Instead of a haughty warrior, Choi Hyun Seok mocked. Should I just kill you? He took a combat stance. Wait. If you kill me, you'll regret it. The man frowned. Regret what? I have top secret intelligence. Oh? And what is that? He looked serious. Its Hogos pointed at him. All of us demons have unanimously chosen you as our primary target. Choi Hyun Seok remained strangely calm. Oh, sounds scary. His lips curled into a confident smirk, his eyes sharp as if he had already secured victory. Where are the others? Why are you the only one left? Sweat broke out on Hogos's face. He issued a warning. 5, 4, 3. The countdown echoed. Then he yelled, 2, 1. Hogos found the human. Kill him. Choi Hyun Seok's eyes bulged. Quit playing these ambush games. The scene shifted to a room with a giant screen. The Black Fortress. Combat zone. Hermes was monitoring the battle. All of them are targeting Choi Hyun Seok. What a shame. Park Hyuna turned in surprise. What's a shame? Lose that fake smile of yours, she said. It would look better. Roiger reported in a panic. Lord Hermes, we are under attack. The humans are approaching the gate, he said urgently. It's a heavy-duty human army. They used stealth tools. And I don't know how, but they pinpointed the exact location of the gate. In the combat zone, the gate on the ground erupted with light. Runes swirled violently, releasing a wild surge of energy that made the entire space tremble. Hermes spoke calmly. Zedron. He understood immediately what she wanted just by hearing his name. Yes, I will depart at once. Hermes frowned. Fine. It seems they prepared well. She clenched her fist. It looks like our information has been leaked. Park Hyun-ah watched as Hermes's grip tightened further. Somewhere else, the scene shifted. Choi Hyun Seok was huddled under a dense bush, holding two small branches to camouflage himself. His body trembled with fear. Huh? Are they really playing this sacrificial lamb game in a competition? Why isn't anyone managing this? What are the organizers doing? Rachel flew down gently. Hero, are you okay? She said anxiously. It's a disaster. Everyone else is running around searching. But he's nowhere to be found. Looks like I have to wait for the next positioning update. Choi Hyun Seok sat as still as a statue, not daring to move. His body shook. I'm really going to die. How am I supposed to survive this? Rachel advised him. Since leveling up is fast here, why don't we go fight some monsters? Is there anything in the hero store? He looked as if he had just had a revelation. That's it. There's nothing, really? He thought, is there anything that can save me from being ambushed? He lay flat and silently opened the system. Oh, this looks useful. Andrew Taylor suddenly stood right over him. Are you the hero from the rumors? He gently took off his black cloak hood. An army of black-cloaked figures stood before him. Hyun Seok noticed everyone's face was cold to the bone, showing no emotion. He was stunned. Humans, but there's something very strange about them. Andrew Taylor spoke. Forgive me for not introducing myself. My name is the hero, Andrew Taylor. Automatic mission notification. Oh my. You have encountered a group of treacherous heroes. There is no hope of defeating these villains. Somehow, stay alive. Objective, survive. Objective, eliminate Andrew. Added objective, eliminate the hero group. Reward, 1,000 points. Choi Hyun Seok bowed low. Greetings, senior. I am a rookie hero named Choi Hyun Seok. May I ask what brings a senior like you to this humble place? Andrew Taylor hadn't even finished speaking before he said, to hunt demons. Choi Hyun Seok flattered him. What a noble mission. Eliminating evil and bringing justice. He scrambled to leave, getting up and looking around. Well, I shall take my leave to kill some demons myself. Good luck. Andrew Taylor decisively drew his sword. Choi Hyun Seok's face turned pale, his eyes wide with horror, all will to resist gone. He turned and ran in a panic, his footsteps staggering, fearing that even a second's delay would mean being swallowed by the darkness behind him. Andrew Taylor lunged with his sword, determined to eliminate the traitor to humanity. The others caught sight of him at that moment. Found the human! Hogos put his hands on his hips and laughed. You thought you could run from me, Hogos? Wait, why is there another human clone? Can he use cloning magic? Choi Hyun Seok slumped to the ground, while Andrew Taylor fell silent. He spoke loudly and anxiously. All soldiers, recite the Demon King Army slogan. Right now. Everyone was dazed and confused. Andrew Taylor turned pale. What is wrong with this lunatic? He began to shout clearly. We are the army of the great Demon King. Then everyone else continued to recite. Crush all of humanity. Hogos, not understanding what was happening, followed along. Crush, crush, humanity. He shouted powerfully, as if he were on their side. That's right, comrades. Let's destroy the enemies of our master, the Demon King, like a true warrior of the Demon King's army. The system reported. Hidden stats activated. Charisma and leadership increased. Ally morale has risen significantly. Attack! Hogos turned in confusion. I mean, he's not wrong. The soldiers were also confused. The Demon King's army is still an army, right? Hogos cheered, pointing forward. Attack! Destroy the humans. Hyun Seok stood in the middle of the battle, pleased. Comrades, I swear I will remember your bravery. He pressed his hands together above his head and quickly ran in another direction. Sacrifice. See you in Valhalla. He ran for his life. They won't last long. He'll catch up soon. What should I do? Suddenly, an arm pulled him back. Hey! Choi Hyun Seok was surprised. Commander? What is happening? Roger said calmly. The gate connecting to the castle was destroyed when the humans raided it. He turned in horror. And the gatekeepers? He judged. They were likely wiped out. I barely survived myself. He analyzed. Wiped out? But there were only 40 enemies at most. He crossed his arms gravely. All of them were at the battalion commander level. Among them, 3 were like me at the regiment commander level, and 1 was nearly at the division commander level. Choi Hyun Seok was terrified. Then how can we survive and get out of here? Roger's eyes sharpened. Neither of us can, he reported. You are already officially marked for tracking, and I am a high-ranking officer in the Demon King's army, so they will come straight for us. His eyes went wide with shock. His mouth hung open, speechless for a moment. With a stunned face, he whispered, Sir, you can't dispel the spell? But you're so good at magic. Roger stood still, arms crossed tightly over his chest. How much longer do we have? What should we do? We have plenty of time. Keep tracking the army. It's beeping a signal. It's warning of danger. A master-level demonic beast is closing in. Check the eye position. Choi Hyun Seok. Look again. If this demonic beast is here, maybe you should call the commander. You had an idea. I've got it. The scene shifts to the human army. They report, "We've wiped out the demons." Andrew Taylor strides forward. The traitorous hero has escaped. Everyone, let's go. They dashed off like a gust of wind. One of them shouts, "Not far to the east, the traitor is there." Andrew Taylor hesitates. But he isn't the only one. I can sense it. Could it be a frale? He explains further, a fralet has an average combat power of 250,000 to 300,000. It's the strongest predator in Enomus. It's a massive, plant-type demonic beast classified as a high-level threat. It requires at least a hero-level warrior. To subdue it, he frowns. It's not impossible to defeat, but the damage will be significant. The sky above the forest was a brilliant, cloudless blue. Birds glided freely through the air. A small silhouette slowly vanished behind the towering trees. In the middle of the clearing grew a giant, deep crimson flower. Its petals were thick and sharp as blades. They quivered slightly, revealing countless razor-sharp teeth stacked in multiple layers inside. "That's a frale," Andrew Taylor muttered, looking up. "You guys, draw its attention." As for that traitor, the system notification pops up. AI perfume. A type of perfume with a scent loved by demonic beasts. The greater the range, the lower the effectiveness. Slightly increases the demonic beast's friendliness toward humans. Hero points required. 10. Back to the scene. Choi Hyun Seok and Roiger have transformed into the vibrant flower. He is excited. System, hero shell, and dryad pollen. Level up status. "I'll do whatever it takes to survive, even if it means becoming a female-type plant." Andrew Taylor pouts. "I'll deal with him." He stomps hard on the ground. Choi Hyun Seok's eyes widen in terror. He screams, "He's coming!" Without warning, Roiger suddenly bursts into speed. His figure darts forward like a ghost. I know that too. The ground suddenly erupts as if an explosion just occurred. Dust billows into the air, carrying immense power as he charges straight toward the battlefield. Andrew Taylor begins to use his high-level hero sword skill. First form. The blade paths of the hero and Phil, two collide almost simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, weapons clash violently. Sparks fly everywhere. Suddenly, one of them is right next to Roiger, ready to strike. His right leg tears through the wind in a horizontal sweep. A kick as powerful as a sledgehammer slams directly into his opponent. Choi Hyun Seok shouts while running, "I'll handle the small fries just like we planned. Hold out for a little longer." Andrew Taylor sneers. "Is your plan just to stand there and stall?" Roiger remains silent, standing calmly, according to the plan they made before encountering the enemy atop the frole. He remembers back when he was planning with Choi Hyun Seok. "This plan will fully utilize our strengths," he had suggested repeatedly. "Commander, just keep running and exhaust them. Use the demonic beast as a shield against his attacks." The system notifies. Stealth skill activated. Use the restraint magic as mid to long range support. He continues. "Meanwhile, I'll handle the rest, including the demonic beast." He had given strict instructions. The key to the plan is never to engage in direct combat. The tactical name is, "You have to come to me." Andrew Taylor attacks relentlessly. "You coward. How much longer do you intend to dodge?" Roiger's face remains calm, but his eyes narrow slightly. Is this how humans fight? Truly cowardly. He charges forward madly. "Damn it, stop getting in my way." Choi Hyun Seok thinks to himself, but thanks to that, we're able to buy some more time. Suddenly, one of the cloaked figures kneels before him. He bows respectfully. Orders, "Kill the traitor." He lunges forward, so fast that the naked eye can barely keep up. Then he screams, "Die!" He swings his sword repeatedly. He doesn't counter, he just keeps retreating. He's strong. Just one of his slashes could cut me in two. As the sword strike comes down, Choi Hyun Seok looks at him with contempt. His movements are too predictable. He observes carefully. There's no brain game without a trick. He's just swinging his sword like a machine. He darts forward and stomps on his foot. He loses his balance and lunges forward. At the same time, he bites his own tongue. Blood sprays from his mouth instantly. He kicks him right in the head, knocking him out in one hit. Choi Hyun Seok takes off the flower hat. "That's it? It was easier than I thought. Even their movements, are we even human anymore?" His face twists in pain. His teeth are clenched tight, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, while his eyes are filled with agony as if he's enduring a terrible torment. "I've used the level up for too long. At this rate, my stamina will system notification. Your demonic energy control skill has increased from rank C to B, temporarily assimilating the body with demonic energy, beginning the transformation process. Hero system. Roiger runs around the Frole, pursued by Andrew Taylor. His breathing becomes ragged. Every breath is hard-earned. I've reached my limit. He looks up. The Frole is also injured. Both I and the demonic beast can't resist anymore. Andrew Taylor is confident. You have nothing special except the ability to run, but even your ability to flee is about to end. The corner of his mouth twitches. His eyes are bright and full of certainty. We heroes are all stronger. Every time I kill a demonic beast or a demon, I get stronger. I've reached level 983. He runs as fast as a rocket. Once I kill the beast, you're using as a shield. Both of them charge at each other with world-shattering momentum. Each blow is enough to tear through the air. Perhaps I'll easily reach level 1000. The sound of metal, clashing loudly, echoes across the battlefield. Neither is willing to give an inch. Roiger remains silent for a long time, his expression deeply contemplative. The two sides collide like two fierce floods amidst the earth-shaking roar. Andrew Taylor is sharp. As he upgrades his stats, he uses his sharp sword to thrust straight down. Dealing with a brat like you is as easy as pie, Roiger said with icy eyes. You know, I've never run away without a good reason. A brilliant red light flared across Froblet's body. It pulsed along its branches and roots, and suddenly, a massive, crimson magic circle erupted. Countless rune rings spun wildly, blinding everyone with their radiance, enveloping Roiger entirely as he unleashed a terrifying, destructive power. Chains coiled together, they carried a destructive force as if to swallow space itself. The scene shifts back to when Roiger and Choi Hyun Seok were discussing their strategy. He held up 2 fingers, and for the second plan, he smiled playfully, calling it lifesteal. Roiger was confused. Lifesteal? Is that some hero code? First, he explained, we'll take out the minions before the magical beast falls. Curious? He smirked. You just keep him busy until the right moment. Help me defeat the beast. Roiger scratched his head. I guess I don't have another choice. Roiger held up his finger. First, can you make it back before your buff wears off? His eyes turned serious. Second, once you're buffed, can you actually beat him? Choi Hyun Seok confessed. Honestly, the success rate is under 1%. He clenched his fist. But if I give up, my hope is 0%. He gripped his fist tighter, his face filled with determination, as if he had made up his mind. If my only choice is between 0 and 1, I'll bet everything on this 1%. The scene cuts to reality. Chains were tightly wrapped around the arms and legs of Andrew Taylor. A suppression skill? What are you trying to do with that petty trick? Roiger's eyes flashed with fierce resolve. You'd better be ready, because we also have a hero. Choi Hyun Seok lunged forward like a shadow. One who can level up. Andrew Taylor's eyes widened in shock. What form is that? Is he a demon? With a heavy blow, the boy's immense magic power erupted. It triggered a massive earthquake. The system repeatedly chimed. Level up! Level up! Froblet pursed its lips, and blood splattered everywhere. As it let out a piercing, painful shriek, Roiger collapsed, exhausted. You arrived right on time, Choi Hyun Seok. His hand was stained with blood. You worked hard, Commander. A faint, confident, almost arrogant smile appeared on his lips. Now, he pointed directly at Andrew Taylor. It's time for you to take a beating. He swung his sword, activating a skill. Ha! You think you can win just by stealing one of my lives? A blinding blue light exploded, covering his body. Amidst waves of intense energy, he roared. Transcendent Hero Sword Technique, 3rd Form, Dragon Slayer, he charged. Swirling energy currents enveloped him like a cyclone. His eyes glowed. This guy is a close-range fighter. I can't let him get close. In the cold blue light, Choi Hyun Seok lowered his head, black horns protruding, his eyes glowing with killing intent. He looked ready to deliver the finishing blow. Andrew Taylor's move involved countless floating blue crystals. Choi Hyun Seok punched downward. He created an energy vortex that overwhelmed his opponent's skill. The guy screamed as he charged in. Transcendent Hero Sword Technique, 7th Form. He spun and delivered a powerful sidekick. It was so strong, the air whistled sharply. Andrew Taylor's body turned into a black blur, flying backward at incredible speed. A dull thud echoed. He slammed into the opposite wall. Andrew Taylor was covered in wounds, blood flowing from his mouth. What kind of monster is he? Amidst the violent purple-black energy rising around him, Choi Hyun Seok arched his back, muscles tense like a demon god who had just awakened. Andrew Taylor trembled. Are you really a demon? He stepped closer. You know, his precise, decisive kick left the enemy no chance to react. Every opponent I've fought was stronger than me. He screamed in pain. The boy grabbed his head, 5 fingers squeezing tight, giving his opponent no room to resist. He slammed Andrew Taylor's head directly into the ground, sending rock and dust flying. Choi Hyun Seok growled. Going through all of this, I've realized one thing. He stammered, begging, don't. The boy knelt on one knee, pouring all his strength into his fist. In the end, for your level, you're a hero too, right? We're on the same side. A sickening crunch was heard as the fist struck Andrew Taylor's head. Choi Hyun Seok stood up, looking at the remains. It's just a number, after all. The system notified him. Secret stat, combat ability activated. Increased resistance to mental fatigue. Improved focus in battle. The scene changes. He was lying on his back, hands over his face, looking defeated. I'm done for. Roger walked over. Are you still alive? Choi Hyun Seok smiled faintly. No, I've already kicked the bucket. He poured a red liquid onto his head. Drink up. He sat up, soaked in the potion. He wondered, what kind of weird medicine is this? Roger replied nonchalantly, your fairy brought it. Rachel held the bottle, moved. This is a high-grade recovery potion. Drink more. The system notified. Item, high-grade recovery potion. Heals wounds and replenishes a small amount of mana. Hero points recovery. It required 500 points. Choi Hyun Seok stared in surprise. Where did you find this? She replied. From the heroes who fell. When they die, their gear drops. He pushed himself up. Heroes in this world are truly bizarre. Duyen Chua. That's shocking, huh? What do you mean? He continued. Heroes are supposed to represent justice, fighting against evil, protecting the world. He sat there silently, eyes downcast, his face filled with sadness and regret. But here, even if you take down another hero, there's no penalty. You even get experience and items. I just acted like a villain, yet there are no consequences. Roger folded his arms, seriously. That's just a human concept. In my eyes, you're a true hero. After all, you saved me. In the lush green forest, his voice still echoed. Don't be held back too much by human morality. Everything has two sides. Right or wrong is never absolute. He looked up, listening intently. He scratched his head. Is he cheering me up? Roger gently kicked him. Rest up. Stop talking so much. Choi Hyun Seok clutched his head. Hey, Commander, my bones. You're stepping on my bones. You said I sent a distress signal before losing contact, so reinforcements should arrive soon, he said, laughing triumphantly. Understood. A massive figure approached from the distance, kicking up a storm of dust. Zedron arrived, accompanied by a glowing red portal, a portable warp gate he had crafted himself. Ogre kicked Choi Hyun Seok into the portal. In a heartbeat, he was back in the city. Back at last. The Third Legion, the Demon King's army, the Dark Fortress. The entire city was swallowed in a sea of flames. Huge columns of black smoke billowed up, obscuring the sky. He looked up and roared, his voice hoarse, filled with helplessness and agony. Why is our home burning? The 3 people who had teleported in were standing in the middle of the fire. Hermes was in a blind rage, stirring up a whirlwind. Park Hyuna stood below, looking up, trying to explain. Is this still not enough to vent your anger? I'm not a traitor. Rage caused Hermes' hands to tremble uncontrollably. Her fingers curled and uncurled tensely. Betrayal or not doesn't matter. What matters is that I'm furious. Her eyes narrowed and began to glow. And I won't forgive anyone who sides with the Demon King. Park Hyuna gritted her teeth and hurried away. That crazy woman. She clearly knows I'm innocent, yet she still attacks. Every suppressed emotion finally burst forth. Anger surged in her chest like a tsunami breaking a dam, drowning the last remnants of Hermes' reason. In the thick, swirling smoke, Ogre stood, blocking the way. The silhouette of Zedron's horns flickered into view. Lady Hermes, he says the Demon King sent a warning telling you to stop immediately. The commander of the 5th Legion of the Demon King's army and chieftain of the Garden Tribe, Ogre, stood calm. Oh my, how did he know? Even if he left the moment the battle started, he would only have just arrived. Park Hyuna wondered, why would the Demon King know in advance and send someone? Hermes laughed coldly. So, he was just bait. He's had people following me from the start. Ogre looked grim. You're just imagining things. She was so furious that even her fingertips were ablaze, pointing forward. Imagining? She leaped up, landing lightly right in front of him. Fine, let's say I'm imagining it. Even though I was punished for saving Rotex from the humans, and locked away for 100 years in this fortress. Under Hermes' feet, flames began to spread. Now you say I'm arrogant and delusional? She shrieked in frustration. Was saving Rotex wrong? A massive, crimson barrier suddenly descended from above, surrounding them and emitting such heavy pressure that the air became suffocating. "You think so too, don't you?" Ogre shouted. "Lady Hermes, Zedron came to stop you both. Stop at once." Ogre turned to Zedron. Hermes waved her hand in disgust. "Enough. I've endured more than enough." She grabbed his shoulder. "Thanks for your help, kid." Ogre. The scene shifted. Choi Hyun Seok was lying down, sighing. What was that just now? The demon army is in total chaos now. Abelson stepped forward. "I heard you're about to be appointed as a battalion commander. Are you really going to stay with the Demon King's army?" He scrambled up. "I suppose so. It looks like we're completely at odds with the other factions now." He sat up, embarrassed. "Besides, living with humans will probably be difficult. I have horns on my head and I use demonic energy. Haha." Choi Hyun Seok fell into deep thought. "But, about the heroes I've met." He recalled the faces of those wearing black cloaks. There was something very strange about them. Except for the strongest hero among them, they were like they'd been brainwashed. When I took them down, their faces were empty, emotionless. He asked curiously, "Do you know anything about that?" Abelson hesitated. "I'm not entirely sure. I was exiled, so I don't know much about the internal affairs." She added, "But it is true that the Holy Kingdom possesses many heroes. Most battles with the demon tribes are handled by the Zhudao class heroes. As for why the Holy Kingdom has so many heroes and why they improve so quickly, that remains a mystery. There are even rumors that they use inhumane methods. Meanwhile, the Dragon Empire is famous for rejecting heroes." Zedron smiled brightly and pushed the door open. "Sorry to interrupt the mood. Choi Hyun Seok, the Saintess, Lady Hermes wants to see you both." The scene shifted to Hermes's office. She was laughing heartily. "Today, you two have a mission. We need a spatial barrier." Choi Hyun Seok didn't understand. "A spatial barrier?" She explained further. "Simply put, it's a shield that prevents illegal teleportation. We have to guard against intruders teleporting straight into my bedroom." "Right," she asserted. "Regardless, only the Second Legion can pull this off." They both stood there, bewildered. "What do you mean?" Hermes smiled with satisfaction. "Exactly. You two will be going on an assignment as my envoys, and the personal physician of the envoy. Truth be told, I'm protecting you both from the humans, so complete this simple task in return." She had already sent word to one more person for this. The scene changed. Ogre received a letter. Why do I have to do these menial tasks?" She revealed, "I'm sending someone with the ability to go with the two of you." The letter read as follows. "To Roy, who carries my power. Take good care of Choi Hyun Seok and the Saintess. If anything happens to them at the Second Legion, then you know what will happen, don't you? Signed, Hermes." At this moment, everyone was gathered in the meeting room. Rotex was missing again. Ogre, commander of the 5th Legion, made a remark. He hasn't appeared at these meetings before either. Even Doji Togos, commander of the 1st Legion, complained. Although it's not mandatory, that guy is still a nuisance. Park Hyuna, commander of the 4th Legion, let out an annoyed sigh. Even if he does come here, he only talks nonsense. Only Hermes, commander of the 3rd Legion, had remained silent until now. Tegret, the Demon Lord's great commander, interrupted and declared, "We will continue the meeting." He began to briefly summarize the meeting. "Today is about the incident where the commander of the 3rd Legion organized a major event without authorization, leading to the border being left, and the humans launched a raid, causing heavy casualties for Feta." Ogre updated the situation. 97 dead, 100 injured. "And there are still a few numbers not yet fully accounted for." Tegret continued the meeting. After that, Hermes suddenly attacked the commander of the 4th Legion without cause. He stated, "According to the law, combat between two Legion commanders requires my prior approval." Afterwards, Tegret concluded, "So, we shall discuss the punishment for Hermes." She spoke freely, and as soon as her words trailed off, a hand shot up in protest. Hermes spoke up to defend herself. "This happened because my Legion had a spy, and I only attacked the 4th Legion commander because I suspected her." She stated her point of view. "I believe finding the spy is far more important than this," she insisted. Tegret immediately raised his voice. "Are you challenging me now?" Yet, Hermes's tone remained light. "I am only making a suggestion." Tegret's hand, hidden underneath the table, clenched tightly into his thigh, out of pure rage. "Hermes, how dare you?" Later, in the hallway outside the meeting room in the Demon King's castle, Ogre could only let out a heavy sigh. Truly exhausting. Those two cannot control their emotions. This meeting is utterly meaningless. Hyuna sighed wearily, looking at Hermes and the Demon King. "I wonder if those two will ever be able to get along again, so troublesome." From what Doji Togos observed, it was nearly impossible, especially since the two used to be so close. I really don't like this, which also caused him to worry. Let's think about this. It's likely going to happen many more times. I have to choose who to side with. At the same time, at the magic tower of the 4th Legion, Choi Hyun Seok stared around, bewildered. Is this the famous magic tower? While he was walking, a voice suddenly rang out. New guests? 2 gatekeeper rodents shouted in unison. Identify yourselves quickly. Choi Hyun Seok calmly presented his search warrant. I am a captain from the 3rd Legion, Roger. The others accepted it, and as soon as they realized who stood before them, the rodents immediately changed their attitude. Ah, if you are with the 3rd Legion, the commander is waiting for you. We will lead the way. Meanwhile, inside the 2nd Legion, in Rotex's office, he was lying listlessly on his chair. Humans can use dark mana. Their bodies can even turn into demons. Rotex looked at the contents of the note on the desk. A human is coming to see you. Take care of him. Do not kill the human. He scoffed bluntly. But a human is just a human, after all, Rotex asserted to himself, regardless of how much he tried to mimic a demon. Before he could finish his sentence, Choi Hyun Seok and his friends appeared. Greetings, Commander of the 2nd Legion. Rotex suddenly jumped up, startling him. Greetings, Commander. Huh? Rotex's jaw dropped in shock. I can't feel anything. You human. He then grabbed Choi Hyun Seok's bicep tightly. This will hurt. Try to endure it for a bit. A surge of life force entered his body. Choi Hyun Seok gritted his teeth, enduring the pain bit by bit. Abelson just stood there, horrified. Choi Hyun Seok, are you okay? Rotex spoke with great amusement. Impressive. A wonderful evolution, human. He spoke mockingly. Do you know something? Rotex informed him. At this rate, your body is rapidly turning into a demon. Until now, you've been very lucky that only small parts have changed, and Rotex believed that sooner or later, your entire body will be destroyed by dark magic. He added slowly. The liver and kidneys are indeed very important, but what intrigues me is, if your heart and lungs are destroyed, you will die instantly. Choi Hyun Seok was caught off guard. No way, I don't feel anything. Rotex cut him off quickly. Keep doubting, and you'll see. He revealed that this was called a demon contract, strictly telling the truth about it. Rotex was certain that the human Choi Hyun Seok would die in 3 months. So, Rotex offered to treat him if he agreed to participate in his experiments. Rotex would conduct experiments and not let Choi Hyun Seok die. Choi Hyun Seok would not object if his body became weaker during the treatment. He would not object if his intellect or ego declined during the treatment. Only then did Choi Hyun Seok hesitate. A document voluntarily accepting the risks? Abelson protested loudly. What is this contract? I will treat you. Don't sign it, Mr. Choi Hyun Seok. Rotex immediately showed his contempt. You foolish woman. You know that dark magic and divine power clash, don't you? Up until now, your treatment has only worked because he was still mostly human. But the more he becomes a demon, the more useless your divine power becomes. His words silenced both Abelson and Choi Hyun Seok. Rotex emphasized every word. 3 months is the limit. Think about it, human. Back at the 2nd Legion men's dormitory, Rachel was extremely worried. What happened to my hero? This is crazy. The doctor is a madman. We even had to sign a liability waiver. Choi Hyun Seok was still frustrated. I've delayed signing that paper. Is there any way to be treated without being a lab rat? Roger had a question. Why don't you call Lady Hermes? Choi Hyun Seok replied. The commander? Even if it's not official, there is a hierarchy among the Legion commanders. But Roger believed that with Lady Hermes' pressure, the 2nd Legion commander would surely back down. The door to Rotex's room knocked again. Commander, Choi Hyun, Seok, and the people from the 3rd Legion want to see you. Having confirmed who it was, he spoke up. Let them in. Choi Hyun Seok and his group, receiving the go-ahead, slowly opened the door. Excuse us. Rotex took one look and noticed. What are you holding in your hand? Roger calmly brought the object up. This. Then he placed the magic orb on the table. I'm going to contact her now. Rotex screamed in shock. A communication orb? Do you intend to? He hadn't yet grasped the problem. The voice on the other end rang out. It's me, Hermes. How have you been lately, Rotex? Rotex's fierce aura from earlier seemed to have vanished. It's been a long time, Lady Hermes. Meanwhile, Hermes responded calmly. The last time we met was at the annual meeting, right? The hand Rotex had on the table was trembling. That is indeed true. Hermes lowered her voice. It's nothing. I just want to ask you for one favor, she emphasized playfully. Remember to ensure that within that contract the following points are written. Then she read them aloud clearly. 1. Rotex will do his best to treat Choi Hyun Seok. 2. Rotex will not harm Choi Hyun Seok. Rotex couldn't hold back his confusion. Why? Hermes bluntly ignored his question. 3. Rotex cannot interfere with Choi Hyun Seok's body without his permission. Finally, before the contract ends, do not let Choi Hyun Seok die. Rotex yelled in a frenzy. Why? Why are you so biased toward this human? Hermes didn't show a hint of surprise, only lowering her voice as she called out. Rotex, she reminded him, who saved you and fed you 355 years ago. When you were abandoned by your own kind, it was I who helped you become a Legion commander. 200 years ago, Hermes added calmly. I saved you when you were about to be killed by humans 100 years ago, she asked the final question. And because of that, I was locked away in the Black Fortress. Hermes warned him with a stern voice. If you understand, then keep your mouth shut and do your job. Rotex was so furious he could only boil over on his own. How dare she? He fumed, swearing, I won't let this slide. Hermes, and what about that human out there? Are you there? Rotex immediately gave an order. Bring me the communication orb, quickly. The next morning, Rotex went to see Choi Hyun Seok and spoke up. All right, there's a lot to discuss, so let's get straight to the point. Choi Hyun Seok immediately noticed something strange. How odd. Why does he seem so unbothered? Rotex asked. Do you understand why the demonic energy is changing your body? Choi Hyun Seok replied excitedly. It's because using demonic energy is an insane act for a human. Rotex denied it. Wrong. Then he provided the answer. As I said, humans cannot withstand demonic energy. An ordinary person would explode and die the moment it was injected into them. Rotex mentioned. But perhaps, thanks to coincidence and fate, he revealed, the demonic energy has taken root and become a part of your body. Rotex concluded that this was the reason for the physical transformation. It was rewriting his entire essence to be more compatible with the demonic energy. In order to sink in deeper, however, something made Choi Hyun Seok wonder. Can't those changes be stopped? Is it impossible to halt the transformation process? Rotex said, but you can direct it according to your will. He shared a new path. So, I plan to implant demon or spirit beast parts into you. Choi Hyun Seok immediately responded. Suppose I don't want that. Rotex replied nonchalantly. Then just live like someone whose time is up, and die. He was as calm as if everything were already according to plan. Don't worry too much. I'll keep your appearance and vital organs intact. I'll only change the parts that aren't easily noticed. At the Legion 2 indoor training facility, Rotex demanded, show me you using what you call noble style. Choi Hyun Seok took off his robe, preparing for the demonstration. I'm starting now. The mana source from him is radiating intensely. Rotex commented silently. He's producing extremely high efficiency, thanks to the collision between demonic energy and mana, plus his physical strength and spirit being enough to withstand that pressure. He confirmed to himself, he really is a natural-born genius. Rotex added a suggestion. Next, try using the catalyst. On Choi Hyun Seok's head, a long horn suddenly sprouted. Rotex could see the most distinct change was the horn. I don't know if it's luck or chance, but he got lucky. This is an efficient mutation that helps protect his internal organs. The desire rose up in him again. I want to study it. I want to clone it. If it weren't for you, Hermes, I would have dissected him on the spot. Rotex thought that if he could mass-produce this ability into chimeras, no one would dare look down on him anymore. But to do that, he needed a deal. Just as he was deep in thought, Choi Hyun Seok suddenly called out, Lord Rotex? He asked. After using the catalyst, what should I do next? Rotex instructed. Stop there for now. Starting tomorrow, I will begin adjusting your body and abilities, step by step. Get some rest now. Afterward, Choi Hyun Seok was still in the room with the raging demonic energy. He lunged forward like a wild beast. Finally, because he exerted too much energy, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Rotex seized the opportunity to pull out a syringe, intending to target him, but Choi Hyun Seok used his powerful, trembling muscles to try and stand up. Choi Hyun Seok lay on the bed, confined by iron rings. 1 month later, he startled awake. Beside him were Roiger and Abelson. Rotex was seriously focused on concocting something. The system notified him repeatedly. Demonic Energy Operation Technique, Rank B. Mana Control Technique, Rank B. Catalyst Mastery, 28%. Choi Hyun Seok thought to himself, I'm done for. No, actually, maybe I'm already dead? Rotex cut him off. Nonsense. Your body and spirit are much more stable than before. That's it for today. Waiting for just those words, Choi Hyun Seok hurriedly got up to leave. Yes, he didn't hesitate for even a second before closing, slamming the door shut. Immediately after, Rotex pulled out the magic orb. He activated it and spoke. "It's me. Can we talk for a moment?" The voice on the other end rang out after a moment. "What is it suddenly?" Rotex suggested deviously. "I want to hear the answer to the proposal from last time." The person on the other end was surprised. "A proposal? Oh, that thing?" But then, Park Hyuna showed interest. "You mean the plan to cooperate to topple Legion 3? She wondered. "No, but I don't understand. I wouldn't cooperate with her, but you two, aren't you guys supposed to be close? Didn't she dote on you like a child, carrying you on her back and everything?" Rotex honestly admitted, "That's all in the past. Hermes and I have severed ties long ago." He recalled that day. "How can this be? The research. Chimera will definitely be a powerful technique." Hermes had spoken coldly. "How long do you intend to rely on those cheap tricks?" "Rotex," she had bluntly commented, "no matter how strong your chimera is, it's meaningless if the controller is weak. You are too weak right now, Rotex." And right now, Rotex wanted to know, "Just answer me. Are you participating?" Park Hyuna asked another question. "Even though you've severed ties, why not just ignore each other like before? And instead, insist on toppling Hermes?" Rotex replied, "It's always been that way." He revealed, "But now there is a very interesting person in Hermes' hands. If I can copy that person's ability, we can do something big." Park Hyuna showed disdain. "That Choi Hyun Seok guy or whatever? Is he skilled enough for you to go up against Hermes?" Rotex immediately affirmed, "He is a valuable talent." He suggested seriously, "No matter how strong Hermes is, she cannot take on 2 Legion commanders alone. So, let's cooperate." Park Hyuna, in the end, agreed. "Fine. Anyway, 2 against 1 is hard to deal with. When there's a concrete plan, call me." Rotex replied, "Okay, I'll be in touch in a few days." Their conversation was eavesdropped on by someone hiding in a corner. At the same time, Choi Hyun Seok was also contacting Hermes. "So you called in such a rush just to talk about this?" Choi Hyun Seok said in a low voice. "Aren't you surprised?" Hermes replied calmly. "Oh my, why would I be surprised? I already predicted it." She asked suspiciously. "Is that all? You called for me just for that?" Choi Hyun Seok quickly denied it. "No, that's not all." He got straight to the point. "I just wanted to ask, what should someone like me stuck between 2 giants fighting each other do?" Hermes thought for a few seconds before speaking. "Well, how about this?" She looked intrigued. "I have a wonderful idea. A plan to catch Rotex off guard." Shortly after, Choi Hyun Seok and Roiger suddenly arrived at Rotex's laboratory. While he held him off, Roiger went to search the place. Choi Hyun Seok had found it. Choi Hyun Seok wondered, "Is this it? Is this the precious item that—" The second Legion commander mentioned, the one Lord Hermes spoke of. Roiger confirmed, "That's right. These are energy-boosting potions made from ancient, extinct creatures. No matter how hard you try, you can't get these anymore. And be warned, this is the most potent version." "Seriously? I guess that would be the case. However, before you use it, wait a second," Roiger insisted. "If anything happens, I'll collect the funeral money for you." Choi Hyun Seok replied, "How touching. Thanks a lot." He immediately drank the whole bottle. "All right, I'm using it now." This operation was dubbed Deceiving the Legion. Choi Hyun Seok started to feel anxious. So what should I do now?" Hermes came up with an idea. Try self-harm. Contrary to Choi Hyun Seok's reaction, Hermes was very nonchalant. "Scared? I'm serious though," she continued. "It's just that I heard Rotex has been lazy with your treatments lately. There's a chance he's doing the bare minimum required by the contract and then planning to dispose of you." Choi Hyun Seok couldn't understand why that would require him to harm himself. Hermes spoke slowly. "Our dear Rotex has the essence of demonic vitality, which he's been hoarding his whole life." She added, "You will absorb that demonic energy." Choi Hyun Seok was still puzzled. "But wouldn't that destroy me?" Hermes confidently asserted. "Do you remember the demonic contract? As long as it stands, you cannot die in front of Rotex. It will force Rotex to not let you die." She said proudly, "If you're still scared, just trust me. I taught him everything. Rotex is a doctor I've personally certified. This is why you must read the contract carefully. Ho ho ho." And at that very moment, Choi Hyun Seok was finishing the bottle of the concoction. Rachel hurriedly asked, "How is it? Are you okay?" A few seconds later, Choi Hyun Seok calmly replied, "Surprisingly, I'm fine." He dropped the empty bottle to the ground and evaluated it. "The taste is a bit." Before he could finish, 2 streams of thick blood spilled from the corner of Choi Hyun Seok's mouth. Yet, Roiger excitedly exclaimed, "There it is!" This left Rachel bewildered. "Huh? What was that?" Just then, Roger revealed he had drunk highly concentrated demonic energy from an ancient demonic beast species. Of course, it would be painfully fatal. Choi Hyun Seok struggled to speak. At least warn me it would hurt this much. Roger simply blurted out. Oh, I forgot to mention that. Well, it's an acquired taste. And before he knew it, Choi Hyun Seok had collapsed, unconscious on the bed. When he woke up in a daze, he asked where he was. Rachel informed him, the 2nd Legion Commander's office. That white mouse has been taking care of you for 4 days straight. And she did a lot of swearing too. She didn't forget to care for the person in front of her. How are you feeling now? Right then, a familiar pair of feet walked in. Well, Hermes watched the person in front of her with interest. Long time no see. Choi Hyun Seok. She spoke in a teasing tone. I heard from Roger that you're recovering, so I dropped by. You look much better. Hermes had to pay a compliment. You're stronger than I thought. Choi Hyun Seok was still hesitant. Stronger? I'm not sure. Before he could regain his composure, a hand suddenly placed itself on his shoulder. What is this? When did Rotex get there? The demonic energy from the ancient beast you drank is seeping into your body. Choi Hyun Seok looked down at his palms, trembling. That beast had an indestructible body, so now you have that trait too, Hermes stated bluntly. She added, I'm a bit jealous. Were you hiding good stuff from me? Rotex wanted to know one thing. Is the human's treatment finished? Can I destroy the contract now? Hermes pointed at the desk. The contract only covered the treatment anyway. As she said that, she destroyed the document. Rotex stared at her sternly. You will regret this. Hermes let out a bitter laugh. I will? No matter what happens, I'll be the one who regrets it? Is that so? Even so, she showed no sign of fear. Whatever. I'll be waiting for that. Sunlight poured down, illuminating the entire space at the Zedron training grounds. Choi Hyun Seok was now training seriously. Zedron moved flexibly, his hands keeping pace with Choi Hyun Seok's speed. This time, he focused all his strength into his right arm. Then, he gathered momentum and charged for a direct attack. Zedron faced that strike and only needed one sturdy arm to block it. Choi Hyun Seok had no intention of giving up. He launched another barrage of attacks. The furious force of Choi Hyun Seok's assault landed directly on Zedron's chest. The achievement right in front of him made him overjoyed. I hit him, but before he could even jump for joy, a hand suddenly shot upward. In the blink of an eye, Choi Hyun Seok was defeated on the ground. Everyone says I've gotten stronger, but I still can't hit you. Zedron honestly praised him. Is that so? You're still the fastest learner I've ever seen. It seems you have no growth impediments. Then he evaluated. But it looks like your body isn't used to that power yet. You'll get used to it soon. Choi Hyun Seok sighed dejectedly. Really? I'm skeptical. Even in that last attack, I was helped. Seeing him like that, Zedron suddenly burst into excited laughter. He reached out his hand, offering to help Choi Hyun Seok up. Don't be impatient. You'll have your chance to prove yourself. As if recharged with motivation, Choi Hyun Seok quickly regained his spirits. You think so too? Next time, I'll prove how good I am, for sure. At the Demon King's army, 2nd Legion, the atmosphere was busy. The mice were rushing to carry things. Hurry up! A powerful voice boomed. With all the weapons and gear, they excitedly followed orders, pushing all the chimeras into cages. In Rotex's room, a subordinate reported, Commander, it's ready. He ordered, Then let's go. Rotex had his own calculations. The goal was to retrieve the human experimental subjects that Hermes had stolen. He swore to himself, that insolent 3rd Legion commander, that demonic human, and everything else, I'll crush them all. Zedron placed his trust in the person before him. Don't lose patience. You'll have a chance to prove yourself. Choi Hyun Seok laughed. You think so? Then next time I'll definitely show you. Just then, an unexpected explosion rang out, grabbing Choi Hyun Seok's attention. In the blink of an eye, the fire spread, wide enough to reach the two of them. Following that came a panicked sound. The Skaban tribe is attacking us. Meanwhile, Choi Hyun Seok and Zedron are still in shock as the 2nd Legion charges in. According to what we know, the skeleton race is a rodent-like species. Standing about 1.5 meters tall, they are quite weak in terms of raw power, but they possess sharp minds. The battle outside is in complete chaos. Fire, keep firing. Seeing that, Park Hyuna finally understands. The firepower is truly terrifying. No wonder you were so confident. A subordinate enters to report, Lord Rotex. The city wall has collapsed, but they haven't finished repairing it yet. Just as the 4th Legion commander predicted, Rotex remains calm as he issues commands. Now, use the chimeras to attack them head-on, and tell Xiu Dao to capture that human alive. I need him for experiments. He brags, I will go with the 4th Legion commander to handle the 3rd Legion commander. Once the situation was clear, Choi Hyun Seok hurries away. I knew that rat would pull something like this. Zedron tries to reassure him. Calm down, Choi Hyun Seok. In situations like this, you need to stay calm. Above all else, you must remain composed. But Choi Hyun Seok's rage only intensifies. What are you going to do now? And what will I do? Zedron quickly issues instructions. I will go assemble the troops. As for you, Choi Hyun Seok stops in his tracks, looking slightly puzzled. Lord Zedron has entered serious mode. Go eliminate Xiu Dao. Choi Hyun Seok repeats in surprise. Xiu Dao? Zedron provides the info. He is the 2nd in command of the 2nd Legion and Rotex's most trusted subordinate. Usually, I would be the one to fight him, he asserts, but I believe in your strength. Choi Hyun Seok excitedly shouts, Got it. Zedron suddenly cuts in. Oh, one more thing. A moment later, Choi Hyun Seok is seen pulling Abelson along as they run. He says, You want me to take you with me? Choi Hyun Seok confirms. That's right. That's what he said. You're teasing me again, aren't you? Unleashing the holy relic alone is enough to make you a threat to the demons, Choi Hyun Seok notes. Our current plan is just to find this Xiu Dao guy, or whatever. A savage laugh suddenly echoes. Here you are, human. He confidently introduces himself. I am Deputy Commander Xiu Dao, the one you are looking for. Seeing the opponent's combat power, Choi Hyun Seok has to admit he is much stronger than he thought. A flash of fear crosses his mind. At this level, he must be equal to or even stronger than Taylor. Can I really win? Xiu Dao immediately controls his weapons and moves in. Go, Dogos. Choi Hyun Seok immediately rushes to block. Get back, Abelson. Rotex has waited a long time for this moment. Gotcha now, human. Right after, he unleashes a combo attack. I will finish you with one blow. Xiu Dao is extremely satisfied with his attack. How about that? But he only receives a look of contempt from Choi Hyun Seok. To be honest, it was terrible. Your punches are as weak as a snail, he retorts. With this weak bite, you couldn't even scratch me. He then unleashes his technique, 3rd form, HWA. The killing intent radiating from Choi Hyun Seok forces Xiu Dao's 2 guards to retreat hurriedly, while Choi Hyun Seok charges at his opponent like a wild beast. Enraged, Xiu Dao orders, The 2nd Legion possesses the strongest technique in the 6 lands. If I lose to a lowly human like you, his shout seems to shatter the very air. You all of you, come here. Just then, Abelson anxiously calls out, Choi Hyun Seok, the chimeras are rushing this way. Given the current situation, she can only focus on channeling her power. I will try to block them. Abelson closes her eyes, focusing on releasing her inner magic. She fires a beam of light, so bright it is blinding. The magical energy is so powerful, it pierces through the buildings. Seeing her condition, Choi Hyun Seok calls out in surprise, Abelson. Because of the massive energy drain, Abelson can barely stand. I can't do much more, my holy power is exhausted. I'm sorry. On the other side, Choi Hyun Seok is still fighting desperately, but it's okay. You've helped me a lot. Choi Hyun Seok's attack leaves Xiu Dao completely caught off guard. He screams in shock, Impossible! How can you, a human, possess such immense power? Choi Hyun Seok grumpily interrupts. Stop talking nonsense. Looking like a demon, he charges forward. Your commander! Choi Hyun Seok uses an ultimate move. You only have good skills. With just one blow, he knocks Xiu Dao down. A deputy commander. And that's all you've got? Choi Hyun Seok wonders to himself. Wait, is it because I'm too strong? I'm surrounded by so many strong people that I didn't even realize it. Abelson hurriedly asks, Choi Hyun Seok, are you okay? Choi Hyun Seok hesitates. Yes, I'm fine. Suddenly, his expression changes. Abelson, over at Hermes' side, she is ready for the battle. Rotex arrogantly says, Looks like you've prepared yourself, 3rd Legion Commander. But Hermes acts dismissive. Oh my, how scary. You even brought the 4th Legion Commander to deal with me? How cowardly. Rotex, now full of confidence, replies, Call me whatever you want, but now today, I will defeat you. He brags about surpassing her. Immediately after, he demands, Park Hyuna, you're ready, right? Let's take down the 3rd Legion Commander together. Hyuna suddenly puts on a very strange smile, then says mockingly, Oh, sorry, I suddenly feel hungry. That makes Rotex confused. What kind of nonsense is this? Hyuna keeps the same attitude. You two go ahead and have fun. I'm going home to make a bowl of noodles. She points her finger toward Hermes. Oh, before I go, Hermes says slowly. Let's see. This kind of thing will happen often from now on. So, think about whether you're going to side with the Demon King or the 3rd Legion commander. Park Hyuna doesn't forget to remind him. Big mouth, you owe me one now. Now we're even. Hermes gleefully taunts her opponent. Oh, your strongest ally has abandoned you too. Only now does Rotex realize, don't tell me, the two of you, to save time arguing. Hermes confirms, that's right. Park Hyuna switched sides the moment he heard your plan. So I knew all your schemes, she asks. Still want to continue like this? Even though Rotex is in a tight spot, he coldly responds, it doesn't matter. Receiving his answer, Hermes immediately releases her magic. A weapon overflowing with power quickly appears in her hand. Rotex has no intention of giving up. I will show you the path I have walked for hundreds of years. At this moment, Choi Hyun Seok suddenly exclaims, Hey Commander, Park Hyuna. Just like that, Park Hyuna has moved to this location. I was afraid you'd be finished in this mess, so I stopped by to check. After that, she assessed him, but he had grown so much stronger. I guess my worrying was unnecessary. Choi Hyun Seok asked with a hint of curiosity. Did you fight up there? Park Hyuna replied. Your commander told me to stay back, so I thought I should just watch from here. Taking the opportunity, Choi Hyun Seok wanted to ask one more thing. So, who do you think will win? Park Hyuna considered it seriously. Rotex has prepared incredibly well. However, I can say for certain he still isn't a match for Hermes. In the battle, Rotex's powerful attacks were surging forward, yet Hermes remained entirely on the defensive. It made him furious. Hermes, what are you doing? Rotex roared in a rage. Fight me properly. I am Rotex, commander of the 2nd Legion and chieftain of the Skaban tribe. Take this battle seriously. In response, Hermes only showed an indifferent attitude. Why? Because she was extremely confident. I will win regardless. Hermes kept throwing out insults. Even Park Hyuna, your trusted ally, has abandoned you, and that weapon you've spent hundreds of years honing is now useless. Do you still want to continue? Rotex maintained his firm expression. You are right, about everything, he declared sonorously. But today, I will not back down. Finishing his sentence, Rotex unleashed a surge of extreme power straight at Hermes. As expected, Hermes stood still within her barrier. On the other side, Rotex increased his magical output little by little. He was extremely confident in his own ability. Even you wouldn't be able to withstand this, right? After that, Rotex waved his hand to control the magic. That was dangerous, she said. Yet, Hermes' shield showed no signs of breaking. She even offered a compliment to her opponent. You really have changed compared to the Rotex I once knew. You've improved a lot. At this moment, Hermes spoke seriously. Now, it's my turn, isn't it? The surge of power she emitted carried many times more killing intent than Rotex's. The opponent had barely channeled her energy, yet it made Rotex turn pale with fear. This skill. The attack was slowly approaching him. Dark magical energy swirled around Rotex, burning with extreme heat. Every piece of machinery flew off. Along with that, it carried streaks of bright red blood. In the blink of an eye, Rotex had been maimed. He tried to call out, Lord Hermes. Seeing that state, Hermes felt a bit satisfied. What? Do you want to beg now? Rotex, I've always wanted to know, do you still see me as weak, useless, and pathetic? He poured out all his feelings. I also wanted to become strong like you, Lord Hermes. I will become a demon that no one can look down upon. So, please watch me. Rotex remembered the days before. Lord Hermes, what are you doing? Researching chimeras? It will surely become a powerful technology. Even though he tried to stop her, he only received a cold response from Hermes. How long do you intend to rely on that clown show, Rotex? She even scorned him. No matter how strong your chimeras are, they are meaningless if the one controlling them is you weak. In the end, you are still weak enough to need to rely on me. Receiving that question from the opponent, Hermes was silent for a moment, then she spoke slowly. Time is truly cruel. Hermes stepped toward Rotex. At first, it was like a bond that would last forever, but as time passed, people changed and made regrettable choices. She revealed her heart. But thanks to you, I was able to enjoy things to some extent. Commander of the 2nd Legion. Hermes's hand gently stroked Rotex's eyes. Finally, she uttered 2 words. Thank you. Now, rest in peace. The quiet air was suddenly broken by a loud question. Are we moving out? Hermes heard this and replied, That's right. Even if this place is repaired, it's completely trashed. Hyun Seok found her point so accurate he had to admit it. That is true. Now, Zedron asked with curiosity. So, where are we moving to next? Hermes quickly answered, "The 8th Legion, Gadric Port." Hearing this, Zedron wanted to say something, but Lady Hermes, the 8th Legion, before he could finish his sentence, she coldly cut him off. "I have already decided. Go write a letter for me. Tell the commander of the 8th Legion to vacate and move out himself." On the way back, he was still wondering, why? Of all the places, what on earth is Lady Hermes thinking? Hearing Zedron's dissatisfied tone, he asked, "Is there something wrong with that legion?" He didn't hesitate to say a curt sentence. Gadric Port is the closest front line to the human base. Hearing that, Hyun Seok still didn't understand, so he continued, "So that place is very dangerous. But their commander must be very capable to hold on to that place, right?" However, this opinion of his was quickly refuted by Zedron. "You can't say it like that. Do you know Himon Fortress?" Afterwards, Hyun Seok honestly replied, "No." Receiving an answer contrary to his expectations, he could only helplessly explain further. "That's where we met, do you remember? We lost at that place and had to retreat. Back then, the commander of the 8th Legion was Grant." Choi Hyun Seok listened to him and couldn't help but be puzzled. How did he survive Lady Hermes's wrath? Zedron subconsciously rubbed his chin before answering. In that chaos, he still managed to protect Gadric Port. He quickly asked, "So he is the type of person who knows how to protect his base?" He listened and then replied in a low voice, "It's hard to conclude. Is it protection? Or did he use some other trick?" At Gadric Port, Brad flew into a rage and scolded Zedron. "That arrogant guy. He wants me to leave my own quarters so the 3rd Legion can move in? Hermes, that witch. Did she find out something already? Damn it. Do I have no other choice now?" I still wanted to squeeze out a bit more, Brad. "This is the commander of the 8th Legion of the Demon King's army." The other end quickly responded, "This is the first time you've called me back since the commander selection, right? What is it?" Brad wore a dangerous smile and continued, "I have a very important proposal." Scene shifts to the Holy Kingdom. Auburn's voice, full of disappointment, suddenly echoed. "Lord Geffen, Ocelot, and even Andrew have failed. I trusted Andrew, but the reason, could it be Choi Hyun Seok?" Aaron immediately confirmed, "That's right. He has shown an unpredictable rate of progress." Hearing that, he fell silent, assessing it. "That's terrible. Truly terrible." Seeing Aaron's frustrated attitude, he quickly said, "My lord, shall we deal with Choi Hyun Seok later? And first, let's resolve the conflict with the Dragon Empire. His growth speed is unpredictable, but remember, he's still just human." However, the old man didn't think so. If Hyun Seok were an ordinary person, I would have done it long ago. But he is a hero. You can only say that because you still don't fully understand heroes. Your previous statement is extremely dangerous. We need to trap him in a pot before he can take root and sprout everywhere. Have the spies reported anything yet? Aaron pulled out the report and replied quickly, "Yes, just now. They offered to help us eliminate Zedron the Glutton and Choi Hyun Seok." Once he opened the map, Auburn asked him, "How does he plan to do it?" He replied seriously, "The 3rd Legion of the Glutton will move to Gadric Port and make it their new base. The plan probably involves this." Auburn listened with a thoughtful expression. "An attractive offer. But why didn't you mention this important matter sooner?" Aaron stammered to explain that Brad requested 10,000 sacrifices and the return of some strongholds in exchange for a 5-year non-aggression pact. I hesitated because the conditions he proposed were perhaps too excessive. Auburn asked suspiciously, "Why do you think he made such a request?" He replied calmly, "The 2nd Legion commander position is vacant. I think he will exploit the conflict between Hermes and the Demon King to seize it." Hearing this, the old man also hesitated slightly. Defeating 10,000 enemies and reclaiming territory would be a great achievement. 10,000? Seeing Auburn hesitate like him, he continued, "Territory is one thing, but 10,000 sacrifices is a bit difficult. After all, what does he think the lives of our people are?" Next, the old man coldly ordered, "Accept it." This decisive attitude caught Aaron by surprise. "My lord?" The old man thought it was a rare opportunity to eliminate all threats and plant spies in key positions. "Even if we have to sacrifice many people, I am willing. But we need to prepare very carefully, because the number of sacrifices is quite large. We cannot afford any more failures. Summon the myths from the districts. This will be the final battle." Meanwhile, at Gadric Fortress, the fake Brad spoke up. "Of course, as I said, if Lady Hermes wishes, we will have to clear the way. But there is a small problem." Zedron asked, "What is it?" He answered craftily, "Your troops are showing unusual activity. The movement of soldiers and logistics shows they are preparing for a major war." He asked coldly, "So what is the plan?" Brad replied, "I'm thinking of attacking them. before they reach the fortress. When Lord Hermes' army arrives, you can help me. You know, a small attack will make it easier for us to handle things. Hearing that, Zedron agreed. Fine, but they will go with me. The three were stunned and blurted out. Us? He looked at them and assessed. There's a bit of a problem. Just by looking, I can see they are a hindrance. We really need help, so I will assign specific tasks to each person. Well then, everyone go get some rest. See you tomorrow. Back in the room, Choi Hyun Seok suddenly thought, What do you think a hero is? Rachel replied gloomily. Again? He said, I am a hero, yet I am fighting against humanity. This is such a headache. She sighed helplessly. What can you do? It's the situation. Choi Hyun Seok was irritated. Where is the person who used to nag about the responsibilities of a hero all day? Rachel quickly denied it. What? What did I say? He frowned and reminded her. You said I have to defeat the Demon King and protect humanity. But I've been thinking that's not all. A hero doesn't just exist for humanity, or is not the representative of justice from the beginning. At this moment, Abelson spoke up calmly. I heard that a hero is the embodiment of wishes. The two were startled and blurted out. Wishes? She immediately explained. The ancient texts say that heroes exist to ensure happiness for most people. Seok suddenly remembered the saying, Standing on the side of humanity, I think I'm a good hero already. He wondered, Does most people include non-human species too? She replied, Possibly. Having finished, Abelson added, Humanity often equates its own happiness with the world's. But in reality, human happiness does not represent all living things. Choi Hyun Seok concluded, So, it's the wishes of all living creatures? That's quite broad. She replied gently, Exactly. That is why we need a hero like you. And so, he pondered again. Happiness for most people, huh? The next day, everyone's tasks were clearly divided by area. At Gadrick Fortress, in the logistics area, Choi Hyun Seok sighed gloomily. I came here on orders, but I don't feel good about this at all, Rachel asked. Not good about what? He replied coldly. Our positions. We are completely on the opposite side. Her reaction after hearing this was even more intense. The opposite side? Seeing this, Abelson spoke up. Lord Zedron is in a very dangerous position. Lord Roiger is also following the reconnaissance team. Meanwhile, we are in a very safe place. Rachel found it even harder to understand. Because we are with you, Saintess. Isn't this a good thing? Choi Hyun Seok, on the other side, was also slightly dissatisfied. They took Zedron and Roiger, giving the excuse of insufficient manpower. But they left me to guard this place? Only then did she realize, oh, right. You possess a level equal to a battalion commander. So why must you be here? Abelson replied, They could have sent someone else to protect me. Choi Hyun Seok quickly turned to leave. That bothers me. Seeing that, she asked, Where are you going? Don't you have to protect this place? He replied coldly. Bobo can protect this place alone. I have a bad feeling, so I'll head out for a bit. Suddenly, Abelson offered, I will come along if you want. Choi Hyun Seok asked coldly. I won't stop you. But are you sure? Bobo will be here, so it's safe, she stammered. I want to help too. I can move as fast as a high-ranking knight. If I enhance my body with holy power, I won't sit still and become a burden anymore. Hearing that, Choi Hyun Seok denied it. That's not what I'm worried about. This made Abelson confused. Then what do you mean? Seeing her bewildered face, Choi Hyun Seok was extremely tired. Forget it. If you feel fine, that's good. Shall we go? Having finished, the two set off, but hadn't gone far before they were blocked by the guards. Stop right there. This is an order from the division commander. You can't leave here, Choi Hyun Seok said with a fake smile. I replied, I need to use the restroom. I can't just wet myself right here, can I? I'll be back. Haha. But they remained firm. The division commander said, You must stay here. Just then, he started to feel like something was off. Look at these guys. They're going all out to stop me. Huh? I have a bad feeling about this. Zedron, I hope you're safe. Switching to Zedron's side, Chiron said with a sneer. Impressive, Zedron. Byron might be a rookie hero, but I don't think you can hold off both of us. Byron, standing nearby, countered, If I hadn't been careless, I would have taken him down already. But the old man coldly replied, You just became a hero. Shut up already. Now, let's end this. Holy order, advance. Seeing this, Zedron whispered to himself, An ambush? I knew it. He's a spy. He betrayed us. Meanwhile, somewhere else, screams echoed throughout the space. The heroes and the saintess were fleeing. Where's the dog? The dog is right here, my lady. That's the commander's dog. Don't touch it. Choi Hyun Seok muttered a prayer while running. Lord Zedron, please be safe. Zedron calculated silently. 2 heroes and some cavalry equipped with heavy magical gear. Did you really go to such lengths just to catch me? Chiron gave an ambiguous answer. I thought so too. But who told you that you were the most valuable subordinate to that woman? Hearing that, Zedron immediately realized, they're targeting Lady Hermes. Things won't go the way you planned. Seeing this, the old man warned, Byron, step back a little. We must wait for the right moment to subdue him. Squad 2. Hold your positions. Zedron immediately switched into combat mode. Looks like you guys are actually serious, huh? Chiron, over there, kept commanding Squad 1 to prepare to intercept the enemy. Zedron still couldn't understand why he was chosen. The old man was still busy shouting orders. Keep him pinned down until Byron recovers. But Zedron had already officially exploded into action. I'll show you the power of Zedron. His power was so overwhelming that everything around him was destroyed. Then, Zedron launched his opening attack. Choi Hyun Seok dreads of arrows aimed at him were blocked by a massive gust of wind. They even turned around and attacked the soldiers who fired them. This wind was released from his terrifying pressure. It was too strong. Seeing this, Chiron immediately calmed them down. Don't be afraid. There's only one of him. Use your numbers to overwhelm him. Don't use grappling hooks to stab him. Don't give him time to think. Zedron, on the other hand, didn't flinch and continued to unleash his techniques. This time, they fully enjoyed the taste of Zedron's combat style. 7th technique, explosive destruction. His strength seemed to be multiplied tenfold. Everywhere Zedron dashed, only lifeless corpses remained. His processing speed was just a blink of an eye. Byron witnessed this and couldn't help but worry. Is that bastard acting arrogant because he possesses that power? Chiron saw him rushing in and tried desperately to stop him. Stop! Byron, you idiot! But it was too late. Byron had already charged straight into Zedron. He fought while thinking, that young hero, he moves faster than I thought. Just as his hand was about to grab Byron, Chiron rushed in to block him. I told you to stay there, you brat. Because of that, what Zedron grabbed wasn't Byron, but Chiron's weapon. Suddenly, Byron shouted, I will never accept defeat. Then he charged straight at him. After a long while, the battle was temporarily interrupted. Byron sat down heavily on the ground, wondering, is his strength only on par with a brigade commander? The old man asked back, is the information from that spy reliable? Meanwhile, Zedron was still full of fighting spirit, though deep down, he was extremely worried. I've used up too much magic. How much longer can I hold out? Just then, Chiron suddenly blew a signal, then shouted, it's time for Squad 2 to attack. Byron, you useless brat, what are you waiting for? Attack now. Hearing the scolding, Byron was annoyed and replied, shut your mouth, don't order me around, old man. Zedron saw them all attacking at once and shouted, explosive destruction. But just as he was about to strike, a voice echoed in his ear. Do you think I'd let you take me down that easily? This immediately caused Zedron's action to be suspended. Then, he reacted by grabbing the blade, aiming for his life. Zedron's other hand blocked a similar attack. At that moment, 10 more weapons charged at him. Zedron had nowhere to dodge and was hit. Blood slowly dripped down his back. The pain silently seeped into every cell. Power from those swords was continuously transferred. Chiron was extremely pleased. This magical gear has the ability to absorb magic energy. Most demons wouldn't be able to move after being stabbed. Very quickly, Zedron ran out of strength and collapsed. Seeing that, the old man shouted, the battle is over. To be sure, stab him a few more times, then tie him up and take him away. Byron immediately seized the opportunity. I'll be the one to land the final blow on him. There's no way I'm missing this chance for glory. This guy is just a good-for-nothing now. Zedron of the Demon King's army is just an ordinary demon now. Although exhausted, Zedron still managed to speak. I am. His hands were trembling, but he still tried to use them to support his heavy body. Meanwhile, Byron provoked him. What? Did you not hear what I said? Just at that moment, Zedron stood up. I am Zedron of the Demon King's army. But at the chance, Byron approached, and Zedron struck him down with one hand. Chiron saw this and wondered, Byron, how can a fool like you be a hero? Those knights are the real monsters. Because of their fighting, even though they had brought down Byron, that was certainly Zedron's last burst of energy. Survivors, hurry and pick up the magical gear and come here. We will reset the formation. No sooner had he finished speaking than he received a loving punch from Hyun Seok. His anger had reached its peak. You bastards! I'll wipe all of you out. Chiron didn't have time to dodge and took the full force of his blow. Zedron saw this and asked in surprise, Hyun Seok, why are you here? Choi Hyun Seok ran over and asked, I had a bad feeling, so I came. Are you okay? He replied wearily. To be honest, I can't say I'm okay. Thanks for coming here. Choi Hyun Seok. After being knocked away, Chiron scrambled to stand up and wondered, that guy, is he the hero on the demon side from the rumors? The soldiers have been almost completely wiped out. At this rate, Zedron will escape. Let him live? Then I'll launch. The two of them were just about to leave when they suddenly encountered something suspicious. From the opposite side, Chiron said in a sharp tone, "This body belongs to the Lord." As soon as Choi Hyun Seok heard it, he recognized that incantation immediately. Could it be he intends to build a sword wall like that guy? At the same time, the old man finished the incantation. Grant me the power to punish the demons. As soon as he finished, a massive source of power descended. Zedron said anxiously, Choi Hyun Seok. This technique is completely different from what we've faced before. Chiron arrogantly replied, this is the energy known as divine manifestation. It's the reason why holy knights at a certain level are so incredibly difficult to deal with. Do not compare it to the trash you people use. I have received true power from the gods. His voice remained steady. Just like the devil's enhancement, holy knights also possess divine manifestation. That's right, it grants them overwhelming power, but the danger level is equally intense. Anyone who uses divine manifestation must trade their life for it, Chiron added. You're right. When the divine power runs dry, my life will end. I am using my life to harbor this divine power. But even if I die, I won't let any of you bastards leave here alive. Seeing him charge, Choi Hyun Seok quickly tried to parry, but he remained extremely cautious. I blocked it, but Chiron laughed deviously. Divine power and demonic energy are two opposing extremes. It seems you are no longer human, hero. Just then, Zedron shouted, Don't give up, Choi Hyun Seok. Chiron summoned his power and scoffed. You're a dying man. What do you think you can do? The attack hit like a bombardment, affecting both Zedron and Choi Hyun Seok significantly. However, Choi Hyun Seok still had the strength to fight back. He suddenly thought of Zedron. His condition was much worse. Zedron's body was numb. The pain felt like his internal organs were about to burst. As a human, Choi Hyun Seok could bear it, but for Zedron, it must have felt like being flayed. If the enemy exhausted his divine power, he would die too. Choi Hyun Seok wondered, maybe he'll avoid reckless attacks like before. Should I stall for time, or provoke him? He's using even more terrifying techniques to take me out, but I don't know how much longer Zedron can hold on. Suddenly, he noticed something strange. In front of him, Chiron was clutching his chest, cursing, Damn it, you people are making me waste more divine power than I anticipated. The ringing in his ears intensified, and his vision blurred, but the two demons were still channeling demonic energy. Even if I'm blind, I can clearly sense your demonic energy, Choi Hyun Seok stammered. Hey, Chiron snapped back. A dying man like you still wants to talk? He pointed to his own eyes and questioned. You're blind, aren't you? Chiron replied coldly. I was wondering what you were trying to say. That's right, but it doesn't matter, because even with my eyes closed, I can still sense your demonic energy. Realizing what he was planning, Zedron trembled and protested. No, Choi Hyun Seok still coldly asserted. More accurately, you are sensitive to demonic energy, right? So that's how it is. Hearing that, Chiron started to panic. What are you trying to say? He said sharply. What I'm saying is, apart from sensing demonic energy, you're just a blind man. Mario Abelson. At this moment, returning to 10 minutes ago on the cliff, Mario Abelson panicked and blurted out, If this continues, they will die. What should I do? Just then, a hand suddenly grabbed her foot. Mario Abelson screamed, thinking, is there still a survivor? Byron, beaten to a pulp, suddenly spoke up. I've been waiting for that monster to leave. Your brave knight couldn't protect you. Don't make things complicated. Come with me quietly, Saintess. Hearing that, her heart was in turmoil. What should I do? Should I call for help? Is Choi Hyun Seok okay? I have to be brave. How can I call him here when he might lose the fight? They have already sacrificed so much for me. The more she thought, the more determined Mario Abelson became. She realized she couldn't stay safe under their protection without acting. Choi Hyun Seok, is that why you're worried about me? So, Mario Abelson reached a trembling hand toward a nearby weapon. As she grabbed it, she affirmed, but now it's okay. Be brave, Mario Abelson, so you won't be a burden to anyone anymore, because you are considered the hope of the world. In another development, Brad complained indignantly. What are you doing? I brought Zedron to you as promised. I am your ally, the opposite side replied coldly. Shut up, you devious devil. Your tricks caused two of our heroes to be gone forever. You've caused the Empire to suffer heavy losses, you shameless wretch. He thought to himself, the heroes of Guardian defeated? But outwardly, he still asked, "How could that be?" Just then, a massive surge of power descended, followed by a crisp, feminine voice. "Oh my, I knew it. What's so interesting here?" Seeing them, they panicked and blurted out, "Hermes the Gluttonous. You bastard, Brad. Is this your trap?" Brad suddenly sensed something strange. He suddenly shouted, "General, I've lured all these stupid humans to you. They are the strongest army at the nearby human base." Hermes finished. "Oh my, useless Brad finally did something right, didn't he?" Suddenly, the ground shook violently. She calmly continued, "As your supervisor, of course, I couldn't refuse. A feast prepared personally by you." Meanwhile, the soldiers panicked, asking, "What is this tremor? The sky is getting dark. Look at the sky. Everyone, run." No sooner had they finished speaking than they were swallowed by flames. Soon, the noise disappeared. Seeing this, Brad immediately flattered her. "As expected of Lady Hermes. That's amazing. You wiped out an entire enemy army with just one move. You truly are the invincible legend that those humans fear." Hearing that, Hermes sighed with boredom. "You really are a fool. Why are you so talkative?" Brad asked back. "What did you say?" Before he could finish, she severed his head. After finishing the job, she added, "You stupid spy. I thought you had some talent, which is why I let you cause trouble all this time. But it turns out you were just fearless. Watching you for so long was a waste of time. Now, let me finish dealing with the rest." At the port of Gadrid, Hermes sat on her chair and nonchalantly ordered, "Today's mission is to reorganize Zedron's legion. You are tasked with taking over the 8th Legion left behind by Brad. Since Zedron will be very busy, Roger will temporarily take over the position of Deputy General. As for Choi Hyun Seok, I will appoint you as Grand Commander, responsible for overseeing the squads." He couldn't believe his ears. "Grand Commander?" she explained. "I can't waste talent like yours as a brigade commander. Consider this a reward for amusing me. But for now, there are no troops for you to oversee yet. I can't waste a talent like yours on a mere brigade commander position. Think of it as a reward for entertaining me. Besides, there's no army for you to oversee right now anyway." Zedron then wondered aloud, "May I ask what you're planning to do? A commander without an army?" Hermes calmly cut him off. "Because he likely won't need many soldiers. For now, let's just wait and see how the situation develops." Just then, a voice echoed from outside the door. "Lady Hermes, I'll take my leave." Hermes looked at the person who had just entered and nonchalantly said, "Here's a team that will temporarily take over as generals. Remember to help each other out. Well, I'll be away for a while. There's a new problem I need to address." The scene shifts to the port of Gadrick, in Abelson's room. Choi Hyun Seok spoke up cheerfully. "You really surprised me last time. What were you thinking when you cut off his head?" Abelson replied humbly. "I just thought I should do something. It seems like meeting you by chance has made me lazy." Hearing that, he asked, "So, are you going to step up and fight in the future too?" She immediately affirmed, "If I need to, I will. I'm a saintess. My power is no match for the heroes, but this body is just a bit weak." Choi Hyun Seok laughed it off. "Then maybe you'll be stronger than me. Now I'm a little jealous. After all, you do possess the highest level of holy power." But Abelson looked worried. "I'm not sure if that matters. Fighting isn't just about raw strength, is it? You've proven that by winning in such strange ways rather than relying on pure power." Rachel, sitting nearby, suddenly spoke up. "Do you think heroes only know how to fight dirty? The Demon Brigade commander is the one the entire human army wants to take down." "Exactly. Out of the 6 continents, there are only about 1,000 people stronger than a hero, so basically, he's on the stronger side." Choi Hyun Seok naively asked, "Does that mean I'm in the top 1,000 strongest people in humanity?" At the same time, in a village on the front lines of Gadrick, Hermes stood up high, looking down nonchalantly. Then, she spoke, "I'll spare your lives, so go and tell those people. From this day forward, I will wipe out Auburn." Seeing this, people panicked and muttered, "God, please save us." Hermes, not caring at all, finished her sentence. Village after village of the Empire, about 500 years ago, the 6 continents fell into chaos because of a war between the Empire, the Great Dragon, was trying to expand its territory, and a group of small kingdoms was resisting it. The war became increasingly brutal, but then one day, a new area that had never appeared on any map suddenly emerged, accompanied by a powerful beam of light. Everyone discovered that this new area was actually the Valentine civilization, a peak of magic from 1,000 years ago, which had vanished to the ocean floor without leaving a trace. If this new territory was truly the ruins of the super civilization of Valentine, it would be the key to restoring the magic that had almost disappeared. When Valentine sank, Everyone believed that the nation that possessed the restored ancient magic would gain immense power, and all the nations sent expedition teams to that new land, with the sole belief in a new world that could lead them to prosperity and glory. But in that new world, what humanity saw were not the ruins of Valentine or the people who had vanished long ago, but creatures from another world who hated humans and possessed a massive desire for domination, demons. Facing this threat from another world, Grayson and the alliance of small nations chose to stop killing each other and united for the sake of humanity. After that, they fought the demons for a very, very long time. In this new era of war, the demons were the first to feel like they were winning, thanks to their innate aggression, physical strength that overwhelmed humanity, and their magic aura, the unique, brutal power of their species. Thick fog gradually covered the human camps. Support roles, including healers and priests, people who were considered incapable of fighting, expressed a desire to join the war, and humanity discovered that holy power could push back the demons. The fighting efforts of the priests gradually evolved into spreading their faith, and the holy nation of God Friend, thanks to that, achieved a certain status regarding the religion, and along with neighboring nations where their believers were already present, marked the beginning of its transformation, becoming the great holy nation of Garen. 200 years later, along with the spread of faith, the number of priests with combat capabilities also increased significantly, and that sudden emergence upgraded humans, who had once lost to the demons, into worthy opponents, and very quickly helped them become even superior to the demons. At the same time, the person who contributed the most to the war against the demons became the greatest legend, the emperor of the religious nation. Along with his superior holy power, he boldly trained the combat techniques for the holy knights, along with the heroes from other worlds. They pushed the demons to the edges of the 6 continents. At that moment, we had restored peace. Right now, at the Council of the Chelsea Empire Alliance, the new threat of gluttony has returned. Auburn looked straight ahead with sharp, serious eyes and asked, "Everyone, why do you think we are facing such a danger?" Once again? Then he answered himself. Because in the past, we didn't wipe them out completely. Oliver Grimmier, the representative of the Dragon Emperor, it's because we prioritized restoring that ruined city instead of eradicating the demons. The Kingdom of Chelsea. Prince Ian Vantimario, King of Mario. Naturally, we did that. It wasn't wrong. After all, ensuring the safety of the people is the highest duty of every nation. But now, the citizens of our nations are in danger to a certain degree. Therefore, I want to ask everyone to unite our strength once more. I want to initiate a holy war. This time, our God-Friend Empire will also take responsibility for leading it. God-Friend will share both manpower and resources in this battle. Therefore, I ask everyone to stand up for the era of humanity. The scene shifts. Aaron stands on the high platform, arms spread wide, and declares, "The demons are threatening our lives once again. 3 cities have been wiped out in just a few days. I don't know who will perish next, or which city will be next. It could be me, standing here speaking, or it could be you, listening, or perhaps your wife, or your children." Then, he points toward Navi. Since Navi, the priest, is from Benedict, he immediately clasps his hands together before his chest. With tears of agony filling his eyes, he chokes out, "The people of Benedict are dead. We were just living ordinary lives. I'm standing here to share with you all that I've endured. But my soul died, along with those poor people I cherished. I don't know how I'm supposed to go on living." As Aaron steadies Nevi, he continues to address the crowd. You can see that the cruelty of the demons is growing every day. His Majesty wishes to organize a holy war, because he can no longer stand by and watch. The legendary Asa Helban of Gasran has ended his retirement for the sake of this battle. Drasen and other nations have also promised to send their legends and heroes to join this fight. A large-scale offensive of ours is about to begin, but it is not enough to completely eradicate the demon horde. For this life-or-death battle, which will decide the fate of our 6 lands, your participation and strength are more necessary than ever. This holy war is the will of God and will lead us to peace. He concludes his speech with an authoritative command: "Go and slaughter those demons." Below him, the men simultaneously raise their hands high. They cheer in a frenzy. "Kill the demons! Kill the demons!" The roar echoes, far and wide outside the grand, ancient cathedral. "Kill the demons!" Inside the Auburn Cathedral, a high-ranking official is discussing matters with Kieran. The old man immediately judges, Aaron has potential, but lately, he has failed too many times. 2 heroes are dead, and we couldn't even capture the Red Dream. We gained nothing, and in the end, we sacrificed 10,000 lives for nothing. Then, he turns and delivers the final blow. You have 3 days to strip him of his authority and pass it to someone else. Once that is done, take care of everything related to him and eradicate his entire clan. Scene change. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Zedron strides in aggressively. Lady Hermes, I heard you've returned. She greets him with indifference, not forgetting to throw in a few mocking words. Oh my, I never thought the day would come when you'd forget to knock. Do you miss me that much? Zedron ignores her vapid joke and gets straight to the point. What on earth are you thinking? Why would you attack a human city all by yourself? Hermes just smiles, perfectly calm. She slowly responds. Even though I was alone, I had a plan. This is for the sake of my entire demon race. If I acted, they would definitely call out the legends, because there is no one left worthy of being my opponent. She explains that the legends of the nations are their core strength. If I can eliminate each legend of Gasrin, I can buy more time for us. Hearing this, he becomes completely confused and irritated, shouting, I don't understand what you're talking about. Buy time for what? Hermes slowly stands up and says nonchalantly, time for the hope that the new wind brings to us to develop even further. The full moon shines brightly, casting light through the window in the middle of the night. Hermes looks out at the moon-drenched view and murmurs, it seems Zedron still isn't fully convinced, is he? Motem, standing straight and looking ahead, says, it's likely due to his nature. He has always been that stubborn. More importantly, Lady Hermes, do you still have no intention of cooperating with the Demon King? No matter how strong you are, this plan is still too dangerous. She tilts her head, deep in thought, and replies, the Demon King and I are finished. My relationship with him, even if it could be restored, would come at a price. I don't want that, but I don't feel dissatisfied either, because I understand why. The Demon King wanted to avoid war. Then, Hermes leans against the door, conveying her thoughts to Motem. You know, lately I've been thinking that the Demon King is making foolish choices out of misplaced sentimentality. It doesn't matter anymore. So what if their subordinates, comrades, or families die? She declares bluntly, they die because they are weak, because they deserve it. Isn't that our role? The strong step over the corpses of the lowly to achieve victory? I'm sure we all know this is the law of nature. So why did he suddenly become such a fool? I kept provoking his cowardice, and finally, I lost my patience. I got angry and gave him some advice, telling him to wake up and go back to being his strong, cold self. Now that I think about it, I feel a bit sorry, because I am about to make a choice I have never made in the past. Hearing Hermes say this, he just remains silent and watches her. Suddenly, she confesses to herself, if only I had realized I wanted to protect that person sooner. If I had understood the Demon King a little earlier, would we have been able to make better choices than we have now? After speaking, Hermes reaches out to open the door. She turns to the side, acting concerned, and says, Freeze, you've worked hard too. Freeze steps forward with a calm smile, saying, not at all. It is my honor to carry out your orders, Lady Hermes. She stands at a distance, raising an eyebrow, and asks, still playing the part of a priest? Hearing this, he reaches up to peel away his disguise, and a sticky, white, liquid substance melts off, dripping onto the floor. Freeze says in explanation, I've been pretending to be a cardinal for so long that I must have gotten too into character. Hermes looks at Freeze. Then, Hermes hands him a letter. It's been a long time since I've seen you in this state. Here, take this, and give one to Zedron and one to Motem. She admits, I could give it to them myself, but this way, I think I'll have fewer regrets. Freeze takes the letter and clearly understands her intentions. Suddenly, Hermes calls out loudly, oh, and Choi Hyun Seok too. Remember not to let him die, okay? He hears this, and his eyes widen in surprise. You're serious? Why? Hearing that, Hermes teases and says, maybe it's because I'm getting old. Perhaps? That's why I feel a bit worried when I think about leaving all of you behind like this. Strange, isn't it? I've never felt this way before. Scene change to the next day at Gadrak Castle. Suddenly, the door is kicked open. Choi Hyun Seok is sleeping soundly but is pulled out from under the blankets. Wake up! He jumps up. He grabbed a pillow, snapping, who the hell dares to wake me up? But the moment he saw Zedron standing tall before him, his arrogance instantly vanished. Ah, of course, all right, Choi Hyun Seok said, scratching his head in confusion. He asked, but what's going on? Zedron commanded sternly, get out of here, fast. Choi Hyun Seok's eyes widened in shock, and he immediately asked back, wait, what? Why so suddenly? Zedron explained bluntly, tomorrow, the human army is going to storm Gadrak Castle. It's going to be a massive battle. It includes the top legendary humans. Choi Hyun Seok's face turned serious, mixed with a hint of frustration. Is that the only reason? So what? How could I possibly run away? He gripped the fabric tightly and shook his head. Their goal is Hermes' death. I never doubted Hermes' victory. But if something happens to Hermes, I won't be able to protect you anymore. Suddenly, a letter slid through the door slot. Zedron bent down, picked it up, and began to read. Hermes, she wrote. Zedron, you know the history of the Six Lands, don't you? You know we've suffered many casualties, and were pushed to the edge of the Six Lands. Why didn't humanity wipe us out, even when we were pushed to the brink? Naturally, there are many reasons, but the biggest reason is that the Holy Kingdom found benefits in our existence. The Demon King took advantage of that, to reach a secret treaty with Gasfriend. They agreed to maintain the front lines and preserve each other's territories. Thanks to that, the existence of us demons, when tensions with the human war decreased, we would threaten and wage war, becoming the key factor to keep Godzilla and other nations united. The Demon King told me about the treaty with Godzilla, and I refused. I thought I'd rather die with honor than live like this, bowing down. But what I got in return was being exiled to the Black Fortress, using Rotex's actions as an excuse. And that's the reason. A long introduction, isn't it? Now I'll get to the main point I want to tell you. According to Freeze, tomorrow, humanity will organize a massive assault. It will be a great war where legends and heroes from every nation will participate. While I fight them, you must protect the castle and take on the role of my general, Zedron. Of course, with your current strength, this might be a bit too much. But the key votes of the General Selection Council, Park Hyuna and Ogre, will support you. That is the condition I negotiated with Park Hyuna. Ogre will also support you, since you are his grandson, so he won't ignore you. That's all I can do for you. From now on, you have to do everything yourself, but I believe you will do well. Thanks to you, the time I was stuck in my castle wasn't so boring. Thank you, Zedron. Reboot. Choi Hyun Seok and I have reached an agreement, so don't worry. Choi Hyun Seok will leave the Demon King's army. But if everything goes well, you will see each other again. So, this is truly goodbye for now. After reading the letter, he turned and said, Let's go, Hyun Seok, along with the Saintess. After preparing, Zedron saw him leaving in a hurry, and said in a low voice, Once everything is settled, and I'm back in position, I will use this to contact you again. Hearing that, Hyun Seok looked back, bewildered. Wait, why so sudden? His eyes widened in shock at the sudden call from behind. Abelson and Freeze appeared. Hyun Seok looked up and asked cautiously, Miss Abelson? Beside her, Freeze smiled knowingly and introduced himself. I am Freeze, here to escort you, as per Hermes' instructions. From now on, we will infiltrate human society and observe the situation. Then he handed the card to him and instructed, In the meantime, the Saintess will act as a trainee priestess. This is your ID card. Turning to put his arm around his shoulder, Freeze smiled and announced, Choi Hyun Seok and I will pose as mercenaries for the priests. If you understand, hurry up and get in the carriage. It's time to depart. Immediately after, Choi Hyun Seok climbed onto the carriage, his face thoughtful as he mused, I hope everyone will be safe. Choi Hyun Seok leaned halfway out the window as the carriage moved. He looked back and asked, Mr. Freeze, where exactly are we going? Startled with a few drops of sweat on his cheeks, he replied with a forced smile. Ah, did I not tell you? The area near the Holy Kingdom is too dangerous right now, and Drasen is famous for excluding heroes. So, we will go to the Kingdom of Mario. The next morning, the brilliant sunrise was gradually emerging behind the towering, jagged cliffs. Zedron stood silently in the middle of the large room, eyes glued to Hermes' desk, racking his brain to figure out what to do next. He was lost in thought. Up to now, so many demons have fallen. At this rate, we're all going to die. Then Zedron reached a painful conclusion. None of this has any meaning. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, interrupting his thoughts. Ogre stood straight and announced, Mr. Zedron, it is time to depart. Inside the room, he took a deep breath and declared loudly, No, from now on, the demons will be different. I will definitely succeed. Before long, Zedron gathered the army and stepped forward, shouting his orders. Listen carefully, we are demons. Demons are warriors born to fight. No one can mock us. Fight and die for freedom. As warriors, fight for the demon race. Every word of Zedron echoed with power. Today, use your own hands to prove it. Then he concluded his speech with a stern, ironclad statement. We are warriors to be proud of. It seemed the thunderous cheering shook even the trees under the vast, cloud-filled blue sky. Hermes looked up at the blue sky and whispered, Finally, Zedron has started to act. Lifting her heels slightly, she tilted her body and said, In that case, at the top of the mountain, Hermes spread her wings and glided down gracefully. I have to do my part well, don't I? As she landed, she encountered a man, leaning leisurely against a tree. Then, the man opened his mouth to speak first. I knew you would come, so I've been waiting a long time. Hermes replied, 155 years, isn't it? You're looking younger and younger. He smiled smugly and explained, that means I've finally reached the legendary realm. So, the legend of Drasen, the one with 2 lives, Basin Scott? Seeing him, she rested her hands on her hips, looking disappointed. I was hoping someone else would come, not you, but it looks like that guy is hiding his magic to hide away, right? Basin Scott raised his hand high, preparing to draw the sword on his back. He bluntly announced that Gatsby's military base was in the opposite direction, then brandished his sword, asserting that today, we can finally duel without anything getting in our way. Hermes curled her lip in contempt at the sound of his arrogant declaration of war. Oh, my. Even after all this time, you still don't know how to choose your words, do you? While your knights held me back, you hid like a coward and survived alone. I see you've managed to scrub away that filthy past of yours. As she spoke, she created a field called Basin Scott, remaining unfazed. He declared, back then, I suffered a crushing defeat against a technique I had never seen before. As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged straight at Hermes with dizzying speed. But things are different now. She also unleashed a counterattack, deploying her magical territory, Star's Upload. Her attacks didn't make a dent on Basin Scott. He closed the distance in a flash, the sword in his hand slowly gathering a massive source of power. In that very moment, Scott's declaration suddenly echoed in her mind. Different, you say? As the attack struck, he slashed directly at Hermes, but she calmly blocked it with ease. I still don't see any difference at all. The 2 weapons clashed, emitting a piercing sound. Meanwhile, Basin Scott was lost in the delusion that, good, finally, our strengths are evenly matched. Thinking that, he concluded, now I just need to be careful of the magic bullets falling from the sky. The magic bullets were part of her unique territory deployment, Tears of Lemon. He said irritably, damn it, there are some on the ground too. Having been dealt a painful blow, Basin Scott hurriedly dodged the incoming barrage. At the same time, he braced himself against Hermes's relentless chain of attacks. She soared into the air, launching a dangerous coordinated strike. He narrowly dodged the fatal blow by a hair's breadth. Then, Hermes continued to swing her axe again. The blade grazed Basin Scott's face, leaving him in a cold sweat. This evasion caught her slightly off guard. Oh my, you dodged it? You really have grown quite a bit stronger, haven't you? Annoyed by her arrogant words, Basin Scott shouted, shut your mouth. Unwilling to submit, he gathered his strength, preparing to lunge again. The duel with terrifying speed continued. Where would the next strike come from? From the sky or the ground? Hermes flashed a cold smile and asked Basin Scott, it seems you have a lot to worry about, don't you? The moment you drop your guard, you will surely die. Hearing this, his face froze for a moment. Immediately, she launched an even more powerful attack. Basin Scott had just dodged the frontal assault. Hermes spoke coldly, and the answer came at that exact moment. A magic spike pierced through his chest. It was from the ground, after all. She looked at Basin Scott and remarked, though, this is only the 6th era. Choi Hyun Seok dreads of years ago, you couldn't even withstand 2 of my moves. Before she could finish, his body acted strangely. In that moment, Hermes was convinced. An illusion? No. I clearly landed that hit. At the same time, Basin Scott lunged straight down from the spatial gate above. His unique technique, Tears Shield of Dawn, the shield of the new dawn, manifested the power of Basin Scott. When death touches your hand, this creation will return you from fate. Hermes saw this and was immediately impressed. You really have become stronger. Basin Scott, now burning with fighting spirit, declared, I have waited for this moment for a very long time. He gathered all his strength to land the finishing blow, but Hermes indifferently raised one hand and blocked it. She said coldly, however, you're still 200 years too early. After that, Hermes pointed 2 fingers straight at Basin Scott's chest. A surge of destructive energy slammed into his body. Basin Scott collapsed to the ground, with no strength left to fight back. As he thought, his eyes welled up. I've already used my power, is this truly my end? Unable to land a hit on her, leaving the feud unavenged, Hermes suddenly spoke up. Hey, you are the legend of Gastrin, right? Before Basin Scott could answer, she requested, then, could I ask a favor of you? He looked up and hesitated, saying, a favor? You? Wanting help from a human? Hermes spoke slowly. That's right. You could call this a personal matter. Later, if you ever fight a hero named Choi Hyun Seok, Please spare his life at least once." As soon as she finished, a golden burst of energy slammed into him. Only a few bloodstains remained where she had been standing. Hermes said in confusion, "Oh my. Is he dead?" I actually wanted to open up and confide in him. The only one rude enough to meddle like this. She looked up at the sky. She immediately identified them. "It seems it's none other than you, isn't it? Finally, you've arrived, the legend I've been waiting for, and your accomplices. Guardian Asa Hellben, commander of the legendary Holy Knights of Godzilla, Mario Abelson, saintess of the Holy Kingdom." Asa Hellben crouched down and spoke. "I intended to appear after you destroyed Basin, but since it seems you had no intention of doing so, I had no other choice." Hermes looked at the scene with a weary expression, then put her hands on her hips and asked, "Even though you're all human, you seem quite cruel to each other, don't you? Are you sure doing this is okay?" He replied calmly, "It doesn't matter. That man is the legend of Gastran. Even though we are cooperating now, Gastran has always been an enemy of the Holy Kingdom. Therefore, eliminating him is a wise decision. The death of a legend is a heavy blow to any nation." From high above, Asa Hellben cast his gaze down at Hermes, his eyes filled with the look of someone who knew everything. "Didn't you destroy an entire city just to lure me here?" She smiled and bluntly replied, "That's right. The legend of Gastran stood on the high cliff." He brazenly declared, "You have no idea how long I've been preparing for this day." Behind him, Saintess Mario Abelson radiated an aura of light. She clasped her hands before her chin, carrying absolute faith in her heart. "Now then, let the second battle begin." Just then, a pillar of light rose before Hermes, as if sealing off all her resources. She witnessed the scene and hesitated, asking, "This pillar of light isn't just a barrier, it's pushing back my territory. This holy power has been condensed over a long period of time." Standing high above, Asa Hellben swung his sword forward, commanding the troops loudly, "The Saintess will maintain the pillar. Knights, support the Saintess." Squads of soldiers quickly moved into position, placing their hands on the hilts of their swords, which were plunged into the ground to deploy a barrier so she could not escape. A giant golden orb flared with lightning like thunderbolts. Sweeping across the battlefield, the formation finally fully set. The light erupted so intensely that Hermes had to shield her eyes with one hand, struggling to stay steady. "My goodness, this is my first time seeing a barrier like this." Her hand gripped the axe tightly, her inner voice roaring. "The Holy Kingdom's army is truly formidable. My territory is trembling beneath the weight of their holy power. And this shield I'm holding is nothing more than a shadow of my own." Hermes decisively ripped out the stitches, revealing the wounds. Jackal-like from the corners of her mouth to her ears, with sharp fangs, she mocked, "But if not for these toys, how else would you manage to fight me?" Hermes immediately yanked the string made of the very stitches from her mouth and let out a loud shout. "I guess I really have to push myself a little harder, don't I?" With that, she lifted her foot, ready to charge at the enemy in a heartbeat. Hermes leaped into the air, swinging the string like a whip straight at Asa Hellben. He sprang up, holding his sword horizontally to deflect it, as Hermes wildly lashed the whip from side to side. Each lash tore through the air, creating echoing booms. One strike grazed his face, and seeing an opening, Asa Hellben didn't hesitate. He instantly counterattacked, swinging his sword frantically from all directions, roaring in rage as he defended. "Die!" But his attacks didn't even touch Hermes. She just tilted her head slightly to the side, effortlessly dodging. In a blink, she vanished from his sight. Asa Hellben's eyes widened in shock. "It's broken!" From high above, Mario Abelson called out in a panic, "Asa Hellben, look out!" As he looked up, he saw Hermes hovering in midair. She kept muttering under her breath, "Hellspeed, Flanova, Fire Dance." Below on the ground, Asa Hellben doubled over, gritting his teeth. Damn it. High above, Hermes reached her hand down, pouring all her firepower straight onto Asa Hellben's head, but the attack was blocked. She exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my!" He held his sword tightly, standing it upright before him to block the massive surge of energy. Supreme Divine Authority, Grand Barrier. The destructive force was so intense it carved a V-shaped trench in the ground where Asa Hellben stood. She looked ahead and remarked, "You blocked all of that? Even though you're using a defensive form of divine authority, I really didn't expect you to come out without a scratch." Though drenched in sweat, he stood firm, his sword held high with tenacity. Hermes calmly continued, "Is it the barrier's effect? A barrier made of holy power that absorbs damage from demonic energy?" Meanwhile, Mario Abelson squeezed her eyes shut, clenching her hands, pouring all her energy into the barrier. A saintess who can wield a defensive divine authority and a massive shield created from the holy power of hundreds they've set. This up like this, they must be preparing for a long battle. On Hermes' hands, lightning bolts began to spark repeatedly. So, what should I do now? This is getting tricky. The demonic energy I used in the fight with Basin was more depleted than I thought. With what's left, it's hard for me to pierce through that wall. I might end up taking Basin's place at this rate. Just then, an old memory flashed in Hermes' mind. Wait a minute, Basin. The next moment, the battle exploded with full force. Asa Hellband charged at high speed, fueled by his will to fight to the end. He tightened his grip on his sword and shouted, "Now, let's end this." Pouring all his life force into it, Asa Hellband slammed his sword into the ground. The ground shook violently as a massive surge of golden light erupted. Rocks and debris exploded in all directions. Divine authority, sword of revelation, a mirror of judgment appeared before her, alongside a fiery red orb that kept vibrating intensely. Hermes stared at the technique. She then threw out a provocation. "It's been a long time since I've seen this move, but don't you think it's a little too soon to call this the end? It's not even enough to scare me." The fiery red orb moved slowly toward her. Hermes' fingertips grew sharp, glowing with a brilliant golden light like blades. Suddenly, blood sprayed from her upper torso, sending Hermes reeling backward. The soldiers watched, wide-eyed, completely unable to believe what was happening before their eyes. Gluttony Mario Abelson saw this, her eyes widening with joy. Has he really defeated Gluttony? Asa Helban stood stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief. His sword was still stuck in the ground. Meanwhile, Hermes lay motionless, showing no reaction at all. He trembled as he pulled his sword back. No way, a drop of sweat slid down his face. Asa Helban muttered, "Did I really?" He stared fixedly at Hermes' hands. With her glowing golden claws lying still on the ground. Did I really kill Gluttony? Suddenly, he was still lost in thought, not realizing he had already fallen right into her cold, sharp teeth. A massive monster's mouth was wide open, about to swallow Asa Helban whole. With one swift movement, he became prey for the glutton. Devoured in a sickening display, Mario Abelson couldn't believe her eyes and screamed out loud. Asa Helban, Hermes, full of confidence, taunted them. Surprised? This was an idea I borrowed from Basin. How was that? Don't tell me you thought you actually killed me? But the Holy Kingdom is impressive. You even forced me to use a fake death trick like this. Mario Abelson saw this, and a flurry of thoughts raced through her mind. She's coughing up blood. Is it because she's really severely wounded? Or is it because she swallowed a legendary knight? That doesn't matter. Without a moment's hesitation, she immediately turned and ordered, "All knights, assemble and prepare for the chorus. I will prepare the necessary holy power for the barrier." The soldiers obeyed in unison. "Understood. Divide into groups, and prepare to perform the ritual." Hermes bowed her head in thought. "The absorption rate is slower than I expected. Is it because of the barrier? The remaining demonic energy can't neutralize it." She looked up as their barrier was almost fully operational. At that moment, Hermes realized, it seems this really is the end for me. But that's okay, because my role is finished. Now, those kids back there at the spot I left behind, they will create the truth. I can't do it alone. But surely, you guys, Demon Jason, Manta-chan, activate demonic synchronization. Right after that, Mario Abelson unleashed a blinding blast of energy. It crashed straight down onto her. Hermes accepted it calmly. You will change the future of the demon race. The final battle has finally ended. The sky gradually cleared to a deep blue. After the sweeping destruction, the ground was left in ruins. There was no trace of Hermes to be found. Mario Abelson's eyes widened in pure shock as she stared ahead, breathing heavily, thinking, Asa Helban, you idiot. How could you be so careless, just because you defeated the gluttony demon? And to lose him, right before such an important event, the Pope is going to be incredibly disappointed. Suddenly, a soldier approached and asked, Saintess, what are your next orders? She snapped around and ordered sharply, return to the capital, and all of you, listen closely. Sir Asa Helban and Sir Basin of the Mario Abelson family fought bravely and perished together with the gluttony demon. For the sake of Gatsby's future, they sacrificed themselves honorably, worthy of being called legends. That is the only story that will be told. The scene shifted to the defeated, scattered army. Zedron stood tall amidst the ruins. Motem approached him and praised, impressive. Those pathetic warriors weren't even worthy of being your opponents. He replied, you are too kind, sir. Compared to you, Motem, I still have much to improve. Motem responded, I am not exaggerating. With your level of skill, in a few years, no. By the end of this year, you will surpass me. That bold claim stunned Zedron. Suddenly, Modem plunged his sword into the ground. He then revealed, "The connection to Lord Hermes has been severed." Startled, he asked, "So, Lord Hermes has?" Modem confirmed, "That is correct. Either he is in mortal danger, or something even worse." Zedron fell silent for a moment before asking, "Lord Modem, what do you plan to do now?" He declared clearly, "My only master is Lord Hermes. I will continue to carry out the responsibilities he left behind. My loyalty will not waver, whether he is alive or dead." Zedron asked, curious, "What were his final instructions?" Motem carefully explained, "He asked me to take good care of you until you become a commander like he was. From today on, I will support your training. Until you are known to everyone as the strongest commander, strong enough to cleanse the corruption within the demon race, I will stand by your side in his stead." The scene shifted. Not long after, news spread throughout the Holy Kingdom. At the magnificent cathedral, Auburn was preaching to the Pope. His voice echoed throughout the hall. "A great star of the Holy Kingdom has fallen. Sir Asa Helban was a martyr who gave his all for 20 years. He was a comrade who stood with me and other legends. We lived and died together. Sir Basin was someone who lived for the holy God more than anyone else, until his very last breath. He cared for you, the children of this holy kingdom. Even when facing the cruel gluttony demon, he chose to sacrifice himself to eradicate it in that final, life-or-death moment. He still prayed that one day we could all live in a peaceful, prosperous world. Let us pray together to honor that heart, and so we do not forget that sacrifice, until the day God's judgment falls upon those who oppose the divine. I have warned him so many times not to be careless after gaining the advantage. What a tragedy." Suddenly, Kieran rushed in to report, "Sir, Grayson has sent an envoy to Mario Abelson. They have requested to investigate the site of the battle with the gluttony demon." He coldly assessed, "They are surely trying to dig up the truth behind Basin's death, but the cleanup is already finished. There is nothing left to find." However, Auburn commanded, "Secretly contact Mario Abelson and have them reject that request." He bowed in obedience. "Understood. I will go at once." Suddenly, he called him back. "Oh, one more thing. What about Mario Abelson and Choi Hyun Seok?" Kieran explained, "There is still no trace of them. Even in the recent battle, if it were the Saintess, it would make sense. But Choi Hyun Seok? There is no reason for him to avoid the war. I think the gluttony demon secretly withdrew him from the Demon Legion." Hearing this, Auburn frowned and replied, "Dead and still causing me headaches. I thought once the gluttony demon disappeared, he would be naturally eliminated." "Sir Kieran, find those two, even if you have to turn all 6 realms upside down, and if anyone dares to cover for them, they shall not escape divine punishment." The scene shifted to a carriage, moving along a path through a lush forest. Someone spoke up. "Oh my God, so loud. You hated the Demon Legion, so why are you missing it now?" Rachel sniffled and complained, "It's just that I got attached, okay? Those skeletons, the ink-face rogue, Golden Bobo, even that slime monster. You're really babbling, that's enough. Check if the hair dye worked." She startled, leaning over to check. "All done? That was fast. Let's see, who's this?" Choi Hyun Seok looked up, bewildered, and asked, "My scalp itches like crazy. Are you sure this stuff is reliable?" Friss turned and looked, then instructed, "It's just hair color. Don't make such a fuss. Cheer up a bit." Friss's disguised form as Abelson appeared, announcing, "I'm done too. How do I look?" He was so shocked his eyes almost popped out of his head, and he stammered, "You look like a princess straight out of a fairy tale." She giggled, her face flushing with shyness, and explained, "Thank you for the compliment. But, even if it's not a fairy tale, I really am a princess." Hearing that, Choi Hyun Seok's face turned to stone, his lips pressed together in bitterness at Mario Abelson. Friss added, "You really didn't know? My surname is Mario. Plus, the place we're heading to is Mario too. I wanted to help you out, but this is a bit too much." As soon as he realized the shocking news, he bowed his head in apology. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I really didn't know you were a princess." Abelson reached out to comfort him. "Does that even matter now? Please, just call me as you always do." Choi Hyun Seok remained firmly kneeling on the ground. He pressed his hands together reverently. "I'm Korean, so I was born with the soul of a servant." Suddenly, he jumped up like a god, his eyes shining like car headlights. "But if you're really a princess, then we have nothing to worry about. You must have a lot of influence in Mario Abelson, right?" Looking at the hopeful Choi Hyun Seok, she replied, "I'm not sure. I talked to Friss about this, but if possible, I don't want to reveal my true identity or go back to the palace." He asked, bewildered, "Huh? Why?" Friss, standing beside them, gave him a playful tap on the head. You're such an idiot. This is one of the two greatest empires. The 6 realms have a bounty on your head. She doesn't want anyone else to get hurt because of her. Abelson offered a wry smile and added, but it's not like that day will never come. If necessary, I'll ask for help later. After all, they are still family. The scene shifts to the battlefield where Hermes and the legends just fought. A sound echoed from amidst the debris. From within the rubble, a surge of dark energy began to rise, thick and swirling. It started spreading to the stones nearby. 3 figures gradually appeared on a trail inside the forest. Choi Hyun Seok's face showed tension as he looked at the notification on his screen. Rachel asked in surprise, "Hero, is there something wrong that has you so worried?" Choi Hyun Seok replied, "Ever since I arrived in the human world, the hero system stopped working. Then the screen glitched, and the text went all haywire. It's broken, isn't it?" Rachel sounded skeptical. "What are you talking about? Our system is super advanced. There's no way it would just break." Choi Hyun Seok muttered, "I felt something was strange from the beginning. It's as if someone is watching every single move I make. Quests keep popping up in real time." Rachel continued, "I didn't see it with my own eyes, so I can't be sure. But perhaps it's because you're traveling on a completely different path than regular heroes. Since you are such a bizarre anomaly, it seems like the system has glitched to the point of chaos. I mean, aren't you a completely corrupt player, using demonic energy and opposing the human faction, right?" Choi Hyun Seok replied, annoyed. "That's going too far. Why are you calling me corrupt?" Rachel laughed out loud. "But considering I haven't received orders to abandon you and head back, that means you're still doing a good job, I guess." Freeze spoke up. "Hey, enough with the small talk. We're almost at the village closest to the border." Scene shifts to Kitten Village, Mario Abelson Kingdom, Viscounty under. Abelson spoke up. "Is this your first time coming to a human village?" Choi Hyun Seok replied, "That's right. Because of that, I was sent to a strange place, but in the end, I finally have a chance to be a hero." Abelson muttered, "Well, you'll probably be disappointed. This isn't as pretty as you think. Here is our identification card." The soldiers were startled and pointed their spears at them. "Halt! What is going on here? State your identities immediately." Freeze quickly replied, "The 3 of us are mercenaries. 2 men, 1 woman. We're here just looking for some paying work. After all, this is the border region adjacent to the demon realm." A moment later, Choi Hyun Seok trembled as he spoke. "What do you mean by that?" Freeze replied coldly, "What do you think I mean? It means exactly this." The 3 of them were standing in front of a city gate, and inside, everything looked very poor. Rachel flew closer to a notice. "What is this? Extra taxes? More forced labor? Window tax? Fireplace tax? And even a beard tax?" Abelson suddenly looked surprised and exclaimed, "There is Freeze. Why are you still hesitating? Just admit it frankly. It's clear the Mario Abelson dynasty is using the excuse of war to bleed the people dry. This isn't just a problem in Mario Abelson. I know that well because I used to serve as a cardinal. Most nations fawning over Gatsby operate in this exact same way. They exploit the fear of war to incite the masses, while they only care about plundering to fill the greedy pockets of the ruling class." A while later, the sky gradually turned to the red of sunset. Abelson sat silently on a chair placed beneath a statue of a hero. Choi Hyun Seok suddenly called out her name loudly. "Abelson." Abelson looked at him in surprise. "Choi Hyun Seok. Where are Freeze and Rachel?" Choi Hyun Seok replied, "The 2 of them are resting at the inn." Rachel was even scolding Freeze not to follow her. "It's a blatant betrayal." Choi Hyun Seok sat down next to Abelson. "About that, do you feel any better now?" She replied, "No, not really. I feel very angry." He smiled. "That doesn't sound like a good thing, does it?" Abelson replied calmly, "I'm not angry at Freeze, but angry at myself. Even if I wanted to argue back, I didn't know what to say." Hearing that, a stream of thoughts ran continuously through Choi Hyun Seok's mind. What should I say to comfort her now? If there is no corruption, there is no power. That is how the world works. But I can't say that. If it's related to royalty, it seems like whatever I say is wrong. Abelson called him in surprise. "Mr. Choi Hyun Seok?" Choi Hyun Seok stood up abruptly. "My lady, I wasn't thinking about anything." Abelson was startled. "Huh?" Choi Hyun Seok looked at her shyly, muttering, "No, Abelson looked at him with surprise and a bit of helplessness. "I just suddenly remembered old times, so I called your name. On the surface, Kitten Village looks poor now, withered and worn. But this land was once the seat of a legendary hero." Choi Hyun Seok asked in surprise. "A legend?" Abelson continued. "The legend of the hero, Lofa Dozer. This story originated several hundred years ago. That was a time when warriors who were courageous in the war against the demon race were honored as heroes and legends for the first time. Lord Lofa was the greatest hero of that era. His reputation went far beyond the borders of Mario Abelson, resounding throughout all 6 territories, and he was a person with a character truly worthy of that illustrious reputation. An upright person, deeply in love with his homeland, and always dedicated to protecting the weak. At the same time, he was a generous person, always willing to give, a true knight. But sadly, Lord Lofa passed away at a very young age. At that time, he was only 37. Right here in Kitten, Choi Hyun Seok asked, "What happened in Kitten?" Abelson replied, "Just 1 year before the war ended." According to the accounts, that was when the Demon Realm's assault forces were becoming more frantic and intense than ever before. Everyone must have been very desperate at that time. King Mario ordered Lord Lofa to abandon Kitten Village and retreat. But for the first time in his life, Lord Lofa defied the royal order. A nation has a duty to protect its people from foreign invaders. I will not allow my homeland to abandon its citizens. After leaving those final words, Lord Lofa single-handedly repelled the demon's entire sweeping attack, all by himself, with no one by his side. For the Mario Abelson kingdom, for Prince Mario Abelson, and for all the people of this Mario Abelson, Choi Hyun Seok whispered the names she had just listed. What's next, Abelson? If he were still alive today, what would become of Marius? A moment later, the sky turned ink black. As the night set in, Abelson spoke up. "Thank you. Because of you, I feel much better." Choi Hyun Seok replied, "It's nothing. I'm just listening to your stories." She smiled. "Just having you stay here with me is enough to put my mind at ease." Suddenly, they heard a sharp, piercing scream echoing around them. A villager shouted, "A corpse! There's another dead body!" Another person looked around. "Where are the guards? Where did all the soldiers go?" Choi Hyun Seok stood up quickly. "Abelson, stay here. I'll go check it out right now." Upon seeing the situation unfolding, his face paled. This was far from normal. Abelson called out, "Choi Hyun Seok." Choi Hyun Seok answered, "I'm fine. The guards will be here soon. But something is very strange." Abelson joined him to investigate. Abelson rushed over to him. "What's so strange?" Choi Hyun Seok replied, "The stench is too strong. It doesn't smell like someone who just died. There's also a strange magic circle around the body. I'm not good with magic." "So, Abelson, can you?" Abelson suddenly looked panicked and shouted, "Choi Hyun Seok, behind you." Startled by her panicked tone, he asked, "Huh? What?" A zombie was standing right behind him, preparing to attack. Choi Hyun Seok quickly shoved the zombie backward. "What the?" Abelson lunged toward it. "Get out of the way, Choi Hyun Seok." She slashed hard, sending the zombie crashing to the ground. Choi Hyun Seok asked in shock, "What was that? Wasn't it already dead?" Abelson replied, "It seems to be an undead creature created by necromancy. It's a type of forbidden magic used by the demon race to profit from the departed. I heard they used it during the war. This is also my first time seeing it in person." Choi Hyun Seok wondered, "If we get bitten, will we get infected?" Abelson answered, "I'm not sure. There are no records of that. But being bitten by a corpse, I don't think that's a good thing. Do you?" Suddenly, a voice called out. There, where the corpse of Nera lay, 2 soldiers pointed their spears at them. "You two over there, you're not villagers. What are you doing there?" Abelson looked a bit flustered, not knowing how to explain. "We, Choi Hyun Seok, cut her off. We're mercenaries. We heard that if we came to this village, we could find some work." The soldiers muttered, "Mercenaries? They don't really look like it, do they?" "What do you mean? Where is your mercenary registration paper?" Choi Hyun Seok quickly produced the document. The soldier said, "No doubt about it. I think I know why you're here. Follow me." Scene shift to the inn. Freeze said, "So, when things were already bad enough, you guys went around claiming to be mercenaries? You even dared to accept the commission? Honestly, why don't you just become real mercenaries while you're at it?" Choi Hyun Seok tried to explain. "Well, the thing is," he recounted that Edma, the village chief, had asked, "Are you the skilled mercenaries the guild mentioned?" Choi Hyun Seok and Abelson were stunned. "Skilled mercenaries?" Edma stared at them coldly. "Aren't you?" Abelson started to explain. "Actually, we just..." Choi Hyun Seok interrupted. "If you're talking about the legendary mercenaries born in this era, that's exactly who we are. You have a good eye, Chief." "Sorry, Abelson, but this is still better than having our true identities exposed. The guild told us to come to this village as fast as possible. So, what exactly are we supposed to do?" Abelson prayed silently. "Dear God, please forgive my companion," Edma continued. Since I've verified your mercenary credentials, let's get straight to the point. Back to the present, Choi Hyun Seok recounted. According to the chief, residents here had been disappearing one by one for several months. If it were just disappearances, people might have assumed they left because life was too hard. But shortly after vanishing, their bodies were always found right inside the village. Some were even dumped right on top of their family graves. Some were pierced by a strange staff, Abelson continued. And on other bodies, they found strange characters and patterns carved into them. As if this were the first time a corpse had risen from the dead, Choi Hyun Seok added, so recently, they sent a letter to the Lord requesting him to resolve this. However, the reply simply demanded they move to a neighboring village. He doesn't care about this impoverished village, which is too poor to even pay taxes. So, the villagers pooled together their meager savings to send a commission request to the guild. Chris replied dejectedly, and that's why you lied to them, making them believe we are mercenaries? Rachel scolded. You liar. You abandoned Rachel, and now you're being punished. Freeze spoke up. Choi Hyun Seok is one thing, but even the saintess is lying? Regardless, you both understand our situation now. It's best not to draw too much attention. If it's the undead, there's a possibility they are linked to the Demon King's army. We can't act rashly. Abelson wondered. If it's just for one day, would that be okay? I want to do what I can before leaving. Choi Hyun Seok thought to himself. Abelson really is kind-hearted. I want to, too, even if it's just a little bit. Freeze went silent. He thought back to the expression on her face when they first arrived. Fine. Exactly 1 week. If we've done our best in a week and still haven't solved this, we must leave immediately. Got it? Choi Hyun Seok and Abelson responded enthusiastically. Thank you. A moment later, Freeze laid out the plan. I've divided the village into 2 areas. Rachel and the Saintess will patrol here, and Choi Hyun Seok will go alone to this area. Choi Hyun Seok asked, What about you, Freeze? He replied, I will keep watch at the village entrance, just in case the real mercenaries you impersonated suddenly show up. Scene shift to 4 days after the plan began. Abelson pushed open the door and stepped into the room. Choi Hyun Seok remarked, You're home a bit late today, Abelson. She replied, I had some things to check, and there's something I need to tell you. Choi Hyun Seok quickly looked curious. What is it? Abelson answered. I spoke with Dicho while investigating today, and now I'm pretty sure. This village has an unusually high density of demonic energy. Choi Hyun Seok's face showed shock. Dense demonic energy? Abelson explained. There is always a small amount of mana present in the air. Depending on the land, mana and divine power can naturally fluctuate, meaning one source might be stronger than the other. But this implies that, even though the guards in this village are human, the demonic energy here is disturbingly thick. This is completely abnormal, Freeze replied. No wonder I've been feeling so unusually relaxed lately, Choi Hyun Seok continued. Honestly, I've felt the same, Abelson added. Anyway, the gathering of artificial mana might be the root cause of all this. So, for the time we have left, we will investigate why that demonic energy is congregating here and report the reason to the village chief. Choi Hyun Seok replied, That's not exactly a permanent solution, is it? Do you accept that? Abelson nodded slightly. I've already wasted too much of your time due to my own stubbornness. So, I can't ask for any more. Freeze smiled. All right then, let's just push through for 2 more days. Now that we have a lead starting tomorrow, we'll all work together. Okay? A burst of excited shouting came from Choi Hyun Seok. Clear! A short while later, the 3 of them were walking along the path outside. Choi Hyun Seok spoke up. By the way, Sir Freeze, do you use necromancy? Me? Freeze replied. No. People of the 3rd Legion don't use that stuff. Choi Hyun Seok looked at him in surprise. People of the 3rd Legion? Freeze continued. Lady Hermes hates necromancy just as much as she hates chimeras. And to be honest, necromancy itself is a bit inconvenient to use. Choi Hyun Seok wondered. Why is that? Freeze glanced behind him. Could you explain it to him, Saintess? It's a headache, Abelson replied. No, I don't know much about necromancy either. Freeze replied. Only a few demons can use it. Plus, it has never yielded positive results, so it's no wonder humanity has kept very few records of it. Just hearing the word necromancy is enough to imagine what kind of power it is, right? It's the ability to turn the dead into living corpses and control them. Throughout the war, they took advantage of the countless bodies scattered everywhere. A skill where the corpses were even impaled on staves. It might look like a great spell to easily increase troop numbers, but low-level undead created so easily are very mindless. Therefore, the caster has to control each one individually. Trying to control a horde of undead in the chaos of the battlefield will certainly expose the caster's weaknesses. Eventually, they even managed to create high-level undead capable of independent thought, but individuals with power far exceeding the caster's ability could not be controlled. And once control is lost, the undead will attack every living thing around them without distinguishing friend from foe. Choi Hyun Seok muttered, "Geez." Hearing that, "This kind of magic is indeed hard to use," Freeze replied. "That's right. Even back then, accidentally killing allies was the biggest problem." Suddenly, Freeze noticed a strange aura. Abelson quickly spoke up. "A demon. I sense a demon appearing behind you two." Freeze immediately turned around. As expected of a saintess, so sensitive to demonic energy. "Where is it?" Choi Hyun Seok looked around. "In which direction?" Abelson replied. "Towards the square, with that statue." Immediately, the three of them rushed to the square where the statue was. A voice rang out. "It seems the intruders have arrived." Choi Hyun Seok wondered, "Is that him?" Abelson replied, "That's right, but we can't kill him. We have to find out what he's doing first." Freeze spoke up. "So, what's the plan?" Choi Hyun Seok replied, "I'll try to handle him alone." Oscar spoke up. "You're a human, yet you possess a strange aura." Choi Hyun Seok remained silent and stayed on guard regarding his words. Oscar stood up. "If you're not coming here, then I." Choi Hyun Seok muttered something while looking very calm. Oscar also sensed something strange about him. Choi Hyun Seok suddenly shouted, "Don't shoot! He's an ally!" Abelson was surprised. Wasn't he planning to fight him? Oscar stopped and shakily replied, "What the hell?" Choi Hyun Seok shouted, "I am Choi Hyun Seok, Regiment Commander of the 3rd Legion under the Demon King's army. Identify your rank and affiliation." Immediately, Oscar spoke up. "Rank and affiliation for Choi Hyun Seok? Could you be that recruited human? But when I left, you were only a battalion commander." Abelson wondered, "Is it okay to let him do this?" Freeze spoke up. "Ahem, I am Freeze, from the Freeze Regiment under the direct command of the 3rd Legion. You don't look like you're from the 3rd Legion. Clearly state your identity and unit." Abelson couldn't believe things had become so strange. "Even Sir Freeze?" Freeze replied, "Let's resolve this peacefully. So, the village doesn't suffer any damage. To be sure, Saintess, please step back and find the village chief so the villagers can evacuate in case anything goes wrong." Abelson replied, "Understood. Leave it to me." Oscar quickly took off his helmet. "So you really are a noble? Why are you traveling with humans? We are carrying out a secret mission personally entrusted by Lady Hermes. Besides that, everything else is classified." "I can't tell you," Oscar muttered. "Lady Hermes?" Freeze replied. "So, is it from the 3rd Legion?" "That's right. Now it's your turn. State your unit clearly." He quickly replied, "I am from the 4th Legion." Choi Hyun Seok was surprised. "The 4th Legion? General Park Hyuna?" Oscar roared, "Park Hyuna is not our leader. Our rightful Legion commander is Lord Onyx." Choi Hyun Seok glanced at Freeze. "Lord Onyx," he replied. "The former Legion commander of the 4th Legion. He failed in the decisive battle and was demoted to Vice Legion commander. I guess no one feels comfortable when a human hero suddenly jumps up to be their superior. If it were me, I'd feel the same." Choi Hyun Seok muttered. "It seems the Demon King's army has its own internal troubles, doesn't it?" Oscar growled. "What are you two whispering about?" Choi Hyun Seok and Freeze replied, "It's nothing." Choi Hyun Seok stepped forward. "Anyway, if you left since back when I was a battalion commander, then it must have been a long time ago. You must have suffered a lot while drifting outside. Things aren't easy, are they?" Freeze also quickly placed a hand on his shoulder. "I also work in the field often, so I understand that feeling." "You've worked hard, comrade." Oscar trembled, moved by emotion. "So, you finally understand." A moment later, Choi Hyun Seok asked, "So, what? Drove the 4th Legion all the way to the 3rd Legion's backyard like this?" Oscar bowed his head and replied, "I cannot say." Choi Hyun Seok playfully suggested, It seems like you don't really like your commander, do you? If it's about bad-mouthing your core commander, we could certainly lend a hand. You know, your commander's personality is truly terrible. I've experienced it myself lately, no joke." Freeze added, "You also know that Lady Hermes and Park Hyuna aren't exactly close, right? And since we're currently on a mission, the least we should do is know what the other side is planning so we don't accidentally get in each other's way." Oscar said, "Is that so?" Hyun Seok whispered, "This guy really has no idea about the recent events, does he? Right, Freeze?" Oscar replied, "That's how independent special agents operate. They often lose contact with the main legion for long periods. We are testing a new magical tool. one that can convert mana into demon energy. Freeze was surprised. Convert mana into demon energy? Oscar answered, if you channel mana into this device, it transforms that mana into demon energy over a set period. This device floods the surrounding environment with negative energy, creating the perfect conditions for necromancy. This is the result of a collaboration between Lord Onyx and Lord Rotak. So, over the past few months, we've buried about 100 of these. At the same time, we drew a massive magic circle with this village as the center. Recently, the corpses finally started waking up on their own, so I came here to finish everything. Only to run into you. Choi Hyun Seok frowned. If you finish this, what will happen? Oscar replied, I heard this village has a legend about the glorious achievements of a certain knight. We want to resurrect that knight as an undead. Freeze was surprised. You mean Lofa Dozer? Necromancy has advanced to the point where you can summon even those who have been dead for ages? Well, let's just say you managed to summon him. Are you confident you can control an entity of that level? Oscar replied, that is precisely why we are conducting the experiment right here on human territory. In case we lose control, we can just abandon it and leave. And since you said your relationship with General Park Hyuna isn't good, let me tell you this. If this experiment succeeds, we are also planning to turn Park Hyuna into an undead as well. Choi Hyun Seok was shocked. General Park Hyuna? Oscar replied, of course. To do that requires countless magic devices, but if it succeeds, then there would be no reason to keep a non-human in the Corps Commander position. At that point, my master, Lord Onyx, could return to his position as commander of the 4th Legion. So, it's best we be careful and not get in each other's way. Choi Hyun Seok suddenly looked thoughtful and glanced at Freeze. Freeze didn't say anything, but glanced back at him with a knowing look. Immediately, the two of them lunged forward and slashed at Oscar's body. He trembled as he spoke. Why? We are both nobles, the finish line was right in front of us. The item in his hand fell to the ground and skittered away. Freeze spoke. It seems we understand each other now. That's exactly right, Choi Hyun Seok replied. Honestly, I didn't expect you to get involved in this, Lord Freeze. Freeze replied, to me, that legion isn't as important as Lady Hermes. And Lady Hermes would want Park Hyuna to keep her position as Corps Commander. Hyun Seok answered, satisfied. Anyway, now we can leave in peace. If we submit this device and the corpse as evidence, and dig up all the remaining devices, the village's mana will return to normal, right? Freeze laughed. Certainly. Once everything is settled, maybe I'll give General Park Hyuna a heads up. Suddenly, a blue streak of light shot up right behind them. Scene change. Abelson is traveling with Rachel toward another location. Abelson feels anxious. Should I head back? Why is it so quiet, I wonder? Suddenly, she noticed a blue magical light at that location. No way! I need to get to my friends. The villagers looked at her, stunned. Abelson commanded, no one is allowed to enter the village. Contact the nearest temple as fast as you can. Scene change. Hyun Seok stared in shock at the scene before him. What is this? Killing the caster didn't stop it? A moment later, the white smoke gradually cleared, and something appeared before them. A blue bolt of lightning struck the ground. Freeze gasped when he saw it. That could it be Lofa? As he appeared through the smoke, he said, I wish to ask, is my homeland still safe? The first legend of Mario. The Lord of Lightning. Lofa Dozer. Freeze glanced at Choi Hyun Seok and nodded slightly, giving a command. Choi Hyun Seok spoke. This is Mario. Abelson, more specifically, Keaton, part of Mario Abelson. Lofa wondered, then why are monsters running wild all over the Mario Abelson territory like this? Choi Hyun Seok immediately looked terrified. Where should I even begin to explain this? Suddenly, Abelson appeared. Choi Hyun Seok, freeze! She suddenly noticed the man in front of her. That person is I am, the second heir to the throne of Mario Abelson. Mario Abelson Abelson. If you truly are the hero of our nation, Lofa Dozer, then I wish to have a conversation with you. Abelson pulled out a royal crest necklace. This is the proof of the Mario Abelson royal bloodline. This is the evidence that I am the legitimate princess of Mario Abelson, Lofa replied. I recognize that object. It is a precious magical item, said to be given only to members of the royal family. He quickly stepped forward, then Lofa bowed respectfully. Lofa, the lightning knight loyal to Mario, pays his respects to the noble bloodline. Choi Hyun Seok whispered, things are going more smoothly than I thought. Even though he's a corpse, he still looks pretty good, doesn't he? Freeze replied, even in our demon tribe, necromancy remains very mysterious. Perhaps because he was a legendary grade master, his soul is on a completely different level. Lofa asked, may I ask what happened while I was dead? Why is the Princess of Mario with a demon? Freeze thought to himself. But how on earth did he clear that so easily? Abelson replied, it's a long story. First, you two should head back to the inn. Pack your bags and get ready to leave the village. In the meantime, I'll explain everything to Lord Lofa. Lofa spoke up, remarking, the world has changed so quickly while I was away. Choi Hyun Seok asked in surprise, Lord Lofa, are you really coming with us? He answered, I took an oath of loyalty to the Mario royal family. If the princess is doing the right thing, then I must help as well. Hyun Seok wondered. But that oath was from when you were still alive, wasn't it? Right. I'm doing this for Abelson and Zedron. But now, there's no one left from your time for you to protect, Lord Lofa. Lofa looked contemplative, then slowly turned his head to glance at him. I just wanted Mario to become a better place to live. In my past life, I once had a daughter. She was as stubborn as my late wife. She used to run around everywhere, bragging that her father was the greatest knight in the kingdom. Her dream was to become the greatest tailor Mario had ever seen. But by now, she must have long since left this world. Yet, throughout that long time, I am certain she found many people to love. Right? She was my everything. So I want to protect what she loved until the very end. Abelson asked, surprised. You had a child? Lofa replied, that's right. Her name was Rosa Lofa Dozer. After I died, she must have been taken to be raised by her mother's family, so perhaps she changed her name to Rosa Crocell. Abelson was shocked. The surname of our current royal knight captain is also Crocell. Lofa responded, could it just be a coincidence? It's not a common surname, but since so much time has passed, it's hard to say for sure if your descendant is still alive. Abelson smiled. Actually, when I was little, I heard rumors that her mother was a royal tailor, so she was also skilled at sewing. Moreover, our current captain is the second legend of Mario, Abelson. Legends don't age like normal people, so it wouldn't be strange at all if one of your descendants were still alive to this day. Lofa smiled. If that's the case, then that must be a young man who has fully inherited my bloodline. If I have the chance, I'd like to meet that person once. Choi Hyun Seok spoke up. That's a relief. He isn't some mindless monster like we feared. Rachel replied, seriously, I thought we were about to face a plot where he'd say, I will destroy this kingdom. Lofa laughed loudly. Me? Destroying Mario? How ridiculous. My late wife loved the candy store back then. It was located in the 4th district, right on the main road leading to the royal palace. And my daughter loved stopping by the yarn shop 2 blocks away. I still remember those northern winters when the whole family was together, the one rare time I finally managed to take a vacation. This country is overflowing with memories. Every street corner holds a moment I shared with my family and the people, my daughter, the one who carries my blood, and the blood of my beloved wife. They are still living in this place. This is the home of the people she cherished. How could I destroy it? Abelson said worriedly. Lord Lofa? Suddenly, Lofa collapsed to the ground. Choi Hyun Seok muttered, I knew it wouldn't be fine. Frizz ordered, everyone, back away. Get away from Lofa immediately, Choi Hyun Seok asked. What's happening? Lofa was clutching his head in pain. His eyes turned a glowing red. Choi Hyun Seok panicked. How is he doing? Frizz said, now, he will destroy everything that breathes us. The villagers outside the city walls and the neighboring cities too. If we don't suppress him right now, sooner or later, he will head straight for the capital. The instinct of an undead is to always be drawn to crowded places. So, we have to defeat him here? A legend is still a legend, even when rotting. We don't have the strength, but we can escape now. Abelson clenched her fists with determination. You two, go. I will stay. Then, she drew her spear and shield. Frizz replied, this isn't something you can handle. Give up and leave it to the royal family or the Judao Council to deal with. Abelson muttered, no, I can do this. Undead and holy power are 2 complete opposites. Besides, the current Lord Lofa is definitely not at his peak, so perhaps I can handle him. Hyun Seok was startled to realize, she's trembling? Abelson, you know it's impossible. Why? Abelson replied, because above all, the most important reason is that I am the princess of this country. Friss rushed to stop her. No, wait. Choi Hyun Seok shouted, I'll help too. This is the land where the legends of Lord Lofa were born. It would be too cruel if we just let him turn this place into a bloody battlefield. Friss snapped, hey, even you're joining in? If you do that, then I guess I have no choice. If you've decided, let's get into the fight. Choi Hyun Seok replied, everyone, take your positions. Lofa slowly gripped his sword and prepared to stand up. He slowly raised his head, looking toward the group. Frizz spoke up, As expected, his first target is the support unit in the back. Even after death, he still remembers? Or is it just pure instinct? Lofa suddenly lunged toward them. Abelson rushed forward. I will stop him. Holy power, a stream of golden light suddenly flashed. She shouted, Choi Hyun Seok, this is your chance. Holy art, splendid maiden Malayan. Choi Hyun Seok quickly appeared from behind. I'm here. No brisk kick. A streak of purple light slammed into Lofa. He was startled to realize, this still isn't enough. Lofa continued to rush forward and attacked him. Hyun Seok quickly dodged and did a spin in the air. Lord Lofa, no brisk headlock. I will stop you right here. Choi Hyun Seok dived down and unleashed an attack on Lofa. I will set you free right now. Abelson asked. Is it over? Choi Hyun Seok replied, no, that was my strongest attack, but it didn't even leave a scratch. Friss answered, the undead will only stay down if a priest performs a purification ritual or when they are decapitated. Abelson spoke up. I could use exorcism magic, but for it to be effective, I need enough time to focus entirely on the incantation. With the current situation, I'm still too inexperienced to fight and chant at the same time. Suddenly, a vortex appeared above them. Rachel asked in confusion, huh? Why is it raining all of a sudden? Abelson replied, this isn't ordinary rain. Lord Lofa's nickname is Thunderbolt. He can summon storms and manipulate lightning at will. A bolt of lightning suddenly struck. Lofa appeared, his entire body wreathed in electricity. He was the true Lord of Thunder. Lofa quickly bent a knee and lunged forward. With transcendent peerless power, the Thunder Sword technique, he moved as fast as lightning. Lofa dashed toward Choi Hyun Seok. Choi Hyun Seok was startled and blocked the blow. No way. How can he be this fast? My eyes can't even keep up with him. Suddenly, he realized a ray of light was helping him block the attack. Free spoke up. I'm supporting you from behind. Don't be afraid. Stand your ground and keep fighting. Lofa continued to move like a streak of lightning, charging at them. His eyes remained narrowed, filled with killing intent. Choi Hyun Seok warned, he's coming this way. From the front, Abelson immediately raised her shield. I'll block him. However, Lofa suddenly changed his attack trajectory. Abelson felt panicked and shouted, protection! Lofa swung his sword in a massive arc. The sky seemed to tear in two, and a red lightning bolt struck the ground. Rachel shouted in panic, freeze! Are you all right? He replied, that was too close. If I'd been careless for even a second, I would have been dead for sure. Choi Hyun Seok stared cautiously at Lofa, who was standing on the roof. Peerless heavenly might. Thunder sword technique. Heaven-shaking lightning. Lofa continued to dive down to attack, aiming his slash directly at Abelson. Her shield began to crack. She gritted her teeth, struggling to hold off the attack. A moment later, Choi Hyun Seok shouted urgently, Abelson, Mario, jump now! Choi Hyun Seok lunged at him, unleashing a Nobrisi kick, sending Lofa flying backward. Lofa gritted his teeth, enduring the blow. Choi Hyun Seok jumped down. It's not over yet. Lord Freeze, let's do it. Use that move. Freeze was surprised. Huh? What? You want to use that move right now? Choi Hyun Seok immediately grabbed his wrist. Just do it. Freeze unleashed another attack. Lofa looked cautious as he saw it coming. Nobrisi double kick. Choi Hyun Seok dived from above to attack. I don't care if he's an undead or whatever. I just need to tear him in two, and he won't be able to move anymore. Rachel trembled as she looked at the battlefield. Did it hit? The smoke gradually cleared, and something appeared behind it. Lofa walked out of the battle calmly. He grabbed Choi Hyun Seok by the ankle. This infuriated him. Damn it, let me go. However, a red light appeared, enveloping his arm. Peerless heavenly might, thunder sword technique, speed like lightning. A fiery red light surrounded them. Abelson shouted in fear. Choi Hyun Seok. Freeze suddenly lunged toward them from afar. Choi Hyun Seok was screaming in pain from a direct hit. Freeze dashed over and slashed hard at Lofa. Lofa's arm was severed, and Choi Hyun Seok was set free. Freeze said, he's still breathing. He should be grateful for the body that Motem spent so much effort modifying. He continued. But even if Motem personally repaired that body to the limit, if it isn't treated, suddenly, a red beam of light shot out. Freeze was immediately cut off mid-sentence by the attack. He fell and rolled far away. Freeze, freeze, Rachel called out loudly. Hey, hey, wake up, open your eyes. Divine magic, the declaration of the holy sanctuary. Abelson quickly created a space covered in golden magic. The holy sanctuary consumes a massive amount of divine power, and the caster cannot leave their position while maintaining it. However, this is an incredibly solid defensive skill, specifically used for self-defense. Among the skills I can use right now, This is the ultimate defense. However, Lofa's red beam of light had already surged forward to attack. Abelson was startled, realizing, even this isn't enough? Is the gap in power truly so insurmountable? In the end, I couldn't protect anyone, could I? But if he fell here, Choi Hyun Seok would lord Lofa. Please, come back to your senses. This is the village you sacrificed your life to protect, isn't it? The red beam of light pushed down even harder. Abelson shouted in desperation. You said that if you could open your eyes one more time, you wanted to live for the Mario family. Lofa's attack shattered Abelson's absolute defense. She continued, helpless, you said you wanted to become a father your daughter could be proud of. A hand quickly reached toward her. Lofa grabbed Abelson by the throat, causing her to fall backward. Abelson trembled. On this land, there are still so many people you love. You wanted this place to become a better place for everyone you cherish. So please, Lord Lofa, open your eyes. It's not too late yet. You are, in her mind. An image of the hero flashed by. Abelson smiled through her tears. Our hero. A tear suddenly dropped onto her face. Abelson was shocked. Is this Rain? No, that's... Wait, is he crying? Lofa muttered. How annoying. He suddenly lunged forward. Shut up. The sword immediately pierced deep into a body. Rachel scolded. There's no time to blink. Wake up already. Freeze muttered. My ears are itching. All right, I'm up. Just shut up already. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. Lofa was shouting in anger. I killed them all. The sword thrust forward and pierced someone's body. Freeze was immediately horrified by the situation. The Saintess, he thought back to a conversation in the past. Lord Hermes, should we really return to researching necromancy? Hermes replied, no. In this third legion, that is forbidden. And I have convinced the other legions to do the same. Freeze asked, you have always been so against using zombies. May I ask why? Hermes replied, Freeze, do you remember any lost faces? Of course, my comrades who fell during recruit training. They all died in battle. I am the only one who survived. I am the same. Faces I haven't seen for a long time, those who perished too early because they were too weak. It would be wonderful if they could come back. With that thought in mind, I delved deep into the study of necromancy and succeeded in bringing a few of them back. I was so happy, thinking I could reclaim the bonds I had long lost. I told myself that from now on, I would treat them better and protect them well. However, until that thing tried to kill me with pure hatred. It seems, a zombie's instinct is as primal as hunger itself, a frenzied craving that overrides every other emotion, making things like reason or old memories utterly meaningless. No one can suppress it. Sure, using zombies could immediately bolster our military strength. But, can you guarantee that a zombie's blade won't turn against you? What would you do if they lunged at you, cursing you for bringing them back in such a mangled body? I don't want to go through that again. Abelson's eyes widened in sheer astonishment. The sword Lofa swung down didn't hit her. Frisk couldn't believe it, he missed. At that distance, could he have actually overcome his zombie instinct? Lofa trembled. Stop me. Don't let me hurt her. He slowly pulled his sword back, but then, a sudden attack lunged straight at his neck. Choi Hyun Seok had rushed in and kicked his head clean off. Lofa's head hit the ground and rolled away. The sword in his hand slowly lowered. Lofa spoke slowly. Thank you truly. Thank you for stopping me from harming the princess, for letting me remain the father she can be proud of. Abelson trembled as she heard those words. Lord Lofa? Choi Hyun Seok remained lost in thought, saying nothing. Abelson was surprised to realize he had collapsed. Choi Hyun Seok, Friss, this guy's already passed out. Amazing, his willpower is truly tenacious. Suddenly, a voice rang out from across the way. There's someone over there. Abelson was startled. It was the townspeople. They were supposed to have evacuated to the sanctuary already. An army surrounded them. We are the sanctuary guards sent from Judo District. What is this filthy energy permeating this place? Identify yourselves immediately. Abelson thought to herself, fake IDs won't work on real priests. What should I do now? Should we fight? But I don't have a single drop of holy power left. If I tell the truth, Choi Hyun Seok and Frizz had quickly hidden themselves. Rachel asked, why did things turn out like this? Frizz whispered, keep it down, or we'll get caught. Chanyol spoke up. Everyone, please step aside. I think I know who these people are. Bishop Chanyol, attached to the Judo South Mario District. Abelson was surprised. Bishop Chanyol? Why has your grace come all this way? Chanyol replied, I will guarantee your absolute safety. For now, please come with me. The scene shifted to a lavish and luxurious room. Chanyol said, We found this magical communication device in the Saintess's luggage. After inspection, it was determined to be a forbidden artifact that utilizes demonic energy. Abelson wondered, so, what will happen to us now? Are we being locked up and sent to the Holy Nation's capital? Chanyol replied, do you remember the pilgrimage to the Six Lands a few years ago? Honestly speaking, at the time, I didn't pay much attention to you, Saintess. A princess sheltered from birth, who had never known hardship or suffering, yet kept insisting on joining the grueling pilgrimage. I thought you would only last about a week, that it was just a child's stubbornness. But I was wrong. Throughout the year-long journey, our little Saintess never complained once. Instead, regardless of age, gender, or background, you offered your kindness and devotion to anyone in trouble. Back then, I dared to ask why you did it, and your answer was simple. Because I believe it is the right thing to do. The little Saintess I know is that kind of person. Not a traitor colluding with the demon race out of selfish greed. So, tell me, what happened to you? Abelson answered him slowly. Bishop, the scene shifted to Choi Hyun Seok lying on the floor. He slowly opened his eyes, realizing he saw something like white hair. Abelson, Mario Choi Hyun Seok thought he saw her image. Friss acted annoyed. You took such a heavy hit to the head. Are you okay? Choi Hyun Seok was startled. Why are you acting so strange all of a sudden? Friss retorted. The amount of demonic energy I used to heal a jerk like you, I had to risk breaking into the sanctuary. Suddenly, the two of them saw Abelson approaching with Chanyol. Abelson, Choi Hyun Seok asked anxiously, how is the situation? Abelson replied, the bishop is an old acquaintance of mine. He will help us escape. Choi Hyun Seok was surprised. That's good, but will he be okay? He'll definitely run into trouble with his superiors for this. Chanyol replied, I've lived long enough. Why should you two worry about an old man who is just waiting for the Lord's call? Abelson suggested, Bishop, why don't you come with us? He replied, the number of people bewildered and terrified by the zombie menace is growing. If a bishop abandons his judo district at a time of such turmoil, will the faith of the believers still be secure? He quickly took something from inside his cloak, returning this to its original owner. Now go. Go and don't look back, my little Saintess. Don't worry about anything. Just keep doing what you believe is right. Abelson looked at him with gratitude and emotion. Bishop Chanyol continued. And as for the nameless noble and the spirit over there, Friss muttered, in her disguise. If you knew, why didn't you say so sooner? Chanyol continued. Although making a request of a hero I just met, like this is a bit impolite, please take good care of my little Saintess, Chanyol muttered. Zombies, huh? I have to report this immediately before the damage becomes even more serious. Kylie suddenly shouted loudly. Bishop Chanyol, by the Emperor's decree, you are stripped of your position for the crime of colluding with the traitor Abelson. Where is Mario Abelson, the legend of Godfriend, the Wanderer, Kylie Riverford? Chanyol stood up. Ah, Lord Kylie, it's been a while since your birthday, hasn't it? The little Saintess isn't here, Kylie replied coldly. Chanyol, speak up. Where is that traitor planning to go? You know. If you keep making Oberon angry, Chanyol smiled faintly, I'll be thrown into the torture chamber for heretics, right? Well, if I don't cooperate, I suppose I have to. But please give me a moment to prepare. I'll change into my ceremonial robes and be right out. A soldier spoke up. That won't do, Lord Kylie. We cannot leave a high-profile criminal alone. Chanyol smiled faintly. Am I not the one Lord Kylie raised on his own back? In honor of our past ties, please give us a chance to keep a shred of dignity, Kylie replied indifferently. Granted. The soldier started to speak. Lord Kylie, she cut him off. I will take full responsibility. Chanyol, keep going. Please take this file on my desk to His Majesty. Got it? Goodbye, Killy. Killy suddenly became inexplicably sad. Chanyol walked into his room. Let's see, where did I put it? Here it is. He saw a knife placed next to two small dolls. Anyway, it's fortunate to have met you one last time, Keely. Chanyol held the knife to his neck. And little Saintess, I pray that you remain safe. Scene change. Choi Hyun Seok spoke up. Abelson, shall we go back to the bishop? No, Abelson replied. Don't look back. That is also what the bishop would want. Friss asked curiously. So where are we going now? Abelson replied. The capital of Mario Abelson, Natasha. We will head to the royal palace in Natasha. Then, the scene shifted to the Grand Cathedral. Godran Killy announced, Chanyol is dead. Auburn replied, that means we've lost track of Choi Hyun Seok and Abelson. Killy continued, I want to track them, but it seems we've been outsmarted by a highly skilled thief. There are almost no traces left, so it will be very difficult to find them for now. But in the end, there are only 3 places to go. Either seek asylum in Dragon, the rival nation of Garen, or find Antimanfest, the gathering place for deserters, or head to the Mario Abelson royal family, where Abelson has blood ties, Auburn muttered. However, I heard that Choi Hyun Seok's group defeated Lofa Dozer. How is his growth speed far exceeding our expectations? This is so troublesome. Keeley replied, Auburn, according to confirmed information, that is indeed the case. Anyway, this is important information that Chanyol warned must be delivered to you. Therefore, considering mitigating circumstances, I will take care of Chanyol's funeral myself. Auburn interrupted. No. Chop off that corpse and hang it in the marketplace for me. Keeley froze. But Auburn, that is Chanyol, not anyone else. Auburn replied coldly. There are no exceptions for traitors. People need to see the price to pay. For casually helping Choi Hyun Seok's group, Keeley hurriedly defended him. Chanyol was also a disciple of the late beloved Asa Helban. He was the one who led Chanyol onto the path of the clergy, and not to mention the work Chanyol did in the south of Mario Abelson. Auburn coldly cut him off. Kelly Riverford, you seem to be forgetting things lately. I am the Emperor, not you. A moment later, Auburn spoke. Demonic energy and necromancy, huh? In the end, the Demon King has decided to turn against me. But who knows? Maybe this can be used to my advantage. Scene change. Park Hyuna angrily cursed. Damn it. That bastard just died all of a sudden. What am I supposed to do now? I should have weighed things better between the Demon King and Hermes. I only stood with Hermes publicly. The Demon King must be targeting me. But the strange thing is, he's too quiet. Hermes has disappeared. So he should have retaliated against me by now. Right? Damn it, how annoying. Should I try to ask Gasfriend to take me back? Go back to the starting point in this other world and become a mindless Hyuna Mark II? You'd have to be crazy to do that. I'd rather die. Or switch to the giant empire of Dragon? Lu Bu has 3 fathers, and Park Hyuna has 3 masters? Oh. And I visited there with Sullivan before. They said they don't accept refugees from other worlds, so there's only a third option left, the Demon King's army. If I had known from the start that the relationship between the Demon King and the Holy Kingdom was just a show, I never would have come here. When Sullivan invited me to Antimon Fest, I should have just gone. By the time I found out the truth, I was already a Legion commander. I thought for sure they wouldn't betray a Legion commander, so I insisted on staying. Should I start slowly withdrawing from here? A voice echoed from outside. Legion Commander Park Hyuna. It's Onyx, my lady. The 3rd Legion Zedron said, I have an urgent matter to report to you. Park Hyuna grabbed the communication orb. What did you say? Calling me at such a critical moment like this? Zedron replied. My lady Park Hyuna, this is very important. Is there anyone else around besides you, Park Hyuna? She replied. Vice Legion Commander Onyx is here too. He replied. Then please ask everyone else to step out. Park Hyuna ordered. You heard him. Everyone out. Zedron continued. This is a message from Choi Hyun Seok. Don't trust anyone, trust only yourself. Hyuna was surprised. Choi Hyun Seok? Why is his name being mentioned here? And what does that mean? Zedron replied. I don't know the details either. It's just urgent. So I had to report it to the Legion commander immediately. Suddenly, the door to her room burst open. Onyx spoke. Although it's earlier than expected, I've reported it to the Demon King, but it can't be helped. Kill the traitor to humanity. Hyuna was startled. What? A bad feeling is never wrong. Scene changed to the capital of Mario Abelson, Natasha. Choi Hyun Seok looked around. We finally arrived. Rachel was excited. Wow. The capital, such a big city, bustling streets, shopping. Friss asked, what's the next schedule? Abelson replied, I will go see my father immediately. Rachel replied, but since we've gone to the trouble of getting to a decent city like this, why don't we go eat some famous local specialties? Suddenly, Choi Hyun Seok felt startled. For no clear reason, Rachel wondered, Hero, what's wrong? Choi Hyun Seok was surprised. You don't see it? She replied. See what? Choi Hyun Seok didn't answer. In his heart, he just immediately warned himself, no, it's nothing. Scene changed to the main gate of the Mario Abelson Royal Palace. 2 soldiers shouted loudly, This is the Royal Palace. No unauthorized entry. State your purpose and identity, now. Abelson quickly took off her hood. I am the 2nd heir to the kingdom of Mario Abelson. Mario Abelson. Take me to see the king. King Vante spoke up. Oh, so that's how it is? Abelson proposed. Father, can I stay here for a while? He quickly stood up. Of course, Abelson, you can. Vante hugged his daughter. Don't worry about the Holy Empire. Leave everything to me. It's a long way. You must be tired, right? Abelson spoke up. Father, Vante continued. First of all, everyone, please get some rest. A young man looked at her with a gentle expression. Jamariot, the first prince, Vante continued. Let's save the details for tomorrow. Another young man, Prince Mario Abelson IV, looked quite unhappy as the scene shifted. Choi Hyun Seok spoke up. The hospitality is nice and all, but isn't this place a bit too far from your room, Abelson? Are we being forced to choose rooms? Abelson replied. I wanted to arrange a room next to mine, but it was rejected due to regulations. But regardless, aren't they staring at us a bit too much? It's like they're going to bore a hole through us. Abelson was surprised and whispered to Frida, Rachel, cast a silent spell. There's someone on the tree outside the window and 2 more on top of the watchtower, and the strongest presence is 2 rooms away. Abelson immediately threw the door open and commanded, By order of the royal family, how dare you monitor my delegation? One of them replied, It is by the 4th prince's command, to prevent any unsavory rumors regarding those of unknown origin. Abelson snapped, Back off immediately. It seems you've all forgotten. I am the second in line to the throne. Mario Abelson. Choi Hyun Seok looked outside anxiously. Are you okay? She replied, That's what I should be asking you. I'm truly sorry you all have to endure such treatment. Choi Hyun Seok answered, The other side isn't entirely wrong though. Abelson replied, Yes, I'm truly sorry, and thank you, Choi. Choi Hyun Seok thought, This place isn't as comfortable as I imagined. What should I do now? The scene shifts to the next morning at breakfast. A voice rang out. I see. If it's zombies, then we have a lead. Vante sighed. I heard that at a small mining village in the far north of Mario Abelson, zombies have suddenly appeared. Just like the case in Kitten. There must be a seal stone buried underground. If we destroy it, the magic density in the village will return to normal. Choi Hyun Seok asked, If half of the royal knights are gone, who will guard the palace? Vante replied, There are still other soldiers. And most importantly, Sir Banner, the pillar of the Knight Order, remains at the palace. Choi Hyun Seok was surprised. Sir Banner? Him? Vante answered. He is a legendary warrior that Mario has always been proud of. I heard you helped Sir Banner's grandfather find peace once more. The Legend of Mario, Banner Lance Rosa. Sir Banner is very grateful to you, so he wants to join us for breakfast today. Choi Hyun Seok was shocked. He's the grandson of Sir Lofa, but he looks so young. Abelson replied, Ah, about that, Banner spoke up. Your name is Choi Hyun Seok, right? It seems you don't know much about the legends yet. I'll enlighten you. After you finish eating, come to the training ground to find me. We'll have a sparring match while we're at it. Choi Hyun Seok replied, I will definitely be there. Suddenly, the dining room door burst open. Vante was surprised. What is it? Interrupting breakfast like this? The man replied, Report. The delegation from Godfriend has arrived, Javier said angrily. Haven't we already answered their demands? What right does Godfriend have to interfere in Mario's internal affairs? Vante replied, I agree with you. So, please, calm down first. Abelson is here. Ray suddenly spoke up. But if the eldest sister is truly innocent, shouldn't she just go to Gatsby and explain it herself? Vante interrupted. Don't ruin the atmosphere, Race. Abelson is one of our own. Choi Hyun Seok looked around in surprise. What is this? What's with this atmosphere? Miss Abelson, are you okay? Abelson just remained silent. She bowed her head slightly without saying a word. The scene shifts to a moment later, after the meal. Banner spoke up. You're fast. Choi Hyun Seok replied, It's an invitation from a legend. How could I not come? He said, It seems you have a lot to ask. Go ahead and ask anything. Choi Hyun Seok answered, Can I ask about Miss Abelson? Banner replied, Asking about the princess right away, that's a bit surprising. Still, a promise is a promise. Let me answer. The princess's situation, honestly speaking, is not good. You probably know that the 2 powers dividing the continent are Godfriend and Drayson, right? Mario Abelson is a nation that puts a lot of effort into diplomacy with Godfriend, especially after both princesses. Abelson was chosen as the saintess, so we've been following the pro-Godfriend path even more overtly. With Miss Abelson's actions until now, the status of the royal family must have become difficult, right? That is true, but the current monarch is not someone who easily abandons their own kin, partly because Abelson resembles the late queen, and even the first prince, who will succeed the throne, has special feelings for his younger sister. As for the 3rd or 4th prince, they are quite timid and weak, so who knows what they'll do. But the affection the king and the crown prince have for Abelson is very clear, so the 3rd and 4th princes won't easily voice their opinions. Choi Hyun Seok wondered. Then, outside of the royal family, what is Sir Banner's personal stance? He replied, I am merely the sword of the royal family. A sword must move according to the master's will. And I have always had only one master, the monarch of this country. I swore that when I took the knight's oath 15 years ago. Choi Hyun Seok was astonished. Excuse me, but how old are you this year? He replied, 97. Choi Hyun Seok shouted, forever young. But this is ridiculous. Banner replied, that's because I'm a legend. How much do you know about heroes and legends anyway? Choi Hyun Seok scratched his head. Youthful, uses lightning, gets hit, and it hurts like hell? Banner muttered. You know nothing. The lightning you speak of is an ability that only my grandfather could use. First of all, hero is a term for those with power that exceeds the average, but at the same time, it also means those of a lower rank who haven't yet crossed the threshold of a legend. So, in your opinion, what is the typical boundary that separates a hero from a legend? Choi Hyun Seok replied, youthfulness? Banner commented, you're obsessed with that, aren't you? Still, that is half a correct answer. Just as you said, when a hero reaches the legendary realm, their body becomes young again, like in their prime. That is why I don't look like an old man, at 97 years old. The second thing is power. Even though calling it power sounds grand, in reality, just consider it an individual trait. It is the emergence of a special ability that ordinary people don't have. That trait could be one of the 5 elements, like my grandfather's heavenly lightning, or it could be a defensive psychic power, like the great bastion of Asa Helbun, the legend of Gasron. Usually, traits with physical power manifest like that, but rarely, there are cases like Basin of Drossen, who manifest strange traits, like turning a specific moment into nothingness. Choi Hyun Seok wondered, so, becoming a legend also means being a mage? Banner replied, it's a bit different from ordinary magic. Mages have to train. To master that attribute, you'd usually have to chant and meditate. But this power, it doesn't need any of that. You don't need to chant, meditate, or even train by forcing your own imagination into it. Once the trait is triggered, you can control it freely. Choi Hyun Seok muttered to himself, the legend Bonder? He suddenly remembered someone. Then how many he began. But he realized that just because it's a legendary power doesn't mean it's all-powerful. It works by imagination, he explained. Asa Heo can create a solid defense, but it drains a massive amount of stamina. And my grandfather? He relies heavily on the weather of that specific day. Choi Hyun Seok was surprised. The weather? Really? He replied, exactly. He can't just summon a thunderstorm on a clear day with zero humidity. Choi Hyun Seok asked, then what kind of power does Lord Bander have? Bander replied, I knew you'd ask that, so I've already set everything up. Get ready to spar, Choi Hyun Seok. During your time here, I will let you experience it firsthand. I guarantee that just from this experience alone, you'll become much stronger than you are now. Choi Hyun Seok replied, yes, I understand. Cutting to the evening of that same day, Abelson was walking down the hallway toward her father's room. Father, it's me, Abelson, she suddenly heard a shout. And you still call yourself the king of a nation? Abelson was startled, realizing that voice belonged to Race. Race yelled, the ruler of the 6 lands will be Godran. Whether it's the Dragon Empire fighting for supremacy or the alliance of kingdoms caught in between, eventually, everyone will have to kneel before Godran. Does Gareth even have the strength to do that? A tiny nation like ours, daring to defy Gareth? A king must know how to sacrifice the small for the sake of the great. Vante replied, you're right, Race. A king must know how to sacrifice the small for the sake of the great, but Abelson is not the small. She is your own blood sister, Race screamed. So you're planning to start a war with Godron? Over this tiny Mario? Just because of some petty personal feelings? Vante spoke up. I am considering trying to negotiate with Drossen right now, because Mario. Abelson is the largest buffer zone between the 2 empires. So, if we want to form an alliance, Drossen won't just sit idly by. Of course, we must balance it carefully so as not to become Gatsby's enemy. Race shouted. That's a suicide mission. Abelson was sitting outside the door, trembling. Father, what should I do now? Abelson spoke up. How is the training with Lord Bander going? Choi Hyun Seok replied, it's going well. My progress is even faster than when I was training with Lord Zedron. She smiled. So, have you experienced Lord Bander's power yet? Choi Hyun Seok replied, if you mean his power, are you talking about Lord Bander's hyper-focuses? That's right. You remember Bander's words. My power is hyper-focus. Bander Lance Cross's power is the ability to focus intensely on the opponent in front of him. He captures every breath, muscle fiber movement, and body twitch to predict the future in an instant. Meaning, no matter what tricks you use, I'll still read your next move half a beat faster. Choi Hyun Seok thought to himself, moving his footwork quickly to close the distance. He pretended to attack the center, but Bander read his move and dodged the high strike. Every attack has a preparatory movement. Even if you use a feint, you still can't hide the preparation for the real attack, Choi Hyun Seok muttered. Isn't that just way too broken? Bander replied. It's not quite broken yet, because the weakness of this power is Choi Hyun Seok was surprised. Wait, are you seriously going to tell me? Bander laughed. What, you don't want to hear it? Choi Hyun Seok scolded. We haven't known each other long. Why would you trust me? Bander smiled. There are two reasons. First, even if I told you how to break it, do you think I'd lose in a direct confrontation to a snot-nosed brat? And the second reason, because I feel you are the princess's knight. I heard that on the way here, the princess relied on you a lot. Just looking at how she treats you is enough to know. I am the prince's knight, so I cannot directly help the princess. I also don't want to use my status as a legend to interfere in internal affairs. And even though this is an extreme example, if a situation arose where I could only save one of the two, the prince or the princess, I wouldn't hesitate to choose the prince. So, if that situation happens, you must protect the princess. Anyway, back to how to break it. Because of the limitations of focus, it's very hard to fight against multiple opponents. Because, in the end, focus is about concentrating on one single thing. Furthermore, if you face a physical power type head-on, you'll naturally lose in raw strength. My focus analysis shows, in 3 seconds, he will enhance his muscles to settle it in one blow. So, when fighting many people, you need to choose a battlefield like a narrow passage to deal with them one by one. In the latter case, you must utilize the terrain and environment, as I said, including teammates, support, and traps. You must use every advantage to make up for the power gap. Choi Hyun Seok was surprised. Can Lord Bander's power be adjusted, toggled on and off like a switch at any time? Bander replied, something like that. I had to train for a very long time to reach that level. I tried very hard to gain the ability to resist extreme cold and heat, even pain or poison. Choi Hyun Seok muttered, even if you call it a weakness, that's not something I can use to beat you right now. Bander replied, it seems you still don't understand. I didn't tell you that so you could beat me right now. Choi Hyun Seok was surprised. Huh? Then why? He replied, if you continue to be the princess's knight, I think there will come a day when we will fight side by side. You have to know the weaknesses of the allies you trust with your back to support each other, right? Back to the present, Choi Hyun Seok said, that is a terrifying ability. It feels like getting hit 100 times just to land one. Abelson sighed. That's a pity. Choi Hyun Seok said, but it's been quiet lately, so that's good. Although I don't know how long this peace will last. But it's been a long time since I've been able to focus on training so comfortably. Abelson muttered in response. That's right. It's really quiet. It feels like the calm before the storm. Choi Hyun Seok wondered. The calm before the storm? Is something wrong? Abelson quickly cut him off. It's nothing. With Lord Bander here. And Choi Hyun Seok, what could possibly happen with you here? I just misspoke. Forget it. Everything is going to be fine. Right, Choi Hyun Seok? Choi Hyun Seok feels shy after his hand is held. The scene shifts to 10 days later at night. Bander speaks up. With that last strike, what was the score? 10 billion to 1? Choi Hyun Seok replies, I took 10 billion hits just to dodge one. Bander smiles. But you managed to dodge it already? That's impressive. Is that what you call demon violent style? It forces magic power and demonic energy to clash, creating instant power. The sheer force and elasticity of the purple energy waves released during each clash are truly astounding. Honestly, I'd love to learn that myself, but without a special body that has gathered so many fortuitous encounters like yours, don't even dream of it. Suddenly, a ball of fire appears before them. What is this explosion? Bander's face pales. That direction, that's the path to His Highness's bedroom. I must get there immediately. Choi Hyun Seok rushes over. In that case, I'm coming with you. Bander cuts him off. No, I told you before. I'm counting on you to take care of the princess. A moment later, Choi Hyun Seok calls out loudly. Sir Freeze. Rachel Freeze had just finished fighting. Rachel trembles. A warrior in front. What's wrong? What is it? Choi Hyun Seok approaches. Is this a dead body? Rachel replies. Not an ordinary one. They are shocked when they see its face. This is a demon, Rachel shouts. And it's not just one. There are many more similar corpses ahead. A whole lot more. Choi Hyun Seok speaks up. Sir Freeze, do you have any clues? He replies, I have absolutely no idea. Logically speaking, why on earth would the Demon King's army carry out such a foolish ambush? Regardless, I will go check the surroundings a bit more carefully. Hyun Seok replies, in that case, we will head to the bedroom to meet up with you. Bonder agrees, that's better. Abelson replies, Father's bedroom is in that direction. A moment later, footsteps approach them. Race calls out, Sister, sister, are you safe? Abelson asks anxiously, Race, are you okay? What on earth is going on? Race replies, the royal palace is being attacked by those rumored to be demons. I was ambushed once already. Even though I managed to push them back, there might still be remnants. If you keep walking around alone like this, it's too dangerous. So, sister, from now on, let those of us who know the palace inside out escort you. Abelson immediately walks over. Yeah, you're right. In that case, Choi Hyun Seok will come along too. However, Choi Hyun Seok immediately stops her. Princess Abelson is so sensitive to demonic energy that she can detect its density in the air. How could she not know about demons invading the castle? Abelson is surprised. Choi Hyun Seok, what are you trying to say? Choi Hyun Seok replies, the fourth prince says it's all a demon ambush, but are they really demons? Race growls, hey, you outsider, the situation is critical. What are you trying to imply? Abelson smiles calmly. Calm down, Choi Hyun Seok. Race is my family. It's possible the enemy used a magic tool to hide their aura, or maybe I was just careless. But trust Race, even though it's very faint, I can sense the demonic energy. There really are demons nearby. Race is surprised. What? Where? Abelson replies, they are approaching from this direction, but it's strange. It's like they have no intention of hiding their aura at all. And above all, it's very different from normal demons. This feeling is like, suddenly, a soldier speaks up. Fourth prince, something is coming. He orders, everyone, prepare for battle. Abelson says, they are half human, half demon, just like Mr. Hyun Seok. Abelson is startled to recognize that face. Sir Bander. Choi Hyun Seok is shocked. Who on earth would dare do such a thing? Bander trembles as he speaks. Princess, it's dangerous. Run. Abelson cannot help but panic as she realizes he has fallen. Race clicks his tongue in annoyance because the plan suddenly failed. The scene shifts to 30 minutes earlier. In front of the king's bedroom, a voice rings out. Your Highness. Sir Bander is almost here. The Royal Capital Guard captain is also rushing here. Race shouts. Did everyone hear that? Organize the formation. We must finish this before the guards arrive. Bander is almost there. A blue beam of light flashes through where they are. Bander appears and fights. I apologize for being late. Sir Race. Are you all right? Race replies, I'm fine, but father and my brother are already on their way here. I've checked their resting quarters. It was all my negligence. Bander replies, please wait a moment. I will immediately suppress this chaos. I'll capture them alive and bring them before you. Then we will know who dared to orchestrate this plan. Race is trembling slightly. Is that so? As expected. You are very reliable. A swordsman as excellent as you. Dedicating yourself to a small nation like ours, I don't know how to thank you enough. Bander replies, leave this to me. Sir Race, please step back. If you stand a bit further away, I can. Suddenly, Race injects a dose of something into his neck. You're just a nuisance, really. Bander is startled and realizes it's too late. What is this? He immediately throws Race away. Third prince, what is the meaning of this? A voice rings out. You've worked hard, Sir Bander. From now on, we will escort you. Bander trembles. Don't tell me you've joined forces with Gatsby? No wonder I felt something wasn't right. Even the way the delegation suddenly rushed in. There was clearly no sign of anything strange in the palace that I wasn't aware of. So then, these assassins assassinating His Highness and the First Prince, where did they come from? Blood flows across the floor of the room where Bander is standing. Bander sinks to the floor, panting heavily. Is it poison? That's ridiculous. Most poisons shouldn't have any effect on me. What on earth is this? Race speaks up. I've pondered for a long time how to take down someone immune to all poisons. And while I was deep in thought, I realized that when demonic energy is forced into a human body, it clashes with their mana. Someone told me that the body would have such a violent rejection response that it would feel like exploding. As expected, this body can only resist human poisons. A man in black speaks up. Wouldn't it be better if we took the shot? We can support until he is suppressed, but the one to finish Bander off must be the third prince. Only then will there be no trouble later on. A soldier speaks up. Sir, Race, the location of Choi Hyun Seok's group has been confirmed. Race, handle the Bander situation, then we'll head over. Bander hurriedly grabs something from inside his jacket pocket. Race orders. Don't attract any unnecessary suspicion. Do not, under any circumstances, make contact with her before I appear. Scene changes. Race speaks up. He's already run off. Put the business with her aside for now. What about her? Shouldn't we chase after Bander first? The man in black replies, that won't be necessary. Even a legend is still mortal flesh and blood, isn't that right? He won't make it more than a few steps. The magic power will cause his body to rupture instantly. At this moment, before the royal guards arrive, dealing with the Saintess is the top priority. Abelson cannot believe what she is seeing. No way, this can't be real. Can it? Race, it wasn't you, was it? There must be some kind of misunderstanding. Race speaks up. All of this is your fault, sister. Abelson looks at him, trembling. My fault? Race replies, what on earth were you thinking, daring to oppose Godfriend? You know full well just how terrifying a nation Godfriend is, don't you? Choi Hyun Seok calls her name worriedly. Abelson Race continues, why does everyone foolishly take your side, regardless of whether you actually committed a crime or not? Just being hated by the gods is already a grave sin. But don't worry too much, the honor of the king and the crown prince will be preserved. The Mario Abelson royal family, we have been attacked by demons colluding with you. The king, the crown prince, and even the only living legend were all killed in that ambush. And I, Race Mario Abelson, having realized the situation too late, have stepped forward to stop the demon's conspiracy. Everything will end with the head of the kin who betrayed us. The Gatsby delegation, having arrived just in time, will also stand as witnesses to that story. Furthermore, out of concern for Mario's weakness after losing its only living legend, in exchange, we will compensate with garrison rights and passage rights. Godfriend will officially establish a blood alliance with our Mario royal family. This is the most realistic and wisest choice a nation as weak and small as ours could possibly make. Suddenly, Choi Hyun Seok raises his hand. Hey, sorry for interrupting while you two are having such a serious conversation, but is doing all that really okay? On our way to the capital, we pass through quite a few cities, and the taxes are already piling up. The people are all living in misery. That money surely wasn't collected in advance for compensation, and now you're demanding even more? How? Are the commoners supposed to survive? Besides, the relationship between Godfriend and Drossen is already terrible. If you station Godfriend troops here, how will Drossen, our neighbor, react? Are you planning to pay for that too, just so the Godfriend guys can solve it for you? Ray shouts. That's because you don't understand how terrifying Godfriend is. Their Zhudao king possesses power before that kind of strength. All resistance is meaningless. It's better to bow down while you still can than to resist and face annihilation, especially for a weak nation. Submissively offering whatever they demand is the wisest choice. A voice rings out. Found the prince and princess. Godfriend leads a battalion in pursuit. Are you two still safe? What on earth is happening? Race thinks to himself. The capital's guards have arrived here. The demons assassinated the king. Abelson speaks up. Mario is the one who aided the demons in murdering the king. Choi Hyun Seok speaks. Abelson, what are you planning to do? Honestly, I want to carry you and run right now. But this is your family matter. Whatever you choose, I will respect it. Abelson replies, do you remember? The poor people in Khitan that Father Chaneo told me about? When we were captured by the temple guards, the villagers and the village chief stepped forward to plead for mercy on our behalf. The village chief, from the start, knew we weren't mercenaries from the city. I don't know what sins they might have committed against the temple, but the fact that they tried to help us, those of us abandoned by the whole country, is the truth. Father, is there really no other way? Those words from the village chief were what made the bishop hesitate to come meet me. And through that conversation, we were able to survive and make it this far. But if everything from now on goes according to Race's wishes, how will those people even live? I know this is a difficult decision. If you, Abelson, have decided, leave the rest to me. She grips her hand tightly and says coldly, not like you, Choi Hyun Seok. You said this is a matter between my brother and me. Over this past time, I have been through so much with Choi Hyun Seok. She slowly lifts the spear in her hand. Thanks to that, I have also found my own resolve, Abelson continues, picking up the shield in her hand. Therefore, I will no longer hide behind Choi Hyun Seok. I will do this myself, to the very end. Abelson speaks. Choi Hyun Seok, please buy me some time, just for a moment. She strikes the spear against the ground. Holy magic. Wall of radiance. Race quickly enters a fighting stance. Abelson questions him. Before dragging Godfriend into this, why didn't you come find me first? Before that, I could have done as you wanted. Whether it was leaving or choosing death, it would have been fine. Race acts scared. Don't you know how to fight, sister? Abelson grips the spear tightly. But things are different now, you know. Ever since I left the royal palace and experienced the outside world, I've realized something. When I was very young, my world was extremely simple. I didn't need to put in any effort. Whatever I needed was fully provided. I thought that was just natural. It was the standard of life. It was my entire world. But when I became a saintess and left the palace, the world around me changed. Because the outside world is a place where things that seemed natural are no longer natural. Now, it's a dirty and harsh place, but it's not entirely ugly either. Even there, people still dream of tomorrow, still wish for happiness, and give their all to keep living in this cold reality. The moment I realized that my own natural standards suddenly felt so sinful, that's why I want to at least be able to help with their lives. I hope they can continue to hold on to hope and live to the fullest with the lives they've been given. But war so easily tramples over all those efforts so cruelly. She remembers the image of holding a child because of their crying during the war. Abelson continues, "Have you ever worried about the lives of the people outside those walls? I doubt you ever have you? Even I, before experiencing it myself, couldn't have known. And I couldn't have understood. Therefore, draw your sword, race Mario. I will not recognize you as king." Choi Hyun Seok quickly obeys the order. "Yes, I will do my best to stop them, even though there are so many to handle." You glance at the banner, he's still breathing. So it turns out his body was tempered to that level after all? Maybe he can still be saved. Anyway, no one is allowed to interfere with this life or death battle between the two brothers. Stay out of this sacred duel. The masked men whisper to each other, "What should we do now?" For now, just observe the situation, as long as Jace Mario hasn't officially become king yet. If we interfere in front of the royal guards, it will be considered meddling in internal affairs, Gordon says. "Hey, who are you? And the prince and princess, what on earth is happening? What do you mean by demons? And what's this about an assassination?" "I am the princess's ally," he replies. "The assassination attempt was real, but the culprits weren't demons." Gordon is shocked. "What? But the prince clearly said it was the demons." Choi Hyun Seok replies, "Think about it. If that were true, where are all the demons supposedly colluding with Abelson? Why am I the only one standing here?" Gordon trembles. "On my way here, I only saw demon corpses. Didn't Banner or the prince's side already deal with all those attackers?" Choi Hyun Seok replies, "Then where is the demon who killed Banner? To take down a legend like him, at least a Demon Lord's Corps commander would have had to make a move. How could a powerhouse like that appear in Mario Abelson? And it wouldn't be Gatsby, where there is a war going on," Gordon wonders. "What on earth happened here?" Choi Hyun Seok replies, "Instead of asking that, it'd be better to interrogate those suspicious masked figures over there." Immediately Gordon shouts, "Who are you people? Reveal your identities." One of them speaks up. "The situation isn't good. If we reveal that we are the holy knights of the delegation, we'll be in deep trouble. If we can't prove the existence of a high demon strong enough to kill Banner, then Gordon's side's unilateral actions won't be accepted." Scene change. Rajun trembles and pleads, "Sister, I was wrong. Please, forgive me. The throne, I'll give it all up. I will publicly support you. I'll do whatever you say. Just please, spare my life." Abelson asks with contempt, "Is that all? Is your resolve really just this? Without a shred of righteousness or determination? You only care about survival. How could you treat your family so easily?" Rajun trembles, bowing his head. I was just afraid of dying. Afraid to the point I couldn't bear it. You're so kind. You'll surely understand, right? I'm your brother, so please, please." Abelson coldly plunges the spear down next to him. "No, keep your head up. Stand tall. Race. Until the very last moment. Hold on to your pride. Even in defeat, don't deny your own actions. Say that you were right, until the end." Race trembles. Sister Abelson continues, "Keep affirming until the end that you had a noble belief, a belief I didn't even dare to imagine. If you don't do that, wouldn't the deaths of Father and the Prince have become meaningless?" She slowly raises the spear in her hand. Race trembles, tears streaming down his cheeks. No, he falls to the floor, blood splattering everywhere. Choi Hyun Seok speaks, "It's finally over. We managed to protect them for now, but what should we do next?" The masked man mutters, "That stupid fool. Earlier he was still talking big, saying he could easily beat a girl." Gordon trembles as he sees the scene before him. The princess. The masked man orders, "At this point, kill all the witnesses." The negotiations with the prince can wait. Outside the castle, a red light streaks past, forming a flame that shoots straight toward the palace. The meteorite slams into the wall and causes another explosion. Choi Hyun Seok runs away. Where did this pile of meteorites come from? Save me. What kind of chaotic mess is this turning into? Abelson asks anxiously. Choi Hyun Seok, are you okay? Choi Hyun Seok replies, I'm fine, well, somewhat fine. But I have no idea what kind of devilish trick this is again. Park Hyuna suddenly speaks up. Long time no see. Thanks to you, I was able to quit being a corps commander and retreat smoothly. Choi Hyun Seok is astonished. Commander Park Hyuna and Freeze and Jae Chul are with you too? Park Hyuna replies, following Zedron's orders, I tracked the aura of the magic orb and met them. A masked man speaks. Corps Commander Park Hyuna, get up. Everyone, prepare for battle. Park Hyuna wonders, what is this? Who are these small fry holy knights? Choi Hyun Seok replies, the girlfriend squad? Sister, it's them. These are the ones who tortured us. Park Hyuna frowns. So, you want me to teach them a lesson? You're leaving it all to me? Choi Hyun Seok tries to act cute. Yes, if you could do that it would be great. Park Hyuna replies, alright fine. I owe you. And besides, I'm not in a good mood anyway. Let me personally give you a taste of my power. Fire Fist. A blazing red, magic aura appears behind her. Exploding a red aura of fire rushes forward, wiping out the masked group. The small fries are mostly taken care of. Now, where are we going? Choi Hyun Seok is surprised. Huh? Why? Park Hyuna replies, from now on, I'm coming with you. I don't have anywhere else to go, plus they've already agreed to it. Friss whispers to Choi Hyun Seok. Well, it's good to have an expert with us. Choi Hyun Seok tries to put on a happy face. It really is an honor to have you with us, but we don't really know where to go yet. Hyuna replies, is that so? Then for now, let's go to my place. It's a safe place where we can talk leisurely and make a plan. Abelson suggests, before we go, can you give me a moment? Hyuna replies, go ahead. There are more people coming than I thought, so we need to shake them off first. Gordon trembles and says, good heavens, my back. Abelson quickly supports him. Duke, take my hand and stand up. Gordon asks in a hurry, Princess, what is going on? What are you planning to do? Abelson replies, Duke, no mister. Gordon, for now, I will temporarily leave. Mario Abelson, but not by running away irresponsibly. I will return soon, that's for sure. And then, I will be the successor to the throne. So, please hold on during this time. I promise I will find a way to stop this war and come back. Park Hyuna mutters, it's been a while since I've used my hands. Choi Hyun Seok wonders, sister, so where are we going next? Park Hyuna smiles and replies, Anti-Munfest. In the ancient language, it means the last hope. Scene changed to a clearing in the forest near Mario Abelson. Choi Hyun Seok wonders, is this the place? I don't see anything, do I? Park Hyuna replies, it is, hidden by protective magic, so those small fries could never dream of getting in. She quickly reaches out to grab the necklace around her neck. Park Hyuna calls out. The necklace floated up, glowing with a red light. I've arrived. Nothing happened yet. Choi Hyun Seok and the others watched her, surprised and silent. Park Hyuna shouted in frustration, hey, why won't it open? Is it broken? Choi Hyun Seok muttered. She clearly said earlier that small fries couldn't get in, didn't she? Park Hyuna argued, that's not it. 4 or 5 years ago, you just had to call it, and it would open. Suddenly, Sullivan appeared. Who's that? Isn't that Park Hyuna? It's been over 15 years since we last spoke, hasn't it? Cephalopost, Sullivan Campbell, Williner. Park Hyuna snapped. You did that on purpose, didn't you? You didn't want to open it, she replied. Of course. You only ever come looking for me when you need something. Everyone hates that. Anyway, what do you need? Park Hyuna replied, these are my comrades over there. They have nowhere else to go, so I'd like them to stay here for a while. Choi Hyun Seok bowed. Greetings, my lady. Please allow me to offer my warmest regards. Sullivan spoke up. So, Park Hyuna, you'll be vouching for them? By the rules, we don't accept strangers, but since it's you, I suppose I have no choice, given your impulsive nature. It's not like this is the first time, is it? Immediately, they were teleported. Welcome to Anti-Munfest. This is Anti-Munfest, and the weather is beautiful and clear today. Choi Hyun Seok asked, hey, what kind of town is this? Sullivan replied, simply put, this is the starting point. For rookie heroes. Park Hyuna muttered, it really was a dream once. Choi Hyun Seok didn't quite get what they meant. A starting point for rookie heroes? Sullivan wondered. You're Choi Hyun Seok, right? How was it when you first arrived in this world? He replied, I fell right into the middle of the Demon King's army. It was absolutely miserable. Sullivan exclaimed, "How pitiful." But other heroes all struggle in their own ways. Suddenly giving a sword to an ordinary person and forcing them to fight, how much can they really do? There are no extra lives like in a game, and there's no tutorial for beginners. Because of that, 9 or 10 rookie heroes either give up or die every single year. Even the ones who survive aren't guaranteed to make it to the next year. In these circumstances, who could possibly grow up like me or Park Hyuna? Moreover, heroes who have matured are certain to receive recruitment offers from Garen, with conditions that even small kingdoms wouldn't dare to dream of. If it were you, could you refuse such sweet proposals? But once you accept that offer, except for a rare few geniuses, everyone else becomes a hero without a self. Of course, if you have enough talent, you can be promoted to a commander like Hyuna. Park Hyuna spoke up, but if it were me, I wouldn't like that style. Go ahead and enjoy the wealth and glory, but you won't be able to sleep peacefully, Sullivan continued. In short, I think it's all because there is no tutorial phase. That's why I want to make this place a starting point for heroes. With support and guidance from seniors, juniors will grow and mature, and then they themselves will go on to guide the next generation, Park Hyuna muttered. Easier said than done. Drawson won't even accept people from other worlds, and Gatsby is scouring this place like a madman. How are you supposed to develop a town like this? Sullivan replied, That's why there's someone I want you to meet. The scene shifted. Sullivan spoke. This is Duke Oliver Grimier of Drawson. He spoke up. I heard you were coming, but I didn't expect you to actually show up. Park Hyuna panicked. You aren't planning to help us, are you? Sullivan replied. You can't live on kindness alone in this world. Park Hyuna here is, but this isn't a bad thing for you or for this town. Why don't you try talking to him? Oliver Grimier spoke up. Pleased to meet you. I am Oliver Grimier, of Drawson. Choi Hyun Seok replied. Very pleased to meet you, sir. May I introduce myself first? Oliver Grimier cut him off. I already know. Choi Hyun Seok and Mario Abelson. Abelson, right? After this, what do you plan to do next? I heard Mario Abelson messed with Gatsby quite a bit, so you must have a trump card to go up against them, right? Abelson suddenly stepped forward. We are thinking about ending the war with the demons. Currently, under the threat of the demons, the entire continent is concentrating around Garen. The fact that Garen can intervene in other countries, spread the Zhu Dao religion, and train followers everywhere is all thanks to the threat of the demons. They themselves, those bordering the demons, stand on the front lines to stop the fierce demon hordes from flooding north, holding the front line and dedicating themselves to protecting humanity. Many people are grateful for that declaration by Garen. That gratitude has spread across the continent, becoming a faith and then turning into reverence, elevating Garen's status as the protector of the continent. This is extremely useful in shaping public opinion and promoting diplomacy. Oliver Grimier spoke up as he saw her pause. Go on. Abelson continued. But what if the demon threat disappears? What if Gatsby's sacrifice is no longer needed? When the war, which is being used as an excuse to collect taxes under the guise of defense, ends, what if there is a possibility of entering an era of peace? In an era of peace, aiming for development and coexistence, those protectors who hold swords will no longer be necessary. At that point, Garen will also lose the excuse to continue interfering in other countries like they do now. Oliver replied, I hear you. The argument is logical, but it's too idealistic. Do you think you can create peace with just the voice of a queen from a small border kingdom? Abelson replied, That is why you came to see us, isn't it? Military power is not the only metric for the prosperity of a nation. Sometimes, a nation's reputation is a more powerful weapon than the army they possess. I believe that Drawson currently understands that better than anyone. More importantly, if I do not return, Mario Abelson, then the person set up by Garen will become the king of Mario Abelson. In reality, Drawson will have to border directly with their old enemy, Garen. Therefore, I, Mario Abelson, truly hope for cooperation from Drawson. The scene shifted to a while later at the inn. Park Hyuna asked, How did it go? Are you feeling okay? Abelson replied, I don't know either. Throughout the entire conversation, I had the feeling that I was being tested. Besides, Oliver Grimier said that if he wants to help, there will be conditions. No matter how much people shout about ending the war, if the other side has no such intention, it's meaningless. Bring proof that the other side also desires peace. At that time, Grayson will also contribute to ending the war, Choi Hyun Seok said. Now that you mention it, were you once a commander for Gatsby? Park Hyuna replied, That was a long time ago. You're surprised? Why would you leave that path of advancement to join the Demon King's side? Park Hyuna countered, You've also met those soulless heroes in Anti-Munfest, haven't you? In your eyes, what are they? Choi Hyun Seok replied, "They are, quite literally, heroes without a self. Still human, but like dolls or puppets." Park Hyuna replied, "True. They are used like dolls or puppets. But at the end of the day, each one of them is still a person with their own story. I don't want to forget that." Choi Hyun Seok fell silent. He realized something was off. Abelson had disappeared from her spot. Abelson. Scene shift to outside. Abelson was sitting, hugging her knees. Choi Hyun Seok gently sat down beside her. Abelson spoke, almost in a whisper. "It's not easy at all." Choi Hyun Seok asked, curious about her statement. "What do you mean?" Abelson replied listlessly. "Everything," Choi Hyun Seok answered. "Actually, I heard everything. Keep your head held high and face it head on. Don't deny what you've done until the very last moment. Accept yourself. I hope you, Abelson, can do that too. I don't know much about complex matters of right and wrong, but the person who understands you best will always be yourself. If even you turn to hate yourself, wouldn't that be exhausting? You did what you believed was right, didn't you? Surely you have beliefs that I cannot fully understand. So, at least for now, believe in yourself. If not," Abelson burst into tears. "Did they all have to die in such a meaningless and cheap way? People say the meaning of death is decided by those who survive. Therefore, I will live. I will certainly become a great king to prove why they had to meet that end, so that everyone can accept their deaths and give them a worthy meaning. So, just for today, I will allow myself to be sad. From tomorrow on, I will not doubt or resent my choices anymore. So, for today, please pretend you didn't see anything." Sobs were mixed into every word. Her shoulders trembled slightly. Choi Hyun Seok couldn't utter a word. How could I dare say anything more? The only thing he could do now, even if that fragile resolve was just a self-deception, he still hoped she could lean on it to get back up and simply be by her side. "Just pretend you didn't see anything today, okay?" A voice suddenly rang out. "You're saying you lost track of Abelson and Choi Hyun Seok again?" The other person replied, "Yes. The forces have been annihilated. Duke Gordon just keeps repeating that he will explain everything once the situation is stable." After that, Auburn asked about the next destination for Abelson and Choi Hyun Seok. One of them replied, "It is highly likely the target is Drasen or Anti-Moonfest." Kieran anxiously added, "Therefore, the routes leading to Drasen have already been scouted by spies, but the location of Anti-Moonfest is still undetermined due to the concealment ability of the leader of Cephaloport Town." Kelly also spoke up. "I have completed the eradication of the undead and retrieved the original at Gasren. Although the preparation for the Holy War is delayed a bit. Even though countries are asking the priests to eradicate the undead, it is not easy for me to personally lead troops back and forth between many countries. Therefore, why not announce the truth about the original to the public?" Hearing this, Auburn suddenly became irritable, spouting stupid words again. "The original is top secret. Remind the Holy Knights. Order to keep their mouths shut. We should just leisurely prepare for the Holy War and wait. Countries suffering from the undead will not just send official letters, but will have to bring generous offerings and come begging." Another opinion came up. "Your Holiness, what about the issue of the royal succession of Mario Abelson?" He then said, "First, send an official notice that an investigative team will be sent. Whatever it is, even if it's a trivial matter, grab onto any opening and then proceed step by step." Half a month later, Anti-Munfest? Choi Hyun Seok asked, "What is this map for?" Park Hyuna replied, "Sullivan said it's time to make this worth the money we're spending." He was even more confused. Worth the money? She had to explain. "Because the cost to maintain this village. Is your ancestor coming back to pay for it? We are posing as mercenaries to make a living. Lately, the undead are breaking out all over the continent besides Gazran, so there is more work than we can handle." Right then, Abelson spoke up. "Is the undead problem still ongoing?" Hyuna replied, "Outside, for some reason. The undead are breaking out, so they only know how to ask Gatsby for help, and mercenaries are just a temporary solution to reduce the numbers. In short, you and her too, all three of us, including me, will take on the next mission." She then looked up and asked, "What about Mr. Freeze?" He replied leisurely, "I am busy preparing at the Demon King's castle. Originally, my specialty is infiltration, not combat." At this moment, Hyuna ordered, "Understood? Then go pack your luggage quickly. It's time to pay for the room." The two replied in unison, "Understood." The capital of the three-country alliance. Choi Hyun Seok was observing his surroundings while wondering, what kind of country is this place? She immediately explained, "It is a federation formed from small countries located far from the Demon Realm border. Thanks to its favorable location, it has developed strongly through trade. Abelson also contributed. Delos is the land of merchants, a transit point for all goods in the world, and has everything you need to find. After that, Park Hyuna said listlessly, but recently, the undead suddenly started appearing around this area. Initially, they only sent the self-defense force to eradicate them, but hearing that still didn't solve it. A moment later, Delos asked, "Are you the mercenaries sent from the Highlander Guild?" She replied leisurely, "That's right. We've already heard about the conditions and the reward. Just keep it short and get to the point." Dement immediately followed up, "Isn't the guildmaster coming personally? Our alliance has spent 10,000 gold on this case. If it fails, it will be very troublesome." Park Hyuna heard this and flew into a rage. "Who said it would fail? I am far superior to that kind of guildmaster by 10,000 times. I am the strongest, greatest mage of this era. Don't you dare have the nerve to doubt that." The two standing behind had to constantly appear conciliatory. "Just consider it that way for now. My boss's personality is a bit bad. Sorry. He clearly looked nervous and muttered, "Well, even if it's just an AI, as long as it works, that's fine. I'll pass on the information the Alliance has gathered. About 1 to 2,000 undead are blocking the southeastern trade route in the Asilius Desert, and the numbers have likely increased since our last defeat." Park Hyuna asked in surprise. 1 to 2,000? The Alliance is struggling with just that many? He replied in a low voice. "That's what we thought too. But there is a necromancer among them. It's not an ordinary one. It can command the undead like an army. So we believe it's the mastermind behind everything." Diamond added, "Please, take care of that necromancer before the number of undead in the area increases any further." Meanwhile, in the Asilius Desert, Park Hyuna had just arrived and remarked, "Just looking at this terrain, I understand why. Sullivan sent me here." He immediately asked, "Why is that?" She answered arrogantly, "Because I am a great mage, you knight." Choi Hyun Seok could only mutter a vague, "Uh-huh." That didn't make Park Hyuna very happy. Magic works best when sweeping wide areas in open terrain. One-on-one is for warriors. "So, how is your combat strength compared to Abelson?" He hesitated and replied, "About that, my lady, I can't open my system window." Park Hyun glared at him and asked, "Are you kidding me? I can open mine just fine." Choi Hyun Seok replied helplessly, "Either way, it's been a long time since I could check my quests or my combat stats." She didn't seem to care. "A glitch? Whatever. As long as I'm here, it'll be fine." With that, Park Hyuna used the system to scan him. Choi Hyun Seok jumped up. "It really won't show up?" Park Hyuna sighed in frustration. "Didn't I just say? I'm annoyed by it too." But he quickly accepted it, feeling as if he had lost his life's compass. However, Park Hyuna didn't agree at all. "Kid, what kind of compass? You sound like you've got everything backwards. Don't let those quests, sent by some unknown AI, lead you by the nose. Just do what you want and live by what you believe is right. If it happens to match the quest giver's goal, then just consider the points a bonus. For now, forget about it." Sarah Dunphy, a great archmage who laid the foundation for magical theory and the founding queen of the Ban Empire, a legendary civilization that unified the 6 continents for the first time 1,000 years ago. But isn't it often said that all things must come to an end? After the queen passed away prematurely without an heir, her disciples fought over the throne, leading to a civil war. The once unified empire was torn into pieces, according to different factions, forming countless nations that exist to this day. Then, as the long passage of time went by, even the memories of the ancient empire that once ruled began to fade from the minds of men. Suddenly, a voice echoed. "It has been over 1,200 years. When I opened my eyes again, only I remained. The world has forgotten the empire. Perhaps it has forgotten my existence as well. Every great achievement in life cannot defeat time. Everything is buried beneath this sand. How hollow it is. If so, then why? Did I awaken once again?" Shifting to the present, thousands of troops were following a person. A mummy said, trembling, "Master, there is a human presence ahead." The mysterious figure replied, "Yes, I feel it too." Then, that person unleashed a move, a divine magic technique. The other person wondered, "This light, it's a different form of power than mana. Could this also be a new kind of power, like the demonic energy flowing in my body? Indeed, this era has too many things I don't know. And this is mana, but on a level completely different from those trashy ones from before." Just as the words were spoken, a giant boulder descended. Its destructive power was terrifying. The figure muttered, "You dare to challenge Sarah Dunphy with magic? I will gladly accept that challenge, you arrogant little brat. Back to the barren desert. Park Hyuna shouted in despair. With only 10,000 gold, you want us to handle that monster? Are those alliance guys crazy? Choi Hyun Seok was still clueless. Is the opponent so strong that we have to think about retreating? But it still got hit by the meteor, right? She asked helplessly. Do you have any idea how terrifying that spell I just cast was? Even I can only use that level of grand magic at most 2 or 3 times a day. Yet that necromancer pierced through my magic. Abelson stepped in. Simply put, if I and you, Choi Hyun Seok, punched each other directly, this would happen. Abelson's hand would be pushed back or broken, right? That's exactly it. But that magic wasn't pushed back or broken. On the contrary, it pierced through the meteor like a drill. On the other side, Park Hyuna was still in despair. As a fellow mage, I understand. That was clearly a test to see if the AI's techniques were more sophisticated and complete. And yet, I lost. It's infuriating, he suggested. This opponent isn't easy to deal with. How about asking for reinforcements? But she brushed it off. No, Auntie Munfest doesn't have the manpower to spare. Besides, that would mean reporting back to Sullivan, wouldn't it? Admitting that I was overpowered in magic? Choi Hyun Seok asked helplessly. Is there no other way? Park Hyuna said, as they say, a mage lives by their equipment, so I will prepare more thoroughly. Everyone, brace yourselves. I'll consider the first round as me letting them have it. From now on, I'm getting serious. A while later, in the Asilius Desert, the mummy trembled and spoke. My lady, ahead, Sarah frowned and asked. Ahead? It turned out that ahead was a challenge letter. Back to 1 hour ago, Park Hyuna cheered happily. I'm done writing it. He was skeptical. Will that necromancer really respond to this stuff? She affirmed. Of course, this bait will definitely hook him. Choi Hyun Seok asked. Why? Park Hyuna explained seriously. He intentionally took the meteor hit and then shattered it to show off, proving he is extremely confident in his strength. What do you guys think strong means? Choi Hyun Seok said blankly. Do you mean stronger in terms of power, or just literally strong? She immediately replied, technically, that's true, but a truly strong person wouldn't avoid a challenge. Even if they were at a disadvantage or suspected foul play, they would accept it to show off their power. Therefore, if he considers himself strong, he will surely come. What did I say? See, he's coming. Abelson, hiding, stammered. His army has really stopped, right? So I just need to stand here and monitor the situation, right? Park Hyuna asked. Yeah, like I said, your mission is to stand by. In case those zombies start moving, block them. Don't let them advance this way until I settle the score on the other side. Sarah spoke up. Why did that amateur mage summon me all the way here? She asked coldly. Yes, it is I. Suddenly, she asked, before we battle, I have a question. What do you live for? But Park Hyuna countered. Why would someone who's already dead look for a reason to live? Drop that nonsense. Let's see who the greater mage is. I'm striking first. Sarah lightly countered with a disappointed remark. I even came here alone just like you asked. Inside, she thought, nothing impressive, just probing. Why is that? But the real attack came from behind. 1 hour before the strategy meeting, Choi Hyun Seok wondered, you're a legend too, right? So, you must have some special power, right? She said, curious. Huh? Come here and see. And remember to grit your teeth. He saw it and shouted, no, no way. So sudden? What is this? Nothing special. As soon as she finished speaking, intense pain hit Choi Hyun Seok before he could react. Then Park Hyuna nonchalantly said, this is my power. With me as the center, within a certain radius, any attack I create will explode upon contact. After being hit, Sarah asked, surprising. How did you do it? No matter how many times I sense it, besides the mana floating to create the barrier, I don't see any other flow. It's not magic, so what's the mechanism? Park Hyuna didn't answer, only saying, a corpse sure asks a lot of questions, doesn't it? If you're already dead, just stay put. The one on the other side didn't give up. I lowered myself to play with you, surely revealing that much isn't a big deal. The woman on this side was still fired up. Get back in your coffin and get some sleep. A fiery clash erupted, and everything around them was significantly affected. After breaking apart, Park Hyuna had to admit, you do have some skill. Sarah also didn't hesitate to praise, you're pretty good, but compared to me, you're still 5 levels behind. That's unavoidable, right? She heard that and flared up. 5? 5 levels? That undead thing dares to look down on the living? She nonchalantly replied, saying 5 levels behind might even be an understatement. Those floating sands of yours don't have much real power. Besides, after the shockwave just now, other than the top, it was almost completely wiped out. Even so, you're still trying to maintain it, probably to control the air. Too bad. I'm more used to fighting on the ground. Maybe it's because you're still young, so that's why there are so many openings. After that, Park Hyuna unleashed a move, a surprise attack descending from her position. Nice. Direct hit. Just as Park Hyuna spoke, think it's over? A strange phenomenon occurred, making her wonder, absurd freezing everything like this? A scale like this without even chanting? Sarah on the other side casually repeated, I told you, 5 levels behind. Exactly. Now you know that taking me on alone is too much, right? Where are your teammates? Don't be shy. Just send them all in. Facing those taunts, Park Hyuna just sighed. Oh man, what a headache. Asking where the others are, Choi Hyun Seok. Anyway, the magic circle is finished. Now is the time, the finishing blow. Hearing the keyword, Sarah blurted out, the finishing blow? In the sky? Could those flying sands be a cover for an aerial ambush? She casually raised her hand to block the attack of theirs. Then Sarah coldly asked, is this all you call a finishing blow? 2 identical mana signatures? Not in the sky. This position is Abelson? The person on the other side stuttered. I fired on command. Hyuna had said that as soon as she shouted, he had to use the hero's mana to do something. Just as Sarah realized, could it be from underground? Choi Hyun Seok had already lunged, only he missed the target. She saw that and mocked, but in the moment you missed, you kids lost. He replied, I knew that, so I prepared a plan B. He used his opponent's knee as a stepping point, and used Nobrisi to gain even more powerful speed. Just as she began to mock, no matter what you do, you'll wait. This purple aura is before Sarah. Could guess it, Choi Hyun Seok had already unleashed his move, Nobrisi, reverse kick. Back 1 hour ago, they were still struggling to dig through the sand. Park Hyuna poked her head down and asked, are you done digging yet? Choi Hyun Seok replied, can't you dig with me? She pointed toward the golem and said, my part is being dug by them already, isn't it? Those are my laborers too, you know. Besides, I'm really busy. I still have to make a bunch of scrolls. Choi Hyun Seok kept asking, but why do I have to take the role of hiding underground? Isn't a full power strike from you 10,000 times stronger than mine? She replied, I'm a mage. Besides those amateurs, have you ever seen a real, top-tier mage? He retorted, pure mages are rare, right? The guys I've fought were all melee types. Is mage a rare profession? Park Hyuna nodded. Yeah, something like that. Actually, there's about 1 mage for every 9 warriors. Choi Hyun Seok widened his eyes. That many? She replied. There's a reason for it all. In terms of raw damage, mages usually far exceed warriors, but their floor level is pitifully low. Let's take a simple example. When you fight, what do you do first? Choi Hyun Seok said without thinking. Punch. Obviously, Park Hyuna explained. Is that so? But for a mage to achieve that level of effectiveness, they have to go through a process that is extremely cumbersome and time-consuming, much more than warriors. Not to mention that the more powerful the magic, the longer and more complicated the calculations. But in return, if they have enough time to chant, they can create firepower equivalent to a natural disaster. That is the romance and unique identity of a mage. Hearing that, Choi Hyun Seok wondered, but then, isn't it better for you to stand in the back line? She said. In theory, that's true, but the opponent is someone even I find tough, and you're planning to stand in the front line? Doing this is fine. A mage like me can fight while casting magic. More importantly, what's needed right now isn't a strong but slow strike, but a quick blow, striking straight into an opening. As soon as Choi Hyun Seok attacked and hit the target, she shouted, binding! And just like that, Sarah's body was bound. And the person controlling it wasn't anyone else, but Park Hyuna herself. Choi Hyun Seok jumped out and asked, did we catch her? She confirmed, yeah. Unless she has an escape scroll, she absolutely cannot get out. In the usual way. And I won't let him get away either. Just then, Sarah's voice rang out. Hey, you, the fighter there. I have a question for you. That purple power, where did you get it? Choi Hyun Seok blankly repeated, purple power, but before he could finish, she cut him off. Ah, never mind. Dead men tell no tales. It's an unspoken rule, but this guy, why is he such a chatterbox? First, report to the Alliance that we've captured the target. Help me grab the communicator on my belt. Just then, Sarah asked, do you really think you've won? This left Park Hyuna stunned. How did he get out of there? Sarah sneered. If you're careless, you have to pay the price, don't you? Seeing this, Choi Hyun Seok lunged forward. Watch out, it's dangerous. A massive explosion rocked the area. Afterwards, she asked, Are you okay? You saved my life. I'm fine, he replied. But over there, Sarah asked, taking a hit better than I thought. Is that thanks to that power too? Park Hyuna ignored her and said, Just stick to the plan. Keep fighting like you have been. I'll handle the rest of the coordination. Getting no reply, Sarah said, If you won't talk, I'll just have to dissect this corpse to find out. Despite that, she kept her focus on the task at hand. I'm coming. Sarah, on the other side, didn't just stand there. She kept summoning her power. Park Hyuna kept muttering her chant, but as the attack hit, Sarah bluntly commented, Too slow. She kept ordering her side, pressure him. The battle was fierce, with neither side giving an inch. Choi Hyun Seok kept moving at breakneck speed. Then he shouted, Use me as a springboard. Park Hyun-ah replied, Run straight from there. Just trust me. And when I say jump, jump. As soon as she finished, Choi Hyun Seok followed her lead. As he moved, he thought, in terms of firepower, she's no match for him. But the difference in casting speed is way too huge. She must know that too. The only thing I can do now is break his concentration. I have to buy time for our mage to chant. With that, Choi Hyun Seok didn't hesitate and charged straight at Sarah. She said with contempt, You think attacking together will change anything? Park Hyun-ah shouted. Choi Hyun Seok, don't let him draw that on the ground. Hearing that, Sarah just flashed a mysterious smile. Choi Hyun Seok froze the ground. Seeing his reaction, she mocked, Too slow. That's exactly why you lose. Seeing the attack coming, Choi Hyun Seok told himself, I can't dodge this. Park Hyun-ah kept chanting, and that's how he escaped death. As soon as he was pulled back, Choi Hyun Seok said, Thank you. Still tense. She replied, Forget the thanks. I get it now. I was wondering why he could calculate his spells so fast. Turns out he's the type who doesn't need to calculate at all from the start. Sarah jeered. I told you were too slow. She continued. Magic requires a magic circle, imagination, and precise calculations. Ordinary mages chant slowly, but that guy has legendary level power. He just draws the circle and thinks of the incantation, and the magic activates instantly. But he can't be a legend. No matter if he is or not, that power can only be used once. How could he? Sarah calmly interrupted. A legend. I don't care about that. But as you guessed, the idea that one must always calculate spells is outdated. For the 1,000 years since I died, no one has researched that power. They just clung to inefficient calculations, romanticizing them. That laziness and ignorance are starting to annoy me. Sarah Dunphy reached out her hand and said, Now, let's end this. She muttered an incantation, and the formation changed. Park Hyun-ah asked in a daze, What kind of magic is he using? Beside her, he muttered, Sis, sis. Above them, a sword as big as a titan fell. Sarah Dunphy chuckled. My grandeur, the one that wiped out 10,000 troops with 100 cavalry 1,000 years ago. She summoned the sword, then used the giant to charge up. I'll let you see it with your own eyes right here. Park Hyun-ah. She immediately exerted her power. I'll block it. Run, Choi Hyun Seok. Run. He gritted his teeth, looked up, and asked, Are you really going to blow this whole place up? Park Hyun-ah unleashed her power to bind the sword. She managed to hold it back, but only just. She looked grim and cautious. But if it goes any further, Park Hyun-ah shouted, If I take even one hit while casting, the spell will be broken. So, at all costs, you have to hit his main body. She urged, Leave the sword wielder to me. You run. Choi Hyun Seok. He jumped up and replied, Got it. He narrowed his eyes, thinking, Just one hit. The sword shattered in two. Choi Hyun Seok used one hand to smash it, making Bander stand frozen. The sword tip flew up and pinned into the ground. Indeed, there's a problem. He leaned back and asked, Magic burst. It's a fearsome power. But other than the finishing blow, you can't use it, right? Choi Hyun Seok gritted his teeth and said, That's right. The bigger the blast, the stronger it is. But the strain on my body is also extreme. Bander sat on a rock, letting him pull him along, and said, That's the issue. The difference between using Magic Burst and not using it is too great. Of course, I understand your desire to hold back until the decisive moment, he reminded Choi Hyun Seok. But the world outside isn't kind enough to let you hold back like that and still survive to keep fighting. Choi Hyun Seok spun in the air. Since that moment, I've trained until I felt like I was dying and coming back to life. Sarah Dunphy clasped her hands and said arrogantly, "I've seen through your level. Luck won't strike twice," she said, with contempt. "A wretch like you thinks you can break this?" Choi Hyun Seok raised his leg, determined. "Then this time, I'll be stronger than before," Bander said bluntly. "To be honest, I don't like this method. Even though your ability isn't complete, betting everything on one strike is too risky. But since you can't perfect yourself right now, it's better to use your durability to hold out until an opening appears. And when that opportunity truly arises, keep in mind that this one strike will end it all." Choi Hyun Seok poured his strength into his attack. He bit his lip, making his decision, with the determination to decide everything in one strike. "If I can do it, even if I explode and die right here, I won't regret it," Sarah Dunphy faltered. Choi Hyun Seok used all his strength to unleash his strongest and most perfect strike. Choi Hyun Seok unleashed a tremendously powerful attack. He jumped up, just a little more. Then, he delivered a kick. Sarah Dunphy was furious and screamed, "How dare you!" Her blade began to shatter Park Hyuna's power. Park Hyuna's strength slowly faded, and she struggled, thinking, "My mana is almost gone. I'm losing my connection. Hyun Seok, please, hurry." Sarah Dunphy went completely berserk, putting everything into one final strike, intending to detonate it all. Suddenly, a flash of sword intent sliced off her arm. Sarah Dunphy stood stunned, unable to believe it. Park Hyuna pushed herself up with her hand, muttering, "Damn it, I missed." But as Sarah Dunphy landed, Park Hyuna looked at the giant god before them and continued. The giant god was collapsing. Choi Hyun Seok lunged from behind, shouting, "It's not over yet. The leader is still standing. Nobrizian style. Jechi direct strike." Choi Hyun Seok rained down blows, clenching his fist. "Damn it, my arm has reached its limit." With everything he had, Choi Hyun Seok punched Sarah Dunphy with all his might. She was sent flying backward. Hyun Seok stumbled, nearly falling. "Twice is too much. I should have finished this earlier." He refused to give up, biting his lip in defiance. "No, don't limit yourself. Just believe you can do it. If we miss this chance, we're both dead." Thinking this, Choi Hyun Seok flew up again, preparing to strike. "Stop whining. Even if it's just for a second, I have to be faster," he shouted, thrusting his elbow forward, aiming for her head. Park Hyuna gasped, "Choi Hyun Seok, your arm." Sarah Dunphy didn't just stand there waiting to die. She chanted a spell. A hand erupted from the ground, punching Choi Hyun Seok away. Park Hyuna luckily dodged, asking anxiously, "Hey, are you okay, Choi Hyun Seok?" Choi Hyun Seok stared blankly at his hand, thinking, "In the end, I still lost?" He desperately wondered, "Is this really the end for me?" Choi Hyun Seok blamed himself. "Just because my training wasn't enough, I couldn't even seize the opportunity when it arrived. How pathetic." Park Hyuna was finally captured by Sarah Dunphy. "Damn it, to hell with this. If only I had some mana left," Sarah Dunphy sneered. "This victory belongs to me, the queen, not you punks." Sarah Dunphy raised her hand. "First, I'll deal with you. You mage, Park Hyuna." Park Hyuna laughed. "Nice choice." She snapped her fingers, unleashing her power. "You will regret this for the rest of your life." A surge of energy grazed Sarah Dunphy. She turned her head, asking, "Stones? Did you touch the ground earlier?" Sarah Dunphy didn't pay it much mind, just tossed a few stones aside. "What is this trash supposed to do? Plus, you missed." Just as she finished speaking, a punch materialized from behind her, flying straight toward her. Park Hyuna smiled. "Sorry for the late support." Hyun Seok lunged forward, shouting, "Let her go right now," or he emphasized, "I'll smash your head in." Sarah Dunphy exclaimed, "As I thought." She laughed. "Being alive is truly wonderful." Chris, standing by her side, asked, "Would you like another glass, my lady?" Sullivan stepped forward, asking, "Park Hyuna, what is the meaning of this?" Park Hyuna started in surprise, stammering, This is reality." Choi Hyun Seok rushed in, shouting, "Let her go right now," or he emphasized, "I'll smash your head in." Sarah Dunphy didn't panic. She calmly asked, "Why should I let them go?" The thorny vines tightened around Park Hyuna. Choi Hyun Seok replied coldly, "If she dies, you won't survive either." Sarah Dunphy fell silent, considering it. Her gaze shifted down to Choi Hyun Seok's hands and feet, which were trembling uncontrollably. She laughed menacingly and agreed. "Fine, I'll let them go, but with one condition. Take me along as your teammate." Sullivan kicked his chair and yelled, "Are you crazy? You've really lost it, haven't you? Taking a zombie with us without a second thought? What if she turns on us and attacks at any moment?" Sarah Dunphy sipped her wine leisurely and asked, "Attack? What on earth are you talking about, Chris?" explained. Normally, zombies seek to kill the living, perhaps out of jealousy or a craving for life. Anyway, that's roughly how the curse works. Sarah Dunphy paused, replying, "Oh, about that." Inside Sarah's sarcophagus, she sat up. A noisy clamor echoed in her ears. Sarah Dunphy angrily slammed her hand down. "So noisy!" She clenched her fist, emphasizing, "Not a single person dares to order me, their queen, around." Sarah Dunphy stepped out of the coffin. It was just a pathetic curse. So, what now? She swirled her wineglass, mocking, "That kind of amateur sorcery." Sarah Dunphy closed her eyes, then laughed, saying clearly, "The moment I woke up, I already broke it." Choi Hyun Seok's group and Chris were all taken aback. Park Hyuna felt helpless. I really can't deal with this anymore." Sullivan responded with a cold, spine-chilling laugh. "Looking at you right now, I feel the exact same way." He leaned toward Park Hyuna, questioning her. "You actually believe those words? Huh? You believe them hook, line, and sinker?" She stammered in self-defense. I have a backup plan. I already put a collar on her," Sarah Dunphy said, with surprising calmness. "Fine. If I intend to harm you, any one of you three just needs to chant the spell," she emphasized. "My head will explode instantly." Park Hyuna whispered to Sullivan, "I'll share the chant with you, so don't get so angry." She looked blankly at her. "What is a mana circuit?" Park Hyuna replied, "I'm not sure. I don't want to admit it, but she is definitely a great mage, far superior to both you and me." A moment later, Abelson reported back, "I'm going to write a letter, just for a moment, to send to the Duke." Dragonfreeze propped his chin on his hand, suggesting, "In that case, Miss Park Hyuna, we should have a private talk." Park Hyuna asked, "Do you need me? Why?" He stepped forward, replying, "Because there are a few things I'd like to ask regarding entering the Demon King's castle." Choi Hyun Seok sat up, saying, "What's the matter, Freeze?" He replied with a serious face, "I should probably call it an issue instead. Let's discuss it first. Once everyone is gathered, I'll explain it clearly. Even if it's late, we will set off within at least a month." Choi Hyun Seok froze. The door slammed shut. Choi Hyun Seok sat there, feeling dejected. Everyone is gone. That means Sarah Dunphy appeared from out of nowhere, excitedly saying, "So, it's just the two of us now, isn't it?" She put her hands on her hips and asked, "Are you free now?" He hugged his legs, stuttering, I suppose so." Sarah Dunphy grinned. "Then follow me. I have something to tell you, too." Choi Hyun Seok followed Sarah Dunphy along the road. He hesitated, asking, Should I call you Miss Sarah or Lady Sarah?" Choi Hyun Seok was confused as she kept silent. "Didn't you say you had something to tell me?" Sarah Dunphy stopped in her tracks. She asked eagerly, "Are you selling this? How much?" The uncle replied, "1 copper is fine." Sarah Dunphy pointed at Choi Hyun Seok, saying, "Make him pay," which scared the life out of him. "The money will be handled by that guy over there," she said, while eating. The Queen heard you guys made quite a bit from the reward money for eliminating me, right?" Choi Hyun Seok argued, feeling wronged. "That's just the pocket money, miss. Park Hyuna gives me. Let's go together." Sarah Dunphy tossed a ring to Choi Hyun Seok. "Take this," then made him carry her luggage, and as they passed a stall, she blurted out, "I want this one too." By the time he came to his senses, he had been fleeced to the bone without even knowing it. Sarah Dunphy tossed him an apple and said, "Eat this, it'll make you less annoyed." Choi Hyun Seok wore a cynical smirk. "I bought this with my own money too. And here you were saying you had something to tell me. Don't tell me you just dragged me out here to be your personal ATM?" Sarah Dunphy straightened up slightly. "It's not like that. I just went out and the market air got me a bit excited." She then began to recount the moment she first woke up in the grave. Everything was so strange and empty. There wasn't a single soul who knew me. It felt as if every trace of my existence had been wiped away, like they never even happened. "Because everything has turned to dust," Sarah Dunphy said, with a fleeting look of sorrow. Her achievements that once made her proud now seem meaningless. "It's all so small. Only now do I realize that all my will and purpose in life were left behind 1,000 years ago. Even being brought back to life again is no different from still being dead." That feeling of emptiness, it was the first time I had ever experienced it, and that's exactly when you two appeared. Choi Hyun Seok asked in surprise, "You mean us?" Sarah Dunphy smiled and replied, "Yes, exactly. You, the one who possesses that power. How much do you actually understand about the origin of your own power?" Choi Hyun Seok asked her, "Is it the new power created by fusing mana and demonic energy?" "Everyone says so," Sarah Dunphy said, shrugging boredly. "That's truly the answer of someone who knows nothing. Give me your hand," She touched Choi Hyun Seok's hand and marveled. As expected, from start to finish, luck has always been on your side. Choi Hyun Seok was somewhat taken aback and asked, "Am I that lucky?" Sarah Dunphy explained, "Human mana, demonic energy of the demon race, and even divine power all coexist in one body. To have survived through all those twists of fate, if you don't call that luck, then what is it?" She continued, "You say it's the birth of a new power, but the truth is the opposite. It would be more accurate to say it has returned to its roots, to the very source of all power that exists on this planet." Choi Hyun Seok stared at his hand in amazement. The source of power? How does Lady Sarah know such things? Sarah Dunphy raised her hand, glowing with energy, and replied to Choi Hyun Seok, "Because I studied that power until the very moment I died. The circuit you are puzzled by is just a byproduct of that process." Sarah Dunphy lowered her eyes, recalling some memories. "Even though when I was alive, I never managed to reach its final point." Sarah Dunphy had been backstabbed. She dug her fingers into the magic circle, her eyes wide with disbelief. How could you do this to me?" Sarah Dunphy turned her head to question him. Why? Why in the world?" The man looked at her with a fierce gaze and spoke. "That power is better off not existing. So please, die, master." What kind of expression did I have then? And what else did he say? I wonder. Sarah Dunphy clenched her fist along with her power, unable to hold back, and struck down. Choi Hyun Seok panicked. Lady Sarah, are you all right?" She wiped away the blood and said, "Don't worry. It's just that with this dead body of mine, I cannot control that power." Sarah Dunphy summarized for Choi Hyun Seok to understand. Regardless, the energy sources currently dividing the three realms are, in the end, all just branches splitting from the same source. In other words, only one who possesses all three attributes can touch the origin of that power. Choi Hyun Seok asked blankly, "What is the source of that power? And if I obtain it, what will change?" Sarah Dunphy stood up and guessed, "Perhaps you would become an absolute, transcendental being. I don't know for sure, because I died before I could see the outcome. So, this is a personal request." She clenched her hand tightly. "In the end, I still want to see that final point with my own eyes. It is the result of research left unfinished 1,000 years ago, even though I no longer have any way to find it myself. Even if it isn't by me, just being able to stand beside someone with that potential is enough." Choi Hyun Seok vaguely realized the meaning behind her words. "Are you planning to help me? What did you see in me? And how do you intend to help?" Sarah Dunphy replied indifferently, "That is, the ability to touch the end of the unknown. That's all I need. Whether you are a good person or a villain, I don't care. While we were fighting, I saw the muscles and blood flow in your body were in disarray. I can help you stabilize them. Even if you use that power later to conquer the world, or cause a massacre, I won't interfere. From then on, it will no longer be my business." Choi Hyun Seok forced a smile, thinking, "Wait a minute, you should stop me if I do that." Sarah Dunphy reached out her hand and said, "So, take my hand. I will lead you to a whole new realm." Meanwhile, in the Demon King's meeting room, he announced that the meeting was temporarily adjourned. 1st Legion Commander Doji Togos, 4th Legion Commander Temporary Onyx, 5th Legion Commander Ogre. The door slammed shut. Doji Togos spoke up. "I really can't figure out the Demon King's intentions." Oguruni reminded him, "You forgot the honorifics again. Besides, I'm sure he has his own plans." Doji Togos glanced over and asked, "His own plans? The undead that were painstakingly created are being wiped out by Gatsby. The discussion about the successor for the Legion Commander is also being delayed. And what's more, he's using the excuse of the vacant seat to avoid even discussing the war. During the time he's stalling with those undead, what exactly has the Demon King been doing, and where is he?" Ogre believed the relationship between Godfriend and the Demon King is now beyond saving. Doji Togos sighed. "Need you ask? After Hermes' attack, everything has crossed the limit. With this outbreak of the undead, that relationship can be considered broken beyond repair." Onyx spoke up. "Now, war is inevitable. Lord Hermes' attack was too massive an incident." Doji Togos still couldn't help but wonder. "I know that, but war is imminent. Why is the Demon King still just dragging things out? What is the purpose of using those undead to stall? Or was the goal to buy time from the very beginning?" He frowned. "No matter what the Demon King's goal is, if the situation continues like this, I will be forced to take action myself." Tegrit was walking down the hallway. He opened a door and headed down to the basement. Tegrit reached a room and went inside. Tegrit stood there, reaching out his hand to touch another hand. He called out, "All right, let's begin." The other hand radiated power. Tegrit had a heavy expression. He clenched his hand, then said, All right, that's enough for today. The other person pulled their hand away and replied, I understand. Tegret thought exhaustedly. So tiring. I don't know how much longer I can hold on. He reached his hand out again. The person inside took Tegret's hand. He said apologetically, I am sorry that I could not leave you a better environment, but in the remaining time, I will hand everything over to you. I will take care of everything within my power. Therefore, you must become stronger than anyone, not just smarter. Lead the demon race. The person replied, Please leave it to me, Father. The dilapidated house appeared before their eyes, along with a scream. Are you really believing those words now? Inside the house, Park Hyuna was pinning Choi Hyun Seok down, on the ground. At this rate, you're planning to just become friends with her, aren't you? And what's next? Dating? Getting married? Are you seriously into corpses or something? It made him widen his eyes and pat the floor. Please, spare me. Sis, wait, you're going to break my neck. I surrender, I admit defeat. Abelson stood there, feeling helpless. Usually, I'd trust you, Choi Hyun Seok, but this time I'm a bit worried. She looked on anxiously. I wonder if that person has any other motives. Sarah Dunphy sat on the stone slab, calm and composed. That's not it at all, I swear. She sat there, then asked nonchalantly, Why would I need to pull any tricks just to deal with small fry like you? Park Hyuna glanced at her, fuming. Fighting those small fry left us bruised and battered, and now you're talking all big like that? If that were true, why didn't you just say so from the start? Sarah Dunphy frowned, hesitating. She sighed, shifting the blame. Isn't it your own fault? You ignored my questions not once, but twice, and even started the fight yourselves. Honestly, you two have no manners. Choi Hyun Seok and Park Hyuna both looked confused. Ignored? Sarah Dunphy closed her eyes and replied, Yes, twice. What kind of talkative corpse are you? You're already dead, so why bother looking for reasons to stay alive? Choi Hyun Seok nodded in agreement. Well, that's true. Park Hyuna, who was sitting behind him, flared up. True, my foot. Whose side are you on anyway? She shouted, narrowing her eyes. Even if I die, I won't accept it. Just using that as an excuse to beat people up like dogs? I can't let that slide. Sarah Dunphy smiled and countered. Even if you say you struck first? Well, how about this then? Her barrage of questions left Park Hyuna stunned. I will teach you about mana circuits. Isn't that why you brought me here in the first place? Because you were curious about that. She then added nonchalantly, and we'll start tomorrow. Park Hyuna was completely paralyzed with fear. In the end, the procedure went ahead under the watchful eyes of the two of them, and now the whole group was standing inside the cave. Choi Hyun Seok sighed with regret. How disappointing. So, it turns out you weren't worried about me at all, huh? Park Hyuna yelled back angrily. You're too loud, you brat. Sarah Dunphy put her hands on her hips. Both of you, quiet down, she commanded. First, go to the center and sit down. Choi Hyun Seok turned toward the circle behind him. Yes. Sarah Dunphy walked right beside him, glancing over to warn him. Your problem is that your body is overloaded because your mana and demonic energy are clashing, right? While you're fighting, you're practically sabotaging yourself. He blinked, eyes wide. That's right, isn't it? She reached out, tracing the patterns on the circle. Then the solution is simple. Until now, you've only been sinking your power on the spot. Choi Hyun Seok sat inside, listening intently. But from now on, use the power you've already stored up. That will reduce the risk of hurting yourself while you fight. He glanced at Sarah Dunphy, who was standing behind him. But mana and demonic energy are already inside my body. What about that purple energy? How am I supposed to keep that inside me? She replied with a serious expression. I will help you take care of that part. She then began writing characters on his back. Right now, the mana and demonic energy in your body are always clashing like oil and water. Living in that state for so long, it's become a chronic condition. So first, we must remove all the energy currently in your system. Park Hyuna, standing to the side, screamed when she heard that. Hey, do you even know what you're saying? Sarah Dunphy glanced over, a proud smile on her face. Why wouldn't I? The progenitor of demonic women, the godmother of magic, the conqueror, the iron-blooded empress, all those titles belong to me. She stood in the circle and continued. After I empty your body completely, I will directly infuse you with that purple power. In the meantime, the mana and demonic energy you produce naturally might hinder the physical improvement process, so you and I will have to absorb them immediately to minimize the risk. Park Hyuna's hair stood on end as she shouted. And you call that a plan? I object. Choi Hyun Seok, meanwhile, gave it some thought. What's wrong? It doesn't sound that bad, does it? Park Hyuna frowned, asking gloomily. When you first pushed that demonic energy into your body, how did it feel? Honestly, his eyes widened as he answered calmly. It hurt, I guess, she continued. And that purple power is even stronger than demonic energy, right? So, what do you think will happen if we shove that straight into your body? This made Choi Hyun Seok break out in a cold sweat. I'll probably die from the pain, right? Park Hyuna kicked him in frustration. Die from the pain, you say? What kind of talk is that? Choi Hyun Seok was sent flying, crashing headfirst into the ground. Do you think it's just pain? She roared like a lion pouncing on its prey. If you can't handle it, you're dead, you idiot. If your head gets chopped off and attached to another body, and you survive, then it's a huge success. But if you die, well, oops. Looks like you're dead, right? That's just quackery. Sarah Dunphy stood to the side, sighing helplessly. The greater the power, the greater the resolve required. Did you think a grand opportunity would just fall into your lap without any risks attached? Park Hyuna turned and retorted, No, this is way too dangerous. Why on earth would he need to go to such lengths? Abelson also spoke up, trembling. That's right, Hyun Seok. No matter how impatient you are, doing something this dangerous is. Sarah Dunphy closed her eyes, not caring in the least. What a bunch of weaklings. Fine, I won't force you for now. Right after that, she glanced at him again. Are you sure you won't regret it? Hyun Seok frowned, hesitating for a moment. He remembered everything that had happened. If only I had been a little stronger back then. If only I had accepted that opportunity. Perhaps things would have ended differently. That pathetic kind of regret. His eyes grew dim. Regret, I'll do it. Hearing his words, both Park Hyuna and Abelson were stunned. Hyun Seok? Hyun Seok? Sarah Dunphy smiled, satisfied. Determination. He reached out and grabbed Park Hyuna's hand with a look of resolve. As expected, I still want to become stronger. The morning sun began to rise. Choi Hyun Seok spat out a mouthful of blood in agony. A day passed, and Park Hyuna stood by, deeply worried. Then another day. His hands, pressed against the ground, were trembling. Sarah Dunphy kept her eyes closed, chanting continuously as light illuminated the hills. Yet another day went by, and the silent night fell. Inside the cave, Choi Hyun Seok was gasping for air. Night had come, and the rain was pouring down. Sarah Dunphy pulled her hand away from his back. It's done. You worked hard. I've already recovered, so try moving. Park Hyuna knelt on the ground, looking like she was about to vomit. No, I can't take any more of this. If it's mana, I'm sick to death of it. Abelson offered a forced smile. You worked hard too, Park Hyuna. Choi Hyun Seok, looking exhausted, finally spoke up. Really? He looked at his hands, bewildered. Is it really over? Choi Hyun Seok asked, puzzled. Compared to the pain of my body feeling like it was being ripped apart, isn't this outcome a bit too normal? He stared at his hands, completely bewildered. Is this really it? Choi Hyun Seok wondered aloud. Compared to the agony of his body feeling like it was being torn apart, this result seemed almost too normal, didn't it? Sarah Dunphy glared at him as if he were a madman. What are you even talking about? She took a drag from the cigarette in her hand. Try circulating your mana and using that flow mode thing. Instantly, his entire hand turned pitch black, and his fingernails grew sharp. Choi Hyun Seok stared at his transformed body in shock. What is this? Rachel appeared out of nowhere, shouting in surprise. What the hell is going on? Freeze also walked into the cave entrance. I'm back. Confused, he asked. Wait, Master Freeze, where have you been? Rachel yelled at the top of her lungs at Choi Hyun Seok, startling him. Is that really the important part right now? Why is my hero slowly turning into a demon king? What's with this shady gear? And that tattoo? Frisk asked, raising an eyebrow. She tried to explain. Well, it wasn't intentional, but the timing was spot on. It seems like everyone has a lot to say. So let's sit down and talk. Back inside the building, Choi Hyun Seok hung his head, saying, as I was being completely reconstructed. Frisk, you broke into the Demon King's castle all by yourself? Rachel shouted. Alone? Are you serious? She shrieked, clearly unhappy that she hadn't come along after all. She was. You kicked me out just to use me as a high-end walkie-talkie. Park Hyuna retorted, narrowing her eyes. I'm a hero too, you idiot. I'm a spirit specialized in supporting heroes. Then listen to your hero, Choi Hyun Seok replied. Suddenly, he asked, there must have been a reason why you had to rush off alone, right, Frisk? Frisk sighed and rubbed his head. The thing is, the teleportation to the Demon King's castle wasn't blocked for me yet. Normally, if someone is stripped of their title, as a Legion commander, teleportation should have been locked. Park Hyuna's expression turned serious. That's why I needed to check if it was safe to proceed. So, Frisk went to scout it out. It is his specialty, after all. Choi Hyun Seok looked bewildered. What exactly happened? Frisk's face darkened as he explained. First of all, within the Legion, Park Hyun-ah wasn't officially exiled, but processed as missing. That's probably why the teleportation still worked. There's one more thing. Remembering the hallway of the Demon King's castle, Frisk put his hands on his hips. What is this? Where did everyone go? Why is the whole castle this quiet? A voice rang out, breaking the silence and startling Jojo and Frisk. I thought it was an enemy, but it turned out to be the bat, Hermes. As he turned toward the source of the sound, he stammered, "You are." Frisk broke into a cold sweat. Regardless, it seems like your teleportation still works, Hyuna. I'm certain of it. Choi Hyun Seok rose from the bed. So, we're finally heading out, huh? His voice was full of determination. They headed for the Demon King's castle, where the fortress was shrouded in thunder and lightning that crackled across the sky. As the group walked across the bridge, Choi Hyun Seok asked anxiously, "Hey, are we really going to just storm in like this? Is it going to be okay?" Park Hyun-ah replied indifferently, "Fine, I guess." Stepping into the castle, she widened her eyes in surprise. This is strange. It's my first time seeing this place so empty. The group stood before the great doors. Abelson spoke up. "Can you tell us now? What on earth happened at the Demon King's castle?" Frisk was busy pushing the doors open. "About that, so you've arrived," a deep, warm voice echoed. Hyuna jumped and shouted, "Who are you?" A man with long horns on his head sat upon the throne. "Yes, it is I who summoned you." He got straight to the point. "I have heard of your plans." Frisk frowned, worried about being called out. "The one they call Frisk over there has already informed me." Abelson nodded, as if he understood. "Then talking will be faster, won't it?" She said, "We want to end the war with the demon race." Tigrit propped his chin on his hand, observing them intently without replying. After a moment, he said, "Yes, that very plan. Isn't that an idea so simple it's absurd?" Under the watchful gazes of Choi Hyun Seok's group, Tigrit continued, "Think about it. The demon race has long been the common enemy of all the residents of the continent. Everyone hates the demon race." He spoke of the past. The truth that Godfriend was keeping the demon race captive didn't matter. What mattered was how deep the hatred ran in a world where long-standing discord meant the two sides had stopped talking to each other long ago. Even if the demon race offered peace, would the people of the continent accept it? Would they truly believe the demon race's words? Abelson, standing below, asked. Grayson said he would help facilitate a peace treaty. Furthermore, if you, the Demon King, personally appear at the signing ceremony, you could surely convince many people. Don't you think so? Tigrit looked down, calm. To be that certain, the rift between the two races is already too deep. Of course, that doesn't mean it's all humanity's fault. Her gaze dropped, and she couldn't say another word. He stood up. Regardless, I have a proposal for you. A while later, Choi Hyun Seok's group followed Tigrit down into the basement. Choi Hyun Seok asked, turning to Park Hyun-ah and whispering, "He said he had a proposal, so why lead us to such a gloomy place? It's suspicious." She was startled and quickly signaled, "Shut it, you. He can hear everything." Suddenly, Taurus's footsteps stopped. He stood before a large door and turned to announce, "We're here." As the massive door opened, Tigrit walked inside. Choi Hyun Seok's group entered, curiously looking around. Choi Hyun Seok's eyes locked onto something in front of him. Before his eyes was a hut. Inside, a figure was sitting there. What is that? It was a pair of horns and small, cute demon ears. A small demon was leaning against the wall, eyes closed in sleep. Tigrit gently picked the child up in his arms. He stepped forward and introduced her. "My daughter, Cyril." Park Hyun-ah jumped and shouted, "You have a daughter?" Standing from above, Tigrit spoke. "Yes, but the number of people who know of her existence can be counted on one hand." His gaze dimmed. At most, probably only Hermes. His hand gripped his young daughter's shoulder tightly. Regardless, the distrust between humans and the demon race is deep-rooted. If we just gloss over it without anyone taking responsibility, we won't be able to earn their trust. Therefore, I intend to give you my head. His words made Choi Hyun Seok's group widen their eyes in disbelief. He frowned, his voice trembling. Why would you go that far?" Tigrit was silent, for the fate of the demon race was already sealed. The 2nd and 3rd Legion commanders have fallen, and the 4th is absent. Now that the last card, Andres, has also vanished in vain, to Garen, the demon race is nothing but prey that can be disposed of at any time. Now, the only thing left is to slaughter me, my daughter, and the entire demon race. His eyes focused as he finished his epic. claiming he used the power of God to purge the demon race. He looked at the group below and stated his plan. But now, a new future named You has appeared. Strike me down before Garen, and you yourselves will become true heroes. Taurus's hand trembled. In return, treat my daughter as a comrade who fought alongside you to defeat the previous Demon King. That is my condition. It was also the reason he wanted to meet them. Inside the castle, a helpless sigh echoed. Ha! Choi Hyun Seok's group stood deep in thought. He asked, "What should we do now?" Abelson's gaze dropped. "I don't know either. This is a difficult choice." Park Hyuna frowned, her expression detached. "What do you mean you don't know? After all, God. Friend's troops will be here soon. When that happens, the Demon King's head will roll," she said, her voice matter-of-fact. "The outcome is set in stone. It's just a matter of who strikes first." After a brief discussion, the group reached a decision. "We will become the heroes who slew the Demon King, and we will take responsibility to protect your daughter until the very end." Sigriel opened her eyes groggily. Tegret leaned down and kissed her forehead. "Yes, it's time, my child." He set Sigriel down on the ground. "Now, we have to say goodbye." He reached out to pat her head. "Do you understand what all of this happening today means? And how you should feel in this situation? I don't think you're old enough to grasp it just yet." Choi Hyun Seok and the others stood below, listening to him speak to his daughter. "But it's okay not to understand right now." "No, I actually think it might be fortunate that you don't." Tegret rubbed her head. "But even if there comes a day when you finally realize, don't be too sad, don't be too angry, and don't you dare give up. Just remember that your mother and I loved you very much." He pulled Sigriel's hand and placed it against his chest. "I hope you experience much, learn much, and grow up while keeping these precious things in this place." She rubbed her head against him, unwilling to let go. "And then, my child, be different from me. Lead your people with wisdom." Sigriel's gaze lingered on her father for a moment, as if she were searching for something. Finally, he looked down and smiled. "It's done. Now, take my head." Choi Hyun Seok scratched his head, hesitating. Do we really have to do it right here?" Tegret was taken aback. "I mean, at least don't do it in front of the child. Even if she doesn't fully understand death yet, her hands are still holding yours. I don't think we should do this in front of her." He closed his eyes, seeming to understand, and smiled. "That's a very human way of thinking. Thank you." Right after he said that, in the main hall, Tegret slumped over on his throne. Crimson blood began to slowly trickle down the steps. Tegret looked gaunt, as if he had already passed on, leaning against the wall. A dagger was buried in his chest, blood seeping from the wound. Freeze and Mario Abelson walked over. He said to her, "It's over. Now, take the head." Choi Hyun Seok turned his head, questioning. Does it really have to be the head?" Mario Abelson replied calmly. "We need proof that we defeated the Demon King. If we don't have evidence, no one will believe in this treaty." "Abelson." Mario bowed his head slightly, his eyes filled with sorrow. "But as you said, Choi Hyun Seok, it probably doesn't have to be the head. If possible, I'd like to avoid damaging the body as much as I can." A figure in a white robe appeared like a ghost. The scene shifted to Tegret, resting in the roaring flames. Sigriel stared at him with lifeless eyes. Mario Abelson walked over to her, holding a bouquet, and spoke up. "Hey, Sigriel." Mario Abelson, his face filled with tenderness, picked a flower from the bouquet and held it out to her. "Can you throw this into the fire for me?" Sigriel whipped her head around, her expression icy. "Why?" A single daisy appeared, deep and sorrowful. That is how humans commemorate those who have passed. Maybe you don't understand it now. Tegret had officially logged off the server in the final flames of his life. But who knows? You might need it later. Cyrus took the flower, her face still emotionless. "We demons don't do things like this." Freeze chimed in, wearing an expression just like hers. "Exactly. We don't do things like offering flowers." A close-up of Freeze's face as she spoke in a low voice. "For most demons, death is just death. Even among those of the same bloodline, we don't attach any grand meaning to it." Inside the burning structure, the voice continued to echo, mercilessly accepting the law of the jungle. "That is the way of the demons." Mario Abelson still stood there, whispering to himself. Even so, Mario Abelson suddenly recalled memories of all the people she knew who had fallen in her arms. "To me, mourning is a process of comforting myself. That time spent healing is something I desperately need, so that I can keep living from here on out." Choi Hyun Seok stepped forward, patted Sigriel on the shoulder, and said slowly, "It's okay if you don't understand right now. You can think about it later, once you've gained more experience." Choi Hyun Seok's hand remained on her shoulder. "For now, just think of it as a final greeting." At this moment, the flower appeared before the final flames of Tegret's life. A final greeting that only she could send to the one who loved her most. Sigriel finally cast a hesitant glance at the flower. Sigriel tossed the flower decisively into the raging fire. The flower lay still beside the feet that were slowly being consumed by the flames. Freeze stood there, muttering, "Live, carve many things into your heart, and use that to lead people with wisdom." That was the Demon King's last wish. Sarah Dunphy felt helpless, not knowing what to say as she listened to her mutter, even though it wasn't a last wish worthy of a powerful demon. But the wisdom the Demon King hoped for might just be it. Sarah Dunphy thought to herself, her eyes thoughtful. Compared to the final moments of a monarch, it's quite trivial. I wonder what it'll be like when I die. Sarah Dunphy's back appeared amidst chaotic shadows, and then Sarah Dunphy pulled her hat over her head, obscuring her vision. Death really is pathetic and empty, isn't it? At this moment, Mario Abelson approached her and spoke. Isn't that why, while we're still alive, we instinctively want to leave something behind? Mario Abelson held out a flower branch to her and said, "For the great, it's their achievements that will be remembered forever. For the small, it's things like the precious relationships in everyday life." Sarah Dunphy held the flower, her expression melancholy. "When I was alive, I did so many things. They were all monstrously great deeds that ordinary people wouldn't even dare to imagine." Sarah Dunphy took the flower and said, "And yet, now there is no one left who remembers me. And after I die, the whole world just focuses on erasing my existence. A black screen covered everything. Please, just die, master." The black figure stood beside the fire. It really isn't funny at all. The scene shifted to a magnificent room. Everyone was in their own corner, in their own pose. "What do we do now?" Rachel replied, leaning on Choi Hyun Seok's shoulder. "Should we head back to Mario Abelson? Or how about we just become the heroes who defeated the Demon King?" Mario Abelson sat in his chair, looking exhausted as he spoke. If only things were that simple. Mario Abelson looked up at Friss, who was currently holding Sierra and teasing her. "Friss, what about Sierra now? Has she already become the new Demon King?" "Probably not. Do you think it's that easy to become the Demon King, kid?" Friss replied, his hands still holding the girl. If I recall the process correctly, Sierra was being held up by both arms, her expression completely blank. "She isn't the Demon King yet. To ascend to the throne, we must convene the Great Council of Demonkind. When the Demon King's seat is left empty, the core commanders and the leaders of each ancient race gather to cast their votes. They decide on the successor." Frizz tossed Sierra aside and continued. "They have to receive a majority of the votes to officially become the Demon King. So, how do we contact the core commanders and the leaders? It's not like they'll just show up if we call, right?" His voice echoed toward the demon statue in the room. "Just light the beacon. There is a specific beacon used to summon the Great Council. If you ignite it there, no matter where they are, they will immediately receive the message." A close-up showed the book in the statue's hands, a summons requiring them to return to the city to vote for the new Demon King. Sierra finally spoke up. "If that's the case, then light the beacon. After that, we'll declare it in front of all of them." Images of various Demon Kings flashed. That their new Demon King is me. First, a muscular man was striding toward a figure in a red cloak. Ogre was moving faster toward Zedron and said, "Zedron, why are you here?" "Ah, I received an emergency notice, so I came to attend this meeting as the representative for the 3rd Legion." Zedron's hand touched the patterns on the door. "For now, Lord Hermes has entrusted the 3rd Legion to me." A voice boomed from within. "You dare call yourself the representative of the 3rd Legion without an official appointment?" Doji Togos glanced to the side and remarked, "Your grandson is quite insolent, isn't he? After all, shouldn't he be officially appointed by the Demon King according to procedure?" Onyx, holding a purple orb, listened to the noise. It looked like Onyx was there, too. Redlock, with a scythe resting on his shoulder, sat comfortably in his chair. Regardless, does truly no one know anything about the Demon King's sudden death? No matter what happens, at the long table sat the aggressive, muscular Demon Kings. Even the 10 commanders present there had no idea why. Rosiska laughed loudly, with Grayson's cold expression beside her. "Oh my, isn't it better that no one knows?" Rosiska's mocking laugh made Redlock's veins bulge in anger as he shouted, "With a brain the size of a goblin's apple, you'd forget it even if you knew. You dirty mosquito, you dare spew such insolence?" Ogre interrupted their chaos. "You two are at it again." Just then, Krasusa spoke up from the side. "Calm down, Ogre. Do you think I don't see anything? Or hear anything?" The louder Redlock shouted, the more she provoked him. "Just the king of mosquitoes? And you dare ignore the Grand Council? Want to fight? What did you say?" I don't listen to the words of lower-tier races whose only merit is their numbers. At this point, everyone was deep in thought, including Doji Togos. That is a valid question. Doji Togos continued to speculate in his head. Who exactly witnessed the Demon King's death and summoned all of us here? A sound echoed from the door. Now, everyone, please calm down. Friss walked in, addressing the chaos inside the conference room. I am Friss, of the 3rd Legion, appointed to chair today's meeting, and the one who summoned you all at the request of the Demon King. Friss smiled naively and continued. The proposal today, as you have all guessed, is to select the next Demon King. Back to the scene where Friss was discussing with everyone earlier, and here is the list of demon races participating in the assembly. Doji Togos appeared first with his arrogant face. First, the commander of the 1st Legion, Doji Togos. In the current Demon King's army, since Lord Hermes is gone, he is the strongest a Demon King in both name and reality. Rotex, with his menacing face. Before, the commander of the 2nd Legion is still vacant because during the battle with Lord Hermes, the entire command system was crushed. Zedron is the next one named, and the 3rd Legion, where we belong. Perhaps Zedron is temporarily leading in Lord Hermes's place. Initial image, Onyx, commander of the 4th Legion. After Lord Park Hyuna went missing, Deputy Commander Onyx took over. Don't glare at me like that, Lord Park Hyuna. Ogre, wearing a beast skull mask. Commander of the 5th Legion. Ogre. He is well known for being popular with everyone, so he has the trust of all. He is Zedron's uncle. Redlock, with a crafty goblin-like face, along with the orc named Off, and the great goblin sorcerer Redlock, plus the great orc warrior. Both goblins and orcs are the races with the largest numbers. Resiska kept her mocking smile. Next is the vampire lord Resiska and the leader of the dark elves, Grisusa. Both have few individuals in demon society, but each one is outstanding. They are elite, minority races. Tegret's fading face appeared on the list. If we count the previous Demon King's vote, that makes 10 votes in total. But in the current situation, Lord Sigriel can use his father's vote. Sigriel sat at the table, thinking and whispering to himself. Beside him, Choi Hyun Seok spoke to Friss. There are so many people, Friss. How do you think the voting will go? Friss thought about him and said, Doji Togos is a very ambitious man. He has always lived under the thumb of the Demon King and Lord Hermes. Sierra was reading the content on the paper very carefully. If he finds out the successor is just a tiny kid like this, he will definitely vote against it and step up to declare himself the Demon King. She sat nonchalantly and spoke up, and the orcs will just say they are on the side of whoever is stronger between the two. They have always been like that, and goblins are essentially no different from house elves serving the commander of the 1st Legion. So, we've lost 3 votes before we even started, huh? Chris gestured and talked about Demon King, Tegres, and Sigriel like a professor giving a lecture. Even so, Feta isn't completely without supporters, because the Dark Elves will stand on our side. He pointed to the paper, full of writing. And the vampire lord here is famous as the sworn enemy of the goblins. Those papers are piled up messily, so even if the goblins vote for one side, the vampires will definitely vote against it. So that's 2 votes, plus Lord Sierra herself. That makes 3. Choi Hyun Seok put his hand to his chin and said, So, the remaining votes are the army's the 4th Legion commander and the 5 stars. If we're talking about officially recognized, valid votes, then that's indeed the case, Chris said with a smug smile as he looked over. That is why I said. Suddenly, he slammed his hand down on the table with a jarring noise. Doji Togos jumped up, shouting, Get out of here! Doji Togos, who else dares to claim they can be the next Demon King? Ricklock, meanwhile, didn't offer an opinion, just looking slightly confused. The 4th Legion commander and 5 wait. The goblins and orcs have already recognized me as the successor to the Demon King, so there's no need for further talk. Resiska and Grakusa looked even more confused and bewildered. Huh? They already received word on that side? Yeah, even though I only said I'd consider it. You lied? And you left me out of it? Well, even without you, I still have the majority, Doji Togos said with a serious face. Therefore, make the announcement, interim chairman, that I am the next Demon King. Chris cut in, his voice dripping with sarcasm. While I'm grateful for what you've all agreed upon beforehand, according to procedure, I must first make an introduction. Sierra appeared, standing tall and looking cold. Tegret's daughter, the rightful heir. Sierra Siriel's voice was firm, showing no fear. I am the daughter of Tegret. I am Siriel, the one who inherits all of my father's ideals. I am the only one worthy of the Demon King's throne, a name that matches the reality. Her words shocked him. So, I will inherit my father's legacy. The whole assembly began to buzz. Is she really Tegrit's daughter? That stiff old man had a daughter? Riziska hugged Grakusa in a panic. Over also spoke up, confirming it. Indeed. I can sense Lord Tegrit's demonic energy. Zedron covered his face with his hand and suddenly realized, Huiziopi, so you called me here for this? Nonsense. Doji Togos shouted, his mouth wide open. The Demon King is the leader of the entire demon race. Just having the bloodline doesn't mean you automatically inherit the position. Compared to a wet behind-the-ears kid like that, I, with all my experience, am the one fit to be the Demon King. Doji Togos continued to deny it while the girl stared at him emotionlessly. What did you say? The rightful heir? Inheriting ideals? Don't make me laugh. First and foremost, the Demon King must be stronger than anyone else. It is precisely because the previous Demon King couldn't do that we are in this mess now. Freeze looked him straight in the eye and replied, You just voiced an objection, right? I've noted it. So, next, let's move on to the vote. Doji Togos looked baffled when he heard him say, Vote? Immediately? Without any objections? You're just accepting it like that? Because those are the rules. We have to follow the law. I mean, that's true. But Doji Togos's eyes widened with anxiety as he thought to himself, I don't know what's going on, but fine. Either way, as long as it goes to a vote, I'm sure to win. The meeting remained lively. I've already secured 5 votes, counting my own. Whether the vampires or dark elves stand with me doesn't matter. Huiziopi smiled coyly, trying to appease Zedron's anger. The participants are so shameless, even before being officially appointed. Doji Togos grinned sinisterly, as if he were about to start a plot, pretending to acknowledge that girl will only make me look more like a ruler. Tegrit suddenly dropping dead wasn't enough. I was surprised to hear he even had an heir, but on the contrary, it's even better. Doji Togos scrambled around like a nervous wreck because, compared to a fully grown Demon King, getting rid of a child who only has bloodline to show off is much easier. He sat obediently at the table. Well, hurry up and vote. Doji Togos narcissistically imagined, and take me up as the next Demon King. The voting began. First, Sierra raised her hand. Demon King Tegrit's daughter, Sierra, casts 1 vote for Sierra. Orc also raised his hand to cast his vote immediately after. Orcs, we want Doji Togos to become king. A Demon King cast a vote? The Dark Elf cast 1 vote for their own kin, who shared the same horns. Doji Togos spoke again with confidence. Doji Togos, hailing from 2 great clans and commander of the First Legion, casts 1 vote for myself. Ricklock sat regally and said, Goblins support Doji Togos. Riziska provoked them. The vampires unconditionally cast 1 vote for the side opposing the goblins. Onyx raised her hand quietly to speak. The 4th Legion requests to vote for Lord Doji Togos. Zedron and Ogre also quickly chimed in. As representative of the 3rd Legion, I vote for Lord Serial, the rightful heir. I have thought it through, but ultimately, I still respect the 1st Legion commander to be the Demon King, Doji Togos said confidently to him. 5-4. Truly an obvious result, right? Just as expected, isn't it? The sounds echoed continuously throughout the meeting room. Then I shall announce, suddenly. Screaming came from behind the door. You bastards! Why couldn't I get in? I'm the magical girl who returned from hell. Damn it. A magical girl needs to change clothes, so being a little late is fine, isn't it? The transformation time shouldn't count as being late, isn't that an unwritten rule? Doji Togos broke out into a cold sweat when he heard that voice. Is it so that's why they were acting so obediently? Was their goal actually? Doji Togos slammed the table in a panic, stood up quickly, and shouted, Chairman, hurry up and announce it. The next Demon King is me, Doji Togos. The door was kicked open. Park Hyuna laughed triumphantly as she kicked the door and stepped in. Behind her lay a pile of defeated goblins. Damn it, what is this? Why did you only leave me out and do this yourselves? You're playing games? Are you discriminating against me? Just because the Legion commander is a human, she doesn't count as a Legion commander? Onyx screamed in fear. Park Hyuna grinned smugly. Hey, you bastard. You were living it up while I was gone, weren't you? Park Hyuna laughed heartily. The 4th Legion commander has returned. Give me back my vote, and get out of that seat right now. Suddenly, Hyuna shouted and lunged forward, throwing a powerful kick. Based on what, right? No matter what you say, the current 4th Legion commander is me, Onyx said with a stern face. You were beaten by me from the very start. You were demoted, so what are you still talking about? The kick sent him flying, landing him helplessly on the ground. Panicked, Doji Togos, save me, Lord Doji Togos. Doji Togos broke into a cold sweat and said, A mere human dares to brazenly show up in this place? The current Legion commander is Onyx. The subordinates were embarrassed by her actions, and whispered, "Didn't Park Hyuna sacrifice herself on a mission? Even though they said she was missing, I thought she was actually dead. So, what's going to happen now?" Oger spoke up to defend her. "If we follow the rules, Onyx is, after all, only the acting Legion commander. Park Hyuna has returned, so her returning to her rightful position is the correct thing to do, right?" Park Hyuna shook Onyx hard, angrily scolding her. "Hey, you heard that? They said I was right, didn't they? So, hand over the vote now, and get lost," Doji Togos shouted, cutting off the conversation. "I have no objections." His voice trembled as he broke into a cold sweat, pointing at her while stuttering. I have no objections," Krisusa spoke up. "There's no other way." Doji Tugas Resiska sat beside him, eagerly chiming in. "Want a fight? Are you looking for a fight?" Krisusa ignored her interruption and continued. "Onyx is only a temporary position. After all, rules are rules, just accept it." He frowned upon hearing this. "No, I acknowledge that, but isn't there still one more person? Someone who doesn't even have an official appointment letter but still has the nerve to show up here?" Doritos pointed at Zedron, "That guy who calls himself the 3rd Legion commander," he shouted. "Just relying on Hermes' last words to represent the 3rd Legion? That's ridiculous. If Onyx isn't qualified, then naturally, Zedron isn't qualified either." Krisusa agreed with him. "It's not entirely wrong. I support the Blood Clan taking the throne. But the Grand Council must be fair." Ogre also echoed her sentiment. "I agree. My apologies." Zedron stood up, bowing his head to accept their words. "No, I have no objections." He walked away. "I'm sorry I couldn't be of any help." Choi Hyun Seok smiled, his voice soft and reassuring. "It's okay. Thank you for coming." Chris stood at the door, watching Zedron leave. He spoke up. "Well, it seems everything is settled now. After both of you leave, we will proceed with the revote." Zedron walked through the magnificent halls of the castle, silently worrying about Hyun Seok's fate. It's 4-4 now. He had no idea what would happen next. The 1st Legion commander is a greedy man. He won't back down easily. How do you plan to handle this? Chris suddenly felt a strange aura. Wait, there's another presence. It's 4-4 again, isn't it? The room suddenly fell silent. Doji Tugas spoke up, cutting through the silence. "No matter how many times you do this, it'll be the same. From now on, it'll be a stalemate forever. So, what are you going to do now?" Chris turned and signaled to Choi Hyun Seok. "This is still going according to our plan." Choi Hyun Seok secretly thought about the plan they had discussed beforehand. First, create a standoff, then drag it out until it's boring. "All right, now the next step is what matters." A childish voice echoed from the chair at the head of the table. It was the Demon King's daughter. She spoke up. "I would like to propose a wager on who the next Demon King will be." She raised her voice, issuing an order. "Doji Tugas, come here and fight me." Thud. Doji Tugas slammed his hand on the table, his voice sounding a bit surprised. "Again? Again? What is this now? What the hell have the guards been doing this whole time?" A voice echoed from behind the meeting room door. Hermes opened the door and walked in. "Oh my. That's right, isn't it? Everyone is just lounging around." Choi Hyun Seok startled when he heard her voice. She smiled, her tone authoritative. "The Demon King's army discipline is truly a mess, isn't it?" Doji Tugas was momentarily stunned when he saw her. The lively meeting room fell silent the moment she stepped inside. "How should I put it? Today is full of shocking events. But, you're actually not dead?" Hermes smiled as she walked toward her seat. "Oh my. Is that important now?" "Regardless, the important thing is that I have returned." He stared, speechless. Hermes's voice still echoed. "As the 3rd Legion commander, I can legitimately cast my vote." She crossed her legs, her posture regal. "Does any demon have any objections?" Ogre held his head and sighed. The numbers changed again. "I hope this will be the last vote. Then, we will proceed with the re-vote." Freeze spoke up, presiding over the meeting. "As of now, it's 4-4. Lady Hermes, please cast your vote." She folded her arms in thought. Meanwhile, Choi Hyun Seok and Park Hyuna whispered to each other. "Will she still vote for our side?" he asked. She replied in a firm voice, "Of course." She and the 1st Legion commander treat each other like vermin. Doji Tugas bowed his head, grinding his teeth. Damn it. At this moment, it's Hermes again? Even though sides have been drawn, Hermes used to have a very close relationship with the Demon King. If there was some kind of agreement between the two while he was alive, then, yes. I suppose Hermes covered her mouth and smiled enigmatically. "I'll cast a blank vote." The statement shocked everyone. They screamed in their hearts. "What?" Park Hyuna's voice echoed loudly in the castle. "Hermes. You wicked little thing." Hyun Seok hurriedly comforted her. Big sister, please calm down. She lay on the floor throwing a tantrum. Hyuna couldn't accept the reality. Do I look like I can calm down? Why does it always end up like this? When we went to the gukbap place, we only had to choose between Suzuki gukbap or Sandy gukbap. But why didn't you eat? And what kind of trick are you pulling now? Chris asked. So what now? He asked while giving Sierra some water. For now, it's decided that we'll vote again tomorrow, but I don't think she'll change her mind by tomorrow. The girl's voice sounded a bit sad. Perhaps the only way is for me to meet the 3rd Legion commander directly to persuade her. Choi Hyun Seok thought for a moment and said, It's difficult. I wouldn't recommend it. Lady Hermes, how should I put it? She doesn't like the stubbornness of the weak. Hearing this, Sierra asked, If it were you, how do you think you would handle it? He wrinkled his face and thought, It's hard to say. If I were you, he then remembered Hermes's previous words. What a truly devious thought. So you sold me out to Bobo to survive, right? No. If the opponent is Lady Hermes, then it's better if Doji Tugas push the door open. He gently advised Hermes. Regardless, the truth is that I am a better choice than that little brat. Do you understand completely now? She felt annoyed when she heard him speak. You talk too much. Now, get lost. She boredly put her hands behind her head. For someone like that to be a candidate for the throne, isn't it terrible? Zedron heard this and said, well, it's about time the other side arrives. Thud. Park Hyuna kicked the door open. Needless to say, here I am. You unlucky thing. Hermes felt a bit excited, teasing her. Oh my. A little different from the face I predicted. Where are Choi Hyun Seok and Cyrus? Hyuna cleared her throat. It has to do with that. They have a message they wanted me to pass on. So, listen carefully. She recounted Kryle's words. I will not become king by begging for the recognition of others, but I will become a king, whom everyone cannot help but acknowledge. She pointed at Hermes and said loudly, So tomorrow, just sit there and watch obediently, Sierra said coldly, because I will prove it to you. Hermes was furious upon hearing this. You insolent brat! Zedron, standing nearby, was startled. What did you just say? Hermes smirked. The next day, at the Demon King's castle, the atmosphere remained gloomy. In the meeting room, 2 guards were standing outside the door after a heated debate. Doji Tugas and Park Hyuna decided to remain silent. Sierra looked extremely bored. Only Choi Hyun Seok kept his enthusiasm. Today, right here, I will decide the winner. A moment later, Hermes spoke up. Then, may I proceed with the Grand Council session? Doji Tugas went straight to the point without wasting time. Have you made your decision yet, Hermes? Hermes didn't look worried at all. She just said, About what you mentioned yesterday, I've thought it over. But frankly, Sariel suddenly cut her off in a cold tone. No, we don't need your opinion. Doji Togos was extremely puzzled. Then how do you want to settle this? Besides waiting for votes, do you have any other way to beat me? Sariel kept that same tone, emphasizing every word. We are a race that values strength over talk. She seriously requested, So, let's settle this with a leader's duel. Doji Togos just gave a light smile and asked, Are you still that naive, little brat? Have you prepared yourself, Sariel? He emphasized. But it won't be a typical leader's duel. A king can stand alone, but cannot exist in isolation. She believed that having those who support him is what truly makes a king. So, let's make it a 3-on-3 match. Rasiska wondered, a 3-on-3 leader's duel? Can we even do that? From Bradusa's perspective, it wasn't exactly wrong. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. But then, the sound of Hermes clapping broke the silence. She even praised them. Very interesting. If that's how you want to play, I'll play along. Hermes loudly declared, I will cast my vote for the winning side. Doji Togos glared at her with disdain. Humph. You're just asking for defeat like that. You'll regret this. With his intelligence, he could guess that someone daring to challenge him directly must have something up their sleeve. Criminally, he wanted to confirm it one more time. So, you accept? Doji Togos quickly chimed in. Wait, I have a condition. This match is extremely important. For us, the demons. He sternly demanded. Therefore, even if we make concessions, those who are not part of the Demon King's army cannot participate in the leader's duel. Sariel understood the underlying meaning. Humph. Are you trying to restrict me? Sariel immediately replied, That's reasonable. I don't object. And instantly, the announcement rang out. The match begins. The Demon King's deciding battle. All right, today's host is none other than the Demon Freeze. Rasiska wondered, shouldn't it be a goblin or an Audi? Why him? Rasiska was completely indifferent. Don't know, don't care. The announcement continued. Now, let's introduce the first candidate's team. Our first player, the Orthodox of the Orthodox, the true royal bloodline, the Demon King's daughter, Lady Seriel. The second player, the sister everyone already guessed, equipped with legendary grade gear, thought to be dead but reborn like a phoenix. Our 4th Legion commander, Park Hyuna. As soon as she heard her name, she calmly stepped out. Yeah, that's right, it's me, Freeze continued. And finally, I also belong to the Demon King's army. I am half demon. The 3rd Regiment commander, Choi Hyun Seok. Wait, why do I feel like there are more humans than demons here? Regardless, the team composition for Seriel's side was set. Facing them is candidate number 2. If we're talking about bloodline, I might lose, but I come from the 3 great ancient families, the 1st Legion commander of the Demon King's army, Lord Doji Togos, and the second player for Doji Togos' team, a great personality deeply respected by all demonkind, the leader of Kaldon, the 5th Legion commander, Lord Ogre. He thought, I believe my choice is correct. Reading this, Freeze's face showed surprise. Now, the 3rd and final player, the great spellcaster Goblin, Lord Redlock. Not only him, but even Rasiska and Grakusa were shocked. Huh? What? Is that guy crazy? Even Freeze couldn't believe it. Is this literally what the hell is this? Isn't it supposed to be 2 people? We only allowed 1 person to fight. Redlock sat leisurely on top of his beast and said, What are you talking about? My specialty is taming. Look, this mounted combat is seamless. This perfect fusion. The beast agreed. That's right. The 2 of us are 1. Freeze was still in shock. Technically, by national law, summoned beasts aren't counted as separate personnel, but in this case, maybe we should ask the opposing team for their opinion? Choi Hyun Seok playfully cut in. It's fine. Proceed. Freeze quickly gathered his composure. Very well. With the opposing team's approval, we continue. Hermes finally spoke up. From here on, let me explain, she revealed. Since this is a major event determining the Demon King, a normal match would be a bit boring. So, I've prepared a little something. Hermes explained the new rules. These teleportation gates each lead to a location in Inamosit. The layout is such that each battlefield will have 1 person from each team. If you defeat the opponent you encounter, I will open a teleportation gate to another battlefield for you. The sooner you regroup with your teammates, the better. Don't you think? Battlefield 1 is the Predator's Forest of Inamosit. Battlefield 2 is the Heaven-Severing Gorge. Battlefield 3 is the Forgotten Temple. Hermes was very excited about the new rules. Like this, if all 3 members of a team fall, the match ends immediately. Then, she commanded, now, good luck to you all. The candidates touched their respective gates. Choi Hyun Seok quickly stepped in and jumped down to the battlefield. He landed in the Predator's Forest of Inamosit. Choi Hyun Seok felt way too familiar with it. I have to come to this place again. Huh? He reasoned seriously. Right now, I'm the strongest. But if either me or her, if just one of us loses, Seriel's path ends there. Because of that, Choi Hyun Seok became even more determined. Even if I don't know how the matchups will turn out, I have to finish this as fast as possible. Right at that moment, a familiar voice rang out. Found you, you human brat. Choi Hyun Seok slowly turned his head toward the sound. The fact that his opponent wasn't Doji Togos or Ogre meant the whole space seemed to tremble. Choi Hyun Seok quickly seized the opportunity. That's right. This is actually better. I might as well test out the new power I got. And finish this quickly. He sneered with contempt. You guys, drop that fusion act or whatever, you small fry. And the current battle was Redlock and his beast versus Choi Hyun Seok. He quickly prepared to merge into the next battlefield. Choi Hyun Seok wasn't afraid at all. Might as well test out the new power I received. Strike fast, win fast. I have to get to the next battlefield quickly. Redlock looked at his opponent with contemptuous eyes. Just a green, human squad leader. You're no match for Legion commanders like us. The beast roared and charged. He's fast like a starving beast. Charge. The beast violently swung its arm to attack the opponent. However, before his eyes, there was only empty space. What? Where did he go? He was just here! Right at that moment, Choi Hyun Seok's voice rang out. Whoa. He was actually somersaulting down from high above. With absolute dominance, Choi Hyun Seok's hands prepared a new technique. In just a second, he sent the demon soldier crashing to the ground. Now, his head was spinning, having no clue what just happened. Redlock was panicked. Wait, what was that just now? That's ridiculous. What technique did he even use? His weapon radiated a massive amount of demonic energy. It was powerful enough to illuminate the entire space. But before he could even use it, Redlock was stunned. My magic, it's been nullified. It turned out Choi Hyun Seok had quickly neutralized his opponent. It left Redlock in total disbelief. What is going on? He was flustered. A greenhorn captain. How is he this strong? Choi Hyun Seok spoke up, his mind still slightly foggy. How are you doing? Redlock immediately switched to another move. Magic. Illusion. Goblin Soul Resonance. Choi Hyun Seok instantly leaped into the air. He dodged the attack with ease. Not only that, he kept his cool while countering. Choi Hyun Seok used magic to create a barrier all around Redlock, who fell into a panic again. What is this? Who exactly are you? The demonic beasts I tamed. How were they so easily? Choi Hyun Seok lowered his voice. So, this is the sensation of mana. I see. Now I get it. The aura surrounding him didn't show any signs of fading. Is this really magic power? Redlock yelled in frustration. Don't kid with me. This isn't funny at all. He was annoyed and started lashing out. I've never heard of someone being this strong. Choi Hyun Seok didn't reply, just watched him silently for a moment. Then, he naturally closed his eyes. His feet were emitting a surge of magic. This time, Choi Hyun Seok released his magic to envelop the entire area. Redlock thought he was distracted and lunged to attack, but in reality, he was just panicking. Wait! Don't come over here! Choi Hyun Seok's magic erupted like lava, making Redlock even more terrified. Stay back. Contrary to the wild power on the outside, Choi Hyun Seok's inner self was in a state of deep tranquility. His hands slowly loosened, and his feet gradually touched the ground. No need for anyone else to explain it to me. It seems I understand now, Choi Hyun Seok muttered, interpreting his opponent's intent. That source of power surged strongly again. The flow of energy Choi Hyun Seok could feel the will of all living beings around him. He looked down at his palms vaguely. Outside, the attack was about to land. Redlock was more shocked than ever. This guy, how does he know how to use my illusions? Before Redlock could even understand what happened, Choi Hyun Seok immediately struck. You should get some sleep. After waking up, he delivered a painful blow to his stomach. Prepare to serve the new Demon King. And finally, Redlock took the full force of the counterattack. He was defeated in a truly pathetic way. Once it was over, Choi Hyun Seok finally exhaled, exhausted. The fist from before was still radiating massive magic. Choi Hyun Seok felt it clearly. Sure enough, the body still. Before meeting Siegel at the Demon King's castle, Sarah revealed something. What I did was convert your body into a physique compatible with magic power, so you wouldn't go berserk and lose your life while using your strength. But that doesn't mean you can immediately adapt to this physique right away. Adjusting to a new body takes time. Choi Hyun Seok wondered. If I use my power, before I can adapt, what happens? Would it spread and cause me to die instantly? Sarah honestly replied, I don't know either. What I knew when I was alive was only that much. She continued. Things after that, I didn't have time to find out, because I had already died. Sarah remembered something. But didn't you turn into a beast-man form before? In a form detached from humanity. And furthermore, she emphasized, so be a little careful before you completely turn into something not human. Choi Hyun Seok still remembers those words vividly now. Before I completely turn into something not human. But anyway, it's still much stronger than before. He looked at the magic circle in front of him. Is this the teleportation gate to the other place that Hermes mentioned? Choi Hyun Seok was a bit curious. Where does this teleport to, I wonder? Can't worry about that now. Just head out first. In another battlefield, flames were blazing fiercely. It was as if they were about to wash over the entire field. Park Hyuna huddled before the large fire. What is up with my luck lately? She cautiously looked behind. Her opponent, and at this very moment, those familiar feet were present on the battlefield. Hyuna turned pale with fear when she saw Ogre. This guy, Riziska, jumped up in surprise. Good grief, was Redlock defeated that easily? Krasusa looked over at Hermes. What he used isn't just simple magic power. What on earth is that? That aura just now, she admitted. I'm not sure. This is the first time I've seen that method, too. Hermes added with interest. However, this time he has also exceeded my expectations, Sarah Dunphy said happily. Finally, now he can also use magic power accurately. Abelson, standing beside her, whispered, Choi Hyun Seok, a realm I cannot reach. Will you be able to attain it? On Ogre's side, he clenched his fist and said, I am very disappointed in your choice. Park Hyuna hid behind a rock and retorted, I have my own difficulties too. Ogre lowered his voice. Is Lady Hyuna also a hopeless human? Park Hyuna paused and asked, What? What are you talking about? He stomped the ground and flew toward her, a blow descending. Park Hyuna leaped away to avoid it. She then did a somersault in the air to counter. Park Hyuna raised both hands, concentrating her power. She furrowed her brows, thinking, I need something created by that guy. Park Hyuna thought, then unleashed a powerful blow, rushing down at Oger. That move exploded with intensity. She braced her hand on the ground, using a secret technique, humanoid earth vein assimilation. She struck with an extremely fierce move, following up with the skill Hero's Awakening, Flame Dance. Oger was completely unscathed and assessed. Your spell casting time is faster than before, isn't it? He thought. But just being fast is useless. I've always told you. Your weakness is extremely obvious. Oger clenched his hand and pointed out the opening. The ability you possess, your magic specialization ability, if it's not an overwhelming victory, it will be a pathetic defeat. Park Hyuna retorted irritably. This guy, why do you talk so much today? The bracelet on her hand gradually cracked under the absolute elemental opposition. Strong against the strong, weak against the weak. Park Hyuna still kept rushing forward. Sure enough, this power isn't infinite either. She hadn't even attacked yet when Oger struck, causing Park Hyuna to be flung backward by the momentum of that ability. Her stomach was sliced open as a result. Oger launched a powerful blow, sending flaming arrows raining down one after another on the ogre. He gathered his strength and said, I don't think Doji Togos has the talent of a demon king. On the contrary, Cyril, becoming the new demon king, is the right choice. Park Hyuna lowered her head and asked, Then why do you, Oger continued. But our war with Godrin is imminent. What we need now is a powerful demon king, not a coward who only knows how to hide behind others. He clenched his fist and emphasized, That's why I'm even more disappointed in you. You claim to be a Demon Legion commander. Oger was still questioning. How could you make such an irresponsible choice? Park Hyuna trembled as she stood up. She looked straight at Oger and said, Just as you said, I am still the Legion commander. Park Hyuna clutched her wound and admitted, Of course, I have always put myself first. I don't deny that. But then, she firmly emphasized, even from the standpoint of a Legion commander, I am still convinced that my choice is the right one. Park Hyuna clenched her fist, gathered her power, and said resolutely, So, stop talking nonsense. She raised her hand and declared decisively, Just come at me. This is the demon way. Park Hyuna lunged at Oger again, as if she were risking her life. He raised his hand. You mean to challenge me head on? Park Hyuna raised her hand to gather her power. The ground began to shake. Secret technique. Ogre Earth Vein Assimilation. Oger thought this was indeed a choice Park Hyuna would make, but it was a foolish one. Attributes are things that cannot be changed. Park Hyuna calculated in her head. This guy's ability is to disperse the shock force he receives into the ground. As long as I'm standing on the ground, she took a stance and looked at him. She charged forward, ready, but Oger would never fall from a fire-based strike. Oger stopped and looked down at Park Hyuna, surprised. You reactivated the flames on the magic that had already been extinguished? She struck with a powerful, direct head-on attack. The smoke cleared, and Park Hyuna's hand was still stretched forward. She gritted her teeth, nervously thinking, did it work, or was it Oger praising her? Impressive. I never expected you to aim perfectly at the moment the earth vein fractured like that. He stepped forward, thinking, the foundation is shattered to this extent. Even if I assimilate it again, it's meaningless. Oger wondered, but why didn't you aim straight for the heart? Park Hyuna's mood sank, knowing that it was indeed impossible. With this half-hearted mentality, do I expect to deal with this guy? Oger suddenly coughed up blood. Even so, he admitted, that attack was very impressive. Oger knelt down. You win. Park Hyuna stood there motionless. Then she couldn't hold on anymore and fell. Her hand trembled as she looked as if she wanted to leave. Oger spoke up and asked, Do you really want to go? He said bluntly. Your current state will only be a hindrance. Park Hyuna said weakly. I still want to go. She stated listlessly. I promised her. Oger listened and fell silent. He held his wound and cried, Then prove it to us. Oger asked, Didn't you say that as a Legion commander, you were very confident in your choices? If the two of them can win even without you, Park Hyuna turned her head to look at him. Oger emphasized, Then I will truly recognize that child as the Demon King. Her hand reached out, recalling some memories. The mocking laughter. How can humans claim to be Legion commanders of the demon race? She is not our Legion commander. Doji Togos exclaimed, Base humans trying to be Legion commanders? The Demon King's army seems to be finished. But among them, there was still someone comforting Park Hyuna. No need to listen to them, Oze said. Being a Legion commander isn't based on race, but on capability. Strength transcends race and status. That is what we demons pursue. And as for you, Park Hyuna, you are strong enough already. Park Hyuna clenched her fist. A demon then couldn't hold on anymore and collapsed, to be able to see through it so clearly. Damn it. she said weakly. Sorry, Hyun Seok. You must win. Over at the Flaming Canyon, Sariel and Doji Togos attacked at the same time. The girl was thrown backward. Doji Togos said irritably, just like your father, you really don't know your place. He sneered. Your father actually accepted such a humiliating proposal from humans. His brain must be broken. Just for a successor. He bowed down to humans? Sariel straightened her face and retorted, my father, Demon King Tegret, believes in me. Doji Togos asked back, believe in you? As weak as you are? What is that based on? Your father was once a powerful and calm demon that everyone acknowledged. If it were his prime, I definitely wouldn't dare do this, he asked himself. But what are you? Are you really his child? Tegret, that idiot, actually dared to hand over everything to this loser and just die like that? Demons have no compassion. In their eyes, there is only themselves. They only worship strength, even if it's a blood relative. The weak can only be eliminated and killed. Sariel also thought that looking from this perspective, my father doesn't look like a demon at all. That's why I've always felt afraid. Afraid that father would deny me. Doji Togos added, the only qualification to become a demon king is strength, he emphasized. Both your father and a weakling who can't take a single hit like you are unworthy of being demon king. At this moment, a surge of power suddenly descended opposite Hyun Seok, shielding Sariel. Doji Togos froze in surprise. Could it be Ricklock, that idiot? Couldn't even handle a human? The girl looked at Hyun Seok in surprise. Hyun Seok spoke up. Sorry, I'm late, but you've held out for a long time. That's enough, Doji Togos said dismissively. You talk as if a squad captain like you could turn the tide. He spoke and then struck. You're already a dead man, so what else do you want to do at this point? Choi Hyun Seok jumped up, still trying to show off? Then a punch flew toward Doji Togos. But your attack trajectory has been seen through by me. Doji Togos blinked and disappeared. Just like humans, your whole body is only hard in your mouth. Finally, he was hit by a sword strike. Sariel screamed in panic. Hyun Seok Appa, no. Doji Togos said, the moment you were slashed, it was already too late. Hyun Seok Appa had quickly dodged before the sword strike hit, thinking to himself, unpredictable movements, just like an awakened one. Indeed, the position of Demon Legion commander is not just for show. Choi Hyun Seok accelerated and rushed forward. Luckily, I had magic power to withstand the fatal blow. But after that, it will be very difficult to launch an effective attack. A cut suddenly appeared on his left cheek. Doji Togos stopped and said, you think just dodging forever will work? He laughed, mocking. I was wondering how a rookie like you survived until now. So, running away is the only trick you've got? Vincent looked down at his wound, stunned that the bleeding wouldn't stop. Could this be his ability? He wondered to himself, turning his head slightly. If that was the case, then what about Sierra, who was attacked first? Sierra collapsed, coughing up blood. Doji Togos spoke calmly. Take a look. This is the king you all support. A weak, incompetent demon king who only knows how to hide behind the captain of the squad, he mocked. Your father was the same. A demon king who bows down to humans. They're all just a bunch of cowards, Creel muttered, unable to hold back her tears. Doji Togos lunged forward, slashing down. The weak will always be weeded out in the end. That is the law of the demon realm. He aimed a strike directly at Creel, and just as she was about to disappear according to the law, Choi Hyun Seok appeared beside her, blocking the blow. There's no need to listen to someone like him. He turned to her. You believe that just holding on until now is more than enough? You don't need to force yourself to be strong, because this isn't the power you truly desire. However, Choi Hyun Seok reminded her, if you give up everything here, Creel recalled what Tigret had told her. Except for that, just remember that your mother and I love you dearly. Consider this a farewell for now. Give it to the one who loves you most, and send a farewell meant only for you. Choi Hyun Seok asked, then wasn't your father's death all for nothing? A tree began to sprout, blooming with flowers. The ground began to crack. A tree burst from the earth behind Creel, reaching out under her control, growing to an intimidating size. Doji Togos was terrified. Could it be Tigred's power? Hyun Seok suddenly attacked him from behind. We're in the middle of a battle. What are you thinking about right now? Doji Togos was thrown high into the air, then ensnared by tree roots. He spun around, slashing one, but was immediately grabbed by others closing in. Creel said sadly, like you said, he might not have been a good demon king. She clenched her fists, adding, but to me he was the most wonderful father. So, I don't want to let him down. Doji Togos roared, what are you talking about? You're just the daughter of a loser, inheriting your father's power. You're nothing. Yet you dare to act this arrogant. He was completely restrained, thinking in shock. The rate of blooming is even faster than Tigrid's. How can someone who has never been trained do something like this? Hyun Seok landed beside Kryl. He suddenly realized that the trees and vines were avoiding him. Could they be controlled by Kryol's will? Hyun Seok reached out to catch a flower. Is this kid even stronger than I imagined? Meanwhile, Doji Togos was tightly bound by the trees. The tree grew larger and larger. Flowers appeared on Kryol's body as well. He could only gasp. Kryl called out, "Dark abyss, cycle of life." She bit her lip and said, "Please, rest in peace now." The vines twisted together, reaching high into the air amidst the light and shimmering sparks, creating a majestic and mysterious scene. Hermes sat back, smiling. How interesting. She mused, so the final candidate is Tigred's own flesh and blood. The battlefield after the fight was plunged into an eerie, silent atmosphere. The ground was devastated, covered in cracks, ruins, and the aftermath of the fierce struggle. Just then, near the teleportation gate, the announcer's voice rang out. The winner was Ogre was also surprised to hear the name called. Kryl, the announcement continued. As promised, I will cast my vote for Kryl. Park Hyuna lay there, listening intently. Ogre remained silent. I respect the result. Park Hyuna's eyes widened in surprise. Choi Hyun Seok, you idiot. A faint, satisfied smile spread across her lips. Her mouth curved upward, feeling a sense of fulfillment, deeply mixed with a bit of confidence and peace, now that everything had gone according to plan. You really did it. The scene shifted to the vines emitting brilliant, shimmering light. Doji Togos's mouth hung open, panicked and exhausted, his breathing ragged, his lips parted. Drool trickled from the corner of his mouth because his body hadn't fully recovered from the suffocation. Choi Hyun Seok walked over and asked, "Are you all right?" Kryl sat there in silence, his brows furrowed slightly, his gaze focused and fixed on her. Is that guy dead? Kryl sat cross-legged, huddled over. No, he just fainted. I drained all of his nutrients. Doji Togos's hand couldn't lift. It trembled uncontrollably. She continued, "To recover, it'll probably take about a decade or so." Choi Hyun Seok, also exhausted, staggered forward. A grand duel usually ends with killing the opponent. What were you thinking? She looked at him with an unchanging expression. I don't know. It's just that, right now, I didn't want to do that. Beneath Kryl's small, thin feet, brilliant light shone as flowers bloomed. The outcome father wanted definitely wasn't this. The scene shifted to the red carpet after the war ended. Kryl was indeed the winner. She wore a red cloak and stepped up to the coronation ceremony, which was held very simply. She walked, her eyes filled with sadness amidst the applause of those around her. The war with Godfrey was looming. Hermes, Zedron, and Park Hyuna were all present, witnessing the person in question, Kryl. Dunphy also watched her walk by with a sharp gaze. I don't like these formalities either. Kryl stepped up and sat on the chair reserved for the winner, becoming the new Demon King. She couldn't even imagine her own face. A dry, twisted tree branch reached across the frame. Delicate white butterflies landed on it. Everyone present knelt down in unison, bowing to the Demon King. The vast space echoed with, "Welcome, the new Demon King." Kryl sat on the throne, her eyes wide and sparkling, but extremely resolute. The story continued as recounted. Afterward, many more things happened. Yojun eventually officially became the captain of the 3rd Legion. Doji Togos disappeared without a trace. Besides that, with the active support of Ogre and Frisch, Kryl adapted to her new position as Demon King with amazing speed. The story stopped at a large door. Other than that, inside, many people were standing and talking. Kryl asked curiously, "So, where are you planning to go now?" Choi Hyun Seok replied casually, "Back to Mario, of course." He looked at the letter. I said I would definitely return. The ancient fortress stood tall under the sky. The evening was deep red. Stone walls, stained by time, reflected the golden-orange sunset. Park Hyuna stood there, watching everything. Choi Hyun Seok approached from behind. "It's a shame. If you could come along, Sister Park Hyuna, that would be great." She remained calm. "We're in wartime now. How could a Legion commander just leave? This brat," he scratched his head. Frisch also stayed behind to support Kryl. "You're staying behind too because of the war, aren't you?" Even though it was necessary to strengthen the Demon King's army, she laughed loudly. "Abelson, who knows if she'll actually succeed or fail? Besides, even if you guys succeed, but the Demon King's army loses during this time, then wouldn't it all be for nothing?" Park Hyuna turned to look at him, her gaze filled with determination. "That's why a high-level talent like me must stand guard here." She suddenly reached out and stroked Vincent's hair. "That's why you must succeed, and then come back to see us. She expressed her resolve. I won't die either. I'll hold my ground here. He gave a shy smile. Yes, Sister Park Hyuna, I will definitely come back to see everyone safe and sound. Choi Hyun Seok urged his horse forward. He dashed through the massive city gates as they swung open. The rhythmic thundering of hooves echoed against the ancient stone. His cape fluttered violently in the wind. The next day, he sped away, his silhouette fading into the distance. Sierra watched with hopeful eyes as Choi Hyun Seok's figure gradually disappeared down the long road. Her cloak fluttered slightly, wavering in the wind, his form becoming smaller and smaller in the vast space. Sierra stood watching. I'm counting on you, Choi Hyun Seok. The three of them rode their horses as fast as they could. Choi Hyun Seok asked curiously, What does that letter say? Abelson replied sadly. The public trial of Duke Gordon, my grandfather, has already begun. She was skeptical. A public trial? Her hands clenched the reins tightly. The charge is conspiracy to assassinate the royal family. She read the contents of the letter again. It's definitely because he supported me. William, Dietrich, Gordon, and Abelson were being put on trial on suspicion of conspiring to assassinate the royal family. Before the trial, all outside contact is forbidden. Sarah Dunphy comforted her. It's okay. As long as you are still alive, everything can surely still change. Choi Hyun Seok advised. Then the most important thing right now is to save the Duke. Abelson agreed. That's right. If I lose my grandfather, there will be no one left to prove my innocence. Moreover, if I am branded a criminal, Grayson will certainly stop helping us. Her eyes were filled with deep sorrow. Her pupils dimmed slightly, as if harboring countless feelings that could not be put into words. Just like this, the goal of ending the war would also become impossible. The magnificent mansion appeared, grand and imposing with exquisite architecture. The soaring dome and intricately carved pillars created a look of luxury and dignity. Mario Abelson Capital. Natasha. At the front of the palace, in a small tavern, Byron yelled at someone else. Didn't you say this was a crime committed by the princess working with the demons? He closed his eyes and patted his hand on the table. But there's no way the princess would do such a thing. People in the tavern whispered to each other. They say that day, there were heavily armed Ren Knights in the palace. Sarah Dunphy walked over the wanted posters. Who exactly killed Banner? Abelson discussed. We must ask about the Duke's location. Because of that, we have to go meet him. In the noisy tavern, the sound of Byron arguing echoed. Even a loyal man like Banner was killed. Who are you still trying to protect? The other person still tried to defend her. But the princess isn't that kind of person, he shouted. Shut up. Do you want to support the princess? Abelson stood there, pale and frozen. Choi Hyun Seok said anxiously, This is bad. If we're discovered now, we're done for. Sarah Dunphy pulled her by the shoulder. If you don't want to see things like this happen, then prove it to them, she replied sadly. Okay. The scene shifted to the night sky. In a small alley, a man leaning on a cane stood there waiting. A voice called out from afar, Edmund. Abelson clasped her hands. I knew if I came here, I'd find you. Edmund closed his eyes respectfully. Princess Abelson, the Duke told me to wait for you here. Choi Hyun Seok asked impatiently, Where is the Duke right now? Edmund explained, He is in a room under the third basement level of the courthouse. You can follow the sewer pipes to sneak in. He described, After passing the second turn, make a right. There is a loose brick there. Climb up, and that's the room where the Duke is being held. The night sky stretched out, vast and silent, draped in deep blue, nearly merging into the endless darkness. The gray stone walls stood still in the shadows, creating a cold and stifling atmosphere. Mario Abelson Prison. Gordon sat inside, hunched over. What should I do after this? Gordon, Duke of Mario Abelson. Suddenly, a brick at his feet shifted. A thin, weak hand slowly moved the brick away. Abelson's face lit up with joy when she saw him after so many days of separation. Her eyes widened, sparkling with emotion and happiness, as if she couldn't believe that this meeting had become a reality. Duke Gordon was also overjoyed. Princess, you have returned safely. That is so good. Choi Hyun Seok looked up. Duke, please hang in there a little longer. We will get you out right now. Gordon clenched his fist against the ground, hesitant. This, he said, is not possible. Abelson, panicked. But, if you stand trial, surely, he said calmly. If even I run away, then who will be left to prove the princess's innocence? He looked at her pitiful expression. If that happens, those who believe in the princess and those who remain neutral will all abandon us. But, even so, Sarah Dunphy agreed. He makes a good point. Usually only those with a guilty conscience run away before a trial. Gordon comforted her. Please, princess, do not look so distressed. Even though I am imprisoned here, I will always stand by your side. Abelson bowed her head. Forgive me. It is all my fault for returning too late. He just smiled. Besides, I am not being held here just to sit and wait for death. Choi Hyun Seok asked curiously. Could it be that you already have a plan? Gordon revealed. That's right. If possible, I hope on the day of the trial, you will bring 2 people here. First is the third prince. According to what he said, someone told him that if he wanted to save his life, he should hide at his residence. Don't go outside. The person who told him that was the prince, Abelson said in surprise. In other words, he knows the truth of the matter. But still, he is naturally quite timid. He's just afraid. She felt as if her heart would burst when she heard Gordon say, but if his own sister convinces him, he will certainly find the courage. Choi Hyun Seok asked impatiently, so who is the other person? He replied, you also know that person, Vanderlance Corona. Abelson had recounted everything Gordon said to Corona. Bring the person who saved my life here.